Chapter 321. Luo Qitian ran swiftly through the forest. The Wolf King ahead, along with his few remaining subordinates, was desperately fleeing. Luo Qitian could easily have pulled Dabai out and had him lead her in pursuit. But at that moment, her passive ability had her in a state of hyperactivity. Watching the wolves running ahead, she had only one thought: catch up and kill them. And just like that, a strange scene unfolded in the quiet forest. A beautiful, innocent-looking girl, covered in blood, wore a strange, yet excited, playful smile. She chased after the wolves. The wolves were frantically fleeing, their speed undiminished even by the bumpy forest path. Wang Zijiang and the members of the Strong 100 base were wandering near the forest. Since the zombie siege a few days ago, they hadn't eaten in days. Now, zombies were rampant near the base's main gate, and they had to struggle to escape through the side door. The only access point to the side entrance behind the base was this forest. They had no other choice but to dodge the zombies while following the path to the forest's outskirts, hoping to find something to eat. "Captain, I'm so hungry. I want to take a bite of everything I see now," one team member said, crouching down. Looking at the tree before him, he longed to nibble at its bark. Wang Zijiang pursed his lips, looking at the tree before him, and said, "The roots of these trees have mutated. If you really gnaw on them, you might not be able to return today." The team members could only swallow their saliva upon hearing this. "I won't chew it. I wait," the team member said, struggling to stand, intending to follow Wang Zijiang into the forest. They hadn't gone far when they heard a clatter of footsteps. Then, they saw several wolves charging out from the opposite side. These wolves were now charging towards them. Wang Zijiang, the leader, was completely terrified. These wolves were mutated creatures. Although they were psychics, judging by the size of these wolves, they combined wouldn't be able to defeat even one of them. "Be careful. This must be the Wolf King, and behind it must be the pack. Let's run," Wang Zijiang said, grabbing the team member beside him, who was unable to walk and running forward. But they had been starving for a long time. How could they have the energy to run? Before they had gone far, the wolves had already caught up with them, passed them, and charged straight ahead. Several people stared in bewilderment at the wolves that passed them. Wouldn't these wolves chase them and kill them? But before they could figure it out, they saw a graceful figure fly overhead, then closely pursue the wolves. Soon it flew away. This scene left everyone present stunned and shocked. Are these wolves not eating them because someone is hunting them? Why does this scene seem so fantastical? Wang Zijiang, unsure of what to think, whispered, "Let's follow and see. If that powerful being intends to use the wolves as food, we might be able to scavenge some scraps." At Wang Zijiang's words, the eyes of everyone present lit up. Even though she had little strength left, she forced herself to follow Luo Qingtian. Luo Qingtian's excitement grew as she ran. Soon, she caught up with one of the wolves, her bone knife appearing instantly. She swung it at the wolf closest to her. She severed the wolf in half. Then Luo Qingtian slammed her foot into the ground. Using the force of the ground, her body launched forward. Luo Qingtian quickly rushed to the next wolf. She brought the bone knife down fiercely. The wolf's head was severed again. Luo Qingtian retracted the bone knife and, with renewed force, pursued the wolf ahead. After a few leaps and bounds, Luo Qingtian reached the wolf's side and delivered a punch. With a thud, the wolf was slammed into the ground. Dead as dead. Luo Qingtian felt incredibly elated. The slight irritation she felt from activating her passive skill was completely dissipated in that moment. Now, the only one left in the entire pack was the Wolf King. Luo Qingtian calmed down completely. She didn't chase after them. Instead, she drew her flying fire mysterious bow and unleashed an arrow. She aimed at the Wolf King and fired. A massive flaming arrow blasted away. Before the Wolf King could completely escape the forest, Luo Qingtian blasted him to dust. After finishing off the wolves, Luo Qingtian felt good about herself. She glanced at the people following her and, without a word, turned and headed out of the forest. All along the way, Luo Qingtian hadn't seen any more Zerg chasing her. And she had no idea where those large gray lizards had come from. But since humans have started appearing here, it means there must be a place of human habitation ahead. Luo Qingtian thought to herself, and quickened her pace out of the forest. "Hello, great psychic." Hearing this address, Luo Qingtian frowned. She stopped and turned to look at the people running behind her. "What's up?" Wang Zijiang looked at Luo Qingtian. Frightened by her unwavering aura, he took 2 steps back. "Hello. We're from the top 100 base. Aren't you taking the prey you hunted with you?" Wang Zijiang gestured to his teammates behind him, each carrying the carcasses of several wild wolves. Luo Qingtian glanced at the carcasses and said, "No need. Take them. Wolf meat is unpalatable, tough and woody." She didn't like it. If it weren't for these wolves chasing her for no apparent reason, she would still be in this forest investigating the Zerg. But since they had already made it this far, the Zerg must have gone into hiding, and even if they stayed to investigate, they wouldn't find anything. Luo Qingtian finished his conversation with the others and turned to leave. Wang Zijiang was thrilled to see Luo Qingtian leave so happily. Just now, he had clearly seen this beautiful woman kill more than a dozen wolves in a row. If this boss didn't want them, he could easily take them all back to feed the people at the base. Zombies swarmed in front of the walls of the strong 100 base, some even developing intelligence. Others had even evolved into human form and were hiding among the crowd. These zombies were treacherous and cunning, causing the deaths of many survivors and psychics at the strong 100 base due to these mutant zombies. Now, these zombies were blocking the strong 100 base. This meant that if they wanted to find supplies, they had to leave from behind the base. Then, they would head into the forest behind the base. But the forest was filled with too many mutant plants and animals, and they weren't powerful psychics. So every time, they could only wander around the edge of the forest. Now they have so much wolf meat that it can feed the entire base for several days. Chapter 322. Thinking of this, Wang Zijiang called his companions and gathered the wolf carcasses together. Then, they dug a pit and buried the bodies. They took the carcasses of 2 wolves with them and headed back. They take 2 back first. If I known there would be such a big harvest today, I would have brought Xiaoqi out. Wang Zijiang spoke with immense excitement. With these wolf carcasses, he could already imagine how excited the survivors at the base would be after bringing them back. The more they thought about it, the more excited they became, and they headed out of the forest with the carcasses. After leaving the forest, Luo Qingtian discovered. Following the path outside the forest, they found what looked like a village. If Luo Qingtian was right, this village should be that top 100 base. Luo Qingtian didn't really want to go to such a small base. However, thinking of what Lu Xiaoyu had said, she became curious about the base. Lu Xiaoyu had said that this base had some connection to Baihaoren. What if there are earth fragments in this base? Thinking of this, Luo Qingtian stopped and didn't move forward. A short while later, Wang Zijiang led the men and the wolf carcasses out of the forest. As soon as he emerged, he saw Luo Qingtian standing at the forest entrance. Wang Zijiang felt a little nervous. Why was this boss here? Hadn't she said she didn't want the wolf carcasses? Could she have regretted it? Thinking about it, no one in their right mind would want to throw away so many wolf carcasses. If he could take all this wolf meat back, it would be enough to keep the people at the base fed for a long time. Thinking of this, Wang Zijiang felt a deep sense of conflict. He really didn't want to return all the meat. But he was self-aware. Knowing he was no match for Luo Qingtian, he could only try to step forward. Boss! I buried the bodies of the wolves you killed. If you still want them, I can take you in and look for them. Luo Qingtian glanced back at Wang Zijiang. Wang Zijiang's expression was now extremely nervous. Luo Qingtian nodded slightly. I don't want them. Are you from the village ahead? Luo Qingtian pointed to the village ahead, surrounded by a high wall, and asked. Wang Zijiang breathed a sigh of relief when he heard that Luo Qingtian had no intention of taking the wolf carcasses back. Yes. Boss, are you planning to go to our base? Luo Qingtian's lips curled slightly at Wang Zijiang's words. Yes. I do plan to go. I'm from the 3rd base, and I'm under orders from base commander Bai to go to your base and retrieve the gray meteorite. Is your base commander here? Heard Luo Qingtian. Wang Zijiang's face lit up with surprise. Are you saying that base commander Bai has accepted our request? Then can we live in the 2nd city of the 3rd base? We don't have many people at our base, so we won't cause you any trouble. Luo Qingtian listened to Wang Zijiang's words and instantly deduced the various reasons. In other words, this top 100 base had indeed made a deal with Baihaoren. It seemed that this top 100 base truly did have the earth fragment they were looking for. And they were planning to trade the earth fragment with Baihaoren in exchange for their right to reside in the 2nd city of the 3rd base. Wang Zijiang was completely oblivious to Luo Qingtian's expression. He excitedly pointed in the direction of the base and said, It's great that you can come. I take you to meet our base commander right away. Wang Zijiang said this, making a gesture of invitation to Luo Qingtian. Luo Qingtian followed the others toward the base, watching the top 100 base draw closer. Wang Zijiang suddenly stopped. Boss, the top 100 base was attacked a few days ago. So we can't go this way. Please follow me. Wang Zijiang said, leading Luo Qingtian around a corner. Then they came to a dry well. He had the others behind him throw the wolf's body in. Then he sent his companions down first. Finally, Wang Zijiang said somewhat embarrassedly, "There's a passage under this dry well that leads directly to the rear door of the top 100 base. This is safer, please forgive me." Luo Qingtian didn't think much of Wang Zijiang's words. She supported herself on the edge of the dry well with one hand and jumped in. Seeing Luo Qingtian's decisiveness, Wang Zijiang followed suit. After twisting and turning through the dry well, Wang Zijiang led Luo Qingtian until they finally saw light ahead. Then she saw Wang Zijiang and his men approach the wellhead. They first tied up the wolf carcasses with ropes. Then he had Luo Qingtian climb up first. They followed suit. Then they worked together to pull the wolf carcasses up. After completing this, they pounded on the wall behind them for a while. The wall was pulled open from the inside, revealing a hidden door. "Brother Zijiang, you're finally back." A young girl opened the door. However, her face was sallow and her body was thin from long periods of malnutrition, making her look unattractive. However, this cruel apocalypse had not extinguished the girl's desire for life. Her eyes were bright. As she looked at Wang Zijiang, they were filled with longing and admiration. "Well, Xuqi, come with me later. We found a lot of wolf meat, so we can have a nice dinner tonight." When Wang Zijiang said there would be meat, Xiuqi's face lit up with joy. At that moment, Xiuqi spotted Luo Qingtian following behind Wang Zijiang and the others. A look of curiosity crossed her face. "Who is this sister?" Wang Zijiang smiled and said, "This is a powerful figure from the third base. We're discussing our future living there. Where's the base commander?" Xiuqi looked at Luo Qingtian warily. "The base commander is in a meeting with Uncle Wan and the others right now. They're discussing the zombies up ahead. Brother Zijiang, you can go find him." After hearing Xiuqi say this, Wang Zijiang gently rubbed Xiuqi's head. "Okay, I go find them now. You take the sister to the reception hall to rest for a while. Then call Aunt Wang and the others over to clean up the wolf carcasses. We stew the wolf meat later." Xiuqi nodded excitedly upon hearing Wang Zijiang's words. Okay. Xiuqi will take sister to rest now." Xiuqi then looked at Luo Qingtian. "Sister, come with me." Luo Qingtian glanced at Wang Zijiang. Wang Zijiang immediately said, "Boss, you go with Xiuqi to rest first. Our base was recently attacked by zombies. Right now, the base commander should be discussing base repairs with other higher-ups. I'd bring him to see you later." Luo Qingtian glanced at Xiuqi standing nearby and said, "Okay. I trouble your little sister then." Xiuqi smiled and nodded. "No problem, sister. You look so pretty. Xiuqi will take you to rest." Chapter 323. Xiuqi hopped and skipped, leading Luo Qingtian towards a section of the base. It was called a base, but it was actually just a village surrounded by high walls. The village wasn't large. One could see the end at a glance. Xiuqi led Luo Qingtian into a relatively nice-looking bungalow. The bungalow was simply furnished, with a table and a few chairs. A red kettle sat at the foot of the table. After Xiuqi led Luo Qingtian into the house, she quickly walked over to the kettle, pulled a disposable cup from under the table, and carefully poured Luo Qingtian a glass of water. "Sister, this water is conjured by the water-based psychics in the base. It's drinkable." Luo Qingtian glanced at the cup and nodded slightly. "Okay, thank you. When will your base commander arrive?" Xiuqi shook her head. "I don't know. If you're worried, I can ask for you." As Xiuqi spoke, she was about to leave, but before she could, a sweet scent wafted through the air. Xiuqi paused, looking back with some reluctance. She saw a box of beautiful pastries in front of Luo Qingtian. Xiuqi swallowed her saliva and looked at the pastries. "Sister, is this a cake? I only seen them before the apocalypse." Luo Qingtian smiled at Xiuqi and said, "Yes. These are the most common snacks in the third base. Xiuqi, you can try them when you go there someday." Xiuqi was filled with longing. "Really? Can everyone in our base go to the third base from now on?" Luo Qingtian curled his lips slightly, a subtle smile on his face. "Yes. As long as I succeed in this deal with your base commander, you get the right to reside in the third base." Luo Qingtian felt a little uneasy. After all, she'd been making this up, and Lu Xiaoyu had previously said that this base was connected to Baihaoren. This base was mostly men, and the women were essentially treated as playthings. And if there were meteorites here, there might be a hidden laboratory there too. Thinking of this, Luo Qingtian suddenly felt less uneasy. Luo Qingtian pushed the cake in front of him toward Xiuqi and said, "You seem to really enjoy cake. Here, have this. Xuqi looked at the cake Luo Qingtian pushed toward her with some disbelief. She didn't rush over to eat it. Instead, she shook her head. Mom said, "There's no such thing as a free lunch." "Sister, you gave me the cake. Are you asking me something?" Luo Qingtian was a little surprised by Xuqi's reaction, but she didn't show it. She smiled and said, "Yes. I just want you to help me find out when your base commander will be here. I want to close the deal quickly." Xuqi looked at Luo Qingtian uncertainly. "Sister, is it that simple?" Luo Qingtian shrugged. "Yes. Because my boss told me to see the gray meteorite first when I get here." Xuqi stepped forward, picked up the cake Luo Qingtian had pushed towards her, and said with a smile, "Don't worry, sister. I go find the base commander for you right away. That gray meteorite you mentioned won't be of any use to our village, so don't worry, sister. I take this cake. I'm going to give it to my mother." After saying this, Xuqi turned and left, holding the cake plate in both hands. Luo Qingtian's third skill remained activated. She watched Xiaoqi scampering forward, carrying the cake. They met many women along the way, greeting them. Xiaoqi excitedly responded to them. Then, carrying the cake, she entered a house on the roadside. Luo Qingtian stood up and looked out the window. Many people in the base were standing in the center, processing the wolf meat. In the very center of the base, a large cauldron had been erected at some point. A group of men and women were chatting and laughing around it. Although their voices were low, Luo Qingtian could still clearly hear them talking about how to dispose of the wolf carcasses. Looking at the smiles on the women's faces, was this base really like Lu Xiaoyu had said, where women were just toys? But the head of this base hadn't appeared yet. Luo Qingtian had a strange feeling that there was something eerie about this place. While Luo Qingtian was still pondering, a hearty laugh echoed from the gate. "Ha ha ha. The leaders of the third base are here. Sorry for not welcoming us." As soon as he finished speaking, a man in his 50s walked through the door. A bright smile crossed his face as he looked at Luo Qingtian. Luo Qingtian nodded slightly. "Hello, base commander." The man laughed. No, no, no. This isn't much of a base. Compared to the third base, it's nothing compared to a giant. I just didn't expect the leaders of the third base to overcome so many obstacles and come to see us at the top 100 base. We survivors of this base are truly moved." The man spoke, his face lit up with excitement. If Luo Qingtian hadn't seen a sinister glint in the base commander's eyes before, she might have believed it. Zhang Baiqiang smiled at Luo Qingtian before him. Any ordinary person would surely reveal some flaw in his words under such praise. But the man before him remained expressionless from beginning to end. This left Zhang Baiqiang with an inexplicable unease. Luo Qingtian didn't want to waste time. Seeing the base commander approach, he spoke directly. "I wonder where he's kept this meteorite. I hope we can trade it quickly." After saying this, Zhang Baiqiang's expression changed noticeably. He looked at Luo Qingtian with scrutiny. But Luo Qingtian saw danger in that look. Luo Qingtian narrowed his eyes slightly. A faint ripple of supernatural power emanated from his hand. If Zhang Baiqiang did anything, Luo Qingtian would definitely attack. Zhang Baiqiang had clearly noticed Luo Qingtian's movements. He chuckled dryly. "Little girl, how did you know there was a meteorite in our village? I met almost everyone around by Howren, but you're the only one I never met. You're not from the third base, are you?" Luo Qingtian was shocked. Had she been exposed so quickly? She looked at the middle-aged man in front of her and smiled. "Base commander, I don't understand what you mean." Zhang Baiqiang saw Luo Qingtian deny it. He smiled and said, "It doesn't matter if you deny it. You're here for the meteorite. I can give it to you, but you have to give something in exchange." Luo Qingtian smiled and asked, "Base commander, I understand what you mean. You mean you don't want residency in the third base, but something else?" Zhang Baiqiang smiled and nodded. "Yes. If you want the meteorite, give me something in exchange, like food." Chapter 324. Luo Qingtian pursed his lips slightly. "Okay. But I want to see the meteorite first." From Xuqi's words, it could be inferred that there were indeed fragments of Earth in this village. However, Luo Qingtian didn't know how the base commander knew she wasn't from the third base. Zhang Baiqiang raised an eyebrow and glanced at Luo Qing. "Everything's easy. Come on, I take you to see it." Zhang Baiqiang opened the door and walked out first. Luo Qingtian followed behind him, and then, led by Zhang Baiqiang, they headed towards the other end of the village. Soon, Luo Qingtian followed the others to a door. Zhang Baiqiang unlocked the door with his key and walked in. Luo Qingtian's third skill kept showing nothing inside. She narrowed her eyes, and stood outside the room, without moving. Zhang Baiqiang smiled and said, "What's wrong, little girl? Are you scared? Meteorites are rare, so I wouldn't leave them in an ordinary room." As he spoke, Zhang Baiqiang pushed the bed aside, and opened a secret door underneath, revealing a dimly lit staircase. Zhang Baiqiang gave a few words of advice to those around him, and then went downstairs. Luo Qingtian watched Zhang Baiqiang go downstairs, into the house, and then into the basement. The basement wasn't large. Inside, a gray, egg-shaped fragment of the earth, over a meter tall, loomed. Luo Qingtian stared at it, and suddenly felt an inexplicable sense of familiarity. He couldn't help but reach out to touch it, and then a series of inexplicable images flashed through his mind. It was a scene of a man and woman talking to him. Seeing this image, Luo Qingtian felt as if his heart had been struck by something. Her chest felt so tight that she couldn't help but bend over, trying to steady her breathing. Zhang Baiqiang, standing nearby, observed this scene, his lips curled slightly. "It seems you can't take this meteorite with you either. Do you know how many people Baihaoran sent to seize it? Whether they were fused humans or psychics, they would be rendered powerless before this meteorite. Do you know how many preferential treatments Baihaoran offered me for this meteorite? But I refused none of them. Because I know how deep the third base's troubles are. For this meteorite, I spent almost all day thinking about how to deal with Baihaoran. I even considered sending troops. But thankfully none of that happened." Luo Qingtian looked up at Zhang Baiqiang. "You brought me here because you were sure a psychic like me would lose my powers in the presence of this meteorite." Zhang Baiqiang smiled and said, "Yes. After all the psychics in our village are dead. You're a very dangerous presence here. And you said you were Baihaoran's man, so I have to be on guard against you." After saying this, Zhang Baiqiang pulled out a rope from somewhere, stepped forward, and yanked Luo Qingtian over, then tied her up tightly. "Little girl, I don't want to kill you. But your presence is too dangerous. I can only send you into the zombie horde." Luo Qingtian smiled and said, "Base Commander, there's something I don't understand. This meteorite is obviously useless to you. Why do you insist on holding onto it? Don't you want food?" Zhang Baiqiang looked at Luo Qing coldly. "I do want food, but this meteorite is our village's only defense against Baihaoran. I can't sell our means of self-preservation just for food." Luo Qingtian now understood Zhang Baiqiang's meaning. The meteorite was their asset for self-preservation. They were afraid Baihaoran would come and steal it. Furthermore, they also wanted food. Luo Qingtian sighed deeply. It seemed the situation at the base was truly different from what Lu Xiaoyu had described. Baihaoran won't threaten you again. He clashed with the base commander and was eliminated by him. Zhang Baiqiang's face was filled with shock as he listened to Luo Qingtian's words, but he quickly regained his composure and looked at her in complete disbelief. "Ha ha ha, little girl, that's not true at all. Anyway, I won't give you this meteorite. Only with this meteorite will the zombies stay away. For the sake of our village, die here." After saying this, Zhang Baiqiang picked up a large rock and smashed it against Luo Qingtian's head. The rock stopped just short of Luo Qingtian's face. Before Zhang Baiqiang could fully grasp what was happening, Luo Qingtian's punch shattered the stone in his hand. Then, a hand suddenly grabbed his neck and lifted him up. Zhang Baiqiang stared at Luo Qingtian in shock, his hands clutching his own, his feet thrashing off the ground. How could you?" Zhang Baiqiang tried to speak, but Luo Qingtian's grip grew stronger, and a wave of dizziness washed over him. He felt as if all his strength was being drained away. The fear of death filled his mind, causing his eyes to turn white. "Let me go." Luo Qingtian playfully threw Zhang Baiqiang to the ground, then, right before Zhang Baiqiang's eyes, collected the fragment of earth into his space. Seeing this, Zhang Baiqiang's face was filled with disbelief. "Why haven't you lost your powers?" Luo Qingtian sarcastically said, "Why should I lose my powers? This thing is mine." Although he didn't know what this earth fragment was related to him, the space had previously indicated that earth fragments were recycled. In other words, this earth fragment itself belonged to the space, and it wasn't an exaggeration to say it was his. But Zhang Baiqiang didn't understand this. He looked at Luo Qingtian, his mind racing. Luo Qingtian, this meteorite, hers. His first reaction was that Luo Qingtian wasn't from Earth. He opened his mouth to speak when he heard anxious noises from above in the basement. The base is in trouble. Those zombies are pounding on the gate again. What should we do? Hearing this, Zhang Baiqiang looked anxiously at Luo Qingtian. "Little girl, I know I was wrong. If you want to punish me, I have no complaints. Please bring out these meteorites. Without them, We can't fight the zombies outside. Luo Qingtian ignored him. He turned and walked out of the basement. Out on the street, the men in the village took out shovels, axes, and other weapons and rushed towards the base gate. The women and children in the base quickly ran to their homes. The main gate of the village was being violently rammed from outside. Luo Qingtian saw Wang Zijiang and his men leaning against the gate, struggling to hold it in place, fearing that the zombies outside would break it down. The next moment, the gate was shattered by a pair of blue-gray hands. Then, the hands grabbed a man by the neck. Chapter 325. Then, the entire gate shattered. Then a horde of zombies burst through the gate. Then, screams rang out. A swarm of blue-gray zombies burst through the gate, rushed into the village, and began rampaging through it. They bit and ripped at will. The men closest to them were tackled by the zombies. Luo Qingtian watched the scene coldly, preparing to leave. The base commander stepped out from behind him and hugged Luo Qingtian's thigh. Master Psychic, I was wrong, truly wrong. I shouldn't have wanted to kill you. But this meteorite is the only guarantee for the survival of everyone in our base. Could you please take it out and drive these zombies away first? The base commander kowtowed to Luo Qingtian. Luo Qingtian remained unmoved and prepared to leave. You want to kill me and then ask me to save others? Is that even possible? The base commander watched Luo Qingtian ignore him and picked up a large rock, heading straight for the incoming zombies. Luo Qingtian released Abai, who transformed into wings and took off, preparing to continue following the map's instructions. But before he could even leave, Luo Qingtian heard Xiuqi's cries, Uncle Zijiang, don't die. Uncle Zhang, don't die. Luo Qingtian looked down and saw Xiuqi, now holding a stick he had pulled out from nowhere, striking relentlessly at a charging zombie. Wang Zijiang was pinned by a zombie. The zombie repeatedly attempted to bite Wang Zijiang's neck, but each time Wang Zijiang dodged. At this moment, Xiaoqi rushed over and struck the zombie atop Wang Zijiang, sending it stumbling. Wang Zijiang seized the opportunity to shove the zombie away, bringing his axe down hard on its head. The zombie fell to the ground. Wang Zijiang stood up, grabbed Xiaoqi's hand, and ran forward. A group of zombies followed behind them, eager to overthrow them all. However, before they could get far, another zombie caught up and pounced on them. Wang Zijiang saw this and stepped forward, pinning Xiaoqi beneath him. He used his body to block the zombie's attack. He closed his eyes tightly, waiting for death to come. But the death he expected never came. He only felt a warm current passing over his body, and then most of the zombies around him were wiped out. Wang Zijiang instinctively stood up and looked up at the sky. In midair, Luo Qingtian stood, holding a flaming red bow and arrow. She was still drawing the bow and shooting the arrow. As the zombies charged forward again, the flaming arrows of the Feihui Xian Gong were unleashed, sweeping away a large number of the surrounding zombies. Soon after, a roar erupted from outside the base. The remaining zombies, hearing this sound, seemed to receive a summons. Instantly, they dropped the humans they were biting and ran out of the base in unison. Soon, all the zombies in the base vanished without a trace. Xiaoqi was then helped up by Wang Zijiang. Xiaoqi, are you okay? Xiaoqi shook her head and stood up. She looked up into the sky, where Luo Qingtian was slowly descending from the sky. Xiaoqi walked over to Luo Qingtian and said cautiously, Sister Superpower, you're amazing. Thank you for saving our village. In reality, Luo Qingtian didn't know why she had taken action. She simply saw a reflection of her former self in Xiuqi, and she didn't want this little girl to become an orphan like herself. Luo Qingtian nodded at Xiaoqi and turned to leave. Xiuqi stepped forward and grabbed Luo Qingtian's sleeve. Sister, why don't you stay? Luo Qingtian didn't reply. She planned to fly away immediately. She would only intervene once. This attack would be considered her reward for the Earth Fragment. Xiaoqi seemed to understand Luo Qingtian's intentions and stepped forward to hug Luo Qingtian's arm. Sister, Xiaoqi will give you all the delicious food. Please stay. You're so capable, you can definitely protect our base. I don't want the village chief, Uncle Wang, and the others to die. Xiuqi grew increasingly excited, and Luo Qingtian's brows furrowed. The look he gave Xiuqi gradually grew colder. Zhang Baiqiang, who had just escaped death, also noticed this. He knew if this continued, there was no telling what the woman before him would do. He stepped forward and grabbed Xiaoqi. Xiaoqi, stop it. This master psychic has done all he can. Come back quickly. Now, Li Baiqiang was filled with regret. If he had known the psychic before him was so powerful, he would have traded the meteorite for something with this woman. Perhaps food, or asked her to clear out all the zombies around. But he had harbored ill intentions towards this woman from the beginning. Now that she had taken the earth fragment, it was already the limit for her not to kill him. Zhang Baiqiang dragged Xiaoqi away, and Xiaoqi looked at Luo Qingtian in tears. Sister, aren't you here to get the meteorite? My mother said that everything in this world is exchangeable for something of equal value. Just stay. The village chief will give you the meteorite. Luo Qingtian raised an eyebrow, listened to Xiaoqi's words, and smiled. The equivalent exchange you speak of can only be implemented if you are strong enough. Besides, your base could have obtained enough capital from me to survive initially. It's a pity. Your base commander missed out. Luo Qing turned and left. The future of this base was no longer her concern. She urgently needed to find a place to study the newly acquired earth fragment. She longed to know what that initial vision she had seen in her mind was. Xiaoqi, standing behind her, didn't understand what had happened, but she understood one thing. The village chief had done something to anger this powerful psychic. So their base missed the chance to survive. Xiaoqi realized this and broke free from Zhang Baiqiang's grip. She ran towards Luo Qingtian again. Sister, don't leave. I have the meteorite you want. This successfully stopped Luo Qingtian in her tracks. She stared at Xiaoqi expressionlessly. You have one too? Xiaoqi nodded frantically at Luo Qingtian. Yes, Xiaoqi also has a meteorite. Back when the village chief discovered and transported the meteorites, a piece fell off. Xiaoqi liked it so much that she kept it. Sister, can I trade that meteorite with you? Sister, wait for me. After saying this, Xiaoqi turned and ran back. She ran with all her might, fearing Luo Qingtian wouldn't wait for her. This was the village's only chance of survival. She couldn't let it go. Thinking of this, Xiaoqi rushed into the room and picked up a fist-sized gray meteorite from her desk. She scurried out again. Chapter 326. Luo Qingtian didn't leave. She stood quietly in the village, waiting. Xiaoqi, carrying the box containing the meteorite, ran quickly toward Luo Qingtian. When she saw Luo Qingtian from afar, Xiaoqi breathed a sigh of relief. Puffing, she ran to Luo Qingtian and opened the box. Sister, can I trade this meteorite for you to stay in the village and protect us? Luo Qingtian looked at the meteorite in the box, her eyebrows raised slightly. Little sister, no. A fair trade, an equal exchange, is based on your own strength. Do you think you're qualified to make an equal exchange with me now? Furthermore, the terms you stated don't qualify for an equal exchange. You only have one chance for me to do something for you. You better think it over carefully. Luo Qingtian stared at Xiaoqi coldly. Her words were a chance for Xiaoqi, and she was eager to see what Xiaoqi's next terms would be. If this girl was anything like the base commander, she wouldn't feel any qualms about taking the earth fragment. At this moment, the entire village stared at Xiaoqi nervously, fearing she'd say something that would anger Luo Qingtian. Because everyone knew it. If Xiaoqi said anything wrong, Luo Qingtian would absolutely forcibly take the earth fragment and leave. Xiaoqi looked at Luo Qingtian nervously, then thought for a moment and said, Sister, can you help us get rid of those zombies? Make sure they can't harm us again. Xiaoqi said, pushing the meteorite in front of her toward Luo Qingtian. Luo Qingtian looked at the fragment and reached out to touch it. A scene flashed through Luo Qingtian's mind. It was a couple, smiling as they lifted a baby from a stroller. The baby cried in the woman's arms. The woman gently patted the baby's back until it fell into a deep sleep. Luo Qingtian's heart trembled. What was this scene? Why was he seeing it? Luo Qingtian's thoughts turned to space again. What was the relationship between this earth fragment and his own space? Every time he found earth fragments, space talked about recycling. 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 A light flashed through Luo Qingtian's mind. Luo Qingtian suddenly felt as if he had grasped something. Xiaoqi had been watching Luo Qingtian nervously. Seeing Luo Qingtian dazedly touching the meteorite, Xiaoqi whispered again, Sister, can you help us kill those zombies around us? As soon as she finished speaking, everyone present became nervous. There were thousands of zombies outside. Xiaoqi wondered if this would offend the psychic before him. Zhang Baiqiang's heart sank, and he regretted it even more. If only he had traded that large meteorite for this offer. Luo Qingtian looked at Xiaoqi and said, This offer isn't fair, but... Luo Qingtian reached out and picked up the fragment. I'm in a good mood. I agree to this deal. Luo Qingtian looked toward the main gate of the base. The gate had been completely broken open by zombies, its shattered remains lying on the ground. Occasionally, a few zombies would pass by. But the zombies didn't dare enter. Luo Qingtian's flying fire mysterious bow appeared in his hand. I go clean up the zombies. Fix the gate. I leave immediately after clearing out the zombies. Hearing Luo Qingtian's words, the villagers throughout the base were extremely excited. They followed Luo Qingtian, and after he left, they began to busily repair the gate. Luo Qingtian walked out of the gate. Just in the distance, across from the gate, he saw a swarm of zombies. The zombies were clearly agitated when they saw Luo Qingtian, but they seemed wary of something. They didn't rush towards him. Luo Qingtian signaled to Bai to fly into the air and quickly charge towards the swarm. When they reached the swarm, the zombies, as if frightened by something, quickly retreated, putting some distance between them and Luo Qingtian. Luo Qingtian was secretly surprised. Most of the zombies in this swarm were level 4 or 5, with the highest not exceeding level 7. Zombies of this level had no intelligence, yet they were actually wary of him. Luo Qingtian suddenly thought of the earth fragment she'd put in her pocket. Luo Qingtian pulled out the fragment, and the zombies, upon seeing it, staggered twice. Then she saw the zombies retreating in panic, as if they had seen a ferocious beast. A sudden thought struck Luo Qingtian. These earth fragments could actually have an effect on these zombies. No wonder the base commander was so nervous when she heard her say she was taking the earth fragments. Luo Qingtian stretched the Feiwa Xianbao to its limit. 3 arrows swiftly shot out at the zombies running ahead. After piercing the first zombie, the arrows pierced the rest of the zombies behind them, carrying them a great distance forward. Boom, boom, boom. The zombie swarm exploded, and Luo Qingtian completely wiped out the entire heap. In front of the base gate, Wang Zijiang and his men had been observing Luo Qingtian's situation. After seeing Luo Qingtian wipe out the zombies with just a few arrows, Wang Zijiang couldn't help but feel nervous. He had just learned from the base commander what he had done. He glanced at the commander with a hint of reproach. If they had been frank and honest from the beginning, perhaps this powerful psychic could have brought them more benefits. But in the end, they missed the opportunity. Luo Qingtian had already wiped out all the zombies in front of him. She hovered in midair searching. She didn't think these were the only zombies in the swarm. The initial summons of these zombies clearly indicated the presence of a zombie king. Luo Qingtian searched for a while, but found that the minimap didn't show the zombie king's location. She slowly landed on the ground and pretended to leave, as if nothing had happened. The people at the top 100 base watched Luo Qingtian leave, no one daring to chase after her. Now that the zombies were cleared, they could venture out through the base gate normally to search for supplies and food. This was already the best possible outcome for them. Soon, the base gate was finally repaired. The men at the base worked together to reinstall it. Wang Zijiang wiped the sweat from his brow and said, "That's it. Tonight we have a good meal of wolf meat, and tomorrow I take everyone to the city to search for supplies. Maybe this time we find rice or flour." With these words, everyone present cheered. God knows how long they've been trapped here by these zombies. Now that the zombies are gone, they can live their lives normally, Wang Zijiang commanded them. He was about to close the gate, but just as he was about to do so, a woman dressed in a slate gray hue appeared in front of it. Chapter 327. No one noticed the grayish-blue female zombie standing at the door. Until the gate was about to close, a hand suddenly pierced through the newly repaired door. It crushed the head of Zhang Baiqiang, who was helping to close it from behind. This scene was witnessed vividly by Xiuqi, who happened to be standing across from Zhang Baiqiang. Ah! Xiuqi watched in shock, screaming in terror, until the gate was completely shattered. The men who were closing the door were all sent flying by the female zombie. The female zombie, not satisfied with her kills, walked through the base. Her feet were clearly not moving at a brisk pace, but her speed made it difficult to see clearly. In a moment, the female zombie grabbed a woman by the neck and opened her mouth to bite through her flesh. Xiuqi stood there, stunned. Her mouth was open, and she had even forgotten to scream in fear. It was as if she had lost her voice. With a glazed look, she watched her family members die one by one before her. The female zombie king now had a playful mind. She watched the humans fleeing before her, lazily following behind them. She didn't want to catch them immediately, but she also didn't want them to get too far away. She kept them close enough for her to reach out and snatch them. This instilled even more fear in the fleeing survivors. After chasing her prey for a while, the female zombie king finally spotted Xiaoqi, who was standing still. She stopped, and in the blink of an eye, she stopped right in front of Xiaoqi. She stared at Xiaoqi. When she saw the fear in Xiaoqi's eyes, a faint smile crossed the female zombie king's face. She slowly raised her hand, reaching for Xiaoqi's neck. Suddenly, a fist struck her head. She staggered, then fell to one side. Wang Zijiang rushed over, scooped Xiaoqi up, and ran out of the base. Xiaoqi opened his mouth. Before he could say anything, Wang Zijiang was struck hard from behind. He then fell forward. Cough, cough, cough. Wang Zijiang fell heavily to the ground, still holding Xiao Qi in his arms as he landed. To prevent Xiao Qi from getting hurt, the female zombie king suddenly reached over to their side the moment they landed. She looked down at the fallen Wang Zijiang, extending her hand. The next moment, Wang Zijiang's body suddenly flew into the air, grasped by the zombie king. The female zombie king, like a hunter tired of playing with her prey, held Wang Zijiang's body close. She held Wang Zijiang's body and slowly approached her. She looked at Xiao Qi with a playful look and opened her mouth to Wang Zijiang's neck. No! Woo! Xiao Qi finally burst into tears. Her voice was shrill and desperate, and it also produced sound waves. The female zombie's grip loosened Wang Zijiang's grasp. Wang Zijiang fell to the ground again. This time, the female zombie didn't rush to see Wang Zijiang, but instead looked at Xiao Qi in surprise. Xiao Qi certainly didn't know what had happened. She was still crying. That day, she had lost her most beloved uncle. The aunt she cared about the most. And so many uncles who loved her. Sadness and despair filled her mind. Her cries grew more shrill. The resulting sonic attack grew in intensity. The female zombie king, who had initially retreated 2 steps, was then set flying by the sonic wave. The female zombie stood up in the distance, her expression ferocious, no longer in a playful mood. She rushed toward Xiao Qi. As she reached Xiao Qi, his eyes were filled with fear and hatred. Xiao Qi also realized that her voice could be used to attack the zombie. She howled frantically at him. Get away. You damn zombie. You devil. Ah! Xiao Qi screamed hysterically. A transparent wave of air flew towards the female zombie king. The female zombie king ran and dodged. When she reached Xiao Qi again, she reached out without hesitation and grabbed Xiao Qi's neck. Xiao Qi tried to dodge, but she had been shouting for so long. Her throat was too weak to utter a sound, and even her body felt strangely weak. She closed her eyes in despair, waiting for death to come. Why, hadn't that powerful sister said she would clear out the zombies outside? Why would such powerful zombies still rush in? At this moment, Xiao Qi's heart was filled with resentment towards Luo Qingtian. She felt that Luo Qingtian had broken his promise, that he had deceived her. She didn't want to die yet. She still wanted to live with the uncles, aunts, and other relatives at the base. Xiao Qi closed her eyes tightly, waiting for death to come. Suddenly, the female zombie king let out a shrill scream, and Xiao Qi quickly opened her eyes. Then she saw that an ice crystal arrow had been lodged in the female zombie king's chest. Then the arrow exploded within the female zombie king's body, blasting a massive hole through it. In front of the base's main gate, Luo Qingtian still held his bow, ready to shoot. After failing to find any zombies on the mini-map, Luo Qingtian and Dabai searched the surrounding area. But after searching for a long time, no zombies appeared. Then Luo Qingtian realized something. The zombies that had rushed into the base had been summoned away, and she hadn't seen any trace of them on the mini-map at the time. This meant that the zombies were likely still there, never leaving. In her previous life, she remembered overhearing someone discussing the abnormal evolution of zombies in later stages. Back then, zombies couldn't be detected even in a crowd. Furthermore, their intelligence had evolved, especially those with psychic powers. They could fully utilize their psychic powers to hypnotize humans, creating illusions about what was before them. If the zombies encountered outside the base were psychic zombies, also possessing the ability to cloak. If, while I was scouting for the zombies' location, they used their psychic powers to hypnotize me, creating an illusion, and then used their cloaking abilities to hide themselves, then I would likely have preconceived the idea that the zombies weren't there. At first, I planned to hide and wait for the zombies, but it wasn't until I was getting further and further away that Luo Qingtian realized she had been tricked. It wasn't until she rushed back and saw the broken gate and Xiao Qi, who had awakened his powers in despair. Because of Xiao Qi and Wang Zijiang, the arrows she had just released were low level. They weren't very lethal to the zombies, but they could slow their movements. The moment she confirmed that the zombies were frozen by her arrows, Luo Qingtian retracted the Amos ice bow and stomped her foot hard on the ground. Then, like a bullet, she charged at the zombie king. Chapter 328. Bang! Luo Qingtian smashed his fist into the female zombie king's head. Crack! The zombie's head was dented by Luo Qingtian's blow. The body flew away. Luo Qingtian now stood where the female zombie king had been, glaring at her angrily. Xiao Qi stared blankly at Luo Qingtian's sudden appearance, her eyes filled with anger, resentment, and hatred transformed into joy and excitement at having survived. Beautiful sister. You finally come back to save us. Xiao Qi's voice was hoarse as she spoke. Luo Qingtian glanced around, then cast a healing light at Wang Zijiang and Xiao Qi, who lay on the ground. He said, Xiao Qi, take your uncle and check how many people are still alive or injured in your base. Then move them all to one place, and I take care of this zombie king and heal them. The zombie king across from them had already slowly risen from the ground. She patted her head. The dented area was slowly healing. Luo Qingtian narrowed his eyes and lunged out again, heading directly towards the female zombie king. Bang, another punch. This time, Luo Qingtian landed hard on the female zombie king. The zombie king was sent flying again, but while still in midair, it suddenly vanished. Then Luo Qingtian felt a sound of air breaking through his body. He narrowed his eyes and launched a sweeping kick. The female zombie king behind him was sent flying by Luo Qingtian's kick. He then spun quickly, following the flying female zombie king. Just as the zombie king was about to hit the ground, Luo Qingtian slammed her elbow into the female zombie king's neck. Bang! The zombie king was slammed into the ground. A crater instantly appeared. Just as Luo Qingtian was about to seize the opportunity to pursue, the zombie king vanished before Luo Qingtian's eyes. Luo Qingtian quickly jumped over the crater, putting some distance between herself and her original position. Luo Qingtian knew she had been hypnotized again. She closed her eyes, calming her mind completely, unaffected by the hypnosis. Then she focused her full mental energy on the minimap. Gradually, a large red dot appeared on the minimap. Now, it was rapidly rushing towards Luo Qingtian. The corners of Luo Qingtian's lips curled slightly. Suddenly, she opened her eyes, and the female zombie king appeared before her. Bang, 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 Luo Qingtian repeatedly punched the zombie king's body, head, and neck. The zombie king tried to dodge, but Luo Qingtian's attacks were fierce and swift, each one pinning her down, leaving her no chance to escape. Until the zombie king was sent flying again. Luo Qingtian pressed on. The zombie king hid. She tried to escape, but before she could, Luo Qingtian's fist fell again. This time, no matter how the zombie king dodged, hid, or even used his hypnotic powers on Luo Qingtian could pinpoint the zombie king's location. Luo Qingtian's punches grew heavier, and the female zombie king realized that as long as she couldn't hide, she wouldn't be able to dodge even 3 strikes from the human before her. She began to think about escaping. As Luo Qingtian sent her flying again, she followed the force and fled into the distance. Luo Qingtian stood still, watching the female zombie king flee outside the base. The flying fire mysterious bow appeared in her hand. Luo Qingtian drew her bow and released her arrows. 3 arrows spurted out in the direction of the female zombie. Just as the 3 arrows were about to reach the zombie king, Luo Qingtian reached into the air and said, "Fuse." The 3 arrows instantly merged into one. Then, the arrow pierced the zombie's body and exploded inside the zombie king. Boom! A massive explosion echoed. The zombie king's body was literally blown in 2. Even so, Luo Qingtian held back. Seeing the zombie king blown to pieces like this, Luo Qingtian felt a little regretful. She should have used a low-level fusion arrow. Xiao Qi watched the zombies die and quickly ran to Luo Qingtian's side. "Beautiful sister, everyone's here." Luo Qingtian turned around and saw 17 or 18 men and women still lying on the ground. They all bore wounds of varying sizes. Luo Qingtian stepped forward to examine them. He excluded 2 who were beyond saving. The rest were cast into his healing light. Xiao Qi looked at the people Luo Qingtian had thrown out and anxiously asked, "Big sister, why didn't you treat Uncle Qi?" Luo Qingtian glanced at the 2 people she had thrown out, then pointed at the blackened wound. "He's about to transform into a zombie. Even my healing abilities, no matter how powerful they are, can't change the fact that he's about to become a zombie." Hearing this, Xiao Qi couldn't help but burst into tears. "No, I don't want Uncle Qi to become a zombie. I don't want my aunt to become a zombie." Luo Qingtian ignored her. She stood up and walked out of the base. "The deal is done. I'm leaving. You can deal with the remaining 2 people yourselves." Luo Qingtian walked towards the corpse of the zombie king. This zombie's special ability is hypnosis. After Xielu eats it, maybe he also gained hypnotic abilities. Xiao Qi pursed her lips as she watched Luo Qingtian's back. She had watched Luo Qingtian fight the entire time, and seeing his strength, she was filled with envy and longing. As Luo Qingtian's back was about to disappear, she couldn't help but shout to her, "Sister, when I become stronger, Can I come find you? Luo Qingtian didn't look back. With her back to Xiaoqi, she stretched out her hand and waved. The next moment, a pair of large white wings appeared behind her. Luo Qingtian disappeared from Xiaoqi's sight. Shortly after Luo Qingtian left, a dark figure appeared behind her. I found you. Luo Qingtian. Luo Xiaowu watched the retreating Luo Qingtian, her face brimming with excitement and joy. But Luo Qingtian flew away again. Luo Xiaowu had no time to rejoice. She restarted her motorcycle and followed Luo Qingtian. Luo Qingtian flew for a long time before sizing up a new base in the distance. Why isn't this base on the map? Luo Qingtian paused in midair and carefully examined the map again. She confirmed that this base didn't exist. She took out a pen and circled the location on the map. Then she slowly landed on the ground, first glancing around to make sure no one was around. Luo Qingtian entered the space. Once inside, she headed straight for the egg-shaped fragment of earth. The fragment now rested in the very center of the villa. Luo Qingtian walked over and reached out to touch the egg. This time, however, the egg showed no reaction. Even the scenes he had witnessed did not reappear. Chapter 329. Luo Qingtian gazed at the egg for a long time, unable to find the problem. Even the inexplicable image in his mind hadn't reappeared. In the villa, Mao walked out. Luo Qingtian was startled when he saw Mao. Before, Mao was just a ball. Sometimes, to facilitate chores and cooking, it would use vines to stretch itself taller. But this time, Mao had woven a human body from its own vines. Although the entire body was woven from vines, Luo Qingtian still saw a human presence in Mao. Mao brought the food to the table, and when he saw Luo Qingtian staring at him, the vines that had originally woven the human body suddenly retracted like elastic bands. It became a ball once again. Only the vines remained underneath to support it. From a distance, it looked like a stick figure from anime before the apocalypse. Luo Qingtian felt an indescribable strangeness at the sight of this human-like Mao. Mao, you can't become a spirit after the founding of the People's Republic of China. You're not really going to become one, are you? Mao brought a plate of braised pork to the table. She turned her head and looked at Luo Qingtian with a puzzled look, her eyes filled with a clear, innocent cuteness that Luo Qingtian was familiar with. At that glance, the strangeness in Luo Qingtian's heart instantly dissipated. She stretched lazily. Next time I come in, make sweet and sour pork ribs. Make it a little sweet. I love it. Luo Qingtian sat down at the table. Mao had prepared 4 dishes and a soup this time, a perfect combination of meat and vegetables. The taste was excellent. Before Luo Qingtian knew it, he had devoured the entire meal. After a satisfying meal, Luo Qingtian rubbed his stomach and walked into the manor. The entire manor had recently been meticulously decorated. The garden boasted pavilions and waterside terraces. There were also various flowers and vegetables. These vegetables were only available before the apocalypse. Now, after the apocalypse, even if there were seeds in the land outside, they wouldn't be able to grow these vibrant greens. Luo Qingtian squatted down and looked at the vegetables in surprise. Did I buy so many vegetable seeds? Before Luo Qingtian could figure it out, a voice suddenly echoed in his mind. Smelting attempts will no longer increase after reaching 10. Luo Qingtian was stunned. Is there a limit to the number of smelts? And how could he have reached 10 smelts so quickly? Luo Qingtian stopped dwelling on the vegetables and stood up, walking towards the smelting table. At this moment, the entire smelting table was flickering, like an alarm signaling an enemy attack. Luo Qingtian thought for a moment. I was going to forge weapons for Chen Hao. Might as well take this opportunity to forge one. Luo Qingtian selected the Tang sword icon on the smelting table and placed the bone wings and gold refining stone inside. A moment later, a brand new bone sword appeared before Luo Qingtian, and the number on the smelting table changed to 9. Luo Qingtian was about to stop, but suddenly he noticed 2 icons had appeared on the smelting table. One looked like a dagger, but it had barbs on it. It looked both handsome and dangerous. There was also an icon for a long whip. Luo Qingtian had never used a whip before, and he wanted to see what a whip forged on the smelting table would look like. He found the materials he had collected and took a look. Then he threw everything into the smelting table. He then selected the whip icon on the smelting table. The smelting table lit up. Puff! Then, with a sound like a deflated ball, the smelting table, which had previously been emitting a golden aura, suddenly went out. Then Luo Qingtian saw a pile of charred, completely useless materials on the smelting table surface. This was the first time Luo Qingtian had encountered a weapon being useless. He looked at the charred material, its contents unrecognizable, with a pang of pain. He had already decimated the undead. These bone wings were truly useless the more they were used, and now they were useless. Luo Qingtian felt truly distressed. But since he couldn't make a whip, a dagger should be fine, right? He ran, heartbroken, to find the gold refining stone, the bone wings, and the last remaining spider legs. Looking at these materials, Luo Qingtian felt a sense of insufficiency. He frowned, suddenly thinking of the beads he'd frozen from his childhood. Luo Qingtian hurried over to search. He then pulled a bead from a pile of ice. He returned to the smelting table and placed his materials on it again. The smelting table began to work again. A golden light flickered. Luo Qingtian's eyes fixed on the crackling smelting table. After a while, the smelting table glowed brightly with golden light. And then, a dagger appeared on the smelting table. Seeing the dagger successfully smelted, Luo Qingtian breathed a sigh of relief. He stepped forward, picked it up, and examined it. The dagger was completely white, but with a faint green sheen. Fairly faint green veins could be seen on the blade. The blade of this dagger was smooth and sharp, as thin as a cicada's wing. Holding it in your hand, you couldn't even feel its weight. And there were tiny barbs on the blade. If you really came to blows with an enemy, just stabbing the dagger in and pulling it out could take away a piece of flesh and blood. Luo Qingtian loved this dagger in her hand. She couldn't help but try dancing with it in space. After playing enough, Luo Qingtian returned to her room. She quickly washed up and fell asleep. Just as Luo Qingtian fell asleep, the door to her room opened again, and Mao Qiu walked in. This time, it had once again woven a human body out of vines. However, its gait seemed a little awkward. It entered Luo Qingtian's room silently. Mao Qiu expertly placed Luo Qingtian's changed clothes in the laundry basket. Then it walked up to Luo Qingtian and stared at her for a long time. Until Luo Qingtian frowned. Mao Qiu seemed to realize something, and left with Sang's clothes. As Mao Qiu closed the door, Luo Qingtian opened her eyes, just in time to see him do it. Luo Qingtian frowned. She didn't know if it was an illusion, but she seemed to have seen something green, like a flashing light, on the back of Mao Qiu's head. Luo Qingtian wanted to get up and check, but sleepiness overtook her. Luo Qingtian felt lazy. She closed her eyes, and fell into a deep sleep again. Outside the space, Luo Xiaowu stopped at the spot where Luo Qingtian had disappeared. He had been following Luo Qingtian's scent. He could clearly sense that Luo Qingtian had vanished here. Before this, when he had been searching for Luo Qingtian, he had often lost sight of him and his scent. He stood there, looking around. I see that base not far away. Are you in there, Luo Qingtian? Luo Xiaowu looked hesitantly at the high wall base. For a moment, he wondered whether he should go in. Chapter 330. In the space, Luo Qingtian slept soundly. When she rose from bed, she felt a sense of refreshment all over her body. She walked downstairs, and the aroma of sweet and sour pork ribs wafted from the kitchen. Luo Qingtian quickly jumped downstairs. She sat down in the dining room, preparing to eat. While eating, Luo Qingtian suddenly remembered the green light she had seen before falling asleep. She quickly put down her chopsticks, and walked over to Mao Qiu to take a look. Mao Qiu now looked like a stick figure with a large head. It was busy cooking, completely unaware of Luo Qingtian's approach. Luo Qingtian observed Mao Qiu, and after confirming that there was no green light on the back of Mao Qiu's head, he slowly leaned forward to carefully search. After staring at Mao Qiu's head for the umpteenth time, Mao Qiu turned around and held a rice cooker filled with rice in front of Luo Qingtian. It looked at Luo Qingtian with a look of confusion and bewilderment, as if it had no idea what Luo Qingtian was doing. Seeing that Luo Qingtian didn't take the rice cooker he offered her, he thought for a moment and raised the wok in front of him. Luo Qingtian's mouth twitched. Before he could say anything, Mao Qiu stretched out another vine, wrapped it around a bottle of soy sauce by the stove, and held it in front of Luo Qingtian. Luo Qingtian was afraid Mao Qiu would bring something else to him, so he quickly took 2 steps back. I don't want anything, so don't give it to me. Mao Qiu tilted his head, as if completely unaware of Luo Qingtian's meaning. Luo Qingtian held his forehead, wondering where he had gotten the illusion that Mao Qiu was becoming more and more human-like. Thinking of this, Luo Qingtian turned back to the table and began to prepare dinner. At that moment, Mao Qiu turned off the stove. He brought the last dish to the table. Then he wove a small straw hat for his head using vines. He picked up a hoe from behind the door and skipped toward the farmland outside the manor. Watching the fur ball disappear, Luo Qingtian sighed deeply, I was foolish indeed. I actually thought the fur ball looked like a woman. Luo Qitian shook his head, and picked up a piece of sweet and sour pork ribs, and put it in his mouth. Sour and sweet, so delicious. A delighted expression crossed Luo Qingqian's face. After eating and drinking, Luo Qingqian straightened himself. Then he left the space. In front of the base gate, Luo Qingqian looked up at the huge plaque on the gate. Ancient City Base. After visiting so many bases, this was the first time he had seen such a plain and unpretentious base facade. However, the buildings surrounding this base exuded a rustic air, revealing that it had been part of an ancient city before the apocalypse. No wonder it was called the Ancient City Base. There weren't many zombies outside the ancient city, only one or two could be seen occasionally. As the zombie approached, it spotted Luo Qingqian. The two zombies staggered toward Luo Qingqian. But before the zombies could reach Luo Qingqian, they were shot dead by the guards. Luo Qingqian stared in surprise at the gun that killed the zombies. It was surprisingly similar to the laser rifles used in the third base, capable of piercing zombies directly. The guard outside saw Luo Qingqian staring at the gun in his hand, and a smug look crossed his face. "Little girl, do you want to enter our ancient city base?" Luo Qingqian nodded. "Yes, can you come in directly?" The guard looked Luo Qingqian up and down. Women have 3 options for entering the base. The first option is to become a service member at our ancient city base. The second option is that even if you possess special abilities, you must become a member of our base. But you be a combat resident. The last option is to hand over 10 kilograms of grain. Little girl, which one do you choose? The guard reached out and touched his chin as he spoke. The look he gave Luo Qingqian was a mixture of teasing and scrutiny. Luo Qingqian disliked this look and released her spiritual perception. She sensed that the base wasn't large, but it possessed extremely powerful and advanced weaponry. This piqued Luo Qingqian's curiosity. She pretended to take something out of her backpack and pulled out 4 compressed biscuits. "These are all I have. Can I come in?" The gatekeeper's eyes lit up when he saw the biscuits Luo Qingqian handed over. He feigned embarrassment and said, "It's a bit difficult with just a few biscuits." Luo Qingqian frowned and snatched the biscuits back from the man's hand. "Forget it, I'm not coming in." With that, Luo Qingqian turned and began to leave. Upon hearing this, the man immediately grew anxious and said, "Little girl, don't be so impatient. You're so young, yet you're so quick-tempered. Isn't it enough that I promised to let you in?" After the man said this, Luo Qingqian stopped and turned to look. "All right." The man took the compressed biscuits and stepped aside. The gate to the base was a round arch. It looked very similar to the ancient general's gate. After Luo Qingqian entered the base, the gate quickly closed behind her. She paused, glancing at the closed gate behind her, then at the empty base ahead. Luo Qingqian suddenly felt like she had entered a shady business. But having already entered, Luo Qingqian naturally wouldn't leave. She lifted her foot and continued walking forward. After passing a long corridor, Luo Qingqian saw the street beyond it. This entire base was actually a converted ancient tourist town. The buildings lining the street could be described as ornately decorated with carved beams and painted rafters. However, the streets were sparsely populated. Occasionally, a few men could be seen emerging from a nearby building. The men's faces wore satisfied expressions. Luo Qingqian frowned and looked at the building from which the men had emerged. It was a small, red, 3-story building. The plaque below the building also bore the names of the service buildings. In the apocalypse, what kind of service was service? Luo Qingqian instantly understood. But she wasn't quite convinced yet that it was what she had imagined. She stood in front of the service building door and watched for a moment. Just then, a woman wearing a cheongsam with thigh-high slits on both sides emerged. The woman had a thin figure. Even with her makeup on, it couldn't hide the fatigue and helplessness in her eyes. She walked to the door and looked at Luo Qingqian. "Little girl, are you new here?" the woman said, looking Luo Qingqian up and down. Luo Qingqian looked clean and fresh. Her face was fair. She didn't look like someone who had endured hardship in the apocalypse. "Well, I'm looking for a place to rest." As the woman was studying him, she was also studying her. The woman heard Luo Qing and looked at Luo Qingqian with pity. "Little girl, you are a psychic, right?" Luo Qingqian nodded, "Yes." The woman sighed and said, "Why did you end up here?" "Little girl, listen to my advice. If you can leave, leave now. This base is not for a delicate girl like you." Just as she finished speaking, there was a commotion at the front of the street. The woman looked at the scene ahead, as if frightened. She grabbed Luo Qingqian's hand and entered the service building. Chapter 331. Luo Qingtian hated being touched. When the woman grabbed her, she calmly pulled her hand away. But the man still followed the woman into the service building. The woman led Luo Qingtian inside and opened a secret door on the first floor. "Little girl, hurry in. No matter what you hear, don't come out," the woman said, as she was about to push Luo Qingtian through the door. Luo Qingtian deftly dodged the woman's touch. The moment the woman closed the door, Luo Qingtian entered the space and quietly listened to the sounds outside. Soon, the outer door opened. "Sister Hong, I'm treating you here today. Call a few more waiters." A savage-looking, stocky man entered. He had a face full of flesh and a full beard. Because of his beard and tangled hair, his features were completely obscured. The woman, known as Sister Hong, feigned delight and stepped forward, clasping her arm. "Oh, Brother Ming is here. When do you think your banquet is going to start? I prepare it for you." The man rubbed Sister Hong's buttocks and said with a smile, "Find 2 pretty ones. Don't hide them from me. The base commander wants to recruit a new member today. This person might become a rising star in our ancient city base in the future. Don't say I didn't warn you. I'd bring someone over tonight." Sister Hong nodded immediately. Okay. Brother Ming, whatever you say. I prepare it right away. But you know there aren't many good things in this building? You see? Brother Ming laughed. Don't worry, I have the ingredients delivered when the time comes. You can prepare a few dishes for me. After saying this, Brother Ming lowered his head and took a deep breath at Sister Hong's plump breasts. Then he turned and walked to the front door. I come see you tonight, you got to be prepared. Sister Hong's face was a bit shy. Got it. Brother Ming then swaggered off. Just then, 2 more women came down the stairs. Both were extremely thin. Like Sister Hong, they were wearing slit cheongsams. They walked slowly, their gait somewhat odd. They approached Sister Hong, their faces revealing an unconcealable fatigue and weakness. Sister Hong, Lu Ming is coming tonight. Can we not go? We're so exhausted. One of the women looked at Sister Hong with a pleading expression. Sister Hong pursed her lips and glanced upstairs. You guys go up first. I see who has fewer guests, and then we see. The 2 women exchanged a glance, each with a helpless look as they returned upstairs. After the 2 women left, Sister Hong walked to the secret door and unlocked it. Little girl, come out. Luo Qingtian heard the voice in the space and quickly left. Then she pretended to come out of a secret door. Seeing Luo Qingtian emerge, Sister Hong breathed a sigh of relief and said, Little girl, what identity did you use to get in? Luo Qingtian looked at Sister Hong, puzzled. What do you mean? I gave the gatekeeper some food to get in. Sister Hong immediately asked, Did he give you a pass? Luo Qingtian thought about it. When she entered, the gatekeeper had looked at her with a provocative, ambiguous smile. She hadn't thought much about it when she came in, but now she did. It turned out that the man had deliberately denied him a pass. Luo Qingtian shook his head at Sister Hong. No. He didn't give me anything. Sister Hong, with an expression that I guessed, said, Women in this ancient city have 3 types of passes. One is the yellow pass, which is reserved for the women in our service building. They have no special abilities, and can only serve men. As for how they provide that service, I'm sure you can guess. The other type is for women with special abilities. They are powerful in their own right. This type of pass is usually white. The last type, the red pass, is used to stay by relying on supplies. Young lady, if you're like this, you better find a way to leave quickly. Most women who stay behind will be targeted. As she finished speaking, footsteps were heard outside, and then several psychics came in carrying some vegetables and frozen meat. Sister Hong stood up and placed Luo Qingtian behind her, trying to hide his presence. She smiled at the newcomers and said, Is this all for Brother Ming tonight? The 2 psychics saw Luo Qingtian sitting across from Sister Hong as they entered, but they didn't think much of it, simply thinking she was a new woman in the service building. Then, they smiled at Sister Hong and said, Yes. Sister Hong, there's a fresh piece of meat delivered today. If you want braised pork, please save a bowl for us too. Sister Hong smiled, covering her lips. Okay, we're all family. I definitely save the goodies for you too. The 2 psychics exchanged a glance, and, under Sister Hong's instructions, carried the food to the kitchen. When the 2 of them left, they deliberately glanced at Luo Qingtian, who was sitting behind Sister Hong. We leave after the things are delivered. Sister Hong, don't forget. Sister Hong smiled and nodded. She watched the 2 leave. After they had completely left, Sister Hong's smile instantly vanished. Little girl, you might be being targeted. There's a back door in my service building. You can leave through that door later. It's too dangerous for you to walk alone in this ancient city base. Just go to the main gate under the pretext of getting a pass. Maybe you can still get out? I can't say much more to you. I have things to attend to. Sister Hong pointed in the direction of the back door and rolled up her sleeves, preparing to go to the kitchen. Luo Qingtian initially knew that the woman before him had a purpose in helping him, but from that moment on, she hadn't said a single unfavorable word. Could it really be that she was just trying to help him? It wasn't that Luo Qingtian thought too badly of people, but in this apocalypse, Luo Qingtian had traveled to so many places and met all kinds of people. So far, 9.5 of the 10 people she met harbored ill intentions towards her, and the other half approached her because they were powerful. It was difficult for her to trust the kindness of a stranger. Why are you helping me? Watching Sister Hong walk toward the kitchen, Luo Qingtian asked. Sister Hong turned and looked at Luo Qingtian. Seeing the defensive look on Luo Qingtian's fair face, she smiled and said, I'm not helping you, I'm helping myself. Even though I'm stuck in this mess, I want to maintain my boundaries. Besides, whether you survive after leaving here or be sent back is uncertain. I wish you good luck. Sister Hong then entered the kitchen. Luo Qingtian's third ability remained active. She could clearly sense that no one was watching at the back door. Similarly, not far from the main door, the two psychics, who had just left, were hiding behind the wall, waiting. Chapter 332. As for what he was waiting for, no need to explain. Luo Qingtian didn't go through the back door, but went straight out the front door. Sister Hong, who was in the kitchen, heard the door open. She wiped her hands and came out, just in time to see Luo Qingtian exit the main door. Sister Hong sighed, this apocalypse. How can people become so distrustful? Luo Qingtian left the service building and headed for a corner. The two psychics behind him saw Luo Qingtian and immediately followed him. I knew that woman Zhang Xiaohong was being too kind again. That's good to know. When she's had enough fun, she'd be sent to her. This time, let's give her a harder time. Let's also let that bitch Zhang Xiaohong know that the more she's too kind, the worse the fate of the women she catches. The two of them spoke with a hint of lewdness. Their eyes, looking at Luo Qingtian, grew increasingly dangerous. This is an ancient city, with many ancient alleys and lanes. Luo Qingtian followed her third skill, and quickly found a dead end. She stood at the end of the alley, arms folded, her back lazily leaning against the wall. The two psychics followed Luo Qingtian through twists and turns, and after another turn, they saw her leaning against the wall. Haha, little sister. Why aren't you running? The two looked at Luo Qingtian, assuming she'd taken the wrong path and couldn't escape. They slowed down and approached her step by step. Luo Qingtian looked at the two approaching with an expressionless face and said, Are you two veterans of this base? The two psychics didn't understand Luo Qingtian's meaning and didn't respond. They just cautiously approached Luo Qingtian step by step, afraid Luo Qingtian might do something. Brother, this girl looks like a psychic to me. Be careful. Don't get yourself into trouble. As the two spoke, one of the psychic's hands transformed into steel knives, his body turning metallic. His head shook from side to side, crackling as his muscles relaxed. A fireball erupted from the other man's hand. He stared at Luo Qingtian with a half-smile, ready to throw the fireball at any sign of movement from Luo Qingtian's side. Little sister, I know you're new here. If you know what's good for you, come with us. Take good care of us two brothers, and we treat you well. As soon as he finished speaking, Luo Qingtian vanished from the spot. The next moment, the fire psychic let out a scream, and the metal psychic immediately turned around to see that Luo Qingtian, who had vanished, had somehow moved behind the fire psychic. She now had one hand around the fire psychic's neck, the other holding a dagger. Luo Qingtian, without hesitation, plunged the dagger into the fire psychic's head. The fire psychic was instantly dead. Luo Qingtian pulled the dagger out, bringing with it a small piece of flesh and blood. She frowned and tossed the psychic's body to the ground with disdain. Then she looked at the metal psychic. So let me ask again, are you a veteran of this base? The metal psychic looked at Luo Qingtian nervously. As Luo Qingtian asked again, his hands transformed into metal knives, suddenly swinging at Luo Qingtian. Luo Qingtian vanished from the psychic's side again, only to reappear the next moment. She had already appeared behind the metal psychic. She waved her hand, breaking the psychic's metal blade, then strangled the metal psychic by the neck. My blade is much sharper than yours. If you behave, I might even spare you. The metal psychic was completely terrified. He nodded tremblingly. Madam, spare my life? I answer whatever you ask. Madam, please spare me. Luo Qitian needed an identity to navigate this base. So, from the beginning, she hadn't planned to kill this man outright. Now that the psychic was begging for mercy, Luo Qitian released the metal psychic. Tell me, what's your name? The moment he was released, the metal psychic lost his balance and stumbled to the ground. He half-prone, coughing for a moment, then looked up at Luo Qitian. Ahem, my name is Lu Daqiang. Ask whatever you want. A dangerous smile graced Luo Qitian's face. She crouched down, approached Lu Daqiang, and asked, is there any connection between your base and the third base? From the moment she entered this base, Luo Qitian noticed that its conditions matched Lu Xiaoyu's description perfectly. Then, however, the situation at the top 100 base she had initially visited was different. Thinking of the people in the top 100 bases, they were mostly villagers from her own village. So, Bai Haoran probably didn't take the top 100 bases seriously at all. So, the base Lu Xiaoyu had initially heard Bai Haoran mention as a connection was most likely this ancient city base. That made perfect sense. Then, perhaps, there were earth fragments in this ancient city base. Lu Daqiang looked at Luo Qitian in surprise. Are you from the third base? Luo Qitian looked at Lu Daqiang with a half-smile. Now I'm asking you a question. But judging by your expression, this ancient city base must be the one connected to the third base. Luo Qitian stood up and said, let's go to your house. I stay at the ancient city base for the time being. As for my identity, I hope you can find me a reasonable one. Lu Daqiang looked at Luo Qitian in shock. What had he just heard? This terrifying woman in front of him actually wanted to live in his house? Lu Daqiang opened his mouth to refuse. You're kidding. No matter how beautiful this woman is. But a woman who could kill you at any moment is better to stay away from. But the words on his lips froze when he met Luo Qitian's dangerous gaze. Lu Daqiang had a feeling that if he dared to refuse this woman, he would never see the sun again. Haha, it's an honor that the beautiful sister wants to live with me, but I only have one room, and it's dirty and messy. I'm afraid my sister will dislike me. Luo Qitian raised an eyebrow. So? Do you think I go to that shack you're talking about? Luo Qitian reached out and grabbed Lu Daqiang's neck. Since you want to die, I grant your wish. As soon as he finished speaking, Lu Daqiang's body was lifted up by Luo Qitian. Luo Qitian's grip on Lu Daqiang's neck lifted him into the air. In just a moment, Lu Daqiang felt a sense of oxygen deprivation, weightlessness, suffocation, and dizziness. He looked at Luo Qitian in horror, holding her hand with both hands, and said with difficulty, Sister, please forgive me. I was wrong. Luo Qitian gave Lu Daqiang a cold look and slowly released her grip. The next moment, Lu Daqiang's body fell heavily to the ground. Lu Daqiang half knelt on the ground, coughing continuously. As he spoke, he could even smell the fishy sweet taste in his throat. Chapter 333. Lu Daqiang breathed in greedily, the pain in his throat radiating like flames to his heart, even his voice distorted. Luo Qitian looked down at him from above, a faint flicker of fire in her hand. Lu Daqiang felt the heat above him and immediately straightened himself, kowtowed to Luo Qitian, and begged for mercy. Beautiful sister, I was wrong. I had absolutely no intention of running away. I was just afraid that my kennel would tarnish your eyes. However, I know a good place, perfect for you to stay temporarily. Lu Daqiang spoke, a hint of hope on his face. Lu Qitian, unfazed by any tricks from Lu Daqiang, whispered, All right then, take me there. But if you still have any thoughts of escaping, I make you watch your body dissolve before your own eyes. With that, Luo Qitian's palm turned emerald green, and then a green liquid dripped from it. The liquid dripped onto the body of the fire-type mutant. Lu Daqiang watched helplessly, as his companion was slowly dissolved by the green solution, until he vanished. Finally, where the body had vanished, only a pool of green liquid remained. Luo Qitian reached out, and gently touched the liquid with her finger, and it returned to her hand like an obedient child. It all happened so suddenly, that Lu Daqiang was so frightened that he almost lost the ability to speak. Let's go! Take me to your place. Luo Qitian didn't give Lu Daqiang much time to think or fear. She kicked his leg in disgust. Lu Daqiang finally came to his senses, and quickly climbed to his feet. Okay, beautiful sister, what's your name? Luo Qitian gave him a cold look and said, My name is Luo Qitian. Lu Daqiang nodded repeatedly, his head pecking at rice like a chick. Yes, Sister Luo, please follow me. Lu Daqiang led Luo Qitian, turning left and right, and soon they were out of the ancient alley. After walking for an unknown amount of time, they stopped in front of a row of ancient buildings. "This is it, Sister Luo, you stay here tonight. I come see you once I made all the arrangements." Luo Qingtian looked at Lu Daqiang with a half smile, the chill in her eyes making him freeze. "Sister Luo, I suddenly feel like it's okay if you don't deal with my little problem." Lu Daqiang bowed and invited Luo Qingtian into one of the rooms. The room was decorated simply yet luxuriously. Lu Qingtian looked it over for a moment, then suddenly smiled and asked, "Is this house really yours?" Her eyes were sharp, as if she'd seen through everything. The decor of this house was simply beyond Lu Daqiang's ability to achieve. Lu Daqiang's gaze turned dangerous as he looked at Luo Qingtian. He immediately shouted, "This is my place. It's just that I sold all the houses here to buy food during the apocalypse. Now this house doesn't belong to me for the time being." Lu Daqiang pulled a bunch of keys from his pocket. "I don't know where the person who bought my house has been. He hasn't come back. Sister Luo, please stay here for the time being. If he comes back, I tell him." Lu Daqiang said this as he placed his own bunch of keys in front of Luo Qingtian. Luo Qingtian didn't take them and walked straight into the room. After Luo Qingtian entered, Lu Daqiang followed her inside. It was late at night, and everything was silent. Luo Qingtian opened the door and left the room. Behind her stood the bound Lu Daqiang. To keep Lu Daqiang in his place, Luo Qingtian released Mutation. "Mutation, keep a close eye on him. If he makes any unsettling move, strangle him to death." Hearing this, Lu Daqiang, who had been planning to escape, immediately gave up the idea. His fingers had already transformed into knives, waiting only for Luo Qingtian to leave so he could untie the ropes, flee, and call for help. However, upon seeing Mutation, he regretted his earlier, dishonest finger movements. After leaving the room, Luo Qingtian leaped directly onto the rooftop, heading straight for the largest building in the base. The ancient building. She moved at breakneck speed across the rooftops of the ancient city base. She encountered several patrol teams of supernatural beings along the way. But Luo Qingtian's pace didn't slow. Instead, it sped up. The moment the patrolling supernatural beings turned their heads, she swiftly leaped from one building to the next. Its speed was so fast it surpassed the capabilities of a normal human. Ever since her last spatial and skill upgrade, Luo Qingtian had clearly felt her speed and strength increasing daily. She hadn't felt this clearly in the forest. It wasn't until she killed the zombie king that she realized her speed had increased by at least twice as much as before. Luo Qingtian leaped to the highest structure in the drum tower and paused. "Is this the place?" She remembered what Lu Daqiang had said before they left. He said that the most distinguished people in the entire base lived in this ancient building, and that on its top floor, they kept a collection of new weapons, transported from the third base. But of his low status, he had no chance of reaching the top floor. Luo Qingtian thought to herself and released Dabai from the space. Dabai transformed into wings and clung to her back. She directed Dabai to fly directly to the top floor. In the pitch-black night, the girl, clad in black, soared into the sky like the queen of the night. In just a moment, Luo Qingtian landed on the very top of the ancient building. She leaped from the rooftop and landed directly on the outermost balcony. She circled the entire rooftop. Finally finding the door to the top floor, Luo Qingtian didn't hesitate. She reached out and pried on the lock. The lock shattered. Luo Qingtian pushed the door open and walked straight in. After a few steps, Luo Qingtian saw the second door inside. This door was as thick as a bank safe. Luo Qingtian frowned. It seemed that the reason the security on the top floor was so lax was because they were overly confident in the safe door. "I hadn't wanted to alert the enemy at first. But now that I'm here, there's no reason to return empty-handed." Luo Qingtian thought to herself. Using her third skill to maximum, the scene inside quickly appeared in her mind's eye. The entire top floor could be described as a weapons depot. The weapons inside were mostly laser rifles and laser cannons. Luo Qingtian also discovered a number of gold refining stones and zombie crystal cores. At the sight of these two items, Luo Qingtian's eyes lit up. She raised her hand and clenched her fist. Bang! Luo Qingtian slammed her fist into the topmost wall of the ancient building. The blow directly destroyed the wall, revealing rows of shelves filled with weapons, ores, and crystal cores. Luo Qingtian excitedly rushed into the room and, like a hamster in a rice jar, happily collected everything on this floor into her space. Chapter 334. Luo Qingtian's punch was like thunder, a deafening sound in the pitch-black, silent night. The people in the ancient building instantly noticed Luo Qingtian's whereabouts. The psychics inside, nearby, and even patrolling the base all rushed towards the building. When Luo Qingtian finished packing her things and prepared to leave, she found herself surrounded by psychics, who had rushed to the top floor. Luo Qingtian retrieved a hat from her space, put it on, and then found a scarf to cover her face. Then, nimbly, she rushed out and engaged the psychics head-on. The leading psychic glared at her sinisterly. How dare she sneak into the ancient city base? Catch her! Before she finished her words, the surrounding psychics pounced on Luo Qingtian. Luo Qingtian, unfazed, instantly manifested a dagger as thin as a cicada's wing in her hand. Her figure was like a ghost, weaving freely among the psychics. A moment later, every psychic who approached Luo Qingtian was slain by her blade, each one suffering a head wound. Having long-standing close combat with zombies, Luo Qingtian had adopted a ruthless, decisive, and efficient approach when killing, plunging the blade directly into their heads and then withdrawing it. This ruthless method shocked the leading psychic. He narrowed his eyes and roared, "Don't get close to her. Attack from a distance." With that, everyone quickly distanced themselves from Luo Qingtian. A variety of colorful psychic powers lashed out at her. A green barrier quickly appeared around Luo Qingtian, constantly changing its form. No matter how the psychics attacked, they could not hit Luo Qingtian. At this moment, Luo Qingtian's flying fire mystic bow instantly appeared in her hand. She aimed at the surrounding psychics, drew her bow and released her arrows. Huge flaming arrows, blazing with flames, shot out in all directions. Boom, boom, boom. Explosions echoed one after another, and the top floor of the drum tower was soon reduced to rubble by Luo Qingtian's arrows. She herself soared into the air, her arrows still blasting. She aimed at all the psychics charging towards her, and continued to draw her bow and shoot. From time to time, explosions echoed in the air, like brilliant fireworks bursting across the night sky, dyeing it a golden red. After dispatching the psychics on the ancient building, Luo Qingtian quickly flew towards the ground. At some point, the sound of propellers could be heard behind her. Looking back, she noticed that many small drones had suddenly appeared in the sky, following her closely. Luo Qingtian raised an eyebrow. This ancient city base is quite advanced, even using drones. With that, the flying fire mystic bow appeared in her hand again, drawing her bow and releasing her arrows in one smooth motion. Boom, boom, boom. With a series of loud explosions, all the drones were destroyed. Watching the drones fall, Luo Qingtian darted through the ancient city base. She kept leaping between buildings, while the remaining psychics within the base rushed in from all directions, closely following her. Luo Qingtian ran, searching for a way back. Unable to reveal Lu Daqiang's position, she could only dart back and forth through the ancient city base, like an eagle catching chicks. Unconsciously, Luo Qingtian reached the service building. The service building was now brightly lit. Luo Xiaowu, dressed in black, sat at the dinner table, lost in thought. Across from him sat a bowing Lu Ming. Lu Ming kept urging Luo Xiaowu to drink. "Brother Luo, the base commander has high hopes for you." This drink today was also the base commander's idea. If possible, the base commander sincerely hopes you can stay at the base. A capable person like you will surely achieve great things at the base. Luo Xiaowu said nothing, his eyes fixed on the food before him. The food looked delicious, but he felt that the best were the steamed buns Luo Qingtian had given him. Although Luo Qingtian had only given him steamed buns, he firmly believed that they tasted better than anything else here. Seeing Luo Xiaowu didn't respond, Lu Ming picked up his chopsticks, picked up a piece of braised pork, and placed it in his bowl. "Brother Luo, this braised pork is Sister Hong's specialty, a true apocalypse delicacy. Try it. In these days, resources are everything. Luo Gu, you're so powerful, what kind of woman can't you want? Why bother clinging to just one? Wouldn't it be better to stay at the base and enjoy your life?" Lu Ming finished speaking, looking at Sister Hong, who was standing by pouring wine. "Sister Hong, quickly call up your most beautiful waitress." Sister Hong obeyed and opened the door, only to see two women in red cheongsams walk in. One of them approached Lu Ming, the other Luo Xiaowu. "Brother, are you new to the base?" the woman asked, extending her hand toward Luo Xiaowu. But before she could touch him, Luo Xiaowu dodged. He looked at Sister Hong and asked, "Why do you smell like her?" At this moment, Luo Xiaowu's eyes slowly turned crimson. Sister Hong had no idea what he meant. Luo Xiaowu suddenly stood up and vanished in an instant. The next moment, he appeared before Sister Hong. Ah! Sister Hong was startled by his sudden appearance and approach, reflexively taking 2 steps back. Luo Xiaowu didn't give her a chance to evade. He leaned in, sniffing at Sister Hong. It was her scent. Have you seen her? Luo Xiao's face, previously expressionless, was now filled with surprise and excitement. Sister Hong finally understood what was going on. She remembered the girl who had left that day. Could this incredibly beautiful man be asking about that girl? At this moment, Lu Ming also noticed something was amiss. He glared at Sister Hong coldly. Sister Hong, what's going on? Who did you see that day? Sister Hong glanced at Lu Ming nervously. Brother Ming, you know, I've been around so many people all day. How could I remember who I met? Lu Ming narrowed his eyes and looked at Sister Hong. He knew Sister Hong often secretly rescued people, but to better control those women, he turned a blind eye to her rescues. However, this woman's whereabouts now depended on Luo Xiao's fate, and he had to find out. Lu Ming now looked at Sister Hong with a gloomy gaze. Sister Hong, I think you should think this over carefully. Did you see any strange girl during the day? That girl is Luo Ji's sweetheart. If you can find her, not only Luo Gu will be grateful to you, but even the base commander will be grateful. On the surface, these words seemed like a warning, a temptation. In reality, every word was a threat. Sister Hong looked at Lu Ming nervously, about to tell the truth, when suddenly there was a noise outside, and a figure swiftly passed by. Luo Xiao stood up in surprise and looked outside. It's Sunny. With that, Luo Xiao leaped out the window, disappearing in the blink of an eye. Chapter 335. Luo Qingtian was sprinting ahead, unaware that Luo Xiao was hot on her heels. She could clearly sense a powerful presence rapidly approaching from behind. She opened the minimap and saw a familiar figure approaching. When she saw it was Luo Xiao, Luo Qingtian was momentarily stunned. Luo Xiao. Why was he here? And chasing her with so many people? Had he been assigned here? Luo Qingtian pondered this, feeling strange. At the corner ahead, she darted into the alley like a ghost. Then, Luo Qingtian entered the space. Luo Xiao chased after Luo Qingtian with ecstasy. Luo Qingtian said allowed him to clearly sense her location. Seeing there was no way forward, and he had no choice but to turn, Luo Xiao suddenly stopped. The scent was gone. Where was Luo Qingtian? He panicked and stood there, bewildered, looking around. Luo Qingtian said vanished. He was certain that Luo Qingtian was no longer in sight. At that moment, the joy that had once filled his heart instantly dissipated, and a piece of his heart felt missing. Didn't she want to see him? Or was it that she couldn't see him right now? Thinking of so many people chasing her, Luo Xiao suppressed his sadness. He looked at the empty street ahead, turned, and walked deeper into the darkness. It doesn't matter. I appear when you want to see me again. Luo Qingtian hid in the space and waited quietly. Soon, she saw a group of psychics chasing after her, searching for her. However, Luo Xiao was not among them. Luo Qingtian frowned. Wasn't that kid chasing her? How could he disappear before he even caught up? She wanted to wait for Luo Xiao to catch up, then find a place to ask him privately why he was there. Soon, the psychics outside the dimension dispersed. Once they were gone, Luo Qingtian emerged from the dimension. She looked around, making sure no one was around, including Luo Xiao, then quickly ran towards Lu Daqiang's house. 20 minutes later, Luo Qingtian entered Lu Daqiang's house. At that moment, Lu Daqiang was tightly bound in layers of fur, practically suffocating him. By the time Luo Qingtian arrived, Lu Daqiang was already rolling his eyes. Seeing Luo Qingtian enter, Lu Daqiang practically burst into tears of joy. Sister Luo, you're finally back. If you hadn't come back, I have been strangled to death. Luo Qingtian patted the fur ball, and it freed Lu Dahai, even considerately untying the ropes that bound him. Lu Dahai suddenly felt like he survived a catastrophe, and he knelt on the ground, coughing furiously. Luo Qingtian tossed the fur ball into the space, and found a stool to sit across from Lu Daqiang. After Lu Daqiang had finished coughing, she pulled a gray meteorite from her backpack and said, I went to the ancient building today. The top floor is indeed the weapons vault, but I didn't find this. Think about it, have you really never seen a meteorite like this in this base? With that, she tossed Shuqi's earth fragment into Lu Dahai's hands. Lu Dahai lost his grip and fell to the ground. The earth fragment also landed on him. At this time, Lu Dahai was lying on the ground powerlessly. He looked at Luo Qingtian, opened his mouth and wanted to speak, but he didn't even have the strength to open his eyes. Luo Qingtian noticed something strange about Lu Dahai. It seemed this Lu Dahai had indeed never seen an earth fragment. Throughout this journey, she had determined one thing. Those exposed to earth fragments over time would gradually develop an immune system to them. Even if they were affected, they wouldn't be as defenseless as Lu Dahai. Lu Qingtian collected the fragment, placed it in a box, and then stored it in the space. The moment the fragment was removed, Lu Dahai once again felt the feeling of full recovery. Looking at himself as he stood up and panted heavily, he frowned and asked, "Haven't you seen this kind of thing in the base?" Lu Dahai replied, panting, "No, if I had just seen it, I might not recognize it. But this thing can make me lose my superpowers and become weak, so I know it. Our base commander has a piece of this gray stone. Our base commander always carries this gray stone with him. Whenever he encounters a superpowered person who poses a threat to him, he will bring it out." Luo Qingtian frowned at Lu Dahai's words. "So, your base commander is just an ordinary person, with no special abilities at all?" Lu Dahai thought for a moment and replied, "Actually, I don't know. The base commander rarely appears in public. Unless it's a matter of vital importance to the entire base, he rarely shows up. And whenever he does, he's surrounded by powerful psychics. So, whether the base commander is a psychic or not, I really don't know." "Then how do you know he has this stone?" As Luo Qingtian asked this, his aura became incredibly dangerous, and even the air around him grew chilly. Frightened, Lu Dahai quickly explained, "Many people in our base know about this. It's not just me. It's precisely because of this thing that our deputy base commander and other factions are so cautious when dealing with things." Luo Qingtian looked at Lu Dahai's nervous expression and didn't doubt his words. However, upon closer examination, there were many inconsistencies. At this time, the sky was beginning to brighten. Lu Dahai finally breathed a sigh of relief when he saw that Luo Qingtian hadn't bothered to ask further questions. The night's tossing and turning had left him exhausted, and he was still feeling pangs of hunger. He thought of the braised pork he specifically asked Sister Hong to save for him in the service building, wondering if he ever get to eat it again. Just as he was thinking about it, his stomach growled. Luo Qingtian frowned at Lu Dahai, who immediately lowered his head guiltily. "Sister Luo, I'm really hungry. How about you wait here while I get something to eat?" After Lu Dahai finished speaking, he met Luo Qingtian's dark eyes. Luo Qingtian's gaze was dark and deep, cold and emotionless as he looked at Lu Dahai. This look instantly filled Lu Dahai with a surge of fear. He felt as if Luo Qingtian was looking at a dead person. "This is it. Is Sister Luo trying to silence me?" This thought caused Lu Dahai's fear to spread deep within him. He wanted to cry. He really didn't want to die. He looked up at Luo Qingtian and pleaded, "Sister, please don't kill me. I have an 80-year-old mother above me, and I have children below." Before he could finish his words, Luo Qingtian tossed a piece of dried meat, a bottle of water, and 3 steamed buns onto the table. "Eat. After you're done, come with me for a walk." Lu Dahai was stunned. Before he could react, he was drawn to the food on the table. Chapter 336. "Is this for me?" Lu Dahai looked at the steamed buns, dried meat, and water on the table, feeling like he was dreaming. He had thought Luo Qingtian would kill him, but he hadn't expected a ray of hope. Lu Qingtian looked at Lu Dahai, speechless. Lu Dahai hurried forward, hugged the food on the table, and then cautiously glanced at Luo Qingtian, making sure she wasn't joking. Then he picked up a steamed bun and stuffed it into his mouth. As he ate, he thought, although Sister Luo looks fierce, she's quite kind, having given him such good food. And she even has a space, which is extremely rare in the apocalypse. Lu Qingtian walked to the table and sat down, quietly waiting for Lu Dahai to finish. When Lu Dahai had finished eating and drinking, she stood up and said, "Let's go for a walk." At this moment, the wariness and fear in Lu Dahai's eyes, as he looked at Luo Qingtian, were gone. He thought, as long as he had enough to eat every day, following Luo Qingtian wouldn't be a big deal. Besides, Luo Qingtian was so powerful, perhaps following her would be safer. The two packed up and headed out. The streets were sparsely populated in the early morning. As they walked, Lu Dahai explained the ancient city to Luo Qingtian. As they neared the ancient building, he looked up and saw the rooftop, destroyed by Luo Qingtian's bombing, and was immediately shocked. The entire rooftop of the building had been blown up. He secretly thanked himself for not having thought of escaping. Otherwise, he would have been dead by now. "Lu Daqiang, what's wrong with you? You disappeared after delivering the food yesterday," a voice called from not far behind. It was Lu Ming. Seeing Lu Dahai, he trembled slightly, then bowed and saluted, saying, "Haha, Brother Ming, why are you here so early in the morning? How was your meal yesterday?" Lu Ming frowned and said, "I was just saying this yesterday. I was planning to treat Luo Xiaohui to dinner, but halfway through, that psychopath suddenly jumped out the window and ran away. We haven't found him since." Luo Qingtian frowned slightly when she heard the name Luo Xiaowu. She wondered, could Luo Xiaowu really have stayed at the ancient city base? Wasn't he aware of the situation there? At this moment, Lu Ming also noticed Luo Qingtian standing next to Lu Daqiang. He looked her up and down, his eyes tingling with lust, a look that made Lu Daqiang's scalp tingle. Lu Daqiang calmly shielded Luo Qingtian behind him and said, "Brother Ming, what do you want from me?" Lu Ming glanced at Lu Daqiang with displeasure and said, "Where's was I? Didn't you leave together yesterday? I went to his house today and couldn't find him." Was I was the fire-type psychic who had surrounded Luo Qingtian with Lu Daqiang yesterday. Lu Daqiang, a cold sweat forming in his heart, said, "Brother Ming, we haven't been in touch since we separated yesterday. I was home all night. What do you want from us?" Lu Ming smirked at Lu Daqiang and said, "No wonder I didn't see you chasing anyone last night. You saw, the ancient building was attacked last night. The attackers were elusive and blew up the entire top floor. Now everything on the top floor is gone, and the base commander is furious. We psychics have been given new missions, to search for zombie hordes and obtain their crystal cores." After saying this, Lu Ming looked at Luo Qingtian. "This lady doesn't look like a survivor. A psychic? When did you get here?" Luo Qingtian feigned fear and hid behind Lu Daqiang. Lu Daqiang blocked Luo Qingtian again and said with a smile, "Brother Ming, she is my person and also a superpower. If I go out on a mission this time, I will take her with me. Don't worry about her all the time. At worst, I can use all the food for the next 2 months to treat you to a visit to the service building. Is that okay with you?" Lu Ming's brow furrowed at first, annoyed at Lu Daqiang's incomprehension. But after hearing the rest of his words, his annoyance gave way to a smug look. "Is that so? You're smart, kid. I already gathered your team. You only have 1 day to prepare. I'm not sure if Luo Xiaowu can come with you. I leave it at that. I go find someone first. You should hurry up and get ready, too." Lu Ming turned and walked away. After 2 steps, he looked back at Luo Qingtian. "Little girl, what type of psychic are you?" Lu Daqiang was about to say fire type when he heard Luo Qingtian say, "Healing type." Hearing healing type, Lu Ming's expression changed as he looked at Luo Qingtian. "Not bad. You're actually a healing type, Lu Daqiang. You're really lucky." Lu Ming smiled and left. After Lu Ming left, Lu Daqiang turned to Luo Qingtian. "Sister Luo, we're going on a mission. Are you coming with us?" Luo Qingtian looked at Lu Dahai with a half-smile and said, "Don't you think it's a little late to ask this now?" Lu Dahai chuckled dryly, then ingratiatingly pointed the way to Luo Qingtian. "Sister Luo, let's go downstairs to the service building to get some food. We might be out for days." The two of them arrived at the service building, and Lu Dahai walked straight in. At that moment, Sister Hong was busy in the kitchen. Seeing Lu Dahai enter, she smiled and said, "Brother Lu, you're here. I saved some braised pork for you." Lu Dahai nodded. "Yes, Sister Hong, please prepare some more food to take with you." Sister Hong knew Lu Dahai was going on a mission. She walked into the kitchen, quickly preparing and bringing out her supplies, and just in time, she saw Luo Qingtian standing at the door. Sister Hong looked at Luo Qingtian excitedly. Just as she was about to speak, she suddenly remembered that Lu Dahai was there, so she could only nod. Luo Qingtian smiled and nodded in response, then left with Lu Dahai. Afterward, Lu Dahai began running around again, busy with things for the next day, while Luo Qingtian returned home early, awaiting the arrival of night. At night, in the stillness of the night, Luo Qingtian opened the door of Lu Dahai's house and ran towards the ancient building again. During the day, she had wandered around the ancient building for a long time, and saw a man on the top floor cursing at a group of psychics. The man holding the cursors had a pendant on his waist. The pendant was actually a fragment of the earth. Luo Qingtian arrived at the ancient building with familiarity. Because of her surprise attack yesterday, the entire area around the ancient building was full of patrolling psychics. Luo Qingtian deftly avoided the search and took the elevator up to the ancient building. Because the top floor had been blown up, many of the upper floors had moved to the middle floors. Luo Qingtian went to the service building to get a cheongsam and put it on, then walked proudly to the middle floor of the ancient building. Exiting the elevator, she ran into 2 patrolling psychics. Seeing Luo Qingtian, they whistled and then reached out to stop her. "Service building? Which sign?" Luo Qingtian looked up at the 2 psychics with a charming smile on her face. Then, her expression darkened, and she plunged the dagger into the head of one of the psychics. Chapter 337. Another psychic, upon seeing this, instantly realized that the person before him might be the culprit behind last night's attack on the ancient building. He immediately retreated, wanting to shout. Luo Qingtian gave her no chance. After dispatching the first psychic, Luo Qingtian swiftly pulled a dagger from his skull and hurled it forward. The dagger instantly pierced the psychic's neck, instantly killing him. Blood spurted out like a stream. Luo Qingtian dodged the spray, simultaneously unleashing her poison skills with both hands. Venom shot from her hands, hitting both corpses. Moments later, the bodies were completely dissolved by the venom. All this happened incredibly quickly. Luo Qingtian, having completed her actions, quickly left the scene and headed straight for the center of the ancient building. The center of the ancient building was the largest room in the entire building. According to the intelligence gathered during the investigation, the so-called base commander resided in this largest room. Along the way, Luo Qingtian encountered several patrolling groups of psychics. She carefully avoided them, but was also bumped into several times head-on. When she saw another psychic approaching her again, she quickly hid in a nearby emergency passage. The passage was filled with smoke, and a man was squatting on the ground smoking. Hearing a cough, the man blew a puff of smoke in Luo Qingtian's direction and asked, "Who is it, waiter?" As the man spoke, he saw Luo Qingtian across from him. Luo Qingtian was dressed in red, with a curvaceous figure and beautiful face. The man couldn't help but whistle. When did such a beautiful girl come to the service building? The base commander really knows how to enjoy himself, to find such a good thing. As the man spoke, he reached out to touch Luo Qingtian's face, but Luo Qingtian calmly dodged. The man raised an eyebrow, a faint smile on his face. "What? You won't let me touch you?" Just as he finished speaking, two psychics pushed open the door behind him. "Captain, are you still smoking?" Luo Qingtian feigned fear at the sound and hid behind the men. The man smiled at Luo Qingtian behind him, his eyes filled with an ambiguous emotion. "Yes, I am. What brought you here?" The two men whispered, "We just came up from downstairs and heard a few patrolmen were missing. They thought something was wrong, so they sent us to tell you." The man's expression froze at the words. "Okay, I see. You should leave first. The base commander probably needs help the most right now." The two exchanged glances. "Okay, I understand." With that, they headed straight for the base commander's room. After the two men left, the man's aura suddenly grew fiercer. "They're gone." The man distanced himself from Luo Qingtian, smiling at her, his eyes filled with suspicion. "You've been stopped several times along the way, haven't you?" Luo Qingtian feigned fear and took 2 steps back. "Thank you. I've certainly been stopped several times along the way." The man chuckled. "It can't be helped. The men in this ancient building all like beautiful women. Seeing you, I naturally had to stop you. But I'm a little curious. How did you get here? Or are you the one who caused my team to disappear?" With that, the man's fist struck Luo Qingtian between the eyebrows. Luo Qingtian reached out and grabbed the man's fist. The aura around her turned icy cold at that moment, and she looked at the man with a cold, murderous gaze. Seeing Luo Qingtian's sudden change, the man chuckled again. "As expected, you were the one who attacked the ancient building last night, weren't you? I never thought there was such a powerful female psychic like you." Luo Qingtian chuckled softly. "Have you heard that saying? What was it? Villains die from talking too much." As soon as she finished speaking, Luo Qingtian's grip on the man's hand suddenly tightened. The man felt as if his fist had been crushed by a powerful force and opened his mouth to scream. However, Luo Qingtian was incredibly fast. Before the man could even utter a single sound, she swiftly leaned forward, her other hand covering his mouth. The man's voice was muffled. Luo Qingtian seized the opportunity and thrust her knee hard into the man's chest, hitting him squarely in the heart. The man doubled over in pain, and Luo Qingtian followed with a fierce elbow to the back of his neck. A dagger suddenly appeared in her hand, and at the moment the blow struck the man's neck, she plunged it into his skull. The series of movements was so swift and brutal that the man barely had time to utter a single sound before he was completely dead. Luo Qingtian pulled back the dagger, the blade already turning green. The moment the man fell to the ground, his body was rapidly dissolved by the green solution, and a moment later, he disappeared without a trace. Luo Qingtian curled her lips. "I thought he was so powerful. It's all show and no substance." She sheathed the dagger and turned back into the space. She had originally worn the red cheongsam for ease of movement, but once inside this building, it not only didn't work, but also attracted attention. Luo Qingtian returned to the space, and quickly changed into something more comfortable. Then, She left the space and headed straight for the base commander's room. Perhaps inspired by the man's warning, a dozen psychics were now standing at the base commander's door. When Luo Qingtian arrived, they all looked over. That's her. With that, the psychics rushed towards Luo Qingtian, their powers flashing as they approached, attacking her recklessly. Luo Qingtian wore a hat, and her dagger had been replaced with a bone knife. As the psychics approached, she wielded the bone knife and charged into the crowd, engaging them in close combat. Today's psychics were clearly far more formidable than those encountered last night, but Luo Qingtian's movements were swift, ruthlessly plunging the bone knife into their chests. Though these psychics were stronger than last night's, they ultimately couldn't withstand more than a few blows from Luo Qingtian. As Luo Qingtian raised her hand to attack, the little green tentacles on her shoulders would occasionally extend to knock back any psychics attacking from behind. One man, one ball, a lone warrior among the psychics. Wherever Luo Qingtian passed, corpses lay strewn. When she reached the base commander's room, the psychic guarding it had been completely annihilated. At this point, Luo Qingtian stopped dodging. Now that her whereabouts had been discovered, she simply kicked the door open and walked in with a dignified air. The base commander's room was incredibly spacious. When Luo Qingtian entered, the front hall was empty. However, observing the mini-map, she saw that many psychics were lurking in this room. Luo Qingtian quickly switched from her bone knife to her flying fire mysterious bow. She drew her bow and aimed at the room with the most psychics. Whoosh! 3 flaming arrows pierced the air. As the arrows neared the door, Luo Qingtian whispered, "Merge." The 3 arrows instantly merged into one, surging into the room with devastating force. Boom! Chapter 338. Arrows pierced the room, causing a massive explosion. All the psychics in the room were blown away and killed, leaving no one unharmed. Luo Qingtian's eyes were sharp. She had originally intended to secretly find the base commander, retrieve the earth fragments, and then secretly leave. She hadn't expected this to end in a one-sided massacre. She frowned and sighed, confirming that the base commander was not there. If the base commander was truly here, the surrounding psychics would have rushed out to fight her when she attacked. At this moment, the door to a room opened, and a group of psychics rushed out. They looked at Luo Qingtian angrily. Soon, all the psychics in the room rushed out. A group of psychics also emerged from outside the door. With the psychics in the room staring at her eagerly, she drew her bow and fired again. Another explosion echoed in the room. Luo Qingtian fought, while searching for the so-called base commander. Luo Qingtian observed the mini-map for a moment, and noticed the base commander was missing from the psychics. Reflecting on the characteristics of the earth fragments, she was certain that perhaps the so-called base commander hadn't even been resting in this room tonight. At this thought, Luo Qingtian instantly understood that this was a trap waiting for her. Luo Qingtian narrowed her eyes, her body suddenly accelerating, and she rushed towards the room where the psychic had been eliminated. Those who tried to stop her were killed in a single blow. Luo Qingtian's movements were so swift and fierce that the psychics dared not approach, and could only follow from a distance. Xiao Lu seized the opportunity to create a small tornado, preventing the others from pursuing her. Luo Qingtian took advantage of this opportunity to jump out of the window. As the other psychics followed, a pair of enormous wings appeared behind her, and she soared into the sky. When she was sure no one could see her, she landed again. Taking advantage of the moonlight, she returned to Lu Daqiang's house. Lu Daqiang was lying on the floor, soundly asleep. When Luo Qingtian entered, he jumped up. Seeing the newcomer, Lu Daqiang breathed a sigh of relief. "Sister Luo, you're back." Lu Qingtian sat down on the bed as soon as she entered. "I went to the ancient building again, hoping to find your base commander. Alas, I couldn't find him again." Lu Daqiang looked puzzled. "Sister Luo, you're looking for the base commander just for a piece of gray stone?" Lu Qingtian pursed her lips. "Yes." Lu Qingtian answered simply. Lu Daqiang thought about the destroyed rooftop he had seen, then about the people Luo Qingtian had killed. The corners of his mouth twitched. The blow was so brutal. Anyone who didn't know the destructive power would have thought Luo Qingtian and the base commander had a deep grudge. He glanced at Luo Qingtian uncertainly. Luo Qingtian happened to catch this look. Luo Qingtian truly felt wronged. This outcome was beyond her imagination. Every time she went to see the base commander, it would turn into a one-sided fight. This was the second time, and she hadn't even seen the base commander, let alone finding the earth fragments. Thinking of this, Luo Qingtian sat on her bed, sulking. A low pressure settled over the room. Lu Daqiang looked at the enraged Luo Qingtian, wishing he could hide himself, fearing her anger would affect him. After a sleepless night, the next day, Luo Qingtian followed Lu Daqiang to the meeting point. In the center of the ancient city street stood a red gate beam. When Lu Daqiang and Luo Qingtian arrived, over 20 people had already gathered. Luo Qingtian frowned. Do you need so many people for a single mission? Lu Daqiang smiled awkwardly. No, these people are from 3 teams. Our team originally had 7 people, but with Wuzi gone, there are only 6 left. Including you, Sister Luo, it's only 7. At that moment, the person on the other side spotted Lu Daqiang and waved at him. Daqiang, come here. With that, Lu Daqiang quickened his pace and joined the crowd. At that moment, someone whispered, I wonder if Wuzi was killed by the invaders from the night before last. I've been looking for him for over a day, and can't find him. Lu Daqiang chuckled dryly. That's fine. I brought a powerful psychic with me this time. He looked at Luo Qingtian respectfully. This is Sister Luo. You have powerful psychics, including healing abilities. We can stay a few days longer this time. Everyone present was surprised to hear about Luo Qingtian's abilities. A single base doesn't necessarily have a healing psychic. They were truly lucky to have met one. Everyone greeted Luo Qingtian, who nodded in response. At this moment, Lu Daqiang whispered, Are there so many teams on a mission today? Should we set off now? One person shook his head. We have to wait for Brother Ming. It seems Brother Ming wants to join us. Lu Daqiang was shocked. Brother Ming wants to join us? Impossible. When has he ever been on a mission with us? He's always just a figurehead, helping us distribute supplies. At this moment, one person turned and glanced around, making sure no one was watching. He waved for everyone to gather. The crowd quickly approached. The man lowered his voice and whispered, Let me tell you, somehow this base has provoked a killer these past few days. The killer destroyed the base commander's armory the day before yesterday, and then destroyed his room last night. Moreover, the god of killing kills without blinking an eye, and anyone who has seen him is silenced. Lu Ming wanted to leave with us, because he was afraid of running into the god of killing in the base. Lu Daqiang, standing nearby, glanced at Luo Qingtian calmly. The god of killing? Haha, I wonder what these people would think if they knew the god of killing was in their ranks. At this moment, Lu Daqiang suddenly felt a little amused. He rubbed his nose and said, Okay, you haven't seen that person again. Maybe you're exaggerating? When will Lu Ming arrive? The man said unhappily, Of course I have. I was patrolling the ancient building yesterday, so I saw him, naturally. And the man was holding a red bow and arrow, flaming with fire. He must be a fire-type psychic. However, by the time he arrived, the battle was over. And Luo Qingtian had already put away the flying fire mysterious bow. All he saw was a dark figure leaping out the window under the cover of darkness. He couldn't see much of what happened next. At that moment, 2 figures approached from a distance, one tall, one short. One fat, one thin. After seeing the figures, Lu Daqiang whispered, Lu Ming is here, everyone, stop talking. Luo Qingtian looked up and gazed into the distance. 2 men approached, one dressed in black and carrying a simple backpack. When the man in black saw Luo Qingtian, a happy smile crossed his face. Luo Qingtian was also startled when he saw the figure. Why was Luo Xiaowu here? When Luo Xiaowu saw Luo Qingtian, his smile widened. He followed Lu Ming and approached. As they reached the crowd, Luo Xiaowu walked straight up to Luo Qingtian. I found you, Luo Qingtian. Luo Qingtian looked at Luo Xiaowu and opened his mouth, his voice melding into one sentence. Why are you here? Chapter 339. Luo Xiaowu stood about 1.9 meters tall, and he had to bow slightly when looking at Luo Qingtian. At this moment, he exuded a gentle aura, his eyes filled with tenderness, and a smile seemed to overflow. I come to see you, Luo Qingtian, Luo Xiaowu said with a smile. Luo Qingtian's face was filled with confusion. Wasn't Luo Xiaowu from the ancient city base? Perhaps sensing Luo Qingtian's doubt, Luo Xiaowu softly explained, After you left the 3rd base, someone there did some research and said I wasn't from the 3rd base. If I wanted to know my origins, I had to find out myself, so I followed your trail and came here. Luo Qingtian looked at Luo Xiaowu with some surprise, recalling their first meeting, when he was placed in a container of liquid. But he said Luo Xiaowu was a weapon they had created to counter fused humans. Thinking of this, Luo Qingtian instantly dismissed the idea. Even the technology before the apocalypse hadn't reached the level of creating humans out of thin air. She opened her mouth and looked at Luo Xiaowu, momentarily at a loss for words. Because the sight of Luo Xiaowu reminded her of the fledgling system he had mentioned. Well, just yet, she didn't want to drag a son this old around. Luo Xiaowu had no idea what Luo Qingtian was thinking. He simply smiled at him, his eyes filled with happiness and longing, as if nothing in the world could disturb him. At this moment, Lu Ming walked over and laughed. "Brother Luo, is this the Miss Luo Qingtian you've been looking for? Hard work pays off. This is truly a cause for celebration." At this point, Lu Ming suddenly glanced at Lu Daqiang, who was standing nearby. Lu Daqiang felt guilty under his gaze, and turned his head away. Lu Ming then looked at Luo Qing with a smile. "Miss Luo, I didn't expect to see you at the ancient city base. It's truly an honor for me. This young man Luo has gone to great lengths to find you. If you hadn't appeared, he might have already left by now. Now, Miss Luo has come to the ancient city base. With both of you possessing exceptional abilities, I'm sure you accomplish something if you stay there." Listening to Lu Ming's eloquent speech, Luo Qingtian had a rough idea of what was going on. This Luo Xiaowu had come to the ancient city base solely to find him, and Lu Ming had been trying to find an excuse or a way to keep Luo Xiaowu. The doubts in his heart completely dissipated, and Luo Qingtian looked at Luo Xiaowu with a hint of sincerity and relief. Lu Ming looked at the two, then considered their surnames. He assumed they were siblings, and smiled, saying, "Originally, I was planning to go with you on this zombie hunt, but now that Brother Luo and Miss Luo have joined, I feel reassured and will not be accompanying you. I wish you all a safe journey and a speedy return." Lu Ming clasped his fists to the psychics present, seemingly with great generosity. Someone whispered, "Is there something wrong with Lu Ming? When did he become so polite and so refined? I just thought he'd been possessed." After this, everyone present lowered their heads and stifled laughter. The leading captain murmured, "Shh, don't talk." Then, smiling, he said to Lu Ming, "Thank you, Brother Ming, for your advice. We'd definitely be back soon." After a brief farewell, the captain led Luo Qingtian's team out of the base. As they walked, the captain introduced Luo Qingtian and Luo Xiaowu. "You two are new to our team. Let me briefly introduce you. Our squad is the Longma squad. My name is Chao Zhen, and I'm the captain of the Longma squad. Miss Luo must already know Lu Dahai. As for the other team members, this is Feng Qian, this is Zhu Li, and this is Zhou Hua." By the time Chao Zhen had finished briefly introducing everyone, they had already arrived outside the base gate. Zombies were already moving around outside the ancient city. When these people appeared, several zombies quickly turned their gazes. However, those zombies were significantly more intelligent. Upon seeing these people, they didn't charge forward, but turned and ran away. Chao Zhen frowned, watching the retreating zombies, and said, "It seems their intelligence is evolving. I wonder what those zombies staring at us are up to." As he finished, someone brought out a jeep, and Chao Zhen and the others quickly got in. The jeep wasn't big, only seating 5, yet they managed to squeeze in 7. The remaining members of the team were Luo Qingtian, Luo Xiaowu, and Lu Daqiang. At this moment, Chao Zhen popped his head out of the passenger seat and said sheepishly, "Alas, Huzi has been manning the other car. Now that Huzi's gone, why don't you figure out a plan? We'd be waiting for you up front." Chao Zhen, with a look of apology on his face, walked away as the others watched. Luo Qingtian watched Chao Zhen's car depart and whispered, "Have you ever offended him?" Lu Daqiang thought for a moment and shook his head, "No, but the captain has never liked Huzi and me." It said Huzi and him had fought over women and cars. Luo Qingtian rolled his eyes at Lu Daqiang and was about to retrieve the car from his space when he saw Luo Xiaowu's hand begin to emit a dark aura. The next moment, a spacious and stylish Nani car appeared before the three of them. The Nani car was completely black. Even the windows had a light black tinted glass. Luo Xiaowu glanced at Lu Daqiang. "Can you drive?" Lu Daqiang was still completely stunned. How could someone conjure such a luxurious car out of thin air? What a remarkable ability that must be. Until he heard Luo Xiaowu's question, his body trembled, and he quickly nodded, "Yes. Yes." Luo Xiaowu then opened the car door. "Qingtian, let's get in the car." With that, Luo Xiaowu took Luo Qingtian's hand and climbed into the back seat. Luo Qingtian frowned at being held by Luo Xiaowu, trying to pull her hand back without a sound. But Luo Xiaowu's strength was exceptionally great, and she found herself unable to withdraw her hand. She even felt as if it were restrained by something. This realization startled Luo Qingtian. She knew her own strength, but how could Luo Xiaowu actually hold her? Only after Luo Qingtian had settled comfortably into her seat did Luo Xiaowu withdraw his hand. He sat down beside Luo Qingtian. Lu Daqiang watched them settle into their seats, then cheerfully started the car, stepped on the accelerator, and chased the jeep ahead. The black minivan that Luo Xiaowu had conjured was moving at a rapid pace. In less than 20 minutes, it had caught up with the jeep. In the back seat of the jeep, several men were huddled together, barely able to move. Whenever anyone tried to move, others would follow suit. "Captain, we're catching up." Lu Daqiang, bashfully opening the window as he caught up, shouted in the direction of the jeep. Chapter 340. In the jeep, someone leaned over and saw Lu Daqiang, like a lord, steering with one hand, his other arm resting loosely on the window with his elbow bent. He looked as lazy as a young man on a trip. The people in the neighboring jeep stared at this scene. Chaozhen felt even worse. He had disliked Hua Zi and Lu Ming to begin with, and therefore disliked Lu Daqiang with them. He had originally planned to deal with these three first, then return to pick them up after getting his teammates closer to the zombie swarm. After all, fighting zombies still required some powerful psychics. He had never imagined that one of these three had a spatial psychic, and that they were driving such a nice car. Chaozhen instantly became interested in this car, even thinking of an excuse to get in. The two cars sped along the highway. Along the way, they encountered numerous low-level zombies, but the crystal cores they harvested were all low-level, essentially useless against Esperians above level 4 or 5. After driving for an unknown amount of time, the rear hood of the jeep, which had been in the lead, suddenly began to heat up. Then, a rattling sound began to emanate from the exhaust pipe. The jeep stalled and stopped mid-road. At that moment, 5 people tumbled out of the back seat of the jeep, followed by Chaozhen and the driver. Boom! The moment they exited, the jeep exploded. Lu Daqiang stopped, opened the window, and asked, "What's going on? Why is your car on fire?" Chaozhen, looking distressed at his damaged car, said, "There's an enemy attack." After saying this, Lu Daqiang's expression changed. Luo Xiaowu raised his hand, and the nanny car began to vanish bit by bit. After the entire vehicle vanished, only Luo Qitian and Luo Xiaowu remained where the nanny car had vanished. This scene shocked everyone present, and their expressions towards Luo Xiaowu changed. Lu Daqiang then gave Luo Xiaowu a thumbs up. "Brother Luo, you're amazing." Luo Xiaowu ignored Lu Daqiang and looked at Luo Qitian. "If you like this car, I make you a more comfortable one after we're done with those flies." Luo Qitian looked up at Luo Xiaowu and nodded. "Okay." With that, she gazed sternly into the distance, where a burly man appeared. The man was shirtless, his muscles clearly defined. His face was pale, and there was a strange pattern on his forehead. The man glanced in their direction with a vague smile on his face, as if he'd seen something delicious. Especially when he looked at Luo Qitian, he extended his slender tongue and licked around his lips, looking greasy and disgusting. Luo Qitian was so disgusted by the sight that she nearly vomited. She suppressed her nausea and hid behind Lu Dahai and Luo Xiaowu. Chaozhen and the others happened to see this. They quickly approached Luo Qitian and shielded her behind them. "Since you only have healing abilities, find a good place to hide. We won't be able to take care of you when the battle starts." Chaozhen then turned to the man across from her. "What do you mean, brother? We're from the ancient city base. If you're planning to rob someone mid-route, think twice." The man across from him suddenly laughed upon hearing this. As he laughed, a row of white teeth jutted out from the corners of his mouth, 2 sharp fangs protruding from his canines, giving him a rather terrifying and menacing look. "Is this human?" Lu Daqiang, standing nearby, noticed this and whispered. Luo Xiaowu shook his head. "He smells like the dead. He's a zombie." After saying this, Chaozhen, who was standing beside him, instantly straightened up. At first, he didn't understand why this man was trying to stop him, but after hearing Luo Xiaowu's words, he instantly understood the man's identity. "Goodness, we're confronted by a zombie king right out of the gate, and he's quite intelligent. We're truly unlucky. Team members, beware. Where there's a zombie king, there are zombie hordes. Prepare for battle." As soon as he finished speaking, a swarm of zombies rushed out from all directions, heading straight for their team. "Oh my god, so many zombies. What's the point of fighting them?" Feng Qian said, suddenly pulling out a motorcycle from his space, pretending to run away at any moment. Chaozhen looked at Feng Qian with a twisted lip. "Feng Qian, what are you doing? The fight hasn't even started yet, and you're already running? Captain, why don't you come with me? With so many zombies, we're definitely no match." Chaozhen gritted his teeth. "If you want to run, run. I brought you all here, and even if I die, I'd bring you back." With that, Chaozhen stood at the front. He had formed the team, he had chosen the members. No matter how much he hated some of them, he wouldn't abandon them. At that moment, the zombies were already charging forward. Then, Lu Daqiang and Luo Xiaowu drew their long-handled weapons and charged at the zombies on the opposite side. Chaozhen was now shrouded in vines. To protect his companions, he unleashed his water-based abilities. A water wall erupted around them. The water wall was also surrounded by vines. Whenever a zombie approached, the water wall would condense into small sharp blades, interspersed with leaves from the vines, and shoot like darts at the surrounding zombies. This attack method, while protecting allies and attacking enemies, seemed powerful, but its only drawback was its limited range. The leaf darts and water-based abilities that struck the zombies did little damage. As Luo Xiaowu rushed forward, a long sword shimmered in black energy suddenly appeared in his hand. He swung it, unleashing his black destructive abilities. Wherever he struck, zombies vanished into thin air. Of course, if you looked closely, you see that these zombies that vanished out of thin air were actually reduced to dust in an instant, then dissipated into the world. Lu Daqiang used to be lazy and fond of picking fights, but when facing zombies, he didn't dare slack off. As the zombies charged, his hands transformed from daggers into machetes. After slashing through a group of zombies, the machetes morphed into two sharp knives. Chaozhen stood in the center of the squad, providing protection, when he suddenly noticed that the healer, Luo Qitian, had disappeared at some point, along with a zombie man in the distance. At that moment, in an open space not far from the zombie horde, Luo Qitian stared expressionlessly at the zombie king across from him. As the zombie king looked at Luo Qitian, he extended his long, slender tongue once again, licking his lips. He also patted his muscular torso, like a gorilla in heat. Watching this, Luo Qitian felt a headache and an urge to vomit. Chapter 341. The zombie king across from Luo Qitian saw Luo Qitian's shocked expression, and thought he was shocked by his own majesty. It puffed out its chest proudly, showing off its powerful muscles, and stretched out its large feet, which looked like they were either 48 or 50 inches, and swaggered towards Luo Qitian. As it walked, it kept winking at Luo Qitian and sticking out its tongue. The tongue circled around its mouth and quickly retracted. As it withdrew its tongue, it didn't forget to smile at Luo Qitian. Luo Qitian watched the scene with shock. As the zombie approached, she finally couldn't hold it in anymore and bent over to vomit. "Oh my god, if I'd done something wrong, please punish me. Can someone tell me how such a bizarre creature could appear after the zombie king evolved? Did this thing crawl out of an oil barrel?" By the time Luo Qitian stood up, the zombie king had already strode towards her, reaching out to grab her face. Luo Qitian suppressed her nausea and quickly leaped back, an icy arrow rapidly forming in her hand. The icy arrow struck the zombie king's wrist, freezing it. Luo Qitian took the opportunity to distance herself from the zombie king, but the ice on the zombie king's body quickly shattered. The next moment, the zombie king's body suddenly accelerated, catching up with Luo Qitian. In the blink of an eye, the zombie king was in front of Luo Qitian. Luo Qitian was shocked by the zombie king's speed. Then a gust of wind struck, and Luo Qitian paused, ducking. The zombie king's fist missed, and she took the opportunity to spin and punch the zombie king in the back. Bang! The zombie king was sent flying by the punch. Luo Qitian retreated again, creating distance between herself and the zombie king. The zombie king fell heavily to the ground, then quickly climbed back up, its mouth open and a ferocious expression on its face as it charged towards Luo Qitian. As it charged towards Luo Qitian, its nails grew long and sharp, like sharp iron spikes, piercing Luo Qitian's heart. A flaming bone knife instantly appeared in Luo Qitian's hand. As the iron spike stabbed towards her, she held it horizontally in front of her, blocking the attack. After its attack was blocked, the zombie king instantly raised its foot and kicked Luo Qitian in the chest. At this moment, 5 iron spikes sprouted from its foot. Luo Qitian was quick-witted and dropped the bone knife, somersaulting several times to avoid the kick. However, the zombie king was incredibly fast, and while dodging, Luo Qitian's lower abdomen was still scratched by the iron spikes. She looked down at her abdomen, where a hideous wound had appeared, and black blood oozed from it. Black blood, the poison was spreading. The zombies across from him let out a strange laugh when they saw Luo Qitian injured. "You will soon become my wife." A low, raspy voice emanated from the zombie king's lips. Although his words were intermittent, Luo Qitian still heard them clearly. Luo Qitian touched her clothes and saw that black lines had appeared on the wound on her lower abdomen, and they were rapidly spreading. Luo Qitian released a healing power onto her lower abdomen. The wound healed instantly, but the lines on her lower abdomen did not disappear. Furthermore, the lines on her lower abdomen were rapidly spreading around her body, and Luo Qingtian could clearly feel them wherever they passed. Her body began to stiffen. Luo Qingtian frowned and looked at the zombie king across from her. Corpse poison? If it were just ordinary zombie poison, her body would be perfectly capable of resisting it. But this on her lower abdomen was clearly no ordinary zombie poison. The zombie king's expression grew even more greasy when he saw Luo Qingtian looking at him. It stuck out its tongue again at Luo Qingtian, licking the edge of its mouth. "Woman, you're about to be mine. Are you happy?" The zombie king said this and flirted with Luo Qingtian again. Because zombies' eyes had evolved and become very rigid, the eyeballs in their sockets flipped upside down as it flirted, and its pupils turned white. Seeing this movement, Luo Qingtian instinctively felt like vomiting again. Originally, she was amazed at the zombie's attack speed and its inherent abilities. She was still trying to figure out how to fight, but now her only thought was to kill the creature in front of her. But the poison in her body was still spreading rapidly. Her body continued to stiffen, her temperature dropping rapidly. As Luo Qingtian pondered what to do, she suddenly thought of the poison. She placed her hand on her lower abdomen and used the poison skill to corrode it. The venom quickly moved across her abdomen, spreading along the lines. Unspeakable pain filled her five senses. Luo Qingtian grimaced in pain, but she gritted her teeth, letting the venom dissolve the zombie king's poison bit by bit. Only when the lines completely disappeared did Luo Qingtian retract the poison skill. At this point, her lower abdomen was a bloody mess, and she couldn't tell whether it was the poison or the zombie virus. She cast another healing skill on herself, and the wound on her lower abdomen quickly healed, and the black lines disappeared. The zombies across from her, unaware that Luo Qingtian had already cleared the toxin, continued to flirt with her. One moment, they raised their arms, revealing their muscular form. The next, they lowered them, jutting their pectorals for Luo Qingtian to see. Seeing this, Luo Qingtian burst into laughter. "I fought so many zombies, but I never encountered one as disgusting as you. You idiot! Are you ready to die?" Luo Qingtian said, her body suddenly accelerating. In the blink of an eye, she was in front of the zombie. Bang! Luo Qingtian, with all her might, punched the zombie king, sending it crashing into the ground. When he emerged, half of the zombie king's face was already distorted. Luo Qingtian then charged again. He stomped hard on the other side of the zombie king's face. The zombie struggled to his feet, and Luo Qingtian quickly leaped back, creating some distance between them. It roared angrily, rising to its feet. Its feet and hands transformed into sharp iron spikes, and like a sloth at full speed, it charged towards Luo Qingtian. Not far away, Luo Qingtian stood there, her eyes narrowed, motionless as she watched the oncoming zombie king. The moment the zombie king charged, she slammed her fist into the ground. Domain! The next moment, Luo Qingtian and the zombie king vanished from their positions. In the distance, Luo Xiaowu, battling a horde of zombies, suddenly lost all sense of Luo Qingtian's presence. "Luo Qingtian, where's Qingtian? Is she abandoning me again?" He looked in horror at the spot where Luo Qingtian and the zombie king had disappeared, then turned and began to run, intending to find Luo Qingtian. But before he had gotten far, Lu Daqiang grabbed him by the hem of his shirt. "Brother Luo, Sister Luo is so formidable, don't worry. Stay here and kill the zombies. Otherwise, we won't be able to handle you if you leave." Chapter 342. After hearing this, Luo Xiaowu immediately regained his composure. That's right, Luo Qingtian wouldn't abandon her teammates for no reason. She should be back soon. Thinking of this, Luo Xiaowu composed herself and began to focus on battling the zombies before her. Inside the domain, Luo Qingtian stood in the pitch-black world, her hands clenched tightly, occasionally making the crisp sound of bones clashing. The muscular zombie king across from him stood still, unable to move. The zombie king felt his body grow incredibly heavy. Although he couldn't feel pain, every step felt like a 1,000-pound burden on his feet. He struggled to lift his foot, and then dropped it heavily, as if frozen in place. Luo Qingtian had already reached the zombie king, and his body had become incredibly heavy. Watching Luo Qingtian approach, he opened his mouth, but no sound came out. Boom, boom, boom. Luo Qingtian didn't give the zombie king a chance to speak, punching it 3 times in a row. The zombie king was knocked to the ground. After falling, the zombie king tried to get up, but Luo Qingtian was incredibly fast, rushing in front of the zombie king and kicking him hard. Bang! The kick pierced the zombie king's abdomen. Luo Qingtian didn't stop there. She cast a fire enchantment on her fists. punching the Zombie King again and again in the face and body. The Zombie King's spiked hands tried to strike Luo Qingtian several times, but she punched them back. Finally, Luo Qingtian took out her dagger and chopped off all of the Zombie King's spiky limbs. Then she continued to punch the Zombie King's face and head. Damn it! I'm disgusting you! I'm disgusting you! With every punch, Luo Qingtian felt a sense of exhilaration. Not until the Zombie King's head was severely deformed did Luo Qingtian stop. A dagger materialized in her hand, and she plunged it directly into the Zombie King's skull. The Zombie King was instantly killed. Luo Qingtian stood up and retracted her domain. Xiaolu jumped off her shoulders and stuffed the Zombie King's corpse directly into her mouth. Of course, it didn't forget to clean the Zombie King's crystal core and handed it to Luo Qingtian. After defeating the Zombie King, Luo Qingtian quickly ran towards Luo Xiaolu. At this moment, Luo Xiaolu's side's battle was about to end. Faced with the vast swarm of zombies, Luo Xiaolu moved at top speed through them. Zombies vanished wherever she went. When Luo Qingtian arrived, only a handful of zombies remained. Luo Qingtian looked at the vanishing zombies with heartache, then turned to Luo Xiaolu speechlessly. Does this kid even realize how many crystal cores he's lost? Luo Xiaolu also noticed Luo Qingtian's return. He turned and smiled at him. Qingtian! Wait a minute, I finished these zombies right away. Luo Qingtian shook his head excitedly. You can finish them, but leave the heads behind. Otherwise, why are we even here? At this moment, Luo Xiaolu, who was about to finish off the zombie in front of him, reflexively withdrew his hand. Okay. I got it. The next moment, Luo Xiaolu attacked the zombies again. This time, he controlled his strength. Of the zombies he eliminated, only the heads remained, the rest of the bodies and limbs vanished without a trace. When all the zombies were eliminated, the battlefield was littered with zombie heads. The scene was terrifying, and even Xiaolu lost his desire to devour them. Chaozhen and the others were completely stunned by Luo Xiaolu's immense strength. He finally understood why someone like Lu Ming would be so flattering to Luo Xiaolu. Thinking of his previous attitude, Chaozhen felt a surge of regret. Luo Xiaolu turned to Luo Qingtian, I left my head behind. Do you want me to help you clean out the crystal core? Luo Qingtian shook her head. No, this mission was all about the crystal core. Let them clean it up. Luo Xiaolu listened to Luo Qing and nodded curtly. Then he ran to her side and began to unleash his supernatural powers. A black aura emanated from Luo Xiaolu's hand. Gradually, the black aura grew larger, eventually transforming into a larger and more luxurious limousine. Luo Xiaolu looked at Luo Qingtian as if offering a treasure. Qingtian, this car is more comfortable. Let's get in. Luo Qingtian stared at the nanny car in front of them in amazement, then turned to Luo Xiaolu. Xiaolu, is this your superpower? She always remembered Luo Xiaolu's superpower as destruction. Destroy everything he wanted to destroy. But now, Luo Xiaolu could not only destroy, but also create. Luo Qingtian was a little envious. Luo Xiaolu nodded. Destruction can also create. You see, I'm creating, but I'm actually just restoring what I destroyed. To put it bluntly, the power of destruction contains creation. The two were talking in the car when Lu Daqiang approached and took the driver's seat. The three of them waited quietly in the car, waiting for Chaozhen and the others to clear the zombie cores. Half an hour later, 7 people arrived near the nanny car. Chaozhen looked at Luo Qing awkwardly. Ms. Luo, Mr. Luo, all the zombie cores have been cleared. Our car was destroyed in the recent battle, and we're still a long way off. Look, you have plenty of space in your car. Could you give us a ride? Hearing this, Luo Xiaolu opened the window and stuck his head out, sneering, a ride? Where did you see there was plenty of space in my car? How about this? You just walk slowly at the back, and we meet you in front when we're almost there. Luo Xiaolu repeated these words to Chaozhen, and Chaozhen felt his face flush. He laughed dryly. Mr. Luo, I was wrong. But we had no choice just now. Our jeep is only this big. Look, it's getting late. Night is when the zombies are most active. The zombie king who just escaped might reappear at any moment. Will you just let us in? Luo Xiaolu stared at Chaozhen expressionlessly, his dark eyes almost filling their sockets, and a chilling aura emanated from his body. He stared at Chaozhen, making him feel as if he were weighed down by lead. At this moment, Luo Qingtian looked around and said, It's getting late. Nighttime is indeed when the zombies are most active. Xiaolu, you can attach a carriage to the back. At Luo Qingtian's words, Luo Xiaolu's previously expressionless face immediately broke into a warm and gentle smile. With a slight upward curve of his lips, he looked at Luo Qitian and said gently, "Okay. All yours." With these words, Luo Xiu stepped out of the car, and black mist appeared in his hand again. The next moment, a small carriage appeared behind the Nani van. Luo Xiaowu thoughtfully attached a hook to this carriage. Chapter 343. Luo Xiaowu withdrew his hand, raised an eyebrow, and looked at the 7 people standing behind him. He said, "Okay, this car is yours. But we don't know the way, so we have to find someone who knows the way to take the passenger seat." As soon as he finished speaking, several people stepped forward, attempting to take the passenger seat. However, before they could even get in, Chaoshan pulled them down. "I'm most familiar with the place we're going to, so let me lead the way." Chaoshan spoke, completely disregarding the other teammates' opinions, and walked directly to the driver's seat. The others had no choice but to board the next car. The car was completely empty, devoid of anything, not even a seat. The light inside was dim, and the windows were pitifully small. It was already approaching dusk. After entering the car, the door closed, and the interior was pitch black, making it impossible to see a thing. Just as the 6 people entered the car, Lu Daqiang, whether intentionally or not, started the engine and stepped on the accelerator, sending the van careening forward without warning. Caught off guard, several people in the car fell to the ground in disarray. The car sped along the road. After the apocalypse, many roads, previously paved and asphalt, had been damaged by the growth of mutant plants. The ride was bumpy. Luo Qingtian's seat had been specially modified by Luo Xiaowu, with excellent shock absorption, so she didn't feel the bumps. But the people in the back of the car were in trouble. Every time they sat down, they were thrown over by inertia. The slightest acceleration or deceleration sent the people lurching from side to side, and several times everyone nearly vomited. But remembering that this car was Luo Xiaowu's creation, they swallowed the sour and bitter taste in their stomachs. After running for who knows how long, it finally got dark. The biggest fear on a road like this is the sudden appearance of zombies. Chaoshan turned back to Luo Qingtian and said, "Miss Luo, just a little further on is Qing City, where we're headed. Qing City isn't big, but it has a large population and complex roads. If we take the wrong turn at a single intersection, we have to circle the entire city. So, it's really inconvenient to be in Qing City at night." Luo Qingtian had heard that Qing City was a magical 8D city, but she hadn't made the time to visit before the apocalypse. She hadn't expected to find herself here now, searching for her parents. "Let's find a place to camp nearby." After Luo Qingtian finished speaking, Lu Daqiang immediately slowed down and began searching for an open space. Soon, he found an open area and drove down the damaged asphalt road. Then he stopped in an area with less dense grass. Luo Qingtian got out of the car, pulled out a few tents from her space, and handed them to Lu Daqiang, motioning him to set up camp. After Luo Qingtian got off the bus, Luo Xiaowu, without caring whether anyone else had gotten out, raised his hand, and the Nani van and the carriage behind it vanished into a cloud of black smoke. The 6 people in the carriage collapsed to the ground the moment it vanished. As they landed, they lay prone on the ground and vomited. Luo Xiaowu frowned, glanced at them, and said, "If you want to vomit, get out of here. We're going to rest here later. Who are you trying to disgust by vomiting here?" As soon as he finished speaking, the 6 people glared at him. Is this man a demon? Who caused their misery? But when they looked up, they met Luo Xiaowu's dark eyes. Those were cold, emotionless, and gloomy eyes. The pupils nearly filled their entire eye sockets. Under the gaze, the 6 of them felt a chill run down their backs. The curses they wanted to utter were on the tip of their tongues, but they froze. They supported each other to their feet and walked away. After the others had left, Luo Xiaowu turned his gaze to Luo Qingtian. His once stern face was instantly replaced by a warm smile. His eyes became incredibly gentle, as if a spring water threatened to drown Luo Qingtian. He walked over to Luo Qingtian. "Qingtian, what would you like to eat? I brought a lot of delicious food." With that, Luo Xiaowu began to rummage through his backpack. Canned food, bread, self-heating rice, all these foods, considered precious in the apocalypse, were laid out before him. However, for Luo Qingtian, these were merely a means of satisfying hunger when time was of the essence. But when she saw Luo Xiaowu's expectant eyes, she forced a smile. "Well, thank you. But it's cold, I still want something warm." Luo Qing finished, glancing at Lu Daqiang. Lu Daqiang understood, and immediately pulled noodles and dried meat from his backpack. He also took out a casserole and pot, and began to cook the noodles. Soon, the steaming noodles were ready. Luo Xiaowu quickly conjured up a dining table. Luo Qingtian also pulled out 2 servings of Shen Yuran's meals from her space. The 3 of them gathered around the table and began to enjoy this rare treat. Lu Daqiang hadn't tasted anything so delicious since the apocalypse, especially the beef brisket with potatoes, tomatoes, and a refreshing vegetable stir-fry. He nearly swallowed his tongue. As Lu Daqiang devoured his meal, he excitedly exclaimed, "Sister Luo, where did you get such delicious food? This tastes even better than what was served in the grand restaurants before the apocalypse." Listening to Lu Daqiang's praise, Luo Qingtian's thoughts involuntarily drifted to Shen Yuran and Yishao. She had been away from the first base for some time, and she had no idea what was happening there. After finishing matters at the ancient city base, she planned to go back and take a look before heading to the 4th base. This was made by a good friend of mine. She knew I was going on a long trip, so she specially prepared a lot of delicious food for me to take with me. Hearing Luo Qingtian's words, Lu Daqiang echoed, "That's wonderful. Having a close friend in this apocalypse is truly enviable." Lu Qingtian simply stared at the food before her, lost in thought. She pulled out the phone Yishao had made from the space. Perhaps because it had been left there, the phone was unresponsive. Luo Qingtian tried to dial Yixiao's number, but only heard a busy tone. She tried Shen Yuran's number again, but the result was the same. Luo Qingtian frowned. Were there problems with either of these 2 people's phones? Why couldn't he contact them? A sense of unease rose within Luo Qingtian. It seemed he had to go back and check. Luo Xiaowu had been watching Luo Qingtian's movements. Seeing her dazed state, he picked up a piece of beef and placed it in her bowl. "Qingtian, what's wrong with you? Are you okay?" Luo Qingtian raised her head and shook it gently. "I'm fine." She suppressed all her emotions and lowered her head to continue eating. Chaozhen, not far away, observed all this. He was filled with regret. If he had gotten along with them back then, perhaps he could now enjoy this delicious food with them. Chapter 344. Unfortunately, there's no such thing as regret. He could only wait silently for the other teammates to return. About half an hour later, Luo Qingtian had finished his meal and was clearing away, but his teammates were still nowhere to be seen. Chaozhen waited impatiently, his gaze fixed on the direction they had left. Just as he was about to go over and look for them, a cry for help rang out from a distance. "Help! Don't eat me!" "Ah!" Several people heard the sound, quickly stood up, and walked towards the source. Luo Qingtian activated his 3rd skill, and saw 6 large red dots running towards them. "Be careful, zombies." As soon as he finished speaking, a psychic named Feng Qian appeared, desperately running towards them. Behind him, a woman was chasing him. Luo Qingtian checked the minimap. The woman was shown as a large red dot. "Zombies." A flaming arrow condensed in Luo Qingtian's hand. Then, she fired at Feng Qian, who was running ahead. "Get down." The moment the flaming arrow was released, Luo Qingtian's voice rang out. Feng Qian, who was running in the front, instinctively threw himself to the ground upon hearing the voice. The arrow instantly flew over Feng Qian and struck a female zombie chasing behind him. The female zombie was thin, with a ponytail sticking up high on her head. As Luo Qingtian's arrows approached, the female zombie somersaulted backward several times, deftly dodging the arrows. In this moment, Feng Qian ran back to Chaozhen. "Wow, Captain, Zhou Hua and the others have been bitten," Feng Qian cried as he spoke. Chaozhen felt a pang of pain in his heart upon hearing this. Just as he was about to help Feng Qian up, he saw Zhou Hua running towards him from a distance. "Boss, be careful. Feng Qian's been bitten. He's trying to kill us." Immediately afterwards, Julie also ran over. "Boss, they all been bitten, be careful." With these words, the other members of the Longma team also ran over. "Captain, help. They all been bitten." At this moment, Chaozhen's head was buzzing. Feng Qian said Zhou Hua was bitten, now Zhou Hua said Feng Qian was bitten, and Zhu Li said everyone was bitten. He instinctively kicked Feng Qian far away, and hid near Luo Qingtian and Luo Xiaowu. Feng Qian tried to approach Chaozhen, but Lu Daqiang transformed his hands into 2 large steel knives and held them in front of him. "Don't come over here. If you dare take another step forward, I chop you up." Feng Qian, frightened by Lu Daqiang's ferocious expression, quickly took 2 steps back. "No, Daqiang, I really wasn't bitten." At this moment, Zhu Li and Zhou Hua also ran over. However, as they approached the group, Luo Xiaowu's hands were enveloped in black smoke. Then, 2 black armors enveloped Luo Xiaowu's arms. "Don't come any closer. If you dare come any closer, I kill you." This successfully stopped Zhu Li and Zhou Hua in their tracks. The two exchanged glances, each seeing suspicion and fear in the other's eyes. Then, they simultaneously distanced themselves from each other. At this moment, the remaining group also ran back, also distancing themselves from each other. Luo Xiaowu approached Luo Qingtian and asked, "What's going on with these people? Who are the zombies? Why do I smell the stench of corpses on them?" Luo Qingtian checked the minimap. The woman chasing Feng Qian was a large red dot, and behind it, 5 other red dots of the same size were hidden around it. In other words, none of these people were bitten by the zombies. But why did they think they were all bitten by zombies? Before Luo Qingtian could figure it out, the female zombie who had just dodged the arrow attack suddenly shot 3 wooden arrows in his direction. However, as these arrows flew in front of Luo Qingtian, they were caught by Luo Xiaowu. The next moment, they turned to ash in Luo Xiaowu's hands. Luo Xiaowu turned his head to look at the female zombie, his eyes dark and cold, and a murderous aura emanated from him. "You dare to hurt her," Luo Xiaowu said, his body instantly disappearing from the spot. The next moment, he appeared in front of the female zombie. Bang! No one saw how Luo Xiaowu attacked. There was only a loud bang, and the female zombie was pinned to the ground by Luo Xiaowu. The immense force of Luo Xiaowu's attack had created a large crater in the ground. Boom boom boom. With 3 consecutive punches, Luo Xiaowu flattened the female zombie's head. He searched inside the zombie's skull for a moment, finding a green crystal core. Then, with disdain, he destroyed the body. He stood up and walked towards Luo Qingtian. All this happened in a flash, and the members present stared at Luo Xiaowu in amazement. That was the zombie king just now. Luo Xiaowu had defeated him in just a few moves? Isn't that too strong? Chao Jun once again understood why Lu Ming was desperately trying to win over Luo Xiaowu. Lu Daqian approached Luo Qingtian and asked, "Sister Luo, who's stronger, you or brother Luo?" "Of course Qingtian is stronger. After all, Qingtian rescued me too." As Luo Xiaowu spoke, his aura softened. He walked over to his backpack, picked up a bottle of water, cleaned the crystal core, and handed it to Luo Qingtian. "Qingtian, here you go." Luo Qingtian took the crystal core and tossed it into his space. "Thank you." Luo Qingtian had been staring at her minimap. Zhou Hua, Feng Qian, and the others were still showing as small blue dots. There was no sign of them turning into small red dots, which meant they were all human, not zombies. She opened her mouth to explain when she saw another figure running towards her from the distance. "Boss, Captain, they're all zombies." Luo Qingtian looked at the person running towards her. It was Feng Qian. Seeing another Feng Qian running towards her, everyone present was startled. Why another Feng Qian? Who is this Feng Qian? With these words, everyone moved away from Feng Qian. Feng Qian looked at her and was about to explain. Suddenly, Feng Qian's eyes turned red, and the next moment, his body flew out, heading straight for Chao Jun. Luo Qingtian noticed that Feng Qian had turned into a large red dot on her minimap. Feng Qian, running from afar, appeared as a blue dot on the minimap. Luo Qingtian watched in amazement, then saw the Feng Qian before him reach for Chao Jun. Luo Qingtian narrowed his eyes and unleashed a red arrow. It struck Feng Qian's hand directly. Feng Qian's hand retracted, and he turned to look at Luo Qingtian. He gave Luo Qingtian a cold smile, then slowly fell to the ground. As Feng Qian fell, Luo Qingtian was surprised to find that the Feng Qian before him had reverted to a small blue dot. The Feng Qian in the distance had vanished. At this moment, a voice rang out, "Ah, who are you?" Chapter 345. Zhou Hua stared in shock at himself. Yes, that very self. For some unknown moment, a person identical to himself had appeared before him. Zhou Hua, standing opposite him, pointed and shouted, "Who are you? You look just like me." Luo Qingtian frowned as he looked at the inexplicably appearing Zhou Hua. The minimap showed that this new person was none other than the red dot Zhou Hua. Luo Qingtian frowned, silently condensing a flaming arrow in his hand. While Zhou Hua and the zombie Zhou Hua were arguing, Luo Qingtian's flaming arrow shot forth. Zombie Zhou Hua keenly noticed the arrow. It suddenly hugged Zhou Hua, and both the man and the zombie rolled to the ground. The two hugged each other and rolled far away. Then Zhou Hua stood up and pointed at Luo Qingtian and cursed, "Luo Qingtian, what do you mean? You're so sneaky and treacherous against me. Are you trying to kill me?" Luo Qingtian had been staring at the small map in his mind. It showed Zhou Hua, who was chasing and cursing him, as a small blue dot. The one lying on the ground was a large red dot. But he had clearly just hit the zombie king. At this moment, Luo Xiao's eyes became dark and deep again. He looked at Zhou Hua, who was jumping across from him, as if he were looking at a dead man. Luo Qingtian walked over to Luo Xiao and whispered, "You're fast. Listen to my instructions." Luo Qingtian already had a hypothesis about the zombie. If it was as she thought, then this ability would be very valuable. After hearing Luo Qingtian's words, Luo Xiao's aura instantly softened. He smiled at Luo Qingtian and said, "Okay. I listen to you." Luo Qingtian stared at the small map, her hand gathering another arrow. This time, she aimed at Zhou Hua on the ground. Whoosh! The red arrow shot towards Zhou Hua. Suddenly, Zhou Hua on the ground moved, dodging Luo Qingtian's attack. Zhou Hua, still cursing, instantly transformed into a large red dot. "Catch him!" Luo Qingtian pointed at the red dot and shouted. Luo Xiao's figure instantly vanished, reappearing before the red dot. Luo Xiao now grasped Zhou Hua's neck, wisps of black energy lingering around the red dot's neck. Zhou Hua stared at Luo Xiao with crimson eyes. Suddenly, Zheng Hua's body went limp, and he lost consciousness. At that same moment, Zhou Hua transformed back into a small blue dot. The Zhou Hua who had inexplicably appeared also vanished. Seeing this sudden change, Luo Qingtian and Luo Xiao both understood the zombie's special ability. Luo Xiao let go of Zhou Hua and quickly returned to Luo Qingtian's side. At this moment, he was terrified that the zombie would target Luo Qingtian and take over his body. This zombie possessed a sense of its own and possessed a high intelligence. It should be able to exchange consciousness with the person it transformed into when it transformed. So, everyone here could potentially become a zombie. Luo Qingtian's eyes swept around fiercely. By this time, the others had almost guessed what the zombie's special ability was. Thankfully, they were all quite far apart, but to avoid being affected, they distanced themselves again. And the zombie king hadn't appeared near them at this moment. Suddenly, Luo Qingtian pointed at Lu Daqiang and said, "Catch him." Then, everyone saw another Lu Daqiang appear near him. Before Lu Daqiang could react, Luo Xiao grabbed his throat and said, "Brother Luo, don't kill me. I'm not a zombie." As soon as he finished speaking, Lu Daqiang realized he had changed his position, now standing not far behind Luo Xiao. He was now the face of another Lu Daqiang who had inexplicably appeared. "I'm KO. What's going on? Why am I here?" As Lu Daqiang finished speaking, he saw Luo Xiao strangling him not far away. "Brother Luo, I'm here, but don't kill me. That's my body," Lu Daqiang said as he ran towards Luo Xiao. Before he had gotten far, Luo Qingtian appeared behind him. Then, a hand suddenly pierced through Lu Daqiang's body. A sharp pain washed over him. Lu Daqiang looked at Luo Qingtian behind him in disbelief. "Sister Luo, why?" As soon as he finished speaking, he saw Lu Daqiang, held in Luo Xiao's arms, begin to rage. He opened his mouth to bite Luo Xiao, but his current body was human, so he couldn't do any harm. And at that moment, his neck was being pinched by Luo Xiao's hand, until Lu Daqiang's vitality slowly drained away. Just as Lu Daqiang's consciousness gradually faded, the zombie king finally could no longer remain in this body. Suddenly, Lu Daqiang's body paused. Then he fell limply into Luo Xiao's arms. Luo Xiao frowned, retracted his grip, and grasped Lu Daqiang's collar with one hand, placing the other on his chest. Boom! Luo Xiao controlled his strength and punched Lu Daqiang's chest twice. Lu Daqiang opened his eyes, then collapsed to the ground, breathing heavily. "Oh my god, I'm still alive! So good, haha, I'm still alive," Lu Daqiang panted as he spoke, but his voice was low and hoarse, likely due to the injury to his trachea. Luo Qingtian dragged the zombie king's body to Lu Daqiang and cast a healing spell on his neck. Lu Daqiang felt a tickle in his throat, and the next moment, the tightness in his chest disappeared. The pain in his trachea also disappeared. Lu Daqiang took a deep breath. "Thank you, Sister Luo. What about the zombie?" Lu Daqiang said, looking at the zombie's body held by Luo Qingtian. The zombie king's appearance had now been revealed. He was a pale man with a somewhat gentle appearance. His skin was a pale gray. It looked like someone who had been dead for a long time. "Is this the zombie?" Luo Qingtian didn't look at Lu Daqiang, but continued to stare around. The zombie's consciousness was hidden among the crowd, and it hadn't yet taken over their minds. This meant they were still in great danger. Furthermore, the minimap showed 4 zombie kings gazing at them from a distance, as if they were waiting for an opportunity. But Luo Qingtian felt that there was something wrong with the brain circuits of these zombie kings. Yesterday, when he was injured in the battle with the fitness Zombie King and was healing himself, that Zombie King seemed to be waiting for him in the same way. Thinking of this, Luo Qitian suddenly realized something. Aren't these Zombie Kings just smart enough? Chapter 346. Thinking of this, Luo Qitian suddenly realized that she shouldn't be thinking so complicated. The Zombie King was hiding in the crowd, eager to see them become suspicious of each other and fight each other. If they really started fighting, the Zombie King would definitely reveal something. She looked at the people around her and said, "Those who were just swapped by the Zombie King, stand over here." With these words, Feng Qian and Zhou Hua quickly ran towards them. Now everyone present understood, if they wanted to survive, they had to cling to Luo Xiaowu's thighs. Since Luo Xiaowu cared so much about Luo Qingtian, Luo Qing's words were like an imperial decree. Quickly, Feng Qian and Zhou Hua ran behind Luo Xiaowu. Luo Qingtian glanced at Chaozhen behind her, then at Luo Xiaowu. Luo Xiaowu suddenly rushed towards Chaozhen, ready to strangle him. Chaozhen's eyes widened in fear, ready to surrender. Luo Xiaowu paused momentarily, then heard Luo Qingtian shout, "It's Zhu Li." As soon as he finished speaking, everyone present ran away, putting a considerable distance between them and Zhu Li. Luo Xiaowu quickly sprinted towards Zhu Li, only to be grabbed by his neck. Luo Qingtian also rushed forward, dragging the Zombie King's body with him. Zhu Li, like Lu Daqiang earlier, was now held tightly in Luo Xiaowu's grasp. As consciousness neared its end, the Zombie King could no longer hold on. It quickly left Zhu Li's body. It attempted to switch bodies. However, aside from Luo Qingtian and Luo Xiaowu, there was no one around who could possess it. It tried to charge at Luo Xiaowu, but just as it neared Luo Xiaowu's body, it felt its consciousness enveloped by a tremendous destructive force. It finally, feebly, charged at Luo Qingtian, but Luo Qingtian's powerful mental power suffocated it. Just getting close, it was suppressed by Luo Qingtian's mental power, unable to move. Then it watched helplessly, as its consciousness returned to its body. Luo Qingtian had been observing the Zombie King he was dragging. When he felt the Zombie King's body pause, a bone knife appeared in Luo Qingtian's hand. With swift movements, she struck the Zombie King's neck. The Zombie King's head was instantly severed. The transformed zombie was annihilated by Luo Qingtian before it could react. "Little Green, come and eat." After killing the Zombie King, Luo Qingtian called out to Little Green, who had transformed into a hairpin. Little Green immediately jumped off Luo Qingtian's head. Then, transformed into a seaweed ball, it devoured the Zombie King's body in one gulp. After devouring the Zombie King, he didn't forget to spit out a clean zombie crystal core for Luo Qingtian. Looking at the crystal gray color, Luo Qingtian was instantly amazed. Zombie crystal cores of this color are truly rare. Luo Qingtian tossed the core into the space, and the two walked back side by side. Chaozhen then approached them. "Sister Luo, Brother Luo. There are no Zombie Kings now, right?" Chaozhen glanced around with lingering fear. He didn't know if it was an illusion, but he felt like there were several pairs of eyes staring at them. Luo Qingtian shook his head and said, "There look to be 4 more Zombie Kings around here, so quickly find someplace to hide. I'm going to go check with Xiaowu." The remaining 4 Zombie Kings were now scattered around them. Luo Qingtian had already noticed that the people before him had no ability to deal with him. As expected, upon hearing that Zombie Kings were around, everyone's legs went limp with fear. Several of them instantly regretted running so far. Remembering that they were heading to Qing City, they regretted even more the promise they had made to the base commander. They would return with a large quantity of zombie cores. They would each be given 100 kilograms of fine rice. But now they thought, they might not even have enough to eat all that rice. "Captain, with so many Zombie Kings, there must be even more in Qing City. Why don't we abandon the mission and return?" Chaozhen also felt a bit tempted to return, but they had signed a contract with the base commander's secretary when they left. The contract stipulated that no matter how many cores they brought back from this mission, not counting their levels, they must not exceed 100. If they failed, they would voluntarily withdraw from the ancient city base, which meant that whether their mission succeeded or failed, they might not be able to return. Thinking of this, he looked at everyone with a grim expression. "We're afraid we can't go back." Upon learning the contents of the contract, everyone was furious. This contract looked like a plan to get rid of them. If they wanted to go back, they would have to collect hundreds of crystal cores. Everyone sat there dejected, unsure of what to do. Chaozhen counted the crystal cores they had collected and said, "We already collected over 20. If we get 80 more, we can go back with honor." Zhou Hua whispered, "Captain, don't forget what Sister Luo just said." There are 4 zombie kings waiting for us. We won't even know how we died. After saying this, Chaozhen crouched down helplessly, his hands covering his face, unsure of what to do. Only Lu Daqiang stood beside Luo Qingtian and Luo Xiaowu, unfazed. If nothing else, he trusted them to get him out. And that zombie king? A single shot from Sister Luo's bow and arrow would surely kill him. Lu Daqiang now had a mysterious admiration for Luo Qingtian. Of course, he didn't say this. He simply enjoyed watching Chaozhen's bitter and resentful expression. Who told him to always bully him? Chaozhen thought for a moment, and suddenly looked up at Luo Xiaowu. Brother Luo, how about you conjure up a powerful weapon vehicle, and we escape in it? Luo Xiaowu shook his head. I can't make a tank. I can only create comfortable nani cars, motorcycles, and racing cars. He had heard these things from the white-coated men in the lab at the 3rd base. He had also seen a lot of pictures. As Luo Xiaowu spoke, a dark aura swirled around his hand, and a long black stick appeared in his hand. Find a place to hide. I won't care if the zombies come after you, Luo Xiaowu said, looking at Luo Qingtian. I go over there. There are 2 zombie kings close together. Luo Qingtian nodded, a flaming bone knife appearing in his hand. I go over there. The zombie kings over there are farther away. It's very likely that the last zombie king will attack the camp while in there. Be careful, Luo Qingtian said, and walked towards the far left. Chaozhen looked at Luo Qingtian's back and whispered, Isn't Luo Qingtian a healing psychic? Why is she fighting the zombie king? And why do I suddenly feel that she looks familiar? Chapter 347. Lu Daqiang watched Luo Qingtian's receding figure, thought for a moment, and finally decided to follow Luo Qingtian. He had a hunch that all these people combined were no match for Luo Qingtian. Lu Qingtian had only taken a few steps when she spotted Lu Daqiang following behind her. She turned and asked, Why are you following me? Lu Daqiang scratched the back of his head. Sister Luo, I think it's safer to follow you. Lu Qingtian glanced at Lu Daqiang and whispered, Then be careful. I might not be able to take care of you during a fight. Lu Daqiang nodded quickly. Luo Qingtian turned and activated his 3rd skill to its maximum. He re-identified the zombie king's position. Lu Qingtian slowed down, strolling forward as if leisurely. Behind him, Lu Daqiang saw Luo Qingtian slow down and was curious about what he was going to do when Luo Qingtian suddenly disappeared. When he reappeared the next moment, Lu Daqiang was shocked. Luo Qingtian was now a considerable distance away from him. Bang! There was a loud bang, and then Lu Daqiang saw Luo Qingtian dragging a woman out from somewhere. He then punched the woman, sending her flying, right in Lu Daqiang's direction. Oh my god! Lu Daqiang jumped 3 feet in fear. Not wanting to run anymore, he charged towards Luo Qingtian. Lu Qingtian hadn't expected her punch to send the zombie flying towards Lu Daqiang. Seeing Lu Daqiang approaching, she immediately ran towards him. But before she could reach him, a sound of something breaking through the air was heard behind her. Lu Qingtian rolled on the ground. Then, 6 transparent, diamond-like spikes flew out from behind her. He headed straight for Lu Daqiang. A zombie king was trailing behind Lu Daqiang. Lu Daqiang looked at the flying diamond spikes in front of him, then at the zombie king chasing him from behind, and his heart sank. It's over. This time, he's really dead. Thinking of this, Lu Daqiang closed his eyes, waiting for death. But the expected pain didn't come. He opened his eyes, and saw Luo Qingtian had suddenly rushed towards him. He knocked away all the sharp spikes in front of him. Sister Luo, woo-woo, thank you. Lu Daqiang looked at Luo Qingtian excitedly, and was about to speak when the zombie king behind him grabbed at his back. Luo Qingtian grabbed Lu Daqiang and threw him aside, then engaged in a fight with the female zombie king behind him. Seeing Luo Qingtian and the female zombie king fighting fiercely, Lu Daqiang ran towards them. But not long after, he spotted Luo Qingtian engaging in a fierce fight with a male zombie king not far ahead. The male zombie king wore a slim-fitting dark brown suit, his hair standing on end. His movements were fierce yet magnificent as he fought Luo Qingtian. And this zombie king's weapon was surprisingly a long sword made of pure diamond. From time to time, diamond spikes appeared out of thin air around the zombie king, shooting towards Luo Qingtian. Lu Daqiang was a little confused. Wasn't Sister Luo fighting a female zombie? Thinking of this, Lu Daqiang looked behind him. Not far away, Luo Qingtian was indeed fighting the female zombie king. Lu Daqiang looked forward again. There was another Luo Qingtian fighting a male zombie king. What was going on? 2 Luo Qingtians? Lu Daqiang instinctively thought of the zombie king, who could switch consciousness. Could Sister Luo have been possessed by someone else? On second thought, if she had truly been possessed by a zombie king, she should have devoured them. Why was Sister Luo still fighting the zombie king? Luo Qingtian was now battling the two zombie kings with all her might. Just now, when she saw Lu Daqiang about to be captured by the zombie king, she reflexively unleashed her new ability, Duplicate. Before coming to the ancient city base, she had tested her clone in the forest. But back then, the clone didn't consume much mental energy. But now, battling the zombie king, Luo Qingtian realized. It turns out multitasking really does drain mental energy. After fighting for only a short while, Luo Qingtian felt fatigued. Lu Daqiang was still in shock. But soon, he noticed that the Luo Qingtian fighting the female zombie was gradually disappearing. Lu Daqiang finally realized. Is this Sister Luo's ability? Thinking of this, Lu Daqiang once again lifted his leg and ran away. He absolutely couldn't wait in this battle zone, or he would be utterly dead. Luo Qingtian's battle became increasingly strenuous. The male zombie king before him possessed a strange ability. His hands glowed a brilliant black, and anything he touched turned to diamond, even creating diamonds out of thin air. Every time Luo Qingtian's fist landed on the zombie king, it would be blocked by the zombie king's wave, and his fist would instantly harden and transform into diamond. At these moments, Luo Qingtian would furiously unleash his growth skill on his fist, infusing it with the life force he had previously absorbed. This way, his fist would also heal quickly. If Luo Qingtian had encountered someone with this ability before the apocalypse, he might have been overjoyed. But now, Luo Qingtian only felt a headache. And the female zombie behind him? Her body was as limp as noodles. Even though he had just caught her by surprise and given her a beating, but only Luo Qingtian knew that his punch had been like hitting a ball of cotton. When Luo Qingtian's clones fought the female zombie, no matter how they attacked, they couldn't do much damage to her. And every time the clone attacked, the female zombie's body would wrap around Luo Qingtian's hand like soft noodles. This reminded Luo Qingtian of the fused humans in the third base. It was disgusting. In the end, Luo Qingtian's defense was finally broken, and the clone fighting the female zombie disappeared. The moment her clone vanished, Luo Qingtian focused all her attention on fighting the male zombie opposite. The male zombie had initially felt relatively relaxed during the battle with Luo Qingtian, but to prevent her weapon from immediately turning to diamond, Luo Qingtian began rapidly switching weapons. She held a bone knife in her hand, and upon striking the diamond zombie king, she transformed it into a dagger, then a spear, and finally a dagger again. This back and forth switching overwhelmed the zombie king, whose gleaming black hand was unable to properly reach Luo Qingtian's weapon. The zombie king quickly retreated, creating distance between them. Luo Qingtian stared at the zombie king as he prepared for a second attack. The zombie king suddenly slammed his fist into the ground, and the rock that rose up instantly turned to solid diamond. Then, with a wave of his hand, the rock on the ground transformed into countless sharp spikes, raining down upon Luo Qingtian. Chapter 348. Luo Qingtian dodged sideways, nimbly weaving through the diamond spikes, looking for an opening to strike. She leaped up, attempting to strike the male zombie king's head from above. However, the male zombie king easily blocked the attack with his hand, transforming the bone knife in Luo Qingtian's hand into a diamond knife. The diamond knife in the zombie king's hand now stabbed towards Luo Qingtian. She quickly landed, took a few steps back, then raised her hand, and swung it in the direction of the zombie king. Trap! With her words, numerous grass ropes suddenly appeared on the ground. These grass ropes trapped the zombie king's feet. Luo Qingtian then punched the ground. Grow! With her words, countless towering vines instantly sprouted from the ground. Then, they surrounded the zombie king, securely entwining him in place. The zombie king lifted his foot, but found that even after disarming the trap, he still couldn't move. His hand, glowing black, continuously attacked the surrounding vines. After these vines transformed into diamonds, they would be knocked down by the zombie king, and new vines would sprout from the ground. At this moment, the zombie king was like a raging lion, attacking relentlessly with arms outstretched. He paid no attention to Luo Qingtian across from him. Luo Qingtian switched to the flying fire mysterious bow. While the zombie king was still battling the vines, Luo Qingtian began to draw his bow and shoot. He fired 6 arrows in a row. As the 6 arrows hurtled toward the zombie, Luo Qingtian reached out into the air and said, "Merge." The 6 flaming arrows quickly merged into 2, like 2 flaming laser cannons, charging directly at the zombie man across from him. The zombie man was still desperately fighting the vines that continued to grow in front of him. Then he saw 2 flaming arrows flying towards him. Bang! The 2 arrows flew towards his chest and lower abdomen. The zombie man forgot to deal with the vines that continuously entangled him. He struggled to place his shiny black hand on his chest. He tried to strengthen his body into diamond to resist. But the entanglement of the vines made him a step too late. The 2 flaming arrows pierced his body, and he fell heavily to the ground like a broken diamond doll. Luo Qingtian rushed over at this time. He rushed to the zombie king. The zombie king's hands, lower abdomen, and heart were burned with Luo Qingtian's arrows. The arrows caused a small explosion as they left his body, leaving his entire body in a bloody mess. If it hadn't transformed its body into diamond to resist some of the power, I am afraid that even his body would have been blown away by now. Luo Qingtian watched the zombie king, who was sprawled on the ground, occasionally squirming. A bone knife suddenly appeared in her hand. She slashed fiercely at the zombie king's hand, severing the shiny black hand. Then she reached out and touched Little Green on his head. "Go down, eat it!" Little Green immediately jumped down and swallowed the zombie king whole. This time, the crystal core Little Green spit out was pure diamond. Luo Qingtian took it in her hand and examined it carefully. This was the first time she'd seen such a core. "Little Green, do you have the ability to conjure diamonds now?" Little Green burped at Luo Qingtian, then raised a tentacle and gestured. Followed by this, a finger-sized diamond blade appeared before Luo Qingtian. Looking at such a tiny diamond, Luo Qingtian's lips twitched. "Great! When the apocalypse is over, you be my diamond purse." Luo Qingtian let Xiaolu transform into a hairpin again and leap into her hair. Just as she was about to return to find the female zombie, she heard screams in the distance. Luo Qingtian looked up and saw the limp female zombie near the camp. Chaozhen and his companions were engaged in a fierce battle with the female zombie. Every time she fought, she looked like boneless flesh. No matter who approached, she would crawl towards her attacker. Chaozhen and his companions had never seen such a disgusting zombie before. When the zombie crawled towards them, they screamed and ran away. After Chaozhen and his companions ran away, the female zombie king rose from the ground and transformed into a normal human. Then her body suddenly accelerated and rushed towards the nearest person. As Feng Qian dodged, the female zombie king suddenly appeared before him and grabbed his neck. Then he felt himself being entangled by the female zombie king. No. The slippery touch was like a giant python wrapped around him. The zombie king's grip tightened, and Feng Qian suddenly felt as if he had seen a virgin. Just when Feng Qian thought he was about to die, a sudden chill ran through his body. Then he saw the zombie king entangled with him begin to freeze. His body began to stiffen, and even relax for a moment. Feng Qian felt the zombie king's grip on him no longer tighten. He immediately struggled free. Then he ran off into the distance, wailing as he ran. Not far away, Luo Qingtian saw Feng Qian running away. He drew his Amos ice bow again and fired arrows. This time, the Amos ice bow was imbued with the poison skill. He fired 6 consecutive arrows, all tinged with ice. The frozen female zombie king was frozen once more. The green poison spread around her. Until her body began to dissolve, a loud scream escaped her. Until the female zombie king was completely dissolved. On the ground, only a pool of green venom remained. Not far away, Lu Daqiang watched Luo Qingtian's battle. At this moment, his heart was filled with admiration for Luo Qingtian. He hadn't known it before, but now he realized how formidable she truly was. Sister Luo not only possessed many abilities, but was also formidable. The more Lu Daqiang thought about it, the brighter his eyes lit up. If such powerful Sister Luo and Brother Luo stayed at the ancient city base, wouldn't he also become rich? Luo Qingtian, unaware of Lu Daqiang's thoughts, quickly walked to the venom, collected it, and then turned to look for Luo Xiaowu. By the time she reached Luo Xiaowu had already killed 1 zombie king, and the remaining zombie kings were circling Luo Xiaowu. Because of their rapid speed, even Luo Qingtian could only see a circle of afterimages surrounding Luo Xiaowu. Luo Qingtian frowned at the zombie king, and the Amos ice bow reappeared. Then Luo Qingtian began to draw his bow and shoot arrows at the ground. Soon, a circle of ice formed around Luo Xiaowu. Then the still-running zombie king, treading on the ice, fell to the ground in a matter of seconds. The moment the zombie king appeared, Luo Qingtian's Amos ice bow instantly switched to the flying fire mysterious bow. Luo Qingtian fired 6 arrows at the zombies on the ground. Merge. The 6 arrows merged into 2. They both shot towards the Zombie King's head. Chapter 349. The silver-white arrow was like a firework bursting through the night sky, swiftly released, and then bursting forth with a magnificent explosion. The slipping zombie's stiff head exploded the moment the arrow struck. A crystal core gleaming with a platinum gold light burst forth. The Zombie King's body, headless, collapsed to the ground, completely unable to move. Xiaolu jumped off Luo Qingqian's body and scurried towards the Zombie King's body. Then, it devoured the Zombie King's body in one gulp. After the Zombie King was devoured, Luo Xiaolu pulled out a bottle of water from somewhere and meticulously washed his hands. He then pulled out a pack of tissues and wiped his hands clean. He then walked over to Luo Qingtian and said, "Thank you, Qingtian." Luo Xiaolu reached out and took Luo Qingtian's hand. Luo Qingtian frowned, ready to pull his hand away. Luo Xiaolu slightly increased the pressure in his grip, a flicker of disappointment crossing his handsome features. He looked at Luo Qing like an abandoned dog. "Qingtian, my hands are washed, they're not dirty." Luo Qingtian's eyes twitched. "This isn't a question of whether my hands are dirty, okay?" He looked at his hand, about to withdraw, but he couldn't quite decide whether to withdraw or not. "I'm just not used to human contact." Since entering the apocalypse, Luo Qingqian's world had only He Xiao and Shen Yuanran. No one had ever approached her. Now with Luo Xiaolu, while she didn't dislike his approach, she still found it difficult to accept. Under Luo Xiaolu's dejected gaze, Luo Qingtian finally withdrew her hand. The two walked side by side towards the camp, and Chaozhen was filled with shock. He had been curious earlier about why Luo Qingtian looked familiar. Now he was finally certain that the person who had been running towards the ancient building at the base these past few days was none other than Luo Qingtian. Goodness me! I was just on a mission, and I didn't expect to encounter two such magnificent Buddhas. Chaozhen didn't even know whether to be happy or sad. Thinking of how he had intentionally or unintentionally troubled them when he left the base, Chaozhen regretted it all over again. After clearing out all the zombie kings, the sky was beginning to turn pale. Luo Qingtian yawned sleepily. Using his clones today had consumed too much mental energy. If it weren't so inconvenient right now, Luo Qingtian would have really wanted to go into the space and catch up on some sleep. Luo Xiaolu looked at Luo Qingtian distressfully. "You haven't had a good rest yet. Why don't you go to the car and sleep for a while?" Luo Xiaolu pointed ahead. Parked in the open space was the Nani car that Luo Xiaolu had just conjured. Behind it was a car compartment. Luo Qingtian thought for a moment and nodded. He didn't even plan to go into the tent, so he got into Luo Xiaolu's Nani car. After a simple adjustment of the car seat, he laid down and fell asleep. Luo Xiaolu stayed by his side, quietly watching Luo Qingqian's sleeping face, a soft warmth and gentleness lingering on his face. The soft sound of Luo Qingqian's breathing reached his ears, and Luo Xiaolu's heart was filled with tenderness. Confirming that Luo Qingtian was sound asleep, Luo Xiaolu gently reached out and gently grasped Luo Qingqian's hand on his lower abdomen. The long, bony fingers pierced Luo Qingqian's delicate white flesh. Then, they quietly interlocked their fingers with Luo Qingqian's. A sweet smile curved Luo Xiaolu's lips. Like a cat that had stolen some fish. "Luo Qingtian," Luo Xiaolu murmured softly. At this moment, Lu Daqiang rushed over. "Sister Luo, brother Luo." Lu Daqiang opened the cockpit door. Behind him, Luo Xiaolu, upon hearing his words, carefully placed Luo Qingqian's hand back on her abdomen. Although reluctant, he was still worried Luo Qingtian would resent him. However, seeing that Luo Qingtian hadn't woken up, he cast a cold glance at Lu Daqiang, who was sitting in front of him. Only then did Lu Daqiang realize that Luo Qingtian was resting. He covered his mouth with an apologetic and pleading expression, looking at Luo Xiaolu. He clasped his hands together and repeatedly bowed to Luo Xiaolu. He mouthed, "I was wrong, I was wrong." Luo Xiaolu withdrew his gaze grimly, pulled a blanket from his backpack, and gently covered Luo Qingtian with it. He then simply adjusted his seat and gently laid down. It was still dark outside. Luo Xiaolu, taking Luo Qingqian's pulse, lay on his side in a recliner, his eyes open, staring intently at the soundly sleeping Luo Qingtian. When daylight finally dawned, everyone boarded the car. Lu Dahai carefully started the car. The car drove towards Qin City. Lu Qingtian slept soundly. As she slept, she could feel someone pulling her hand. She could also feel someone watching her as she rested. She even used her third ability to see what was happening outside, but mental fatigue was different from physical fatigue. She truly couldn't open her eyes. So, after making sure there was no danger, Luo Qingtian fell asleep again. The car drove steadily along the highway. Lu Daqiang remained tense the entire way. He didn't dare speak, and even his breathing was cautious. Chaojun, beside him, didn't dare speak as he gave directions, constantly changing directions. After driving for an unknown amount of time, Luo Xiaowu suddenly stood up and whispered, "Wait here. Wait until Qin Tian wakes up before going in." Lu Daqiang obediently stopped the car, got out of the Nani van, and walked away. Chaojun didn't dare to object at this point, and followed him out. It was already noon when Luo Qitian woke up. Only Luo Xiaowu was in the car with her. "Are we leaving yet?" Luo Qitian yawned and looked around. She saw Lu Daqiang and Chaoshan sitting on the ground not far away outside the Nani van. Luo Xiaowu chuckled and said, "We're on the outskirts of Qin City. Just walk a little further." Luo Qitian stood up and stretched. Suddenly, a bottle of mineral water was handed to her. "Drink some water, eat something, let's go in." Luo Qitian nodded, quickly ate her food, and called Lu Daqiang over. Then the group got back in the car and drove towards Qin City. As they entered Qin City, Luo Qitian deliberately stuck her head out the window to gaze into the distance. "Oh my god! Is this the legendary Qin City?" Before the apocalypse, she had heard that Qin City was a city within a city, a road within a road. A city with overlapping tops and bottoms, crisscrossing vertically and horizontally. Before the apocalypse, Qin City was an international consumer center, and a key economic hub for the country. Not only was Qin City populous, but the entire city was built within a massive mountain. The entire mountain had been hollowed out, and a network of roads crisscrossed within it. There were world trade centers and streets on both sides of the mountain. In short, you thought you were living in a residential building, but when you looked down, you realized you were actually living in the sky. Chapter 350. When you think you're living in the sky, look up and you discover that there are actually highways, roads, and commercial centers right above you. It's this city that has become one of the most dangerous places in the entire Yan nation with the most zombies. Driving into Qin City, Chaojun began to whisper, "Most of the zombies in Qin City are in the center of Qin City. We're heading to the outermost part of Qin City. As long as we collected enough zombie cores, we can leave." Luo Qitian frowned at the crisscrossing roads and said, "Why do we have to go to the outskirts? Wouldn't it be faster to fight in the city center?" Chaojun sighed, "Sister Luo, it's not that we don't want to go, but the zombies here are too strong. We simply can't defeat them. You saw how we couldn't even defeat the most common zombie king. In our ancient city base, the most powerful Esper is only level 6. There aren't even Esper like Brother Luo and you. By the way, may I ask, what level are your Esper abilities? Last time we were on a business trip to the 3rd base, we heard that Esper abilities above level 8 had appeared in the 1st base, the 6th base." Hearing the 1st base, Luo Qingqian's eyebrows raised slightly. A level 8 Esper appeared in the 1st base? Could it be Dijiang? If Dijiang is a level 8 Esper, he should have protected Yunran, and he shall well, right? And then there's the level. She herself doesn't even know her own level of Esper ability. But what is certain is that her ability level is likely higher than level 8. Seeing Luo Qingqian didn't respond, Chaojun didn't dare ask further. After all, the world of the powerful is mysterious. Luo Qingqian then looked at Luo Xiaowu, her eyes filled with inquiry. She actually wanted to know what level Luo Xiaowu's superpower was. Luo Xiaowu seemed to understand what Luo Qingqian meant, and shook his head slightly at Luo Qingqian. "My superpower is different from others. I don't even know my own level. What I can be sure of is that I'm higher than the zombie king." Luo Qingqian nodded in understanding. Without further questioning, Chaojun, who was standing in front of her, smiled and said, "If you have a chance, Sister Luo, Brother Luo, you can go to the 4th base and take a look. The 4th base is a technological city, and all superpowered people who arrive there will have their superpower levels tested." Luo Qingyan's eyes lit up. If a test were possible, she really wanted to go and see it. Furthermore, after the battle with the 6 zombie kings in the suburbs, Luo Qingtian had discovered the rapid evolution of zombies. Their rate of growth surpassed that of humans, and their superpowers were so bizarre and varied, as if something in the dark was driving their evolution and growth. Just as she was thinking about this, a pair of large hands suddenly slammed against the window of the nanny car. Immediately afterwards, a zombie with a green face and fangs, resembling both a human and a monkey, appeared on the hood of the van. The zombie now crouched on the hood like an ape, periodically banging its head against the window in front of it. Luckily, the window glass had been specially reinforced by Luo Xiaowu, so it wasn't easily shattered. More and more of these zombies appeared on the roof and inside the van. These zombies kept banging and banging against the windows, causing the entire van to shake. Lu Daqiang shouted, "Is this a human-ape zombie? Turn left. Quick! Get rid of them." At a fork in the road, Chaozhen, frightened by the increasing number of zombies around him, quickly instructed Lu Daqiang to turn left. Lu Daqiang quickly swerved to the left. Bang! At that moment, a zombie appeared from nowhere, smashing through the car window and slamming into it. The impact was so severe that the van, which had already turned left, was forced back onto the right-hand road. This scene shocked everyone present. Even the van, which had already turned left, was slammed into the railing by inertia and then returned to the right-hand road. "It's over," Chaozhen shouted in shock. The zombie that had rushed into the car was already being strangled by Luo Xiaowu. Luo Qingqian's dagger flashed, and the zombie's neck was quickly severed. Luo Xiaowu seized the opportunity to throw the zombie out. He reached out his hand toward the shattered car window, and the broken glass quickly healed. Just as Luo Xiaowu threw the zombie out, a group of zombies resembling monkeys leaped over and grabbed the zombie in their teeth. Followed by this, other zombies rushed over and quickly devoured the zombie. In a moment, the tossed corpse was reduced to a thin, elongated skeleton. Everyone in the car witnessed the entire scene. Chaozhen suppressed his nausea. "What the hell are these? This is the first time I've seen zombies like this. They're human, but not human, zombies, but not zombies." Luo Qingqian also observed the pursuing zombies the entire time. These zombies were different from those he had encountered before. They had green faces, fangs, bald heads, ferocious features, and were agile. Chasing them relied on running and jumping. Normal zombies wouldn't be so agile when chasing them. Lu Daqiang practically floored the accelerator, desperately trying to avoid the zombies behind him, but the further he ran, the more of them appeared. After running for a while, the entire roof and exterior of the car were filled with these zombies. Even the road ahead was a little blurry. "Sister Luo, what should I do?" Lu Daqiang was completely panicked. With so many zombies, it was impossible to stop or run. Luo Qingqian stood up and looked at Luo Xiaowu. "Xiaowu, can you kill all these zombies around here? And then open a skylight on the roof for me." Luo Xiaowu also stood up, a black aura condensed in his hand, and then he placed his hand on the car. Shortly, many sharp barbs appeared on the outside of the nanny car. The barbs stretched and retracted, continuously piercing the surrounding zombies. The barbs were created by Luo Xiaowu's destructive ability. Any zombie injured by them had large chunks of flesh and blood disappear from their bodies. The human monkey zombies surrounding the van instantly screamed. Then many of them broke free from the van. Just as the zombies fell, a skylight appeared on the roof. Luo Qingqian opened it and stepped out. The flying fire mysterious bow in his hand instantly appeared. The surrounding zombies, upon seeing a living person emerge from the van, rushed frantically towards them. Luo Qingqian drew his bow and fired, continuously scattering flaming arrows in all directions. Everywhere his arrows struck, they carried away large numbers of human monkey zombies. The roof of a distant carriage was filled with human monkey zombies, and then screams erupted from within the carriage. "Help! Boss! What is this?" Luo Qingqian narrowed his eyes. The flying fire mysterious bow in his hand instantly switched to the Ruoshui divine bow. She drew her bow and unleashed 16 arrows in quick succession, drenching all the Monkey Man zombies surrounding the carriage. The next moment, all the Monkey Man zombies surrounding the carriage exploded and fell heavily. Chapter 351. The team members in the car watched as the surrounding human monkey zombies all exploded. They finally breathed a sigh of relief. The Nani car was heading toward the city center. To avoid being harassed by these strange zombies, Lu Daqiang stepped on the accelerator furiously. He wanted to push the speed to the limit. But on these crisscrossing roads, and even on various buildings above and below the ground, no matter where they drove, these human monkey zombies would rush out from all directions, heading straight for Luo Qingqian's position. And the closer the human monkey zombies got to the city center, the more they would utter human voices. "Food, food." Luo Qingqian frowned when he heard this, and mercilessly drew his bow and shot arrows, eliminating all the human monkey zombies that rushed towards him. Suddenly, a larger human monkey zombie rushed out. Its body had wings, like a flying squirrel, connected to its body by wings. After a brief mid-air spin, it flew towards Luo Qingqian's face. Luo Qingqian sneered at the bizarre zombie charging towards him, his flying fire mysterious bow drawn tight. When the zombie was less than 5 meters away, Luo Qingqian released a bowstring. 3 flaming arrows whizzed towards the zombie. "Merge," Luo Qingqian whispered softly, and the 3 flaming arrows instantly merged into one in midair. The arrow instantly pierced the large zombie's body. The zombie vanished without a trace in midair before it could reach Luo Qingtian. After these zombies were eliminated, the surrounding zombies, as if they had been given the command to go straight, hung upside down on the overpass, and some stood on both sides of the road. Others clung to the surrounding buildings like spiders. None of them moved forward to attack Luo Qingtian and her companion's car. But Luo Qingtian had no intention of letting these creatures go. She quickly switched from the Flying Fire Mysterious Bow to the Ruoshui Divine Bow. She aimed at the zombies, staring at them hungrily, drawing her bow, and releasing her arrows in one smooth motion. As they advanced, most of the zombies hanging in the air disappeared. As the zombies' pursuit dwindled, until they were gone, Lu Daqiang finally slowed down. He stopped at the edge of the road. Lu Qingtian looked down at Lu Daqiang and asked, "Why aren't you moving?" Lu Daqiang's face was grim. Before he could say anything, he jumped out of the car and squatted on the ground, vomiting violently. After a long while, he stood up and said, "Sister Luo, this road is too circuitous. I really don't know where I end up if I keep going this way." God knows how dizzy he felt during that detour. He nearly vomited several times. Chaozhen's expression was complex, as if he was about to cry, glancing at Luo Qingtian from time to time. "Sister Luo, I'm very familiar with the roads outside, but once I get here, I feel like my brain is almost running out of steam. Navigation wasn't even available in Qing City before the apocalypse. There are so many ramps ahead of us now. One wrong ramp, and we spend a whole day walking around Qing City." Chaozhen pointed ahead, and Luo Qingtian looked ahead. This road was crisscrossed with dozens of overpasses, crisscrossed and lined up side by side. At a glance, there were 5 levels, leading to 8 directions, with over 20 ramps alone. Furthermore, below the overpass lay a crisscrossing mountainous terrain. Further down the mountain, you could see some residential buildings. Looking at such a complex road, Luo Qingtian suddenly understood Chaozhen's expression. Luo Qingtian had heard of Qing City's complexity before the apocalypse, but he hadn't expected his arrival there afterward to be so bizarre. Qing City had a large population, and along the way, they seen many damaged or wrecked cars on the road. But these cars were empty, not even a skeleton. Even on the overpass or on the road, there were no zombies to be seen. Luo Qingtian immediately thought of those monkey-like zombies. Could they have been eaten by zombies? But what were those zombies transformed from? Although their behavior was very monkey-like, they looked human. And just now, when those zombies rushed towards him, they were clearly speaking. Zombies that could speak showed they had intelligence. Luo Qingtian suddenly felt that the zombies in Qing City were definitely not that simple. It was already getting dark. If they continued to stay on the overpass, they would definitely be targeted by the surrounding zombies at night. "Chaozhen, do you think we can find a place to rest for a while?" Chaozhen pursed his lips and glanced at the adjacent overpass. He glanced at the residential buildings below, gritted his teeth, and pointed to a ramp ahead. He said, "Enter from this side. We can go straight down." Then, after 2 wide turns, we reached the residential building below. "But Sister Luo, I don't know how many zombies there are in the residential building below, but the overall situation is much better than if we stay on this overpass." Luo Qingtian nodded. "Okay. Then, as you say, let's go this way." Luo Qingtian then asked Luo Xiaowu to close the skylight. She sat down in her seat, and carefully read a navigation system from her space. He Xiao had made this navigation system for her based on a pre-apocalyptic map. He had installed almost all of the Yin country maps. Although this place isn't very navigation-friendly, it's still worth a general overview. Luo Qingtian enlarged the tablet-sized navigation system in her hand, and surveyed the surroundings. After seeing the map, "Luo Qing, we're going to this residential area, right? I see there's a villa complex across from the complex. Compared to the more crowded residential buildings, there should be fewer zombies there. We can find a place to rest here." Chaozhen turned back, looking at what Luo Qingtian was holding in surprise. He said, "Sister Luo, the zombie kings in Qing City are different from those outside. They have human thinking and look similar to normal humans. If we go in and encounter a normal human, that might not be human. So I think it's better to stay in a residential area." Luo Qingtian didn't respond immediately. She lowered her head and zoomed in on the map again, observing the surroundings. She whispered, "What do you mean by the zombie kings in Qing City are different from those outside?" Chaozhen thought for a moment and said, "Well, actually, this isn't really a secret. The zombie kings in Qing City have their own thinking. And their actions and thinking are comparable to humans. They seem to have evolved a mind and intelligence beyond human reach, and they're truly intent on seizing human territory. These zombie kings are also incredibly powerful, even more powerful than any we encountered along the way. How do you know this? Has the ancient city base been attacked by zombie kings? Chapter 352. Chaoshan nodded. Yes, Sister Luo, our ancient city base has long been targeted by the zombie king. Furthermore, the zombie king has sent a number of low-level zombies to wait outside our base. Luo Qingtian was extremely surprised to hear this news. She suddenly remembered the two sneaky zombies outside the base when she left. Could they be the zombie king's scouts? Thinking this, Luo Qingtian asked. Chaoshan sighed and said, "It's just as Sister Luo thought. Originally, these zombie kings had been staying in Qing City, and couldn't cause much damage to the ancient city base. When we needed crystal cores, we just had to search the periphery. But one time, a reconnaissance team from our base accidentally strayed into the zombie king's lair. We had originally thought that the team had perished, but we didn't expect them to return unharmed." Luo Qingtian frowned upon hearing this and asked, "Couldn't all the members of that team have become zombies?" Chaoshan nodded. "Yes, they did, but I don't know what the zombie king did to them, making them behave like normal humans. The only difference is that they don't need to eat, but rather eat normal humans." Later, someone spotted these team members chasing their fellow base members at night, tearing them apart for food. Then, our base commander stepped in to investigate. Since then, low-level zombies acting as scouts have been appearing outside our base from time to time. The base commander said, "Those zombies have been trying to wipe out our base." At this point, Chaoshan's body trembled. By this time, the non-even had come to a complete stop. They happened to be parked on a street. The streetlights on either side flickered faintly, the solar-powered lights installed in the city before the apocalypse. And as the van stopped, a swarm of zombies instantly burst out from the rooms on either side. These zombies sprinted towards Luo Qingtian, and a bone knife, glowing red, instantly appeared in Luo Qingtian's hand. The upper part of the knife shone with a diamond luster. Luo Qingtian, knife in hand, quickly engaged the surrounding zombies. Xiaolu then jumped onto his shoulder, and began to observe his surroundings cautiously. Anyone Luo Qingtian neglected to pay attention to the zombies was sent flying by Xiaolu. Luo Xiaolu retracted the Nani van and its compartment the moment he exited the van. The members of the Longma squad stood around Luo Qingtian and fought together. Chaoshan then pointed to the residential complex ahead and said, "Let's go inside." "Luo Qing, there are at least tens of thousands of zombies over there. Are you sure we can survive once we get in? The most important thing is that among all those small red dots, there's one large one. This means this large red dot must be the zombie king of this area." In contrast, the villa complex across the way, for some unknown reason, isn't even a single zombie. Luo Qingtian ran straight across. As he ran, the zombies behind him followed suit. Luo Xiaolu and Lu Daqiang had absolute trust in Luo Qingtian. Seeing him run, they followed closely behind. If the members of the Longma team had listened to Chaoshan before, they might have. But now they saw Luo Qingtian leading the way out of the Nani car. They punched through and sent flying all the zombies attacking them. So, they instinctively felt that following Luo Qingtian was the only way to survive. So, the group ignored Chaoshan. They all ran after Luo Qingtian. Chaoshan looked gloomily in the direction Luo Qingtian ran, then glanced at the neighborhood behind him. He restrained his expression and ran after Luo Qingtian. Luo Qingtian cleared out the zombies as he ran. Half an hour later, Luo Qingtian finally reached the villa complex he had spotted earlier. Two zombies stood in front of the gate. Judging by their attire, they looked like the security guards who had previously served at the complex. But now, the two security guards wandered aimlessly around like two ghosts. As Luo Qingtian approached, he caught the attention of the two zombies. Then, the two zombies charged towards Luo Qingtian. As Luo Qingtian rushed towards the two zombies, he didn't kill them. Instead, he simply jumped over them and did a front flip. He dodged the zombies' claws. Then he leaped directly into the closed gate of the villa complex. "Fuck, flying man," Lu Daqiang cried out in shock as he watched Luo Qingtian leap into the villa complex, followed by Luo Xiaolu. After entering, the two men opened the gate from the inside. Lu Daqiang and the members of the Longma team behind him followed suit. After everyone entered, Luo Qingtian and Luo Xiaolu quickly closed the gate again. By the time the two zombies rushed over, the gate to the villa complex was completely shut. Through the gate, the two zombies could only reach out their hands and roar at the people who ran into the villa complex. After running for a while, the group noticed an eerie silence throughout the villa complex. Lu Daqiang followed Luo Qingtian for a while before saying, "Sister Luo, why didn't you kill that zombie car?" Luo Qingtian stopped and looked around. Those two zombies looked like they were deliberately left there as cover. Luo Qingtian pointed to a road ahead and said, "Go this way." Behind her, Zhou Hua couldn't help but shout, "Sister Luo, are you saying there's someone alive in this complex?" "Yes. There should be more than one." In fact, Luo Qingtian's minimap showed that almost every villa complex had a small blue dot, but Luo Qingtian didn't want to make it obvious that she could scout the surrounding area in advance. Chaozhe then looked at Luo Qingtian with a dark look. "Sister Luo, how did you know? You could scout the surrounding area in advance?" Luo Qingtian glanced at Chaozhe and said, "No, I'm just guessing. Although it looks quiet here, don't forget, this is a city developed in the mountains, and this is at the very bottom of the mountain. I just checked the navigation. The selling point of the villas here is that each villa complex comes with a basement of equal size. Look at the surroundings. Although it looks quiet and desolate, it's a bit too quiet. It feels like trying to hide something is making it more obvious." Luo Xiaowu nodded to Luo Qingtian. "Qing is right. I can already sense human presence up ahead." After saying this, Chaozhe said nothing more. The two of them led the group deeper into the villa complex. After walking for a while, they came upon a new gate in the passageway of the villa complex, dividing the entire complex in two. The gate was at least 3 meters high. There were also bricks surrounding the gate, making it clear that someone had deliberately separated those on this side from those on the other side. Luo Qingtian looked at the gate and whispered, "I go open it. You wait here." Luo Qingtian took 2 steps back and quickly ran forward again. Chapter 353. After passing the gate, the bolt behind it was locked with a large padlock. Luo Qingtian stepped forward and gently tugged. The padlock was pulled free by Luo Qingtian. The door opened. Several people rushed inside. The villa area behind the gate looked much better than the previous one. Many vegetables were planted in the flower beds and on the land. However, these vegetables were not growing well, perhaps due to the global deterioration of the soil. The Shanghai greens, which should have been green, now had an eerie blue hue. Luo Qingtian looked at the vegetables. He stood up and looked around. The small blue dots here were unusually numerous. Luo Qingtian felt strange. Across from this villa area was a nest of thousands of zombies. And yet the people here were still alive and well. It was strange no matter how you thought about it. As he thought about this, he saw several burly men rushing out of the villa area. They were holding hammers and hoes. Some of them, armed with powerful bows and crossbows, rushed in front of Luo Qingtian and the others. "Who are you? And why are you destroying our gate?" The man in the front had a golden light flashing in his hand. Everyone raised their eyebrows and looked at him. "You're actually an Earth-type mutant. But I'm confused. You clearly have the ability to change the soil, so why don't you change the environment you're planting in? Instead, you're letting these vegetables, which I don't know if they're edible, grow in this land." The leading man, upon hearing this, glared at Luo Qingtian, who had spoken. "None of your business. We naturally have our own way. What do you want to do here? If you don't want to die, get out of here." As he finished speaking, the man across from him suddenly pointed in the air in Luo Qingtian's direction. Then, a fist made of solidified yellow earth suddenly emerged from the ground beneath Luo Qingtian's feet. It struck Luo Qingtian. Luo Qingtian had already noticed something was wrong and leaped to avoid the attack. Soon after, countless yellow fists inexplicably appeared beneath the feet of the others. Just as everyone began to dodge, the survivors on the other side rushed towards them. Because the people charging towards them were ordinary people without superpowers, the members of Team Longma didn't use their powers. After dodging the attacks of the Earth-type psychic, they all exerted their strength to knock the men to the ground. Seeing their men defeated so quickly, the Earth-type psychic realized they had hit a wall. He immediately shouted to the survivors lying on the ground, "Come back." The men on the ground, heedless of the pain, quickly scrambled to their feet and ran after the man. The man led the survivors into the villa behind them, preparing to close the armored door in front of them. But they lacked strength, and the door closed slowly. Before they could completely close the door, Luo Xiaowu rushed in front of them. He slammed his fist into the armored door. A huge hole appeared in it, as if a piece had been bitten off. The men who had been rushing to close the door were also thrown back, their bodies slamming heavily against the wall behind them, and falling to the ground. Seeing this scene, the survivors and psychics were stunned. "Ghost!" someone shouted, and a group of people quickly ran towards the villa. Even the survivor who had just fallen to the ground gritted his teeth and stood up, following suit. But before they could get far, they were caught up by Lu Daqiang and his men. Then, one by one, they were dragged down to the first floor like little chickens. They were thrown in front of Luo Qitian. Sister Luo, it looks like there's someone in this basement. Do you want us to bring them up? After saying this, the leading psychic shouted, No, no, we give you whatever you want. Those people in the basement are all old, weak, and sick. You really can't use them if you capture them. Luo Qitian had already seen the situation clearly on the minimap. In the basement were 4 women, 3 children, and 6 elderly people. It was obvious that several families had gathered together. As Luo Qitian spoke, Chaozhen stepped forward and said, We mean no harm. There's no need to be so nervous. We're just looking for a place to stay. Just one night, we leave tomorrow. When Chaozhen stepped forward, the leading psychic glanced at him with an obscure expression, but quickly lowered his head. This gesture was extremely subtle. If Luo Qitian hadn't been keeping the minimap open, he wouldn't have noticed the expression. Luo Qitian was certain that Chaozhen and the psychic before him knew each other. While curious as to why they were pretending not to know each other, Luo Qitian didn't intend to meddle. The psychics and survivors across from him breathed a sigh of relief. Just a temporary place to stay? Sure, this house is yours for the night. As soon as he finished speaking, the 5 burly men around him looked anxiously at the psychic. Brother Lu, are they really going to make it here? The psychic glanced coldly at the man who had spoken and said, It's just one night. It won't make a big difference. The man, meeting Brother Lu's gaze, shrank back and lowered his head, speechless. Brother Lu then raised his head and smiled at Luo Qin across from him. My name is Lu Qiao. If you need anything, just call me. With that, Lu Qiao led the burly men out. As they passed the main gate, they looked at the open gate outside, then at the armored door of the villa, the gap now gone. His face suddenly darkened. He wanted to lash out at Luo Xiaowu for destroying the gate. But then he thought of Luo Xiaowu's punch just now. Fearing he might anger the killer and have Luo Xiaowu punch him, he swallowed the words that were on the tip of his tongue. Luo Xiaowu then approached the armored door. He reached out and wiped the door, and the next moment, the gap in the armored door slowly healed. After the gap completely disappeared, the expressions of the several people looking at Luo Xiaowu changed. Lu Qiao regained his composure at this moment, and waved to the several large men behind him. Then he led his men out of the villa. After everyone left, Lu Daqiang asked, Sister Luo, is it okay for us to rest here tonight? Why do these people seem so strange to me? Luo Qitian said, but in her heart, she completely agreed with Lu Daqiang. These people were more than just strange. Even this entire villa complex exuded an eerie air. But Luo Qitian really didn't want to meddle in other people's affairs. She gave Lu Daqiang a cold look and said, Go and close the door. We rest for the night, and leave tomorrow morning. Chapter 354. Lu Daqiang rubbed his nose and chuckled dryly, then turned to close the door. The group walked into the villa, leading to the largest living room. The living room was at least 100 square meters. A circle of sofas formed a semicircle in the center of the hall. Luo Xiaowu quickly walked over to the sofa and found the most comfortable spot to stand. Then he looked at Luo Qitian with the hope of a large puppy. Luo Qitian smiled and walked over, taking the spot Luo Xiaowu had reserved. Seeing Luo Qitian sit down, Luo Xiaowu sat down beside him. Qitian, are you hungry? I go get some food. Luo Xiaowu said, about to get up and head straight for the kitchen. Luo Qitian shook his head, grabbed Luo Xiaowu's hand, and said, Let's just eat here. Afterwards, take some time to rest. Luo Xiaowu agreed and took out 2 self-heating hot pots, handing one to Luo Qitian and one for himself. Seeing this, Lu Daqiang could only pull a blackened steamed bun from his backpack and begin to nibble on it. Luo Qitian, meanwhile, pulled out a self-heating hot pot from his space, along with 3 large chicken legs, sharing them with the 2 of them. Lu Daqiang excitedly took it, and was about to eat, when he saw Luo Xiaowu glaring coldly at him with a pair of inky black eyes. Lu Daqiang's body shuddered reflexively. Lu Xiaowu suddenly stood up, and snatched the items from Lu Daqiang's hand. Then, Luo Xiaowu thrust the box of self-heating hot pot into Lu Daqiang's hands. He also stuffed a box of self-heating rice, and a piece of ham into the pot. Then, he happily sat back down beside Luo Qitian, and together they unpacked the hot pot and prepared to eat. Lu Daqiang's lips twitched as he looked from his hand to the items in front of Luo Qitian and Luo Xiaowu. He muttered to himself, aren't they all the same? Why is Luo Gu being so pretentious? Of course, he didn't dare say this out loud. He ran over to Luo Qitian and turned on the self-heating hot pot. The others enjoyed their meal, but Chaozhen and the others weren't so well fed. They had only a few dry buns and half a bottle of water. That was the end of the meal. Seeing the three of them eating so well made them want to escape. After eating and drinking, Luo Qingtian closed his eyes and took a nap on the sofa. Luo Xiao stayed by Luo Qingtian's side, watching him fall asleep. He found a blanket and pillow from somewhere and placed them on the sofa. Then he helped Luo Qingtian lie down on the sofa and sat down on the floor in front of him. He closed his eyes and took a nap as well. The night seemed unusually quiet. Luo Qingtian closed her eyes, feeling drowsy but not completely asleep. Her mini-map remained open, looking at the basement. Suddenly, a few more small blue dots had appeared. Luo Qingtian zoomed in and saw that Lu Qiao and a few burly men had arrived at the basement at some point. They exchanged some words, but then Lu Qiao, leading the elderly, young, and sick, headed towards a passageway. Luo Qingtian instantly understood what was going on. It turned out that the basements of these villas had long been connected. Remembering Lu Qiao's earth-based ability, it was inevitable that they could open this place. Just as Luo Qingtian was about to put away the mini-map, she noticed that Lu Qiao had returned, accompanied by a few unfamiliar survivors. But these survivors looked a little strange. Their hair was falling out badly. Their bodies were gaunt and emaciated. They looked like a skeleton. Especially, their features were very similar to the monkey man zombies Luo Qingtian had seen outside. If it weren't for the small blue dots showing up on the mini-map, Luo Qingtian might have mistaken them for the zombies outside. Luo Qingtian, who had originally planned to rest, gave up on that thought and zoomed out to her mini-map. She began to observe the surroundings. Fortunately, Lu Qiao hadn't done anything else after putting these people in the basement. Luo Qingtian stared for a moment, then felt sleepy. Just as she put the mini-map away, ready to rest for a while, there was a knock on the door outside the villa. Then, there was a roar, and Luo Qingtian suddenly opened her eyes. She quickly sat up from the sofa and walked out. Seeing Luo Qingtian's expression, the others followed suit. Outside the villa, they saw Lu Qiao and the others standing at the main gate. From outside came a mournful cry, "Hoo ho ho! Food, food!" The sound was remarkably like zombies, yet not quite zombies. On Luo Qingtian's mini-map, the people banging on the door were represented by small blue dots. After taking a closer look at the people outside, Luo Qingtian frowned. They were emaciated, their entire bodies a mere bag of bones. And their hair had completely fallen out. They looked exactly like the zombies they had encountered before. However, these people still had some sense, even small blue dots. At this moment, Lu Qiao pulled out a piece of meat and threw it over the door. Soon, the people outside began to scramble for the meat. After they finished eating it, the people outside quieted down and headed back to their respective villas. Seeing them quiet down, Lu Qiao finally breathed a sigh of relief. As they turned around, they saw Luo Qingtian and Luo Xiao emerging. Lu Qiao glanced at Luo Qing awkwardly. "I'm sorry you saw such an unpleasant scene. Those people outside are cannibals. Our high walls were built to prevent them from rushing in and biting us. Now, they become terrifying, banging on our door whenever they run out of food. This place is truly unsafe. Leave as soon as daybreak." Luo Qingtian stared at Lu Qiao and asked with a smile, "What kind of meat did you give them? It must be hard for you to find food here, right?" After he said this, Lu Qiao's expression changed. He smiled awkwardly and said, "It's not fresh meat. They lost all sense and reason now, so they eat even rotten meat." Luo Xiao then said in a low voice, "You gave them zombie meat, right? I smell the dead and the zombies. The sin of these people is the boundary between the living and the dead." As soon as he finished speaking, a survivor was heard rushing out from the other side of the wall. Then he ran towards them. The survivor had completely lost all human reason. He jumped and leaped, just like the monkey man zombie he encountered before. Then he rushed towards the gate. Realizing the danger, Lu Qiao and the others quickly ran towards the villa behind them. The gates slammed shut with a clang. The human outside suddenly jumped over the high wall and rushed towards Luo Qingtian. Chapter 355. Luo Qingtian stood there, watching the survivor charging towards her. Just as he approached her, she could clearly see fangs sprouting from his mouth, his expression contorting. On the mini-map, the small blue dot instantly transformed into a small red one. Luo Qingtian's suspicions were confirmed. She quickly drew her flying fire mysterious bow and unleashed an arrow, striking the monkey man zombie in the head. Boom! The monkey man zombie exploded in midair, a dazzling display of fireworks. The noise was so loud it seemed to awaken all the surrounding beasts, and the entire villa complex erupted in a commotion. From time to time, the sounds of doors opening and running could be heard. Lu Qiao rushed out after hearing the explosions. After seeing the flying fire mysterious bow in Luo Qingqian's hand, and hearing the noisy running and roaring nearby, he looked at Luo Qingqian with bloodshot eyes. "You, what did you do?" Luo Qingqian shrugged. "Nothing, that zombie wanted to kill us, so we resisted." As soon as these words left his mouth, Lu Qiao's face darkened. At this moment, there was a pounding sound outside. The door rattled under the pounding of the zombies and humans outside, and even cracks appeared in the red brick walls on both sides. Seeing this, Lu Qiao and the others could no longer hold out. They glared at Luo Qingqian fiercely, and then returned to their villa. Lu Qingqian stood there, still staring at the roaring humans outside with a frown. Behind him, Lu Daqiang whispered, "Sister Luo, why are there so many zombies here? Have these people always lived in the same complex with these zombies?" Luo Qingqian shook his head. "No, those outside aren't zombies, they're humans." This statement shocked everyone present, and Luo Xiaowu nodded in agreement. "Yes, that's the smell I smell. They're still alive, but they're turning into dead." With that, the gate and the red brick wall were finally knocked open. Immediately, a group of monkey man zombies dodged Luo Qingqian's fire like nimble monkeys and spiders. The members of the Longma team saw the monkey man zombies charging towards them, and their hands flashed with different colors as they began to pursue them. Luo Qingqian could clearly see that the small blue dots outside turned red the moment they rushed in. Soon, the first wave of monkey man zombies was wiped out. After that wave of zombies was killed, many more rushed out of the villa. Luo Qingqian kept her mini-map open, and she saw Lu Qiao and his men, along with their families, moving underground, even weaving beneath their feet, as they ran out of the complex. This guy actually opened up the entire underground? No wonder they can live here in peace. As Luo Qingqian thought this, a monkey man zombie suddenly rushed over, charging straight at Luo Qingqian's head. But before it could get close to Luo Qingqian, it was pierced by Xiaolu's two tentacles, and then kicked away. Luo Xiaolu's fighting style was simple and brutal, and he immediately destroyed any monkey man zombies that approached Luo Qingqian. Perhaps due to the fighting, the monkey man zombies that had originally rushed in were gradually replaced by ordinary zombies on the streets. By the end of the battle, everyone realized that the entire neighborhood was overrun by zombies. "Sister Luo, something's wrong. Why are all these zombies here?" Lu Daqiang grew increasingly frightened as he fought. Behind him, Chao Jin, unleashing his supernatural powers, approached the others and said, "It must be because the noise from our fighting just now was so loud that it woke up the zombies on the surrounding streets. So these zombies are following the noise and coming here." Luo Qingqian narrowed her eyes at Chao Jin, realizing he was blaming her for attracting the zombies. She sneered, quickly swapping her Fei Wuxian bow for the Ruoshuation bow. She targeted the large area of zombies in front of the villa and drew her bow toward the sky. Heavy rain. The next moment, a torrential downpour began to fall in the designated area. Luo Qingqian's movements didn't cease. She quickly switched to the Amos ice bow and unleashed an arrow. Soon, all the zombies that had entered the rainstorm area were frozen into ice sculptures. Luo Qingqian stretched the Amos ice bow to its limit, unleashing 12 arrows in quick succession at the ice sculptures. Fusion. The 12 ice arrows instantly merged into 4, blasting them with extreme cold towards the ice sculptures before them. Boom! All the frozen zombies exploded again upon contact with the extremely cold arrows. The explosion was quiet, but the ice sculptures were reduced to icy powder. This scene once again shocked everyone present. To have so many zombies dispatched so quickly was truly terrifying. Several people looked at Luo Qingqian with chills running down their spines, some even slowly moving away from him out of fear. Only Luo Xiaowu stared at Luo Qingqian with gleaming eyes, as if he were a rare treasure. "Qingqian is amazing." Luo Qingqian retracted the Amos ice bow, and turned to look at the remaining zombies. Lu Daqiang also spotted the zombies. He quickly leaped over, dispatching each one with his blade, then extracted the zombie cores within. After ensuring there were no more zombies, Luo Qingqian turned and walked back into the villa. Dawn will soon arrive. Let's rest for a while before setting off. Luo Qingqian finished, and the others followed her, no one saying a word. The battle lasted 3 hours. It was unclear whether the zombies were truly cleared out, as both outside and inside the villa were unusually quiet. After such a fierce battle, everyone was resting as much as possible, trying to be in top form. Finally, daybreak arrived. Luo Qingqian, who had been keeping his eyes closed, opened them just as footsteps were heard at the door. Everyone opened their eyes and stood up. Soon, The door opened, revealing Lu Qiao, who had quickly left with his family, now carrying 2 stir-fries and a few steamed buns. Good morning, everyone. Thank you for helping us clear the area of zombies last night. We've been plagued by these zombies, and the half-human zombies for days. I didn't expect you to clear them all out in such a short time. You are incredible. Thank you so much. In this apocalyptic world, there's no room for fine food or wine, so I asked my wife to stir-fry a couple of side dishes for you. I hope you don't mind. Lu Qiao placed the food on the coffee table in front of him. It was just simple vegetables, but stir-fried vegetables weren't easy to find in the apocalyptic world. Lu Daqiang couldn't help but swallow and looked at Luo Qingtian. Sister Luo, we need breakfast now. Eat quickly, and we can get on with our journey. Chapter 356. Luo Qingtian sneered at Lu Qiao before him. I understand you want to protect yourself living here, but you're putting these things in front of me. Are you trying to turn me into a man-eating zombie too? After saying this, everyone present looked at Lu Qiao with unfriendly expressions. Chaozhen then stepped forward and said, Miss Luo, is there some misunderstanding here? These dishes are truly rare. I'm afraid we misunderstood Mr. Lu and his family's kindness. Luo Qingtian looked at Chaozhen with a half-smile and said, Then why don't you, Captain Chao, eat all these dishes? Chaozhen glanced at Luo Qingtian awkwardly, then turned and walked over to the food, beginning to eat in front of everyone. The dishes were indeed delicious, and as Chaozhen ate, everyone around him couldn't help but salivate. But no one approached, so Chaozhen devoured the entire meal by himself. After Chaozhen finished eating, Lu Qiao looked at Luo Qingtian with an angry expression. Miss Luo, you see, my vegetables may not look very colorful, but they're edible. I'm an Earth-type psychic after all. How could anything go wrong with my crops? Luo Qingtian raised an eyebrow, glanced at Chaozhen, then at Lu Qiao, and shrugged. Really? Then just call it my overthinking. After all, I don't trust anyone. Since I deprived you of hot food, I make it up to you with something. Luo Qingtian pulled out some buns from her space, the same kind she bought at the night market. The skin was thick and the filling light, so everyone got 3. Even so, everyone present was delighted. These buns actually have meat in them. I haven't had them in years. Zhou Hua devoured his buns with big mouthfuls, making Lu Qiao's expression grow even uglier beside him. Even Chaozhen's expression darkened as he looked at Luo Qingtian's buns. Because he had just eaten breakfast, Luo Qingtian didn't share his buns. He could only watch. After everyone finished eating, Luo Qingtian clapped her hands, stood up, and headed out of the villa. Let's go, it's time to leave. Luo Qingtian's words drifted through the air, and everyone stood up and followed her. Chaozhen walked last. When he reached Lu Qiao, their eyes met, and their expressions seemed to convey something. Although they moved quickly, Luo Qingtian, using the mini-map, took in everything. She was certain that the two knew each other, and that they were very familiar with each other. Leaving the villa area, the 2 security zombies were still at the door. Seeing Luo Qingtian emerge, Luo Qingtian waved his hand and fired an arrow, piercing through the zombies. Lu Daqiang approached from behind, looking at Luo Qingtian in confusion. Sister Luo, are we just leaving like this? Luo Qingtian glanced sideways. What else? You want to stay and become a zombie too? Even if Lu Daqiang was a bit clueless, he knew those humans who had turned into zombies were connected to Lu Qiao and the others, but he didn't understand. Everyone present understood this, but why did Chaozhen still eat those things? Couldn't he see the problem? Luo Xiaowu then released a stream of black smoke towards the ground, preparing to condense into a Nani car and depart. The Longma team behind them also approached, waiting to board. Chaozhen was the last to arrive, and for some reason, he was followed by a group of zombies. Chaozhen appeared extremely panicked, running while shouting, "Run! I've been spotted by the zombies!" Then Chaozhen led the group of zombies towards Luo Qingtian. Luo Qingtian licked his tongue and looked at Chaozhen with a half-smile. Luo Xiaowu whispered, "Qingtian, after eating that food, he smells like zombies. And he's in big trouble." Luo Qingtian nodded, "Yes, I know." Luo Qingtian didn't deal with the zombies. Instead, when Chaozhen approached, he turned and ran forward. Lu Daqiang behind him called out, "Sister Luo, are we going to fight?" Luo Qingtian, "There are so many zombies, the more we fight, the more there are. I haven't recovered from the long battle last night." With that, everyone present quickened their pace to flee. Luo Qingtian hadn't even recovered his powers yet, let alone them. Last night's battle had nearly exhausted all their powers. Now with so many zombies chasing them, continuing the battle would surely lead to their demise. The group ran quickly, and Chao Zhen had unknowingly joined the crowd, running alongside Luo Qingtian. Intentionally or unintentionally, he led them toward the opposite neighborhood. Luo Qingtian narrowed his eyes, and said, "You're leading us that way. Isn't that like walking into a tiger's mouth? There are a lot of zombies over there." Chao Zhen excitedly shouted, "How can you care about so much right now? Look ahead, then behind, where aren't there zombies? We might as well come to this neighborhood. I used to live here, and I know the way." Chao Zhen turned and ran toward the neighborhood. The crowd behind him watched, unsure whether to follow him or not. Chao Zhen then shouted, "Why don't you leave? Since I brought you all here, I definitely get you out. I'm your captain, you must trust me." Upon hearing this, everyone followed in unison, running towards the residential complex. Lu Daqiang had been following Luo Qingtian and Luo Xiaowu the entire time. Seeing them run, he looked at Luo Qingtian anxiously. "Sister Luo, where are we going?" Luo Qingtian raised an eyebrow, glanced at Lu Daqiang, and said, "Since Chao Zhen wants us to go so badly, let's go and take a look." With that, Luo Qingtian suddenly turned around and, with the other two in tow, followed Chao Zhen and his companions. The zombies behind them continued to follow closely behind Luo Qingtian and his companions. After running for a while, Luo Qingtian suddenly leaped onto the balcony of a nearby residential building. The Amos ice bow in his hand instantly appeared, and he drew his arrow, aiming at the zombies behind Luo Xiaowu and Lu Daqiang. He fired 12 arrows in a row, freezing the zombies that were about to attack them. Then he jumped off the balcony and returned to their side. Then he continued to follow Chao Zhen and his companions, running deeper into the residential complex. Luo Xiaowu looked in the direction Chao Zhen and the others were running, his brow furrowed. "Qingtian, there's something fishy about this Chao Zhen. He wants to lead us to a new zombie horde." Luo Qingtian knew this, of course. Her mini-map was always open, and the place they were heading to was exactly where the large red dot was. Luo Qingtian hadn't tried to stop them from beginning to end, wanting to know what Chao Zhen was up to. Now it seemed Chao Zhen was planning to lead them to find the zombie king. As they ran, numerous zombies burst out from the surrounding residential corridors, but Luo Qingtian noticed that these zombies, after emerging, were charging directly towards them. And Chao Zhen's group ahead, they kept running, yet no zombies attacked them. This was a bit strange. Chapter 357. More and more zombies surrounded Luo Qingtian, swarming around him, and further separating him from Chao Zhen ahead. "Sister Luo, are we going to be separated?" Chao Zhen was already panting with exhaustion, and had no energy left to continue fighting. Sweat beads were also beating on Luo Xiaowu's forehead. It looked like both of them had exhausted their supernatural powers. Gu Yuyu said to Xiaolu on her shoulder, "Xiaolu, take the three of us and chase them." Xiaolu immediately transformed into a giant ball of seaweed. It first placed Luo Qingtian on top of its head. As for Luo Xiaowu and Lu Daqiang, it extended its tentacles to wrap around them, then flew forward. The zombies behind them kept chasing them, but Xiaolu flew higher and higher until they lost their target. They all stopped in their tracks, stunned. Seeing the zombies had stopped chasing, Lu Daqiang finally breathed a sigh of relief. "Sister Luo, is this how you escaped from the ancient building? That little green thing is truly formidable." Just as he finished speaking, Lu Daqiang was struck on the butt by a tentacle extended by Little Green. The sound was resounding and crisp, especially in midair. Lu Daqiang clutched his butt, momentarily unsure of his words. He had merely praised the little ball, yet he still received a beating. At this moment, Little Green and the other three were flying high in the sky, watching the path of Chao Zhen and his group. After several twists and turns, they came into sight of the tallest residential building in the entire complex. "Sister Luo, are they planning to head to that building?" Luo Qingtian didn't rush to reply, instead expanding the mini-map to its maximum size. The zombies in that residential building were several times more numerous than those in other buildings, nearly every floor crammed with them. As long as Chao Zhen and his group entered the building, they would inevitably become a meal for the zombies. But what exactly did Chao Zhen want? Was he bringing his men out just to kill them? Luo Qingtian thought for a moment and asked, "Lu Daqiang, have you been following this captain for a long time?" Lu Daqiang shook his head. "No, I don't know how long Chao Zhen has been with Zhou Hua and the others. Huzi and I joined the Longma team last month. Lu Ming introduced us, and Chao Zhen took us on several missions since then. They went pretty smoothly, and we even obtained a lot of crystal cores, so Huzi and I stayed." After hearing Lu Daqiang's words, something flashed through Luo Qingtian's mind. The fleeting thought made Luo Qingtian feel as if he had suddenly gained a lot of clarity. It seems Chaojin isn't as simple as he appears. This isn't his first time bringing people here. Thinking of the attacks by the Monkey Man zombies and their inexplicable arrival at this place. If this were all planned by Chaojin, then the question of whether Chaojin himself is human or a zombie becomes a matter of debate. However, Chaojin's appearance on the minimap remains as a small blue dot. Luo Qitian didn't think there was something wrong with his minimap. To understand the situation, they could only follow him secretly. Just as they expected, Chaojin and the members of the Longma squad ran directly to the last residential building. Zhou looked at Chaojin nervously and said, "Captain, this is already the innermost part of the entire complex, the last residential building. Where else can we run?" Zhou looked at the family building before him. For some reason, he always sensed a sense of danger within it. Chaojin glanced around. It was now silent, and in the distance, zombies could be vaguely seen standing at the entrance to the family building. It seemed as if a single roar would send the zombies charging forward. Of course, everyone present had also noticed the zombies' presence. Feng Qian said with some regret, "Captain, why don't we run while these zombies haven't reacted yet? We avoid being caught." A flicker of impatience crossed Chaojin's brows, and then, feigning extreme anxiety, he said, "There's no other way. If we run out now, we don't know how many zombies will surround us. And now that Luo Qitian and Luo Xiaowu have gotten separated from us, we should." Before he could finish his words, a roar erupted from nowhere, and zombies rushed out from all directions, chasing them. This time, they were truly panicking. With so many zombies, they simply couldn't survive. "Hurry, upstairs first." Chaojin, feeling elated, led his group toward the last residential building. Seeing them run into the building, Lu Daqiang's face was filled with regret. "It's over. Isn't this a sheep walking into a tiger's mouth?" Just now, he had clearly seen that the corridor of the residential building was filled with zombies moving back and forth. Luo Qitian had Xiaolu take them directly to the rooftop of the building. The door to the rooftop was unlocked, and the big red dots seemed to be right there on the rooftop. Chaojin led his men into the corridor and, upon entering, saw a swarm of zombies rushing out. These zombies were clearly low-level, lacking any command, and possessing limited combat power. Although exhausted, the group used their special abilities to quickly eliminate them all. By this point, everyone's special abilities had been completely depleted. If they encountered zombies again, they would have no strength left to fight. Fortunately, Chaojin had led them to the elevator. When zombies began to chase them, they rushed into the elevator and headed straight for the top floor. Luo Qitian had originally considered descending from the rooftop and directly confronting the Zombie King to see what he was up to. At this moment, the Zombie King was with a small red dot, and they seemed to be together for a long time, which made her curious. The one in the family building was the Zombie King, and he was constantly with a small red dot, a low-level zombie. So curious. Could it be that the Zombie King was absorbing the red dot's power? Luo Qitian expanded the minimap to its maximum size, eager to see what was going on. But no matter how far they drove, the Zombie King seemed to be surrounded by a mental barrier, completely shielding him. Beyond visible red and blue dots on the minimap, no concrete details could be seen. Just as Luo Qitian was thinking, he saw several blue dots suddenly appear in the top floor corridor. And those blue dots were heading in the exact direction of the Zombie King's house. Startled, Luo Qitian immediately pulled Lu Daqiang and Luo Xiaowu downstairs. Through the narrow rooftop door, one could reach the top floor balcony. At this moment, Chaojin and his men also arrived at the main door of the house. Feng Qian looked at Chaojin cautiously and said, "Captain, why did you bring us here?" Chapter 358. Chaojin's expression was no longer as anxious as before. Instead, he pointed at the general's gate before him and said, "This place is so well preserved. It's obvious people are living here." With this, Chaojin stepped forward, flung the gate open, and walked straight in. Even the most clueless members of the Longma squad behind him knew something was wrong with Chaojin. "Captain, why do I feel like you wanted to bring us here from the beginning?" Several people stood at the doorway, no one entering. Chaojin turned and smiled at the group standing at the doorway, saying, "Because this is my home. I just wanted to come back to get something." At this point, everyone present panicked. It was obvious he was lying. If Chaojin had said from the beginning that this was his home, they would have followed him here, no matter how difficult it was, if he asked them to. But along the way, it was clear they had been forced here by the zombies. It was as if some mysterious force was controlling the zombies, forcing them here. Several people looked at Chaojin cautiously. Then, one by one, they began to retreat. Chaojin, watching them trying to leave, said with a half-smile, "Since we're here, Don't let your imagination run wild. Let's hide here for a while, maybe we can get out. As he finished speaking, two high-level zombies suddenly appeared behind them. They had human features, walked up behind them, and forcibly pushed them into the main door. After they were pushed into the main door, it quickly closed, trapping all the members of the Longma team inside. They nervously tried to open the door to leave, but it was tightly shut, preventing them from doing so. Then, they felt a wave of weakness. The last few men collapsed helplessly to the ground, their faces filled with fear as they looked towards Chaozhen. At this moment, a door to the inner room opened, and a gentle man emerged. The group they brought this time seemed inferior to the previous ones. The man frowned as he emerged, looking at Chaozhen. Chaozhen bowed slightly to him. I'm sorry, sir, something went wrong. I went through so much trouble to bring them here. And before that, we even went to Luqiao across the way. The man's lip curled at this. They haven't eaten, have they? I need the purest psychic heart. Chaozhen nodded immediately. Don't worry, sir. Luqiao did intend to give them the zombie poison, but I already ate everything. Please remove the zombie poison from me later. That way, I can better assist you. The Longma team listened to the conversation between Chaozhen and the man, wondering what they didn't understand. This Chaozhen had deliberately lured them here, then fed them to the man before him. Looking into the man's golden gray eyes, and the man's unnaturally pale skin made them realize this was the legendary being in Qing City, surpassing the Zombie King. What surprised them even more was that Chaozhen actually knew this Zombie King, and was actually working for him. The thought of this filled them with a wave of despair. Feng Qian stared at Chaozhen in disbelief. Captain, why? You were the one who asked me to join the team. I always thought you treated us like best friends, but why? Why did you do this? Chaozhen looked at Feng Qian expressionlessly. Because, whether before or after the apocalypse, I've been your steward. It was you who sent me to the ancient city base to scout for fresh ingredients. You're truly blessed to have been chosen by your master. After saying this, everyone despaired. Did you account for that group of monkey-like zombies chasing us? Feng Qian asked desperately. A flicker of disdain flashed in Chaozhen's eyes. Yes, those so-called human monkey zombies are true zombies. They have their own intelligence, and they became that way because they ate their own kind when they were human. They also ate virus-infected plants and meat for a long time, which is why they become that miserable, half zombie, half human. Looking back now, it's truly ironic. The others thought of the plants planted by Luqiao across the street and recalled Chaozhen's words. They instantly understood the meaning of Luo Qingtian's words to Luqiao. Chaozhen, looking at the despairing expressions of the others, was in high spirits. He continued with a smile, My master is truly remarkable. Before the apocalypse, he was the most powerful being in Qing City. Afterward, he was the only zombie who retained his intelligence. Your ability to provide nourishment for him and his wife should be your greatest happiness. Zhou Hua spat at Chaozhen. Do you want this happiness? Chaozhen remained silent, but walked over to the man. Sir, how do you intend to enjoy it? The zombie king remained silent, gazing thoughtfully out the window. He quickly averted his gaze and said, Compared to these humans, I prefer the powerful man and woman from the beginning. Chaozhen immediately knew he was referring to Luo Qingtian and Luo Xiaowu. Apologetic expression crossed Chaozhen's face. Sorry, sir, Luo Qingtian and Luo Xiaowu followed me, and I was afraid something might happen. Their power levels were difficult to discern, so I let the zombie swarm block their path. The man already knew this, and he smiled and nodded. Let's leave all these people to Xiaoyu. Chaozhen was stunned, then immediately asked, Sir, don't you want them? This fresh blood and heart is delicious. The man laughed, revealing sharp, piercing teeth. He turned his head to look out the window. My food is even more delicious. With that, he vanished from the spot, reappearing on the small balcony outside. Luo Qingtian had been keeping the minimap open, and when he saw the large red dot suddenly appear beside him, his hands were quicker than his brain, and he instinctively punched the person next to him. Then, Luo Qingtian punched the man in the face. The man's face was bruised. He looked at Luo Qingtian in surprise, then reached out to touch the wound. How could a human touch me? The man lowered his hand, and the wound he had previously received was now completely healed. Luo Qingtian stared at the man before him in astonishment. He had a handsome face, a face as pale as a sage's. If he had overlooked the face's pale, almost death-like appearance, Luo Qingtian might have mistaken it for a living person. What a pity! Luo Qingtian shook his head at the zombie king before him. The zombie king stared at the woman before him in astonishment. Not only was this woman not afraid of him, she even looked at him with a look of regret. What a pity, the man couldn't help but ask. Luo Qingtian stroked his chin and said, "What a pity for your face. You're quite handsome, but you're dead." Chapter 359. Luo Qingtian's words caused the smiling man's expression to change instantly. He looked at Luo Qing with scrutiny. "Since you're here, let's go in and talk." The man vanished again. The next time he reappeared, he was already on the sofa inside the room. Luo Qingtian led Luo Xiaowu and Lu Daqiang into the room. As soon as they entered, Lu Daqiang collapsed to the floor like a noodle. Zhou Hua and the others were shocked at first, then overjoyed, when they saw Luo Qingtian actually walk in from the inner balcony. "With Luo Qingtian here, do they not have to die? Sister Luo, there's something wrong with this room," Lu Daqiang, suppressing his discomfort, shouted to Luo Qingtian, but Luo Qingtian didn't react at all. A mere glance at Lu Daqiang was enough to tell him that there were earth fragments in this room. Luo Qingtian suppressed his excitement and looked in Luo Xiaowu's direction. Liao Xiaowu, like Luo Qingtian, didn't show any signs of abnormality. Luo Qingtian finally breathed a sigh of relief. If Luo Xiaowu was alright, the battle would be much easier. Equally surprised were Chao Jin and the Zombie King. The man and the zombie looked at Luo Qingtian and Luo Xiaowu, and suddenly the Zombie King smiled. "No wonder you smell so delicious. So you're different from them. My name is Mu Lianfeng. Don't know what to call you." When the name Mu Lianfeng was mentioned, Lu Daqiang and the others murmured in surprise. Lu Qingtian looked at Lu Daqiang in confusion, his eyes filled with doubt. Lu Daqiang explained, "I understand. The Mu family used to be the richest family in Qing City. Many industries in Qing City are connected to them. Mu Lianfeng is the crown prince of the Mu family." Luo Qingtian nodded in understanding. "So you're a rich kid after all? No wonder you're so resentful, still making a fuss after your death. After all, the greatest pain in life is dying with so much money left unspent. If it were her, she'd be making a fuss too." Luo Qingtian's gaze towards Mu Lianfeng instantly shone with sympathy. Mu Lianfeng had been staring at Luo Qingtian from the beginning, and seeing him look at him like that, his expression grew even more gloomy. "Humph, you're overthinking it. I'm in this state of my own free will." Mu Lianfeng has always been a self-centered person. When Qing City was surrounded by zombies, he personally pushed his servants and security guards into the pile. Watched them become zombies, or be eaten by them. He watched them transform into zombies, over and over again. Until he calculated the probability of transformation, he cut a wound in his own body and smeared it with zombie blood. Let himself transform into a zombie. Just as he imagined, after becoming a zombie, he gained self-awareness and even supernatural powers. Mu Lianfeng no longer had any desire to continue arguing with Luo Qingtian. He had initially chatted with Luo Qing simply to stall for time. He wanted to see if the gray meteorite he found would have any effect on Luo Qingtian over time. Now, he was certain that it had no effect on the woman before him. There was no point in wasting time anymore. He looked at Luo Qing. "Tell me your purpose." Luo Qingtian pointed at Lu Daqiang on the ground and said, "No purpose, just to see what Chao Jin is up to. I'm taking this man away." Luo Qingtian suddenly stepped forward, grabbed Lu Daqiang by the shoulders, and lifted him off the ground. Feng Qian and the others behind them, seeing Luo Qingtian showing no sign of paying any attention, instantly grew anxious. "Sister Luo, you can't just ignore us." Luo Qingtian turned and said, "Didn't you trust Chao Jin back then? I just came to see what Chao Jin was up to." Lu Daqiang, held in Luo Qingtian's grasp like a quail, looked across at Mu Lianfeng with evasiveness and panic in his eyes. After Luo Qingtian finished, she dragged Lu Daqiang toward the balcony. Luo Xiaowu had been staring at the man and the corpse across from him. When he saw Luo Qingtian had indeed left, he took 2 steps back and immediately followed Luo Qingtian's steps. Chao Jin watched from the side as Luo Qingtian and the others were about to leave. He glanced nervously at Mu Lianfeng. "Sir, are we just going to let them go?" As soon as he finished speaking, Luo Qingtian suddenly turned to Mu Lianfeng. "By the way, can I ask you a question?" Mu Lianfeng nodded slightly. "Go ahead. Chao Jin is a normal human, right? How does he control the zombie swarm?" Mu Lianfeng looked at Luo Qingtian with a half smile. He didn't seem ready to answer, but seeing Mu Lianfeng's reaction, Luo Qingtian guessed it. This might be related to Mu Lianfeng's special ability. She didn't know what it was, so she waited, waiting for him to take action himself. She opened her mini-map to its maximum size, observing Mu Lianfeng's condition. Just as the two were about to reach the balcony, Luo Qingtian suddenly heard a sound of air breaking. Luo Qingtian tilted his head slightly. Then, a crack as large as a fist appeared on the glass in front of him. Luo Qingtian turned his head with a half-smile, only to see Mu Lianfeng had suddenly rushed up behind them. Luo Qingtian tossed Lu Daqiang to Luo Xiaowu with a backhand. He instantly vanished from his spot, only to reappear opposite Mu Lianfeng the next moment. Bang! Luo Qingtian punched Mu Lianfeng in the head, sending him flying. The moment he was sent flying, Mu Lianfeng vanished in midair, only to reappear at Luo Qingtian's side the next moment. But before he could regain his footing, Luo Qingtian's fist was there. Bang! Mu Lianfeng was sent flying again, only to reappear on the living room sofa, stumbling slightly. His upper body collided with the backrest. This scene frightened Chaozhen. He had always known Luo Qingtian and Luo Xiaowu to be powerful, but he had never imagined they were so formidable. This was the first time he had seen his master suffer at the hands of a psychic. There was a hint of danger in his gaze, as he looked at Luo Qingtian. This time, Luo Qingtian wasn't in a hurry to leave. What she was certain of now was that the psychic's powers before her were related to teleportation and telekinesis. As for the specifics, Luo Qingtian wasn't sure yet. She felt she could still gain something from this zombie king. At this moment, Luo Qingtian's gaze towards Mu Lianfeng was no longer cold and fearful. It was now heated and excited. This zombie king was clearly much more powerful than the others, and possessed more powers, which meant he must have more crystal cores as well. This all came from experience. Thinking of this, Luo Qingtian strode towards Mu Lianfeng. Chaozhen saw Luo Qingtian rushing in. He was the first to charge at Luo Qingtian. Luo Qingtian launched a sweeping kick, sweeping Chaozhen directly towards Luo Xiaowu, who was following behind him. I'm inexperienced, Xiaowu. I leave this to you. Okay, Luo Xiaowu responded and began to fight Chaozhen. Chapter 360. Luo Qingtian now charged straight at Mu Lianfeng. Seeing Luo Qingtian charging, Mu Lianfeng retreated. Then he vanished from the spot again, his position still visible on Luo Qingtian's minimap. Just as Mu Lianfeng suddenly stopped behind him, Luo Qingtian suddenly entered the space, swinging his fist and reappearing in the blink of an eye. With this reappearance, Luo Qingtian's fist struck Mu Lianfeng's face without warning. Mu Lianfeng didn't even see how Luo Qingtian's punch landed before he was sent flying again. Luo Qingtian's punch was powerful, sending Mu Lianfeng's body slamming into the wall behind him and landing heavily on the sofa. Luo Qingtian rushed to the zombie king at breakneck speed and swung his fist again, striking the zombie king squarely in the head. The zombie king was struck again, but disappeared instantly. Luo Qingtian stared intently at the zombie king's position on the minimap. Suddenly, she noticed the zombie king was in the innermost room of the house, a room with a small red dot. Mu Lianfeng was currently with that red dot. Luo Qingtian narrowed her eyes, and quickly rushed to the room. She saw the zombie king standing in front of the window, holding a low-level zombie. Seeing Luo Qingtian chasing after him, Mu Lianfeng sneered at her. Human, you're strong. That's why I recognize you as my opponent. The next time we meet, I rip your heart out with my own hands. With that, the zombie king vanished, taking the low-level zombie with him. But before leaving, he roared to the sky, and the zombies in the entire neighborhood and surrounding areas erupted in riot. Like bees scenting blood, the zombies charged towards the house where Luo Qingtian and the others were. Luo Qingtian then looked over to Luo Xiaowu. Chaozhen had been beaten beyond recognition by Luo Xiaowu, his body covered in bloody holes, clearly the result of Luo Xiaowu's destructive ability. Chaozhen stared at Luo Qingtian, filled with despair. Luo Qingtian slowly approached Chaozhen, grasped his neck, and asked, "Where did your husband, your boss, escape to? Do you know?" Luo Qingtian's voice was soft, but to Chaozhen's ears, it sounded like the chanting of a demon. He opened his mouth, but not much came out. Luo Qingtian's grip slightly increased, and his voice murmured again, "Don't test my patience. With so many zombies charging at me, I don't believe you can control them. What would happen to you if I threw you into the zombie swarm? Leaving you like this would be like abandoning you. You're just a zombie. Do you really want to be with them forever?" Luo Qingtian's words were gentle and persuasive, but Chaozhen was clearly already thinking. He watched Luo Qingtian open his mouth several times, but each time no words came out. Luo Qingtian raised an eyebrow. "It's not that you don't want to talk, but you can't, right?" Chaozhen looked at Luo Qingtian pleadingly and eagerly, nodding at him like a chick pecking at rice. At this moment, the gate at the entrance began to bang loudly. The entire residential building was now surrounded by zombies. Bang! Suddenly, the gate was broken open. Horde of zombies tried to squeeze in through the gate, but because there were so many zombies, many were squeezed in the doorway. Feng Qian and the others were on the verge of tears. They were already exhausted, and now with so many zombies coming, they couldn't even retrieve a complete corpse. Sister Luo, we were wrong. Please save us. Zhou Hua was the first to burst into tears, followed by the members of the Dragon Horse Squad. Luo Qitian frowned at them, grabbed Chaozhen, and threw him fiercely toward the door. Chaozhen was thrown to the zombies, and the force sent him flying. Luo Qitian took advantage of this opportunity to walk over to the others and carefully search with her third skill. She quickly found earth fragments on several nearby ornaments. Both ornaments, along with the carvings on them, were made of earth fragments. The thought of this made Luo Qingtian's heart ache, and she put the ornaments away. Zhou Hua and the others finally stopped limp, but they still looked at Luo Qingtian in despair. Sister Luo, our powers are all depleted. Chaozhen had planned this in advance. Throughout the entire journey, Chaozhen had tried every possible means to deplete their powers, preventing them from escaping. Now, even if they could move, they could only rely on their physical bodies to fight the zombies. Luo Qitian looked at them grimly and punched the ground. Grow! Green weeds began to grow wildly in the room, and the members of Team Longma noticed that their powers were rapidly recovering. Instantly realizing that the weeds had a restorative effect, they quickly sat down, burying their bodies in the weeds to allow their powers to recover quickly. Luo Xiaowu then grabbed Lu Daqiang from behind and threw him into the weeds. Lu Daqiang's eyes lit up when he felt the grass regain its power. Just then, the zombies outside rushed through the door again. Luo Qingtian switched to the Ruoxue Divine Bow, drawing his arrows and wielding them, drenching all the zombies outside. He quickly switched to the Benlei Bow and drew his arrows in one continuous motion. The sound of electricity echoed rapidly through the air, and then the current began to spread from the first zombie to the next, and then to the zombies behind. Soon, crackling sounds began to emanate from the zombies outside, and their steps and movements slowed. Luo Qitian glanced outside. Going up the stairs was out of the question, so he had to let Xiaolu lead them away. Luo Qitian turned and headed for the balcony. Zhou Hua and the others watched Luo Qitian flee, and none of them cared about regaining their powers. They all followed Luo Qitian in unison, fearing they would be left behind. Luo Qitian didn't look back, but quickly rushed to the balcony. Xiaolu, grow! Luo Qitian threw Xiaolu out, and Xiaolu transformed into a giant seaweed ball in midair. It then slowly flew in front of Luo Qitian, allowing Luo Qitian to step on its head. Luo Qitian gestured for Lu Daqiang and Luo Xiaowu to follow him, and they finally climbed aboard Xiaolu. Just then, Zhou Hua and the others arrived. Seeing Luo Qitian and the others on a seaweed ball, they all jumped up in unison, ready to charge at Xiaolu's head. However, Xiaolu didn't like them, and when they jumped, she dodged. Then, they fell to the ground, Xiaolu's tentacles grabbing them as they landed. Then, Xiaolu, leading the group, flew forward. Chapter 361. The crowd carried high into the sky by Xiaolu was momentarily stunned before they saw the zombies chasing them below. And on the balcony behind them, zombies leaped out in pursuit. Are we flying? Feng Qian was still a little skeptical when suddenly, 3 flaming beams appeared above them, shooting towards the balcony they had escaped from. Luo Qingtian, standing above Xiaolu, continuously fired arrows at the surrounding zombies. So many zombies here are living experience points. I couldn't have come here just to get a few zombie king crystal cores and leave like this. Thinking this, Luo Qingtian's hand sped up, unleashing his supernatural powers on the zombies above and around him. Then everyone watched as the zombies throughout the neighborhood were quickly reduced to ash under the onslaught of arrows, leaving not even a single crystal core. After clearing out the zombies upstairs, Gu Yuyu directed Xiaolu to descend to the ground. As Xiaolu landed, zombies from the other buildings followed, their bodies growing larger and larger. The crowd watched as Xiaolu extended thousands of tentacles to snatch up the surrounding zombies, then tossed them into his mouth. The members of the Longma team, observing Xiaolu's actions, all displayed their special abilities. Chaozhen was dead, and he hadn't handed them the crystal core when he died. If they wanted to return to base, they would have to start over again. Now that the seaweed ball was devouring the zombies, they could take advantage of the opportunity to profit from them. With so many zombies, they could surely collect hundreds of zombie cores. The more they thought about it, the more convinced they were that this was the case, especially now that they had the protection of 2 great masters, Luo Qingtian and Luo Xiaowu. They fought even harder. For who knows how long, until no more zombies emerged from the entire neighborhood, Luo Qingtian finally stopped. The members of Team Longma were exhausted and panting, one by one sitting on the ground, gasping for breath. Xiaolu then spat out all the zombie cores he had consumed. The cores were processed, and Luo Qingtian collected them all. The members of Team Longma were shocked by this scene. But no one dared to touch Luo Qingtian's core. After they had rested enough, they each drew their daggers and began to search the zombie heads on the ground. Luo Qingtian and Luo Xiaolu rested on a stool woven by Xiaolu. Seeing everyone else go looking for crystal cores, they nudged Lu Daqiang, who was sitting on the ground. "They're all going to get crystal cores. Why aren't you going?" Xiaolu had wanted to eat the corpses at the back, but Luo Qingtian hadn't let her, so she left them there on purpose. Lu Daqiang had been preoccupied since he was rescued. He glanced up at Luo Qing and said, "Sister Luo, I don't want to go back to base. Where are you and brother Luo going? Why don't you take me with you?" Luo Qingtian frowned at Lu Daqiang and said, "What the hell do you want?" This choked Lu Daqiang. At this moment, Feng Qian, not far away, burst into laughter. "Haha, we got 100 crystal cores. We can go back." With that, the members of the Longma team cheered excitedly. It seemed that Chao Shen's death hadn't affected them much. Lu Daqiang felt somewhat uncomfortable with Luo Qing and looked at Feng Qian and the others with a worried look on his face. Then he lowered his head and said nothing more. After everyone had rested, Luo Qingtian looked at Luo Xiaolu and said, "Transform into a car. Ideally, into a bus, something suitable for combat. The journey back home won't be easy." When Luo Xiaolu heard that Luo Qingtian had forbidden him from transforming into a Nani car, a hint of dejection crossed his face, but he obediently used his black energy to create a black bus. The bus had a skylight above the seats, allowing them to stand up and fight through it if zombies attacked. Lu Daqiang still took the driver's seat. When the others saw them sitting in the empty carriage, they excitedly stood up and walked to the bus door. They didn't get on until Luo Qingtian and Luo Xiaolu boarded first. The carriage, driven by Lu Daqiang, left the neighborhood. The carriage sped along, soon passing the villa complex where they had stayed the previous day. Everyone looked outside the villa complex, which had suddenly become teeming with zombies. Feng Qian gritted his teeth and said, "Sister Luo, are Lu Qiao and Chao Shen together? Shouldn't we go and kill them?" At this point, the members of the Longma squad all looked unhappy. Luo Qingtian looked at the gathering zombies and said with a smile, "No need. They suffer the consequences. In the apocalypse, killing to protect oneself is understandable, but those who rely on killing to protect themselves and have lost their moral compass will eventually die at their own hands." How did the human monkey zombies in the villa complex come about? Most of them were due to Lu Qiao's earth-based abilities altering the soil properties of the villa complex, poisoning the survivors with zombie poison. Cannibalism would only occur later. Lu Qiao must have been trying to seize the few remaining resources. Or perhaps, like Chao Shen, he was serving the zombie king. But Luo Qingtian didn't care about any of this. Now that Chao Shen was dead and the zombie king had fled, the surrounding zombies, without the zombie king's control, couldn't possibly ignore this villa complex. After Luo Qing finished, she leaned back lazily, closed her eyes, and began to take a nap. However, her third skill remained active, observing everything around her. The bus slowly drove on, quickly disappearing from the street. Not long after the group left, the gate to the villa complex was smashed open by zombies. Then a group of zombies rushed in and began to tear through every house frantically. The survivors, who were about to become human monkey zombies, rushed in and engaged the zombies in a fierce battle. Another group of zombies burst through the gate and charged directly into Lu Qiao's villa. The bus sped along the highway, and Luo Qingtian once again pulled out the navigation system He Xiao had made and began searching for a way out. Along the way, they encountered several more waves of zombies chasing them, and attacks from Monkey Man zombies. Finally, in the early morning of the next day, they left Qing City. When they were sure they had left Qing City, the members of Team Longma were almost in tears. This adventure was a near-death experience. They repeatedly ran into the territories of other zombie kings. Because they were not interested in fighting, they were also fast runners. So, when the zombie kings pursued them, Lu Daqiang practically flew off the road. Despite the intersecting roads and the numerous ramps, he relied on his memory of the route from the way here and drove out. After driving far away from Qing City, Lu Daqiang stopped the car and saw a group of people rushing out and lying on the ground, vomiting violently. Chapter 362. God knows how many times they circled before leaving. If it weren't for the constant fighting and the constant release of supernatural powers along the way, they would have collapsed and vomited violently long ago. After everyone had vomited enough, they got back into the car and headed towards the ancient city base. As they drove to the evening again, Lu Daqiang stopped the car and looked at Luo Qingtian seriously. Sister Luo, the base is just a short distance away. Let's get some rest before we go back. We avoid being so embarrassed. Gu Yuyu looked at Lu Daqiang and felt something was wrong. Feng Qian said weakly, Lu Daqiang, you know the base is just up ahead. Why don't we just drive back? Why do we have to rest along the way? If you can't drive anymore, I take over. Lu Daqiang shook his head. No, we need to get enough rest when we get back. You know the conditions at the base, too. If we go back so exhausted, aren't you afraid of being bullied? Everyone was silent after he said this, except Luo Qingtian and Luo Xiaowu, who were still confused. What do you mean? Bullied by what? Lu Qingtian looked at Lu Daqiang and asked. Lu Daqiang said, many people at the ancient city base like to rob newly returned psychics, especially those who have completed their missions. They're exhausted, physically and mentally, and their powers are depleted. They're their target. If we really go back like this, we become a target too. I know Sister Luo might not mind, but after we get back, some people will take advantage of our rest time to sneak into our place and rob and kill us. At this point, Lu Daqiang's face turned extremely pale, as if he had witnessed something horrific. Zhou Hua then said, Sister Luo, how about we take a break? Luo Qingtian didn't object. She stood up and said, then you guys rest? I go down for a walk. Luo Xiaowu saw Luo Qingtian leave, and immediately stood up and followed her. The two of them stood on the deserted road, gazing into the distance. After the global mutation, much of the land had deteriorated. Growing on these lands were mutated plants, ugly and strangely colored, not a beautiful sight at all. Lu Daqiang followed the two out of the car shortly after they got off. He approached Luo Qingtian again and whispered, Sister Luo, how long do you plan to stay at the ancient city base this time? Luo Qingtian raised an eyebrow at Lu Daqiang. I see if I can find what I want, and then we go. Luo Xiaowu looked at Luo Qingtian in surprise. Qingtian, are you leaving again? Going to the fourth base? Luo Qingtian shook his head. No, I plan to go home first, visit my two families, and then go to the fourth base. Thinking of Shen Yuran and Yi Shao, Luo Qingtian's face warmed slightly. Luo Xiaowu pursed his lips and said nothing. He didn't want to take Luo Qingtian with him anymore, because he would stay with Luo Qingtian regardless of her consent. Across from him, Lu Daqiang's expression darkened even more when he heard Luo Qingtian was going home. Sister, can't you take me with you? Can you tell me where you're passing by? Give me a ride, please? Luo Qingtian frowned at Lu Daqiang. He had been acting strangely since leaving the Zombie King. Even a fool wouldn't believe me if I said there were no problems. Did something happen to you, or did something happen that prevented you from staying at the ancient city base? Upon hearing this, Lu Daqiang's expression darkened. He opened his mouth, then for a moment, unsure whether to speak. Sister. Actually. Lu Daqiang ultimately held back from sharing his discovery. Sister, I'm not sure if it's what I think. Let me confirm it, and then I tell you. With that, Lu Daqiang turned and ran off. Gazing at Lu Daqiang's back, Luo Qingtian's eyes narrowed. There's something wrong with this Lu Daqiang. Luo Xiaowu nodded. Ever since meeting the Zombie King, he's been acting strange. Do you think he's seen the Zombie King beforehand? Luo Qingtian shook his head. It can't be that simple. If he had just met him, he wouldn't be so panicked and frightened, even a little helpless. It's as if he could see the Zombie King again after returning. After saying this, Luo Qingtian and Luo Xiaowu exchanged glances, each seeing something in the other's eyes. Luo Qingtian murmured, it can't be such a coincidence, right? Everyone rested all night, waking up the next morning. Fortunately, there were no enemy attacks, no zombies, and even no mutant plants. With Xiaolu and Dabai helping her keep watch, Luo Qingtian rested well that night. After waking, everyone felt refreshed. Lu Daqiang started the car again. The bus sped towards the ancient city base. Everyone was in good spirits along the way, except Lu Daqiang, who looked gloomy, as if something was about to happen. In the afternoon, everyone finally arrived at the base's gate. Luo Qingtian recognized the gatekeeper. It was the same guard who had tricked her earlier. Furthermore, near the base's gate, Luo Qingtian spotted several hidden red dots, observing the area like scouts. Luo Qingtian ignored them, feigning oblivion as he followed the car into the base. As soon as he entered, Feng Qian exclaimed, finally back. I can finally go home and rest. I hope I don't have to go on patrol tonight. Speaking of patrols, Feng Qian suddenly thought of Luo Qingtian. He looked at him awkwardly, unsure what to say. Luo Qing, I'm not planning on harming anyone in the ancient city base. I'm just looking for a few things. Once I find them, I leave. If you encounter me on patrol, just pretend you didn't see me." The others breathed a sigh of relief upon hearing Luo Qing's name. Who could have imagined that this seemingly fragile girl before them was the assassin who had destroyed the base commander's bedroom and forced him out of the ancient building? "Sister Luo, I understand. Don't worry, we won't expose you when we get back. Luo Qing, even if I'm exposed, I'm not afraid. I believe even 100 of you can't kill me." When they heard this, their hearts sank. Although the words were arrogant, they were speechless. After separating from the others, Luo Qingtian followed Lu Daqiang back to their quarters. He hadn't been back for a few days, and when he opened the door, the room was already covered in dust. Luo Xiaowu frowned at the small room and said unhappily, "Qingtian, I have a place at the ancient city base, and it's better than his. Why don't you stay with me?" Lu Qingtian nodded and said, "Okay, it's a big place. Won't it bother you?" Luo Qingtian, who was about to enter, immediately withdrew his foot and was about to follow Luo Xiaowu. Watching Luo Qingtian and Luo Xiaowu leave, Lu Daqiang plopped down beside Luo Qingtian, his arms wrapped around Luo Qingtian's thighs, and cried, "Sister Luo, don't leave me." Chapter 363. Luo Qingtian frowned at Lu Daqiang, who was hugging her thigh. With just one kick, Lu Daqiang was sent flying. "What's wrong with you?" Lu Daqiang was sent flying by Luo Qingtian's kick, his body colliding with the cabinet behind him, his entire body twitching with pain. But he ignored the pain and threw himself down beneath Luo Qingtian again. This time, he hugged Luo Qingtian's calf, practically sprawling on the ground. "Sister, please, take me away. I do anything you ask me to do." Luo Qingtian stared at Lu Daqiang for a long moment, then suddenly bent down and grabbed his neck. "Are you hiding something from me?" Luo Qingtian narrowed her eyes at Lu Daqiang, the coldness in them growing more pronounced, frightening him. But the words she was about to say died in her mouth, as she recalled those eyes in her memory. He covered his mouth and shook his head repeatedly. "Sister Luo, I can't tell you. I really can't tell you. Let's leave the ancient city base. Once we leave, we all be safe. And then I tell you whatever you want to ask." At this point, Luo Qingtian and Luo Xiaowu exchanged glances. "Can't tell you? So, are you sure you're hiding something from me? Let me think about it. You've been so worried since you met that zombie king. Besides, when the zombie king left, he so confidently said, 'We meet again.' From this, we can infer that the zombie king knew we were returning to the ancient city base. And that proves he'd be there too." At this point, Lu Daqiang's face was ashen with fear. Luo Qingtian suddenly laughed. "So you actually seen the zombie king before, right? You just didn't know his identity until we met in that room. And then you discovered something?" Lu Daqiang hadn't expected Luo Qingtian to have guessed so much based solely on his behavior over the past few days. Then, he nodded to Luo Qingtian, and under Luo Qingtian's captivating gaze, he recounted everything he knew. Luo Qingtian and Luo Xiaowu listened to everything Lu Daqiang said with gloomy faces. At the end, Lu Daqiang simply knelt before them, weeping, "Sister Luo, Brother Luo, please, take me away. I really don't want to die. If he knew I discovered his identity, he would definitely not let me go." Luo Xiaowu looked at Luo Qingtian. "Qingtian, take him with you. I do have plenty of rooms. But will he find out?" Luo Qingtian shrugged. "Take him with you, just in case he thinks of something else." With that, the two of them led Lu Daqiang out the door. Luo Xiaowu's residence was large, with a courtyard with 3 entrances. This kind of house would have fetched at least hundreds of millions before the apocalypse. After the apocalypse, the population shrank significantly, leaving many houses like this vacant. However, Luo Xiaowu's residence was very close to the ancient building, a location considered within the inner city compared to other bases. Luo Xiaowu gave the largest master bedroom to Luo Qingtian. Then, he took up residence in the room next to Luo Qingtian. As for Lu Daqiang, he told him to find his own room. Although the house looked antique from the outside, the decor inside was modern and minimalist. It was already night, and Luo Qingtian had no plans to go out. So, after settling Lu Daqiang down, Luo Qingtian closed the doors and windows and drew the curtains. Then, he entered the space to rest. After entering the space, Luo Qingtian first went to the smelting table. She tossed her tang sword, the 2 severed claws of a diamond zombie, the 2 severed claws of a greasy zombie, the bone wings, and the gold refining stone into the smelting table. She pressed the tang sword icon. After the smelting table started running, Luo Qingtian stretched and entered the manor. Dabai was napping at the doorway of the manor villa, his lazy and contented appearance like a leisurely cat. Luo Qingtian stroked Dabai's head twice, then walked straight into the villa. The villa was still spotless. As she entered, she saw a strange object bustling about in the room. Watching the object, which looked a bit like a ball of fur, scurrying back and forth across the room, Luo Qingtian approached and realized it was a robot vacuum with a miniature version of a ball of fur resting on top. Luo Qingtian stopped and looked it over for a long moment. Have I ever bought such a bizarre robot vacuum? Even if I have, I never bought this simulated fur ball. Luo Qingtian stepped forward and picked up the robot from the ground. The robot looked quite new, but the fur ball on top of it rolled down with her arms. Luo Qingtian's mouth twitched. Is this robot so fragile? Just as she finished speaking, the fur ball came down from upstairs, wrapped in a laundry basket with vines. When it saw the simulated fur ball in Luo Qingtian's hand, it dropped the laundry basket and quickly rushed to Luo Qingtian, taking the simulated fur ball from him. Luo Qingtian was surprised by the fur ball. She scratched the back of her head sheepishly. Fur ball, what is this? As soon as he finished speaking, the fur ball tore off a small piece of itself and carefully attached it to the simulated fur ball. The tiny fur ball instantly came to life, leaping onto the robot's body and rolling around with it. Looking at the suddenly animated little fur ball, he glanced at the larger fur ball before him. Fur ball, did you give birth? Luo Qingtian suddenly thought of something. When he caught the fur ball, it had transformed into a forest. Could this tiny fur ball be one of those fur balls in this forest? The more Luo Qingtian thought about it, the more convinced he was, his eyes brightening as he looked at the fur ball. The fur ball glanced at Luo Qingtian with a look of idiocy, then turned and headed for the kitchen, ready to make Luo Qingtian some food. Luo Qingtian looked at the fur ball from behind, and said to Little Green on his shoulder, Little Green, am I being looked down upon by the fur ball? Little Green didn't answer, but transformed into a seaweed ball, and jumped onto Luo Qingtian's head. It extended a tentacle and pointed upstairs, signaling Luo Qingtian to change clothes and shower. Luo Qingtian glanced at himself, stained with the grime of slaughtering zombies. Without a second thought, he turned and headed upstairs. As he climbed, Luo Qingtian called out to Mao-Chio, Mao-Chio, I want the sweet and sour spare ribs you made. I want them sweet. With that, Luo Qingtian hurried upstairs. Just as Luo Qingtian rushed upstairs, Mao-Chio stopped what he was doing and looked at Luo Qingtian's back with a gentle expression. Similarly, the small Mao-Chio perched on the robot vacuum also looked back at Luo Qingtian. If there were expressions, the small Mao-Chio's face would have shared the same one as the big one. However, Luo Qingtian didn't notice. Chapter 364. As soon as Luo Qingtian entered the house, she stripped naked and went into the bathroom to shower. After cleaning herself, she came downstairs, wearing pink plush slippers and holding a ball of fur in her hand, yawning. For dishes and a soup were already set on the table. After Luo Qingtian came downstairs, the ball of fur placed rice on the table. Luo Qingtian sat down and began to eat. The ball of fur, your cooking is getting better and better. It's almost as good as Grandma's. As Luo Qingtian ate, the ball of fur appeared behind Luo Qingtian. It reached out, took Luo Qingtian's towel, and began to gently wipe Luo Qingtian's hair. While eating, Luo Qingtian turned back to look at the ball of fur, put down his chopsticks, and gave it a thumbs up. Mao-Chio, you're becoming more and more human. If I hadn't watched you grow up, I would have mistaken you for a tree demon transformed into a spirit. You weren't a spirit before I caught you, were you? Can you transform into a human? Didn't they say that spirits were forbidden after the founding of the People's Republic of China? After Luo Qing finished speaking, Mao-Chio instantly stopped drying his hair and dropped the towel directly on Luo Qingtian's head. He turned and left, not forgetting to take the little Mao-Chio perched on the robot vacuum with him. Luo Qingtian removed the towel from his head and stared at Mao-Chio, bewildered, as he walked out the door. He couldn't help but scratch the back of his head. Is Mao-Chio angry? Isn't it a mutant plant? Thinking of Dabai and then Xiaolu, it seems like these two have never lost their temper. Luo Qingtian rubbed his chin in thought for a long time, then said to the seaweed ball lying on the table, It seems Mao-Chio has evolved better than all of you. It just hasn't evolved towards combat. Luo Qingtian nodded to herself repeatedly, convinced that this must be the case. After eating and drinking, Luo Qingtian ran to the smelting table to examine her tang sword. The new sword was entirely white and black. The blade, while also black, had a diamond hue. Luo Qingtian reached out and touched the blade. Enchant. With that, the entire sword turned a fiery red, the flames on the blade appearing brighter than before. Luo Qingtian also felt that the enchantment on the sword was easier and more effective this time. Thankfully, the claws of the diamond zombie and the greasy zombie were brought back. What a surprise! Luo Qingtian still tried to swing the sword in place, confirming that it was indeed more useful than before. Then, feeling happy, she prepared to go back to bed. Before leaving, she made a point of looking for Mao. Not far away, in the fields, Mao was working hard in the fields. Not far away, 5 more granaries appeared. They were filled with food grown by Mao. Luo Qingtian smacked his lips, then went back to sleep. Luo Xiaowu slept in the room next to Luo Qingtian. Feeling so close to Luo Qingtian, he felt both happy and at ease. Just as he was about to drift off, he suddenly opened his eyes and hurriedly stood up to leave. He realized he could no longer smell Luo Qingtian's scent. But as he put his hand on the door lock, he pulled it back. Qingtian doesn't like being watched. If she knew I could smell her, she'd definitely be angry, right? Thinking of this, Luo Xiaowu suppressed his uneasiness and forced himself back to lie down on the bed in his room. Daybreak arrived. Luo Qingtian rose early, tidied briefly, and left the space with the breakfast Mao had prepared. Next door, Luo Xiaowu finally breathed a sigh of relief after sensing Luo Qingtian's scent. He quickly dressed and waited at the door. Hearing Luo Qingtian open it, he pretended to have just woken up and opened it. Xiaowu, good morning. You're awake too? Luo Qingtian asked with a smile. Luo Xiaowu nodded and sniffed. Qingtian, do you have any food in your room? It smells so good. Luo Qingtian smiled and nodded. Let's go have breakfast. They walked into the living room, where Luo Qingtian placed breakfast on the table. Just then, Lu Daqiang woke up and yawned as he approached Luo Qingtian and them. As soon as he entered, he saw breakfast on the coffee table and swallowed. Sister Luo, hee, brother Luo, are you guys eating? Hee. Luo Qingtian pushed 2 large meat buns and a bowl of porridge on the table and said, "This is yours. Hurry up and eat it. We still have to go to the ancient building." Lu Daqiang, upon hearing this, happily walked to the table, took out the large meat buns from the table, and began to tuck into them. The large meat buns were delicious and juicy. Paired with the porridge and side dishes, Lu Daqiang felt that even if he encountered the zombie king who came to kill him, it would be worth it. The 3 of them lowered their heads and ate breakfast in silence. Just then, there was a knock on the door outside. Luo Xiaowu frowned and looked in the direction of the knock. "I go check it out, you guys eat," Luo Xiaowu said, standing up and walking out. Lu Daqiang glanced at the food on the table and reflexively stuffed the buns and porridge into his mouth. He forced himself to eat everything. Luo Qingtian activated his 3rd skill when someone knocked on the door. Lu Ming was speaking to Luo Xiaowu at the door. He looked anxious, as if something serious had happened. Luo Xiaowu's expression was indifferent. He nodded slightly to Lu Ming, then closed the door and walked back. He sat back down in his previous position, finished the remaining buns on the table, and then looked at Luo Qingtian. Lu Ming said a lot of zombies are gathering outside the base gate. It won't be long before a wave of zombies will storm here. I should be prepared. What do you think? Luo Qingtian sipped his porridge, then looked up and asked, "How did he know you were back?" Luo Xiaowu said, "This morning, Zhou Hua and the others went to cancel Chaoxin's information and hand in the 100 crystal cores they had retrieved. Then the people at the mission hall told Lu Ming about this. By now, everyone in the upper echelon should know I'm back. After all, they've been trying to win me over before this." Luo Qingtian understood. "Haven't you always been wooed by the so-called base commander?" Luo Xiaowu nodded. "Yes, that's true, but it's always Lu Ming who comes to see me. As for the base commander himself, I only seen him once, from a distance, up in the ancient building." Luo Qingtian nodded. "Then this base is quite interesting." After the group had eaten and drunk their fill, there was another knock on the door. Luo Qingtian used his 3rd skill to spot Feng Qian and Zhou Hua standing anxiously at the entrance. Luo Xiaowu led Luo Qingtian to open the door. After opening it, Feng Qian excitedly called out to the 2, "Sister Luo, brother Luo, you're here after all. Zombies are attacking from outside." Chapter 365. Luo Xiaowu and Luo Qingtian didn't react much. The zombies outside were only a matter of time, they thought. If Lu Daqiang's words were true, then the true purpose of this zombie wave was self-evident. "Brother Luo, Sister Luo, what's wrong with you two? Many teams are going to resist now. If we don't go, we be held accountable." Hearing this, Luo Xiaowu raised his eyebrows slightly. What accountability? Qitian and I don't seem to be in any team, right? And even if we wanted to leave, no one would stop us, right? After saying this, Feng Qian and Zhou Hua looked at them with a guilty look. Brother Luo, after we got back, we submitted the mission course and reported you and Sister Luo's names. Now, the mission hall at the ancient city base has automatically added you and Sister Luo to our Longma team. Luo Xiaowu frowned at the two, then gave them a half smile. So, you two reported our names without Qitian and I knowing? They took a step back, feeling guilty. Brother Luo, it was the mission hall's fault. Don't blame us. They actually wanted to say that Lu Ming had done this behind the scenes, but Lu Ming wouldn't let them say it, so they had to face it on their own. Luo Xiaowu reached for the door to go back. Luo Qitian patted him on the shoulder and said, "Don't be angry. I just want to go get some zombie cores. Zombie waves are so hard to come by. These are all experience points. Leveling up is incredibly difficult right now." So she really didn't want to give up such a good opportunity. Luo Xiaowu didn't know what Luo Qitian wanted to do, but if Luo Qitian wanted to go out and fight zombies, he would definitely accompany him. Zhou Hua and Feng Qian, standing across from them, breathed a sigh of relief upon hearing Luo Qing's name. Right now, the Longma squad didn't even have a captain. Lu Ming had forcibly submitted the names of Luo Xiaowu and Luo Qitian, and even stated that Luo Qitian would be the captain. When the Longma squad members saw the captain's name, they found it absurd. Luo Qitian was capable, but with such a cold personality, he definitely wouldn't be a captain. Lu Ming smiled cryptically. "Don't worry, I definitely have my reasons for doing this." Then he told them to come find him. Now, hearing that Luo Qitian was going to fight zombies, the Longma squad members immediately felt that Lu Ming had foreseen the situation. "Captain, let's go!" Zhou Hua stared at Luo Qingqian's face, his eyes sparkling. Luo Qingqian was stunned. "Captain?" The Longma squad members immediately nodded at Luo Qingqian. "Yes, from now on, you will be the captain of our Longma squad." Luo Qingqian found the title amusing, but she didn't object. If he were the captain, at least the team would still be obedient. So Luo Qingqian had Luo Xiaowu transform into a bus, and the group boarded it, and headed towards the base's main gate. All along the way, the ancient city base's psychics rushed towards the gate. Some walked, some ran, some rode bicycles, and some drove. The entire street seemed bustling with activity. Luo Qingqian glanced sideways at the hurried psychics. Their faces showed signs of panic, anxiety, and a variety of expressions. Ultimately, it was all about survival. Luo Qingqian sighed deeply, and was about to lean back to rest, when he suddenly saw a familiar red figure standing at the edge of the street. In front of the service building, Sister Hong was holding a package, anxiously watching the hurried pedestrians. The anxiety in his eyes made it clear he was searching for something. Suddenly, a man rushed over to Sister Hong and hugged her. Sister Hong embraced the man, and as they spoke, Sister Hong handed the package to the man. He leaned down and kissed Sister Hong on the forehead before disappearing back into the hurried crowd. This episode struck Luo Qingqian as quite interesting. Finding someone to accompany her in this apocalypse is truly a blessing for Sister Hong. Hopefully, after the zombie wave is dealt with, the ancient city base can return to normal. Thinking of this, Lu Daqiang had already driven the car to the base's main gate. Inside the base's main gate lay a long bluestone road. By the time the group's car arrived, the gate had been completely smashed open. A swarm of zombies rushed in like a swarm of Christian carp. Many psychics were thronging the road, engaged in combat with the zombies. Luo Xiaowu parked the bus, and Gu Yuyu said to the group, "Let's go. It's time to kill the zombies." Luo Qingqian and Luo Xiaowu quickly moved through the zombie swarm, chopping off the heads of every zombie they encountered. Xiaolu stood on Luo Qingqian's shoulder, carefully guarding his surroundings. Any zombies he chopped down were quickly devoured by Xiaolu. But the zombies outside were growing in number. Even the walls surrounding the ancient city base were swarming with zombies. Some zombies stood near the city wall, activating the archable formation. After reaching a certain height, some of the zombies passed through the wall and headed straight for the base. Soon, zombies began to appear inside the base. At this point, the base was mostly left with only a handful of survivors. These survivors were ordinary people, completely unfit to deal with the zombies. They screamed and ran, dodging the zombies' pursuit. Sister Hong had already noticed the zombies' presence. She closed the front and back doors of the service building and took all the girls into the hidden door they had used earlier. 9 people were hiding in a cramped space of less than 5 square meters. Outside the service building, a group of zombies were shouting and roaring, frantically pounding on the gate. Sister Hong instructed the girls to cover their mouths and slow their breathing. No one dared to make a sound, simply dodging. At the base gate, zombies continued to surge like a tide. The surviving psychics were fighting and retreating on the Bluestone Road. Those psychics, who had rushed out early, had already been torn to shreds by the zombies. After fighting for a long time on the narrow Bluestone Road, Luo Qingtian released a Bai, who transformed into wings and flew high into the sky. After confirming that there were no psychics alive outside the base gate, Luo Qingtian instantly switched from his bone knife to his Ruoshui divine bow. Heavy rain. Luo Qingtian selected a large area and began unleashing his ultimate attack. Then, the zombies outside the base gate were drenched by the sudden downpour. Then came the sound of zombie explosions. Luo Qingtian quickly switched from his Ruoshui to his Amos Ice Bow. Chapter 366. Luo Qingtian drew his bow and shot an arrow, then aimed at the rainstorm and released an ice arrow. Instantly, a large number of zombies were frozen into ice sculptures. Luo Qingtian sprinted towards the ground, his bow and arrow replaced with a silver-white bone spear. Luo Qingtian swiftly rushed past the group of ice sculptures, and their heads fell to the ground the moment he passed. Xiao Lu then jumped off Luo Qingtian's shoulders and frantically devoured the bodies of the zombies. Then, it spat out a large number of zombie cores onto the ground. Luo Qingtian quickly stored these zombie cores into his space and continued to eliminate the zombies. There were no living people outside the base, only Luo Qingtian and Xiao Lu. So Luo Qingtian could fight with all his might. With Xiao Lu's protection, the surrounding zombies were unable to get close to Luo Qingtian, giving him ample room to maneuver. Luo Qingtian fought tirelessly for a long time, and the zombies around him continued to pour in. Thanks to Luo Qingtian's obstruction, the newly gathered zombies ultimately failed to break into the base. This gave the psychics on the Bluestone Road a chance to catch their breath. After an unknown amount of time, Luo Qingtian felt exhausted, and the new zombie waves finally stopped. Luo Qingtian panted slightly and looked towards the Bluestone Road, preparing to return. Suddenly, a long-lost voice echoed in his mind. Congratulations on successfully recovering Earth fragments. 9 A-level zombie kings, 532 9th-level zombies, and 13,206 level zombies have been killed. 9,500 5th-level zombies have been killed. 24,000 4th-level zombies have been killed. Congratulations on your hunter skill upgrade. 3 arrows simultaneous. Level 36. For attribute skill duration plus 10 seconds. Trap level 8. Psychic perception level 11. Growth level 19. Expands the area of plant growth by 500 m. Anti-growth ability plus 8. Increases group health absorption by 2. Healing skill level 9. Increases healing range by 500 m. Poisoning skill level 5. Land domain level 11. Clone skill level 2. Increases the number of clones by 1. Smelting times refreshed. Hearing this flurry of good news, Luo Qingtian was practically leaping with excitement. Although he didn't know his skill ceiling, the skill upgrade was a timely relief for Luo Qing. Luo Qingtian excitedly flew back to the Bluestone Road, which was now nearly filled with the corpses of zombies and psychics. These psychics, having been fighting zombies for so long, were nearing their limits. When Luo Xiaoyu noticed Luo Qingtian's return, he quickly rushed to his side. Qingtian, how are you? Are you okay? Luo Qingtian shook his head. As Luo Qingtian spoke, the screams of survivors could be heard in the distance, and then someone shouted, "Oh no! A lot of zombies are entering the city." The psychics at the gate, upon hearing the zombies entering, kicked the zombies across from them away and turned to run back into the base. The families and children of these psychics were inside the city. The zombie invasion would be an absolute disaster for those without psychics. The ancient city base was not known to be very friendly to women. They couldn't imagine what would become of their wives and children. Lu Daqiang and the others panted, approaching Luo Qingtian. "Sister Luo, shall we go too?" Looking at the few remaining zombies behind them, Lu Daqiang frowned. He had a feeling the zombies' entry into the city wouldn't be so simple this time. Luo Qingtian nodded. "Let's go! It's time for the final, important event." They didn't take a car this time, because the Bluestone Road was so crowded with people running back that even if they wanted to, they wouldn't be able to drive. They hurried forward, hoping to minimize the damage to the base by the time they arrived. The ancient city base was a living hell. The zombies rushed in, attacking and mauling any living thing without hesitation. The ground was covered with broken limbs and fragments of human flesh. Bright blood dyed the ground a vibrant crimson. The cries of wailing and help were endless. When Luo Qingtian and his companions arrived, they were greeted by this scene. The blinding red made everyone's heart sink. A male psychic roared angrily, "No! Return my sister! Return my son!" A golden light flashed in his hand, and he furiously attacked the zombies ahead. The other psychic's rage reached its limit. Already depleted of their psychic powers, the despair and rage within them now fueled their deepest hatred. They charged furiously at the zombies, unconcerned about whether they could still unleash their powers. Some psychics were already biting the nearest zombie, roaring furiously as they did so. For a moment, it was difficult to tell who was zombie and who was human. At that moment, someone shouted, "Why are zombies rushing in? Where's our base commander? Where are our senior leaders? Why aren't you coming out now? Why? Yes, we've been fighting so hard, but where are these cowards? Where's the base commander? Where's the base commander? Are you still hiding like cowards at this moment?" The psychic screamed in anger, demanding answers from the so-called base leaders. Luo Qingtian sighed and slammed his fist down on the ground. "Grow!" The next moment, starting from Luo Qingtian's feet, green weeds spread out into the distance, carrying hope. At that moment, all the psychics felt a surge of power flowing from their feet into their bodies. Their previously depleted superpowers were rapidly recovering. However, they weren't happy about the return of their powers. Their brothers and sisters, their families, and their children had been torn to pieces by the zombies while they were fighting. Under such circumstances, they had even lost hope of survival. At that moment, a group of masked figures suddenly appeared from the sky. The man standing in the front was now flying overhead. "Who's calling me?" A familiar voice rang out from behind the mask, and then a man behind him shouted, "It's the base commander." At the word base commander, someone angrily shouted at the masked man in the sky, "Base commander, why didn't you show up to stop these zombies from harming our families?" "Why?" The man called base commander instantly laughed. He slowly removed his mask, revealing a pale, handsome face. "Stop the zombies from attacking the city? They're just a bunch of food. After all, I summoned those zombies. After all," Mu Lianfeng looked at Luo Qingtian, who was staring up at him. "Luo Qingtian, we meet again." Chapter 367. Luo Qingtian wasn't surprised by Mu Lianfeng's appearance. From the day she returned to the base, from the moment she forced Lu Daqiang to reveal everything last night, she and Luo Xiaowu knew the true secret hidden in the shadows of this ancient city base. That this so-called ancient city was Mu Lianfeng's property before the apocalypse. After the apocalypse, Mu Lianfeng established the ancient city base to quickly recruit psychics. It was truly outrageous. A zombie king created a human base solely to store better food. At this moment, someone looked at Mu Lianfeng in the sky in horror and said, "That's the base commander. I seen him." Thinking of the food Mu Lianfeng had just mentioned, the psychics on the ground looked at him in astonishment. "Can anyone tell me, is there something magical around me? Why did our base commander call us food? No, look at his nails and face. This is clearly the zombie king." The crowd chattered, then retreated in fear. Mu Lianfeng didn't even look at anyone else. His gaze was fixed on Luo Qingtian. Luo Qingtian was also staring back at Mu Lianfeng. At this moment, both the man and the zombie king saw murderous intent in each other's eyes. Luo Qingtian said, "We meet again." Luo Qingtian nodded, half smiled. "Yes, I know. After all, I'm going back to this ancient city base. I heard you built it to store food. Then, every now and then, you send people from these bases to Qing City to fight zombies, then guide them to your location. Then, you select the right mutants to devour. Otherwise, why would 8 out of 10 members of the team that goes to Qing City stay there?" After Luo Qingtian finished speaking, everyone behind him retreated in fear. Zhou Hua's mind was in a mess. He stared blankly at Luo Qingtian, and then at Mu Lianfeng. "Sister Luo, what do you mean? Are you saying a zombie king created a base, and is raising us as food?" Luo Qingtian didn't turn around, but her voice was heard by everyone present. "Yes. And this zombie horde was also summoned by your base commander, just to drain all your superpowers, and make it easier for them to hunt." At this moment, someone shouted angrily, "I finally understand why we haven't seen the base commander for years, and every time we see him, he's wearing a mask." Luo Qingtian nodded in agreement. "Yes. Because the zombie king's pale skin can't change, even after evolution." "But Mr. Mu, you seem stronger than when we last met in Qing City." Mu Lianfeng's expression softened, and he gave Luo Qingtian a gentle, humble, and elegant smile, as if they weren't enemies but rather long-lost friends. Knowing I had such a powerful enemy like you, I had no choice but to devour all my food reserves in advance. Otherwise, how could I be worthy of such a good opponent like you? Speaking of food reserves, Lu Daqian's expression changed behind him. This battle against the zombie tidal wave had felt like something was missing. Now, he finally understood what it was. Sister Luo, Mu Lianfeng devoured the patrol team and the base commander's guards. When Luo Qingtian heard this, she instantly thought back to the first and second nights of her search for earth fragments and the teams of psychics that had chased her everywhere. Although he killed a few people back then, he still left quite a few alive. Those few people certainly weren't there when the zombie wave arrived today. Okay, food reserves. It turns out these psychic teams were actually Mu Lianfeng's food reserves. Luo Qingtian suddenly laughed. It was truly outrageous. Who could have imagined a human volunteering to become the zombie king, then establishing a human base, and then being worshipped as a hope and a god by a group of humans? It was ridiculous no matter how you thought about it. Mu Lianfeng sighed. Now that we know everything, can we begin our hunting mission? With these words, the so-called high-level leaders behind Mu Lianfeng bared their bloodthirsty fangs. Across from him, Luo Qingtian calculated the time. His growth skill had already disappeared, meaning that all the psychics in the bushes had recovered their powers and strength. He bought himself enough time. He could indeed fight. Thinking of this, Luo Qingtian bared his sharp white teeth. Well, the battle can begin. I just don't know who will be the hunter, and who will be the prey in this hunting game. Luo Qingtian followed suit and flew into the air. The zombies behind Mu Lianfeng rushed towards the psychics on the ground. Mu Lianfeng looked at Luo Qingtian with some surprise, especially at the large white wings behind him. This was the first time he had seen a psychic with such powers. It seems I still don't know you well enough. Such a psychic would be a great tonic for Mu Lianfeng. In the last battle, Luo Qingtian must not have used his full strength. Thinking this, Mu Lianfeng began to move. His speed was even faster than their last encounter. During the battle with Luo Qingtian, before Luo Qingtian could even launch a move, he had already vanished from sight. The next moment, he appeared behind Luo Qingtian, his nails growing longer and sharper, stabbing Luo Qingtian in the back. Luo Qingtian's mini-map was always open, and he quickly noticed Mu Lianfeng's position. The moment Mu Lianfeng disappeared, Luo Qingtian darted forward, creating distance behind him. Mu Lianfeng's attack missed, and he stared at Luo Qingtian with an even more intense gaze. Mu Lianfeng now wanted nothing more than to rip Luo Qingtian's heart out and devour it. He was absolutely certain that by consuming Luo Qingtian, he would evolve into an SSS-level zombie king. Thinking of this, Mu Lianfeng's speed increased even faster. Before Luo Qingtian could even get a good look at Mu Lianfeng, he reappeared before him. Luo Qingtian saw the location of the small red dot displayed on the minimap. Before Mu Lianfeng even appeared, she threw a punch. The punch landed squarely on Mu Lianfeng's face. Mu Lianfeng stepped back, then reached out to touch his bruised face. You're great. But I won't let you hit me again. With this, Mu Lianfeng disappeared from Luo Qingtian's sight. Luo Qingtian stared intently at the red dot on the minimap, watching it rapidly rush toward his right rear. Luo Qingtian swung his fist without hesitation. But Mu Lianfeng dodged the punch. Then he managed to catch Luo Qingtian's fist. Bang! Luo Qingtian was punched in the stomach by Mu Lianfeng, the sharp spike on his fist piercing his abdomen. Chapter 368. Blood instantly oozed from Luo Qingtian's lower abdomen, a black, ink-like corpse poison seeping through the blood. Poisoned again, Luo Qingtian cursed under his breath, his hand instantly illuminating with a green light, gracing the wound. Mu Lianfeng, not far away, seemed to know what Luo Qingtian was planning and vanished again. The next moment, he reappeared in front of Luo Qingtian, his nails growing long and sharp, piercing Luo Qingtian's heart. A dagger instantly materialized in Luo Qingtian's hand. Just as Mu Lianfeng's hand was within a hair's breadth of Luo Qingtian's chest, the dagger swiftly slashed through his hand. The next moment, half of Mu Lianfeng's palm was severed by Luo Qingtian. Luo Qingtian took the opportunity to retreat. Xiaolu, I'm poisoned. I'm afraid I can't win this fight on my own. Remember to use a hidden attack later. Normally, Luo Qingtian rarely let Xiaolu take action when fighting zombies, so he could hone his skills. But the Mu Lianfeng before her was far more powerful than any zombie king Luo Qingtian had encountered before. A single misstep would have cost her her life. Luo Qingtian could also see that Mu Lianfeng was obsessed with stabbing her in the heart. So thrilling, yet so dangerous. Luo Qingtian thought as she healed her wounds, but Mu Lianfeng's attacks were even more frenzied than before. What drove Luo Qitian crazy was that Mu Lianfeng seemed to know exactly where she was going to attack, always grabbing her hand beforehand. Thankfully, every time he restrained her, he surreptitiously attacked her from behind. This left Mu Lianfeng unable to discern the true source of the attack. The wound on Luo Qingqian's lower abdomen, due to the presence of corpse poison, was unable to heal properly. He tried to use his poison to absorb the toxin, but Mu Lianfeng, far more cunning than the greasy zombie, gave him no chance. As the fight progressed, Luo Qingqian felt his body grow increasingly stiff. Luo Xiaowu, who had been battling the zombie king below, quickly noticed something was wrong with Luo Qingqian. Especially when he smelled the blood and near-death odor emanating from Luo Qingqian. Luo Xiaowu panicked. The next moment, he punched the zombie king in front of him, sending him flying. Then, he launched a powerful punch towards the sky. A large black sphere, like a black hole, shot straight into the sky and struck Mu Lianfeng. Mu Lianfeng's eyes were fixed solely on Luo Qingqian, and he didn't even notice Luo Xiaowu's punch. The moment he grasped Luo Qingqian's fist, Xiaolu's large tentacle transformed into a fist and struck Mu Lianfeng in the back. Mu Lianfeng stumbled as a black hole struck him from below, sending him flying far away. Luo Qingqian seized the opportunity to quickly fly away, entering the interstellar space after a short distance. In the interstellar space, Luo Qingqian ignored everything else and quickly released the poison in his hand onto the wound, enveloping it in a green solution and absorbing it. Xiaolu also unleashed his poison skill onto the wound. With this combined power of one man and one ball, the zombie king's black poison was quickly dissolved and absorbed. Luo Qingqian then unleashed healing onto the wound, and it healed at a visible speed. Having recovered, Luo Qingqian ran straight to the river, fetched a cup, and gulped down a large glass of water. Feeling her body recover, Luo Qingqian prepared to leave. She hadn't expected Mu Lianfeng to be so much stronger this time. This was the first time she encountered a zombie this fast, and this zombie's skills were surprisingly far superior to hers. Thinking of Mu Lianfeng's moves, Luo Qingqian immediately coated her body, her lower abdomen, and the skin of her arms with a thin layer of ice. After exiting the space, Luo Qingqian saw Mu Lianfeng chasing after her. When Mu Lianfeng saw Luo Qingqian, he quickly noticed that the wound on Luo Qingqian's lower abdomen had healed. What a shame! If you were consumed by the zombie poison, you would become my strongest subordinate. These words made Luo Qingqian touch her arm reflexively. By then, goosebumps had already formed on her arm. Becoming a zombie? And your subordinate? The thought of it makes me sick. These words seemed to sting Mu Lianfeng across from her, and he instantly vanished. Luo Qingqian stared intently at the mini-map, then threw a punch when Mu Lianfeng appeared, then quickly retreated, regardless of whether he hit or not. Mu Lianfeng, on the other side, reached out and grabbed Luo Qingqian's forearm as he retreated. Startled, Luo Qingqian raised her foot and kicked Mu Lianfeng in the lower groin. But Mu Lianfeng dodged. A thin layer of ice covered Luo Qingqian's arm, and she quickly freed her forearm, not caring about being polite or not, and reached out to grab Mu Lianfeng's crotch. Monkey stealing peaches. This move was both filthy and effective. Mu Lianfeng had used all his previous attacks against Luo Qingqian to counter this one move. Luo Qingqian was now furious and raging. After so many battles, this was the first time he'd been forced to resort to such a despicable move. But it still failed. Luo Qingqian was about to release his domain at the moment of the standoff. Mu Lianfeng, as if sensing something, quickly moved away from Luo Qingqian, putting some distance between them. Luo Qingqian stared in amazement at the zombie king, which had fled far away, and a thought suddenly struck him. This zombie king could read his thoughts, meaning it knew he was about to release his domain, and so it moved away from him, avoiding its range. Thinking of this, Luo Qingqian finally understood why he was constantly restricted in battle. So that's it. This zombie king could actually read minds. Luo Qingqian stared at Mu Lianfeng across from him with a half-smile. This smile carried a clear confidence, as if the entire world had become Luo Qingqian's home turf. This Luo Qingqian made Mu Lianfeng panic. Could it be that Luo Qingqian had some fighting tricks he didn't know about? But before he could figure it out, Luo Xiaowu appeared from a distance. Mu Lianfeng, look who this is. Luo Xiaowu was currently clutching a low-level zombie, seemingly a female, which was waving its arms forward with its fangs bared. Let her go. At the sight of the female zombie, Mu Lianfeng's aura ignited with bloodthirsty violence. He stared at the female zombie with bloodshot eyes, then glanced down at Luo Xiaowu. The next moment, he charged in his direction. But Luo Qingqian wouldn't let Mu Lianfeng get past her. She was incredibly fast, releasing the vines in her hands. The moment Mu Lianfeng rushed forward, green vines and tentacles clamped him down. Then Luo Qingtian arrived in front of him. Bang! Luo Qingtian threw a punch without holding back, slamming Mu Lianfeng down from the sky. Chapter 369. Mu Lianfeng's body slammed heavily into the ground, embedding itself deeply. Luo Qingtian didn't intend to stop. She quickly descended from the air, delivering a powerful kick. Mu Lianfeng, embedded in the ground, vanished the moment Luo Qingtian landed. Luo Qingtian's punch missed, and a sound of air breaking could be heard from behind him. Mu Lianfeng spun to avoid the attack. Bang! Luo Qingtian attacked from the side without anyone noticing. Another punch landed on his face. Mu Lianfeng was sent flying again, and was surprised to discover that he could no longer sense Luo Qingtian's thoughts. No, to be more precise, he could sense the thoughts of several Luo Qingtians. Not far away, the female zombie's voice echoed again. Luo Xiaowu's hand had already grasped the female zombie's neck. After hearing the female zombie's voice, Mu Lianfeng stopped fighting Luo Qingtian and rushed towards Luo Xiaowu frantically. Before he could charge forward, Luo Qingtian attacked again, this time delivering a powerful kick to Mu Lianfeng's back. Mu Lianfeng's body, driven by Luo Qingtian's force, rushed toward Luo Xiaowu and the female zombie. Seeing Mu Lianfeng approach, Luo Xiaowu quickly leaped backward, putting distance between him and the female zombie. Mu Lianfeng fell flat on the ground. Then Luo Qingtian suddenly appeared, stomping on his back and sending him slamming into the ground again. Luo Qingtian's bone knife appeared in her hand, and she slashed at Mu Lianfeng's neck. Clang! The knife shattered with a clang. Luo Qingtian stared at the shattered bone knife in shock. Fuck! I just forged this. Luo Qingtian couldn't help but curse. Mu Lianfeng was still struggling, and Luo Qingtian had no choice but to pin him down with his knees, repeatedly hammering at his head with his fists. Mu Lianfeng was bewildered. To defeat Luo Qingtian, he had devoured every psychic around him to develop this mind-reading ability. But now he found he couldn't read it at all. No, more accurately, he couldn't read it accurately. Roar! The female zombie in front of him roared again, the sound excruciating. Mu Lianfeng tried to get up, but Luo Qingtian held him down firmly. Mu Lianfeng raised his head and roared in the direction of the female zombie. Asshole! Let her go! Let her go! Luo Xiaowu looked coldly at Mu Lianfeng across from him, then raised his hand and forcibly ripped the female zombie's arm off. Roar, roar, roar! A miserable, shrill cry erupted from the female zombie's mouth, and Mu Lianfeng went into a frenzy. No! Ah! I kill you! I kill you! Xiaoya, don't cry, sister, don't cry. Brother is here to save you. Brother is here. Mu Lianfeng screamed and struggled, a powerful surge of supernatural energy erupting from his body. Luo Qingtian, standing behind him, was violently shaken away by this surge of supernatural energy. The moment Luo Qingtian was sent flying, Mu Lianfeng rushed frantically towards the female zombie. Black smoke appeared in Luo Xiaowu's hand, and he held it in front of the female zombie. If you move again, I make this so-called sister of yours disappear forever. This time, Mu Lianfeng really didn't dare to move. His sister was Mu Lianfeng's bottom line, the very reason he wanted to become the zombie king. Okay, I won't move. If you let her go, I take my men back to Qing City, and never show up again. As soon as he finished speaking, Luo Qingtian attacked from behind. Mu Lianfeng sensed the attack and turned, raising his arm to block it. However, just as Luo Qingtian reached him, someone behind him punched him in the back of the head. Mu Lianfeng was knocked down again. He stumbled, and then Luo Qingtian reappeared in front of him. In front of him, Luo Qingtian held a dagger, thrusting it toward Mu Lianfeng's chest. Mu Lianfeng stared at Luo Qingtian in shock, grabbing her wrist with one hand. With his other hand, he reached for Luo Qingtian's chest. Puff! The sound of flesh piercing. Mu Lianfeng excitedly searched for Luo Qingtian's heart. But Luo Qingtian simply vanished before him. However, before he could comprehend what was happening, Luo Qingtian's dagger pierced his chest from behind. Luo Qingtian's bone knife shattered, but her dagger remained intact, imbued with a poisoned skill, easily piercing Mu Lianfeng's body. You seem to want my heart? Luo Qingtian's eerie voice echoed in Mu Lianfeng's ears. Shocked and terrified, Mu Lianfeng tried to escape. Luo Qingtian didn't stop him, but instead slammed his fist into the ground. Domain! Mu Lianfeng, I finally caught you. The next moment, Luo Xiaowu, the female zombie, Mu Lianfeng, and Luo Qingtian were transported to a dimly lit, square space. As soon as Luo Xiaowu entered the domain, he involuntarily fell to his knees. The female zombie was also helplessly pinned to the ground. At this moment, Mu Lianfeng looked at Luo Qingtian with only fear in his eyes. He still didn't understand what Luo Qingtian, whom he had killed, was. And why did Luo Qingtian appear before him, unharmed? Luo Qingtian sullenly walked through the domain, first casting a protective shield on Xiaolu and Luo Xiaowu, relieving the pressure on each of them. Then he quickly rushed in front of Mu Lianfeng and began to assault him one-on-one. Mu Lianfeng tried to dodge, but his body was incredibly heavy. Though he could still walk and even run within the domain, he was no match for Luo Qingtian in speed and strength. Luo Qingtian knocked Mu Lianfeng to the ground, slamming him back into the earth. He didn't even have a chance to fight back. But he didn't even beg for mercy, knowing that Luo Qingtian would not hold back. Until his heart was pierced by Luo Qingtian's dagger. Until Luo Qingtian's dagger was already at his neck. Mu Lianfeng, welcome to my home turf. I won this hunt. With that, Luo Qingtian's dagger pierced Mu Lianfeng's neck. Knowing he was doomed to fail, Mu Lianfeng no longer resisted Luo Qingtian's attack. From beginning to end, his eyes were fixed on the female zombie lying across from him. The female zombie seemed to sense the impending departure of her closest loved one. The two zombies locked eyes, each reaching out their hands. As he felt the dagger pierce the back of his neck, he began to mutter to himself, I just want my sister to live. She is still young, only 16. If the zombie poison can keep me alive, it can also keep her, with her leukemia, alive like me. But why is this world so cruel? Chapter 370. But no one could answer him. From the moment he became the zombie king, he'd been wondering how he could give his younger sister, now a beginner zombie, the same wisdom as himself. His sister, Muyaya, was diagnosed with leukemia at the age of 15. She spent her days in the hospital. When the zombie virus broke out, her parents transformed into zombies to protect her. Before they died, they both hoped that Mu Lianfeng would bring Muyaya back. When he arrived at the hospital, Muyaya had already been torn apart by zombies, reduced to a beginner zombie. Perhaps due to her long-term illness, even as a zombie, Muyaya was the weakest of the zombies. Mu Lianfeng desperately tried to bring the now-zombie Muyaya home. Originally, Muyaya's life should have ended when the zombie outbreak occurred. But after becoming a zombie, Muyaya didn't truly die. It was at this moment that Mu Lianfeng suddenly thought, if he too became a zombie, could he and Muyaya live together? So Mu Lianfeng cut a wound on his hand and smeared Muyaya's blood on the wound. When Mu Lianfeng awoke, he discovered that although he had become a zombie, he still possessed human thoughts. He even possessed a mysterious ability. He could grant zombies power, absorb their power, and even grant humans power. After discovering this ability, he locked Muyaya up at home and left the neighborhood to find his housekeeper Chaozhen. They then began living in Qing City with Chaozhen. After ascending to the status of zombie king, he began searching for ways to awaken Muyaya, similar to himself. By chance, he discovered that consuming a human heart would restore some vitality and strength to Muyaya's body. So he began a relentless search for superpowers. But Muyaya's body was too weak. No matter how much superpower flesh and hearts she consumed, she remained a low-level zombie. Even her flesh began to wither. Mu Lianfeng never minded her condition, coaxing her to sleep every day like he had when she was a child. To restore Muyaya to a normal human form, and to ensure a steady supply of superpower hearts, he disguised himself as a human and created this so-called ancient city base. Mu Lianfeng's head was finally severed by Luo Qingtian. It rolled on the ground before coming to rest, facing Muyaya's direction. The brother and sister locked eyes. Even in death, Mu Lianfeng's eyes remained open. Muyaya watched her dead brother cease his struggle. She stared expressionlessly at Mu Lianfeng's head, at his eyes, as he looked back at her. Then, 2 lines of blood and tears flowed from Muyaya's eyes. The next moment, Muyaya's body began to wither and rot, until she was reduced to a mummy. She died without a sound, without a movement. But the brother and sister stared at each other until their death. Luo Qingtian walked over to Mu Lianfeng's head, pointed at it, and said, "Eat it, and while you're at it, dig out the crystal core." Little Green hopped off Luo Qingtian's head obediently. She devoured Mu Lianfeng in one gulp. Luo Qingtian pointed at the dead Muyaya in the distance. "Where's that?" Little Green looked in Muyaya's direction, made a vomiting expression, and then jumped onto Luo Qingtian's shoulder. Luo Qingtian opened his domain, and the battle outside continued. The entire ancient city base now felt more like purgatory, with a horde of zombie kings chasing and biting the psychics within. Luo Qingtian and Luo Xiaowu exchanged a glance. "Keep going. Clean up these remaining zombies, and we're done." Without further ado, the two charged into the zombie horde. A bloody fight, a life-or-death hunt, finally ended when Luo Qingtian unleashed his fourth growth ability. All the zombies were wiped out. The psychics lay exhausted on the blood-red ground. They had almost exhausted all their strength. They looked up at the sky, dotted with stars. They couldn't remember how long it had been since they had seen the color of the sky like this. Did we win? At this moment, one of the psychics whispered. Lu Daqiang sat up from the ground, chuckling softly. Yes. We won. We won't be eaten again, and even when we go out on missions, we won't be ambushed again. The other psychics lying on the ground also laughed, but as they laughed, they began to cry. Unknowingly, half the people in one base had perished. Although they rejoiced at the victory, the loss of their comrades had left an indelible scar on their hearts. The night passed unnoticed, and after a night's rest, the people at the ancient city base finally recovered. The survivors who had been hiding in the corners also opened their doors. They emerged from their hiding places, looking at the corpses and blood on the ground, and the psychics who had sat up, when suddenly a child's voice rang out. It's Dad! Dad's still alive. Then a small figure rushed out, heading straight for one of the figures. Then, a tiny body crawled into the arms of a psychic. The psychic, covered in blood, his sorrowful face instantly transformed into one of joy. He hugged the tiny body tightly. Following that, more survivors emerged, rushing into the psychic's ranks in search of their families. Lu Daqiang then stood up and began searching. Where are Sister Luo and Brother Luo? On the highway outside the ancient city, Luo Qingtian was riding his Dabai toward the first base. Next to him, Luo Xiaowu was chasing on a motorcycle. Qingtian, I don't want to stay at the ancient city base. I want to go back with you. In fact, if you stay at the ancient city base, your status will be very high in the future. Luo Xiaowu quickly shook his head. No, Qingtian, I want to go with you. You've been looking for your parents, and I want to know my own life story. I heard there are even more great things at the fourth base. When I get back from this visit, I want to go to the fourth base with you. Luo Qingtian sat on Dabai's back in silence, staring off into the distance. Visiting relatives. It had been so long since she'd seen Xin Yunran and Yi Xiao. These two clearly had no blood relationship with her, yet they were the only touches of color in this lonely world. Since her rebirth, Luo Qingtian had always felt out of place in this world, and she didn't like anyone approaching her. This was why she had always been reluctant to join any organization. And the time she spent with Xin Yunran and Yi Xiao was also when she felt the darkest and most uncertain. It was the presence of these two that prevented her from becoming a complete killing machine, and it was also the warmth she most desired in this apocalyptic world. Thinking how long she had been away from the first base, these two must have been living well under Dijiang's protection. Thinking of this, a smile brightened Luo Qingtian's eyes. Chapter 371. Luo Xiaowu, who was following along, looked at Luo Qingtian's smiling face, a hint of confusion in his eyes. Weren't Qingtian's parents missing? Who were they visiting this time? This was the first time he had seen Luo Qingtian smile so warmly, so he was filled with curiosity about the person from the first base. 3 months ago, in Wu Zheng's office at the first base, Xin Yunran and Yi Xiao were forcibly escorted to Wu Zheng's office by a group of psychics. Looking at the two men pinned to the ground, Wu Zheng's lips curled up. I told you, there's no way you two can escape. As Wu Zheng spoke, he tossed a cell phone his men had found onto the table. A broken phone like this, and you're still so concerned. When Yi Xiao saw the phone, his eyes darkened, and he whispered, this is Qingtian's phone. Base Commander, you should know Qingtian's personality and strength. Speaking of Luo Qingtian, Wu Zheng did get a little nervous, but the panic quickly faded. So what? Luo Qingtian has been away from first base for so long, it's obvious she won't be back. What? You still want to use her name to taunt me? Yi Xiao shook his head. The base commander has underestimated the relationship between us and Qingtian. Qingtian will definitely come back. Yi Xiao always remembered Luo Qingtian's words, saying that one day, she would bring her parents back to find them. Luo Qingtian would never lie to them. So he always believed Luo Qingtian would return. But Wu Zheng simply didn't believe it. Even if Luo Qingtian came back, what would it matter? He was the base commander, and the zombies and mutant plants and animals were evolving during this time. The psychic guards around him had been completely transformed, and they were no longer the same as before. He was confident that even if Luo Qingtian came, they wouldn't be able to do anything to him. Chop off their hands and get rid of them, Wu Zheng said, waving to the people around him. Then, a psychic's hand transformed into a steel knife and walked towards the two men. Ah, Screams rang out as Shen Yunran and Yi Zhao's hands were chopped off. Someone carefully wiped their hands clean and brought them to Hu Zheng. Good, get rid of them. The psychic turned again, about to chop off their heads, when the door suddenly burst open. 2 bolts of lightning struck the psychic holding the 2 men. Then, Di Jiang rushed in, covered in blood. Di Jiang had just returned from a mission with his team in the surrounding area. Upon returning, he heard Hu Zheng storm into his territory and capture Shen Yunran and Yi Xiao. He ignored the fact that his psychic powers were about to expire, and rushed into Hu Zheng's office with his men. Seeing the 2 men lying half dead on the ground, Di Jiang felt his blood freeze. Hu Zheng, what did you do to them? Di Jiang practically uttered the words through gritted teeth. Yi Xiao and Shen Yunran had been entrusted to his care by Luo Qingtian. Now they were so badly injured, their hands chopped off. He didn't know how to explain this to Luo Qingtian. Chen Hao, Yang Rui, help! Chen Hao and Yang Rui rushed forward to rescue the 2 men. Yang Rui looked at their severed arms, and quickly stopped the bleeding and healed them. However, he wasn't a healer. He could only heal human wounds, not severed arms. However, upon seeing the severed hand on Hu Zheng's desk, he immediately called out, "Sir!" If the limb had been retrieved in time, it might still be useful. Upon hearing this, Di Jiang flashed a purple lightning bolt in his hand. Hu Zheng narrowed his eyes and stood up. Di Jiang, a soldier's duty is obedience. Have you forgotten the orders from Base 0? Di Jiang looked at Hu Zheng grimly. A soldier's duty is indeed obedience, but you've forgotten that protecting the lives and property of the people is a soldier's primary mission. Especially Shen Yunran and Yi Xiao. They were entrusted to my care by Luo Qingtian. Hu Zheng, are you truly not afraid of Luo Qingtian's wrath upon his return? Di Jiang looked at the 2 men. Although their wounds had healed, their faces were terribly pale. One even showed signs of fainting. A mere bitch. How could she scare our Yan nation's youngest commander like this? Hu Zheng said, pressing a button under his desk. The building alarm blared. The entire team of psychic guards Hu Zheng had hidden in the government building rushed over. Catch him! Hu Zheng pointed at Di Jiang and shouted. The 2 groups soon engaged in a fight. Di Jiang's men had just returned from a mission, their powers at full strength. And they also had to protect Shen Yunran and Yi Xiao. Faceted with this absolute disadvantage, they could only temporarily leave the government building with their men. Hu Zheng watched Di Jiang leave, murderous intent evident in his eyes, but he didn't dare to kill him. The principal leader of Base 0, the commander of Base 5, and even the leader of Yan Nation's most powerful psychics were all connected to Di Jiang. Furthermore, his superiors had instructed him to expel Di Jiang from Base 1 and not to kill him. Otherwise, the higher-ups would undoubtedly arrange for a thorough investigation into Base 1. So, he could only watch Di Jiang leave. And his goal had been achieved. With these 2 severed hands, he could enter the house safely. After Di Jiang and his men left, Chen Hao grabbed Di Jiang's wrist. Boss, take my parents. Let's leave first base. We absolutely cannot stay here. Di Jiang frowned at Chen Hao. Did you see something again? Chen Hao pursed his lips and nodded. Of course he had seen it. He saw the enraged Luo Qingtian, accompanied by a behemoth and a man in black, destroy the entire base. He even killed everyone in first base. Even they were affected by Luo Qingtian's rage. Di Jiang looked at Chen Hao's pale, terrified face and whispered, Is this related to Qingtian? Chen Hao nodded. Di Jiang took a deep breath and said, Okay. Take your parents and all the members of the military team. Let's go! Time flew by, and 3 months had passed in the blink of an eye. First base, Building 2, 33rd floor. Hu Zheng leaned comfortably on the sofa, a cigar in hand. Now, the entire Huan community had been driven out by Hu Zheng. He was the only one left in the complex. To improve his living conditions, he had even recruited wood, earth, and steel-type psychics to reinforce Building 2. Since moving into the 33rd floor, he felt his life had become more vibrant. Oh, if I'd known it was so comfortable here, I should have moved right here. Hu Zheng flicked the ash from his cigarette. The weather had turned cold, but the temperature in the room he was in was just right, making him feel like he was in the pre-apocalyptic era. At that moment, a woman walked in and bowed slightly to Hu Zheng. Base commander, we checked. Di Jiang and his men have established a small base outside High City. All the survivors in the surrounding area have been taken there. Chapter 372. Hu Zheng sneered. What? Does Di Jiang think he can create a new first base? How ridiculous. The woman looked at Hu Zheng respectfully. Base commander, all the superpowered guards are ready. Shall we attack? Hu Zheng put down his cigar and smiled. No rush. No orders have been given yet. Base 0 is now divided into 2 factions. Di Zhang's life will be spared for now. Yes, the woman said, rolling up her sleeves and turning into the kitchen to prepare Hu Jing's meal. Outside the first base's gate, Luo Qingtian suppressed his excitement and looked toward the gate. Luo Xiaowu stood behind Luo Qingtian and asked with a smile, "Is this Qingtian's home?" Luo Qingtian nodded. "Yes, I introduce you to 2 friends later." "No family." Luo Qingtian's smile grew warmer. It was the first time Luo Xiaowu, beside him, had seen Luo Qingtian so warm and gentle. Luo Qingtian picked up the phone He Xiao had made and tried to call. Hu Zhang was eating when the phone on the table suddenly rang. When he saw the name on the caller was Luo Qingtian, Hu Jing stood up reflexively. Luo Qingtian had called him in the past few months, and he had always set his phone to Do Not Disturb. But when he saw the incoming call this time, for some reason, Hu Zhang felt like something was about to happen. He stared at the phone for a long moment until the ringing stopped. He quickly sent a text message to the other end, "We're busy. I call you back after work." After sending the message, he stood up and quickly walked out the door. Seeing He Xiao didn't answer, Luo Qingtian was about to put his phone down and head home when he saw the message from the other end. Us? Are they working together now? Luo Qingtian thought, pulling out a hat and mask and putting them on. Then he patted Luo Xiaowu on the shoulder and said, "Give me a ride. Let's go to the base together." Luo Xiaowu nodded, extending his hand and conjuring a black motorcycle. The 2 of them rode the motorcycle directly to the gate of the first base. "You have to pay 5 kilograms of grain to enter." Luo Qingtian took out his pass, and 5 kilograms of millet, and handed them over. The psychic guarding the gate thought Luo Qingtian looked unfamiliar, but didn't ask any questions. He took out a new pass, and gave it to Luo Qingtian. Then he let the 2 of them in. "Qingtian, where are we going now?" Luo Qingtian pointed in the direction of the first city and said, "Drive forward. Let's go to the cafeteria in First City first." "Yes." Luo Xiaowu, following Luo Qingtian's instructions, sped up his motorcycle, and the 2 of them raced towards First City. They quickly passed First City, and then Second City. As they passed Second City, Luo Qingtian instinctively looked in the direction of Huang Community. At the gate of Huang Community, several psychics had appeared, standing guard. Luo Qingtian frowned. What's going on? Could something have gone wrong? She remembered that she hadn't contacted He Xiao and Shen Yunran in a while. The excitement and joy in Luo Qingtian's heart instantly vanished. She had originally planned to go directly to the cafeteria to look for him, but in the end, she decided to go directly to He Xiao's workplace. After entering First City, everything looked much the same as when she left, save for a few unknown buildings. There were also a few patrol teams. Luo Qingtian had Luo Xiaowu put away his motorcycle, and the 2 of them continued walking through the streets of First City. As they walked, they saw 2 teams of psychics passing by. They looked like they were on patrol, and Luo Qingtian squinted as they watched the teams pass by. From the moment she entered first base, she had sensed something was amiss. Now, seeing these 2 teams passing, she finally understood what was amiss. First base's patrol teams had always been military. But all along the way, Luo Qingtian hadn't seen a single soldier. Luo Qingtian's anxiety grew. Thinking of the unreachable phone call, her heart sank even deeper. And was that inexplicable text message really from He Xiao and his friends? Luo Qingtian took Luo Xiaowu's hand and headed straight for He Xiao's workplace. But the door to He Xiao's workplace was locked. It was obvious no one had been there in a while. Luo Qingtian's breathing became slightly heavier, and the air around him grew colder. Now Luo Qingtian was certain that He Xiao and Shen Yunran had both met with misfortune. He dragged Luo Xiaowu directly to a residential complex. Knock, knock, knock. Luo Qingtian suppressed his inner anxiety and knocked on the door. An impatient voice soon rang out from inside. "Who's there? Open the door." Luo Qingtian answered in a low voice. Upon hearing the voice, the person inside quickly opened the door. Looking at the person outside, he was still a little uncertain. "Sister Luo, is that you?" Luo Qingtian took off his mask and hat and stared blankly at the person opposite him. "Ji Wei, I'm back." The captain of the 5 Elements team was overcome with emotion when he saw the person before him. With tears in his eyes, he opened the door and invited Luo Qingtian in. "Sister Luo, you're finally back. I have a letter for you." After He Xiao and Yun Ran were targeted, He Xiao found an opportunity to send it to me. Luo Qingtian opened the letter, and inside was He Xiao's handwriting. "Qingtian, I'm sorry. Yun Ran and I might not be able to wait for you to return. I noticed that Yun Ran and I have been targeted recently. And the one targeting us is none other than Base Commander Wu Zheng. He wants our home, and Yun Ran and I wouldn't give it to him, even at the cost of our lives, so we decided to escape. As for whether we can escape, we don't know. In the face of absolute power, even if I had all the computers in my head, I couldn't calculate it. Although Commander D has protected us well, he is a soldier after all, and he has his own things to do. So if anything were to happen to us, please don't blame him. But by the time you see this letter, Yun Ran and I might already be in trouble. So don't do anything stupid. Leave quickly, and be careful of Wu Zheng. After reading the letter, Luo Qingqian's eyes turned bloodshot. A murderous aura permeated his entire being. Did Yun Ran and he shall get into trouble? Luo Qingqian's voice was deep, like 1,000-year-old ice. Just hearing it chilled my entire body to the bone. Ji Wei nodded. Yes, Sister Luo, Wu Zheng used Mission and Mr. He as bait to drive Commander D out of the base. They're now living near High City. Because Mission and He Zhao's injuries are quite serious, Commander D has been searching for a healer from the medical department. Hearing Ji Wei say they were still alive, Luo Qingqian breathed a sigh of relief. As long as they were still alive, he knew how to treat them. Luo Qingqian stood up and said, "Get your friends, family, and companions away from first base as soon as possible." Luo Qingqian finished his words, and walked out with Luo Xiaowu. Chapter 373. Ji Wei watched Luo Qingqian leave, and immediately understood what Luo Qingqian was up to. Without a word, he hurriedly sent a message to his team members. Luo Xiaowu drove Luo Qingqian quickly out of the first ring road, approaching the second ring road. "Qingqian, where are we going? Let's go back to Huang Community first. It's right on the edge of the second ring road. We saw it when we got here." Luo Xiaowu instantly remembered the location of Huang Community. The sound of a motorcycle accelerating instantly rang out, and the two of them rushed towards Huang Community. Outside the gate of Huang Community, 10 psychics were guarding the gate. They held guns in their hands. They looked around cautiously. At that moment, the sound of a motorcycle was heard on the road in front of the community. The psychics stopped and looked in the direction of the sound. Seeing the motorcycle hurtling towards them, several psychics immediately raised their guns. "Stop! This is the base commander's exclusive residential complex." With these words, the psychics on the other side raised their guns and aimed them at Luo Qingqian's car. However, all their bullets were blocked by Xiaolu, while Luo Qingqian and Luo Xiaowu had already reached the psychics. Luo Xiaowu didn't stop his motorcycle, but instead raised the front of the motorcycle. Then the motorcycle took off into the air. It leaped over the residential complex gate and came to a stop on the other side. The scene stunned the psychics present. "Oh my god, a flying man," someone shouted, and then the leading psychic cursed. "What are you looking at? Hurry and open the gate and arrest them." With that, the residential complex gate flew open. Frozen, the moment the door opened, Luo Qingqian, with his Amos ice bow in hand, identified the 10 men. Then, a cold wind howled, and in a matter of moments, the 10 men were frozen into ice sculptures. Luo Qingqian drew his bow, and shot his arrow again at the 10 men. Then, they saw them transformed into icy powder, completely dissipating. Luo Qingqian narrowed his eyes, turned, and headed straight for Building 2. There were also many psychics around Building 2. Luo Qingqian and Luo Xiaowu each attacked one side, and in just a few rounds, all the patrolling psychics in the entire complex were wiped out. Luo Qingqian walked straight into Building 2. He entered the elevator, and immediately chose the 33rd floor. As they stepped out of the elevator, the psychics quickly noticed them. "What are you?" One of the psychics stepped forward. But before he could say anything, Luo Qingqian grabbed the man's neck with one hand. With a snap, Luo Qingqian crushed the man's neck. The man fell to the ground before he could even say a word. Another psychic, observing this, instantly conjured 10 wind blades in midair, shooting them straight at Luo Qingqian's face. Luo Qingqian sneered. His body remained motionless, but his clone had already arrived behind the man. Before the wind blades could reach Luo Qingqian, they pierced the man's heart. The man was instantly dead. The wind blades in midair vanished the moment he fell. Luo Qingqian's clone quickly returned to Luo Qingqian's body. Luo Qingqian slowly walked to the front door of her house, her expression grim. Her fists crackled as she prepared to smash the door open. Luo Xiaowu suddenly grabbed Luo Qingqian's hand. "No, Qingqian, let me do it." Luo Xiaowu could sense Luo Qingqian's anger. He gently squeezed Luo Qingqian's fist, while black smoke billowed from his other hand. The smoke enveloped the entire door, and it instantly vanished. Luo Xiaowu did this 3 times in a row, until all 3 doors vanished completely. At this moment, the woman inside also heard the noise outside. She hurried out of the bathroom and shouted towards the door, "Who is it? Don't you know this is where the base commander lives?" But the moment the woman saw Luo Qingtian, the towel in her hand fell to the ground. She stared at him in horror, her body frozen in place. Luo Qingtian's third skill was still active, and she could clearly sense that Hu Zheng was not here. She stepped closer to the woman. "I remember you. You seem to be the secretary who worked with Hu Zheng. Where is Hu Zheng?" As Luo Qingtian spoke, she had already reached out and grabbed the woman's neck. The woman only then realized what was happening. She looked at Luo Qingtian in horror, her voice trembling. "Miss Luo, don't kill me. The base commander got up and left after hearing your call. He should be in the office now." Luo Qingtian was truly furious and laughed. But the smile was cold and icy, like an underwater volcano about to erupt. No one knew what would happen next. Luo Qingtian licked his dry tongue and asked softly, "So, that text message just now was from Hu Zheng?" The woman nodded tremblingly, "Yes." "Miss Luo, what did you do to Shen Yunran and He Xiao?" Luo Qingtian tried to keep his tone gentle. The woman stared into Luo Qingtian's eyes, unsure whether to answer or not. Luo Qingtian's grip slowly tightened, as if to strangle her to death if she didn't speak. The woman's entire body was shaking with fear. She looked at Luo Qingtian pleadingly. The base commander chopped off both of their hands to get their fingerprints. "Miss Luo, please let me go. This has nothing to do with me." Hearing this reply, Luo Qingtian could no longer contain her rage. "Ha ha, very good." Luo Qingtian's hands instantly ignited with flames. The woman was instantly incinerated by Luo Qingtian's grasp. She clapped her hands in disdain, then looked back at her former home. The furniture remained the same, but the atmosphere no longer belonged to her. "Xiaowu, let's go." Luo Qingtian turned and left without a second thought. Luo Xiaowu said nothing, simply following Luo Qingtian silently. After the two of them descended the stairs, Luo Qingtian released Xiaolu and Dabai. She transformed Dabai into wings and soared into the air. Xiaolu grew immensely larger. Luo Qingtian punched the building fiercely. Boom, boom, boom. After several consecutive punches, the entire building began to shake. Xiaolu then swung its massive tentacle, splitting building 2 in half. Boom, boom. The entire building began to collapse. Luo Qingtian soared high into the air, the flying fire mysterious bow appearing in her hand. Standing in midair, she fired 15 arrows at the collapsing building. As the arrows flew, Luo Qingtian whispered, "Merge." The next moment, the 15 arrows merged into 5, soaring like 5 pillars of fire. Outside the base gate, all the members of the 5 Elements squad stood there, carrying bags and belongings. They had also brought their relatives with them, all gathered at the gate. Several teammates looked at Ji Wei puzzled. "Captain, are we really leaving?" Chapter 374. Ji Wei said grimly, "Yes, we must leave. If we don't leave now, we run out of time." "Why?" Ji Wei said impatiently, "Because Luo Qingtian is back." As soon as they finished speaking, they heard a loud noise coming from the base, and then they watched helplessly as a tall building in the distance began to mysteriously collapse. Boom! An explosion followed, and the entire earth shook. At this point, none of the 5 Elements team members present asked why. The space-powered user immediately prepared 3 cars. Then, they quickly rushed into the cars, and headed straight for Dejiang's small base. Luo Qingtian destroyed the Huan residential complex, and the deafening noise alerted all the surrounding patrolmen. But Luo Qingtian didn't intend to engage with these people for long. He drew his Feihua Xianbao and released an arrow. The arrow flew out, directly hitting the patrolman. Boom, boom, boom! The explosions continued. The opposing psychics were wiped out in a matter of moments. Some psychics were planning to come to support, but after seeing Luo Qingtian, they lost all hope and ran as fast as they could towards the first city. Luo Qingtian returned to the ground, pulled Luo Xiaowu onto Xiaolu, and directed Xiaolu and Dabai toward the first city. Luo Qingtian's pace wasn't fast, but he walked in a straight line. Xiaolu smashed through every building and wall. "Qingtian, we could actually fly over there. That way, we could kill them faster." Luo Qingtian shook his head. "No, we can't fly over there. Hu Zheng is so conceited and arrogant. He dared to attack Yunran, and He Xiao because he was convinced that I couldn't handle him at my current level. So, at this moment, he must have been gathering all his psychics to wait for me. I wanted Hu Zheng to gather everyone. I wanted him to know I was inching closer to him. I wanted him to be filled with fear of the unknown outcome. When Luo Qing arrived, her eyes were bloodshot. The post-apocalyptic world was already shattered. He Xiao and Shen Yunran were the only colors in her black and white world. While she was out there, struggling, at least there were people who cared about her, waiting for her. It also gave her a sense of care. It made her feel like she was still a normal human being, making her less cold-blooded. But now, someone had destroyed this hope and bond, and she wanted that person to regret coming into this world. Just as Luo Qingtian had anticipated, Hu Zheng had gathered all his psychics to guard the area around the government office building the moment he received the call. When Luo Qingtian arrived at the first city, the gate was filled with psychics. The moment Luo Qingtian appeared, these psychics attacked him in unison. Luo Qingtian looked at the psychics across from him with a half-smile. Xiaolu's massive attack condensed into a barrier, repelling all their attacks. Luo Qingtian remained calm, and Amos's ice bow appeared in his hand. After selecting the area where the psychics were located, Luo Qingtian unleashed Amos's ice bow's ultimate move. Freeze! A large number of psychics were instantly frozen. Luo Qingtian and Luo Xiaolu jumped off Xiaolu. Dagger in hand, Luo Qingtian swiftly moved among the psychics. In a matter of moments, he had them all wiped out. Luo Qingtian continued forward, Xiaolu and Dabai following closely behind him. The two, a ball and a tiger, began a frenzied slaughter. All the psychics who came their way were dispatched by Luo Qingtian with a single blow. When he grew tired of fighting, Luo Qingtian would quickly switch from his dagger to a bow and arrow. He would aim at the large number of psychics behind him and shoot them directly. Soon, they were burned to death, injured, and frozen into ice sculptures. Luo Qingtian's movements never stopped, leaving a trail of fragmented corpses wherever they passed. When Luo Qingtian, Luo Xiaolu, Xiaolu, and Dabai arrived at the government office building, all the psychics were terrified. Especially when they saw the mountain of corpses and blood behind Luo Qingtian, they finally understood just how terrifying Luo Qingtian truly was. Hu Zheng was now surrounded by a group of psychics, nestled in the center. He watched Luo Qingtian standing on the giant tentacle. His mind was in a tizzy. How is that possible? He had gathered thousands of psychics to the first base, and yet, Luo Qingtian arrived and slaughtered them all. Luo Qingtian stood on Little Green's tentacles, sneering at Hu Zheng and saying, Captain Hua, it's been a long time. I heard you did a lot of good things to get my house, and the entire first base. At this moment, Luo Qingtian stood on the platform formed by Little Green's tentacles, holding the flying fire mysterious bow. To her left was Dabai, and to her right stood Luo Xiaolu. This scene completely overlapped with what Chen Hao had seen in his mind. Hu Zheng glared at Luo Qingtian with gritted teeth. Luo Qingtian, I am the commander of the first base personally appointed by the Yan Nation's top brass. If you are being noisy. Luo Qingtian frowned, drawing his Fei Hua Xianbao and releasing 6 arrows in quick succession at Hu Zheng. Merge. With that, the 6 arrows quickly merged into 2. He charged towards Hu Zheng. Stop her, stop her. Hu Zheng retreated in fear. A group of psychics stood in front of Hu Zheng, blocking Luo Qingtian's arrows. However, the flames from Luo Qingtian's arrows were immense, incinerating all who blocked them. This scene once again terrified all the psychics. The entire first base's survivors, as well as those psychic teams not affiliated with the government, now rushed out of the base. Originally, they had considered staying to help Hu Zheng fight the enemy, hoping to claim credit and receive a bounty. But upon seeing Luo Qingtian's terrifying strength, they knew staying would lead to their own death. So, regardless of the high reward Hu Zheng offered, they grabbed their belongings and fled. By this time, the first base had been largely destroyed by Luo Qingtian and Xiaolu. The buildings near the government building were particularly decimated by Xiaolu's tentacles. On the entire street, only Hu Zheng's government building remained intact. It wasn't that Xiaolu didn't want to destroy them, but rather that Luo Qingtian wanted to shatter Hu Zheng's hopes bit by bit. Luo Qingtian jumped off Xiaolu's back and, leading her, walked towards Hu Zheng. Who are you? He asked. Oh, the commander of the first base, right? After today, you're not. The 2 arrows had just struck Hu Zheng, costing him a significant number of psychics. The psychics surrounding him were now beginning to stir in fear. Hu Zheng could even sense the anger in their gazes. Hu Zheng swallowed his saliva and shouted, Kill Luo Qingtian, and I give you all the food in the base. Chapter 375. A huge reward always brings courage. After Hu Zheng's shout, many of the psychics, who had been ready to move suddenly stopped what they were doing. But some still considered fleeing. At this moment, Hu Zheng continued to shout, Not only rice, but also meat. You will never go hungry again in this base. Hu Jing's words were a temptation to everyone present. Finally, most of the psychics returned to Hu Jing's side, placing him firmly in the center. Luo Qingtian tilted her head, a half-smile on her face. How could anyone still believe such a promise at this time? Luo Qingtian's tone was light, but her movements did not stop. She slowly walked towards Hu Zheng, followed closely by Xiaolu, Dubai, and Luo Xiaowu. She razed all the people and buildings that stood in their way to the ground. Looking at this destructive force, Hu Zheng felt 1,000 regrets. Luo Qingtian raised her hand, instantly switching her weapon to a tang sword. This tang sword was the one Luo Qingtian had made for Chen Hao. She imbued it with green flames and, laughing, charged into the crowd of psychics. The green flames mysteriously exploded among the psychics, like green fireworks. She dispatched one psychic after another. Luo Qingtian's speed was swift. She didn't know if it was an illusion, but after her anger subsided, she suddenly felt as if her powers had undergone a new transformation. In any case, her anger rapidly increased her speed and strength. She was so fast that even she was secretly astonished. This time, the psychics guarding Hu Zheng were truly terrified. The woman before them was so terrifying that even if Hu Zheng offered them a larger reward, they wouldn't be able to take it alive. As Luo Qingtian inched closer to Hu Zheng, the remaining psychics guarding him fled. Come back! Come back! If you stay, I give you the position of deputy base commander. But no matter how Hu Zheng called out, these people kept running for their lives. What a lousy base commander! After today, the very existence of this first base is in doubt. At the same time, they felt a surge of regret. If they had known such a female villain would attack them, they would have followed Di Jiang to the outskirts of High City much sooner. In an instant, the entire area fell silent, leaving only Hu Zheng standing in front of the government building. He stared stiffly at Luo Qingtian, trying to force a smile. But before he could say anything, Luo Qingtian suddenly appeared before him. So, Captain Wu Ji, isn't it time for us to settle our scores? Luo Qingtian said, raising his foot and sending Hu Zheng flying. As Hu Zheng flew, the vines in his hand suddenly shot out. He bounded the fleeing Hu Zheng and then forcibly pulled him back in front of Luo Qingtian. Well, you chopped off both of their hands, didn't you? Luo Qingtian then stepped on Hu Zheng and swung his tang sword, severing both of his hands. Ah! Hu Zheng screamed in agony. Luo Qingtian looked at Hu Zheng with a half-smile, then cast a healing light at him. Hu Zheng's hands began to heal at a visible rate. Then Luo Qingtian swung his sword again. Hu Zheng screamed again. Is that how you swing your sword? Then Hu Zheng's hands fell again. On the outskirts of Haicheng, there was a small village base. This base was rebuilt by Di Jiang and his men. There weren't many zombies around. They had all been cleared out. Because He Xiao and Xin Yuan were both missing a hand, Di Jiang had been searching for healing psychics to restore their missing hands. Xin Yuan and He Xiao weren't anxious either. Knowing their hands would heal, they lived peacefully in the base. That afternoon, the base gate was violently knocked open. Then Ji Wei and a group of men rushed in. Xin Yuan walked out just then. Brother Ji, why are you so anxious? Ji Wei looked at Xin Yuan with a complicated expression and said, Sister Lu is back. After reading He Xiao's letter, she went on a killing spree in the first base. Do you want to go and see? As soon as he finished speaking, Di Jiang and He Xiao emerged from the thatched huts on either side. Ji Wei, what did you say? Qingtian is back? He Xiao was still a little unsure. Di Jiang stared at Ji Wei intently, waiting for a definitive answer. Ji Wei nodded. Yes. Sister Luo looks furious now. She should know you're injured. Commander Di, why don't you all go check it out? When I left, I saw many survivors from Base 1 running towards you. Chen Hao also came out. Looks like my prediction has come true. Base 1 is truly destroyed. Xiao Heyu stepped forward and said, with a base commander like that, it's only a matter of time before the base is destroyed. Boss, shall we go get Sister Luo? He Xiao then stepped forward and said, Commander Di, Qingtian is furious because of Yunran and me. If you're going, take us both with you. What He Xiao meant was that he's seen Luo Qingtian in a rage before. He could still vividly remember how he silently slaughtered everyone in the corridor. So, he wanted to go with Xin Yuan to stop Luo Qingtian. Di Jiang was actually feeling insecure at this moment. He thought about how Luo Qingtian had entrusted He Xiao and Xin Yuan to him, and how he failed to protect them and been expelled from Base 1. He felt a bit embarrassed about his situation. He glanced at Ma Ji, who immediately pulled out several military jeeps. Di Jiang boarded the front jeep and prepared to lead his men to base 1. At that moment, Elder Tian also ran out. Di Jiang, take me with you. I left a lot of information in base 1's lab. Di Jiang nodded, and then led his men out of the base in a mighty procession. Along the way, just as Ji Wei had said, many people were running towards the village base they had created, as if fleeing famine. Di Jiang didn't stop, instead speeding towards the first base. When they reached the gate of the first base, they saw many survivors of the first base running outside. Some psychics were also running for their lives. Di Jiang frowned and told Bai Su, Jiang Ziyuan, and the others to stay behind, directing them to the small base. He himself, along with Shen Yunran and Yi Xiao, continued towards the base. They didn't feel anything in the third urban area, but when they passed the Huan residential complex, the sight of the ruins made them swallow hard. This huge pit, this collapsed high-rise building. Isn't the destructive power a bit outrageous? The further they went, the more horrified they became. They hadn't seen a single intact building along the way. By the time they reached the first ring road, they were no longer able to drive. Chapter 376. In front of the gates of the first ring city, the ground was littered with mutilated corpses. Shen Yunran and Yi Xiao knew these people. They had chased them before. These were Hu Xing's personal guards and his psychic team. Shen Yunran panicked at the sight of the bodies. She and Yi Xiao hurriedly got out of the car and ran towards the first ring city. The entire first ring city had been practically razed to the ground by Luo Qingtian. They walked along a path of corpses. Soon, they saw the giant green orb ahead. It was Xiaolu. Shen Yunran quickened her pace after spotting Xiaolu. The two continued running forward, and then they heard Hu Xing's screams. Ah! Kill me! Kill me! Hu Xing wailed, screaming miserably. However, Luo Qingtian remained unmoved. She raised her hand again, and chopped off Hu Xing's hands. Just as Luo Qingtian was about to release the healing light, Yi Xiao and Shen Yunran's voices rang out from behind. Qingtian! Qingtian! Luo Qingtian's hand paused. From so many murders, the bloodlust in her eyes grew even more intense, a crimson tinge at the corners. But at the familiar voice, the bloodlust and murderous urge within her instantly dissipated. Luo Qingtian stood up and stiffly turned her head to see Shen Yunran and Yi Xiao running towards her. When Shen Yunran reached Luo Qingtian, he suddenly hugged her. Qingtian, you're back. So good. Shen Yunran burst into tears as she spoke. Yi Xiao also ran over, unconcerned about gender, and embraced both Shen Yunran and Luo Qingtian. At this moment, 3 unrelated family members were finally reunited. Luo Qingtian stood there, stunned, not pushing them away, letting them embrace her. As she listened to the 2 men crying, the last trace of crimson in her eyes gradually faded. She stiffly raised her hand and patted their backs. I'm sorry, I'm late. Shen Yunran, hearing Luo Qingtian's words, burst into tears. I knew you would come back safely, Qingtian. I really missed you. We lost our phones, and we can't reach you even if we want to. Luo Qingtian gently patted Shen Yunran's back, and Yi Xiao's voice choked with sobs. I'm sorry, Qingtian, we're so useless. Luo Qingtian also patted Yi Xiao's back, then pulled the 2 men away from him. Have your hands healed yet? Luo Qingtian asked, pulling open their sleeves. Under their sleeves, their right hands were empty. Looking at their severed hands, Luo Qingtian's eyes once again flashed with a fierceness. Shen Yunran then said, it doesn't hurt anymore. Just being able to see you alive is worth it. Luo Qingtian held their hands, a healing light flashing in his hand. Their lost hands healed at a visible speed. Yi Xiao and Shen Yunran stared in shock at their own slowly healing hands. They cried with joy. Healed, truly healed. Qingtian, our hands are healed. Shen Yunran spoke, stepping forward to embrace Luo Qingtian again. Luo Qingtian's lips curled up slightly. At this moment, Hu Xing's voice rang out. Di Jiang, save me. I'm the commander of the first base, appointed by Base 0. As a guard soldier of the first base, you must save me. Hearing Di Jiang's name, Luo Qingtian froze for a moment, then turned to look. Di Jiang, a complex expression on his face, stood behind him. At this moment, Hu Xing was still roaring at Di Jiang. His body was covered in muddy blood, and it was impossible to tell whether it was his or another psychic's. Di Jiang walked over to Luo Qingtian and bowed slightly. Welcome back. Di Jiang didn't know what to feel when facing Luo Qingtian. The corpses scattered across the ground were all killed by Luo Qingtian. But Luo Qingtian couldn't be blamed, and the first base was indeed destroyed. Before Di Jiang could form his words, Hu Xing, lying on the ground, shouted at him again. Di Jiang, aren't you afraid that I will report this to Base 0? Aren't you afraid of being held accountable? Di Jiang frowned and looked at Hu Zheng. Captain Hu Zheng of the first base mismanaged his command in the face of the zombie tide, leading to the destruction of the first base and his own death by the zombie king. I will report this matter to the higher-ups. Captain Hu, the first base is gone, and you can rest in peace. After Di Jiang finished speaking, lightning flashed in his hand. Followed, several bolts of lightning shot out, piercing Hu Zheng's arms, thighs, and other parts of his body. Hu Zheng's screams continued, as the final lightning blade pierced his heart. Hu Zheng's eyes widened, and he died. Luo Qingtian watched Di Jiang's actions the entire time. From the beginning, she hadn't spoken to him, merely wondering what he would do. If Di Jiang dared to question her, she would have absolutely pinned him to the ground and beaten him. Thankfully, Di Jiang didn't do anything to offend her. Instead, he found an excuse to deal with Hu Zheng, which surprised Luo Qingtian somewhat. Di Jiang rubbed his nose, and looked at Luo Qingtian awkwardly. I'm sorry for not taking good care of Yunran and He Xiao. He Xiao then quickly said, Qingtian, it's not Commander Di's fault. He was away on a mission those days, and Hu Zheng took advantage of his absence to abduct us. Shen Yuren nodded. Yes, Qingtian, don't be angry. Let's go back first. We have a new home in the suburbs of High City now. Let's hurry home, and I make you something delicious. Shen Yuren finished, took Luo Qingtian's hand, and walked out. He Xiao also stepped forward, following behind Luo Qingtian with a smile. Luo Xiaowu had been staring at Luo Qingtian since a while. He had no feelings for Shen Yuren or He Xiao. Because when Luo Qingtian saw the two of them, although his aura became gentle, his eyes were clear, the feeling only found between friends and family. But when he saw Di Jiang, he felt that Di Jiang's gaze towards Luo Qingtian was too intense, and he didn't like it. Luo Xiaowu stepped forward, a look of grievance on his face. Qingtian, won't you introduce me? Luo Qingtian then remembered Luo Xiaowu and smiled. Xiaowu, this is the family I was talking about. This is Shen Yuren, and he's He Xiao. He Xiao, Yuren, and he's Luo Xiaowu, my friend. Shen Yuren looked at Luo Xiaowu, his eyes sparkling. You both have the surname Luo. Hello, Luo Xiaowu, I'm Shen Yuren. Luo Xiaowu smiled sweetly at the two of them. Qingtian gave me both my first and last name. Nice to meet you. As Luo Xiaowu spoke, she glanced at Di Jiang, who was standing not far behind her. Their eyes met, and Luo Xiaowu gave him an ambiguous smile. Di Jiang watched, his eyes narrowed, and the air around him grew colder. He Xiao stepped forward and extended his hand. Hello, my name is He Xiao. Nice to meet you. Luo Xiaowu followed He Xiao's lead and extended his hand. The two shook hands, and Shen Yuren smiled and said, Let's go back. I already prepared the bacon I pickled for Qingtian. Chapter 377. The group chatted and laughed as they walked out of the first base. Di Jiang followed silently behind them. But his fists clenched. Luo Qingtian had actually brought someone back, and given that person his last name. What did this mean? Di Jiang's heart was in turmoil, and he even forgot what he was supposed to do next. Until Elder Tian rushed out. Di Jiang, what's the rush? I haven't even gotten my things yet. Di Jiang finally realized what was happening. He glanced at Luo Qingtian reluctantly, then led Elder Tian straight to the laboratory. Before leaving, Elder Tian stepped up to Luo Qingtian and reminded her, It's not easy for you to come back. Go back and get some rest. Old Tian said, unconcerned about the bodies scattered on the ground, and happily followed Di Jiang away. Upon seeing Luo Qingtian, Xiao Hu rushed over to her. Sister Luo, you're finally back. Luo Qingtian looked at Xiao Hu, her lips curled slightly. Well, I'm back. How are you doing? Xiao Hu scratched the back of his head, acting a bit silly. Since Sister Luo taught me how to use my wood powers last time, I'm now a level 7 Esper. Our military team has now reached level 6 or higher. Luo Qingtian smiled and nodded. Not bad, you're amazing. The group laughed as they walked outside. When they reached the jeep, Xiao Hu wanted to get Luo Qingtian in. But before he could say anything, he saw Luo Xiaowu reaching out his hand to the ground, and a puff of black smoke condensed from it. Before everyone's stunned gaze, a black nanny car appeared before them. Luo Xiaowu opened the car door. Qingtian, get in. Luo Qingtian nodded, and got directly into the nanny car. Luo Xiaowu nodded again to Shen Yuren, who followed suit. Luo Xiaowu finally looked at He Xiao. Hello, He Xiao, we don't know where we are. Can you drive? He Xiao nodded excitedly. No problem, brother. Your superpowers are incredible. I drive. You get in too. Luo Shu's eyes curved, and his aura became gentle and humble. He got into the car under everyone's gaze. He Zhao's hands had now fully recovered. When the car appeared, he felt an itch to try them out. Now that he had the chance, he happily moved to the driver's seat. The black Nani car drove out of the base under everyone's gaze. When they arrived at the small base, the gate was already crowded. Because Di Jiang had ordered the gate to be closed when he left, he had instructed them not to open it until they returned. Moreover, the base itself wasn't large, only the size of a suburban village. When Di Jiang found this place, he had observed it on the map and found it most suitable. No need to build any more buildings, just a temporary residence. Di Jiang hadn't planned to stay here permanently. He had originally planned to take Tian Lao and the others to Base 0 if he couldn't find a medical psychic who could cure Shen Yuran and Yi Xiao. However, he hadn't expected Luo Qingtian to return at this time and even destroy Base 1. Now that so many survivors had appeared near the small base, it was impossible for Di Jiang, as the military leader of Base 1, to abandon everything and do nothing. So, upon arriving at the base gate, Di Jiang was surrounded by a group of survivors. "Commander, our first base was destroyed. We have no choice but to come here." "Yes, Commander Di, you can't just leave us alone. Commander Di, please let us in." Everyone chattered, hoping Di Jiang would take them in. The world today is fraught with danger. Whether it's zombies or mutated plants, they could easily take their lives. If they didn't seek shelter in the base, they might not survive even a day. Di Jiang looked at the faces desperate for life, sighed, and said to the people inside, "Open the base gate." All members stayed behind to maintain order, while those inside quickly tidied up the rest area. "All Earth-type psychics, step out." Soon, several Earth-type psychics emerged. The base gates were now open, and Yi Xiao's Nani car had been parked at the front. The moment the gate opened, Yi Xiao drove quickly inside, followed by the other survivors and psychics. Yi Xiao parked the Nani car in front of the bungalow where he and Shen Yuran lived. Everyone got out, and Luo Xiaowu parked the Nani car under the gaze of the others. Shen Yuran pulled Luo Qitian into the house. "This is our new home. I had Jiang Ziyuan build this 4-bedroom, 1 living room house. It might not be as good as before, but Yi Xiao and I have reserved the largest room for you." Shen Yuran said this, and as if presenting a treasure, he pulled Luo Qitian into the innermost room. The entire house was made of mud and earth, clearly built by an earth-based psychic. The room was warmly decorated, much like Luo Qingtian's old one. It wasn't very furnished, but the bed was clearly new, and the bedding still had a sun-kissed scent. "I like it very much, thank you." Luo Qingtian smiled at Shen Yuran. Shen Yuran's smile hadn't faded from the moment they met, and she didn't even want to let go of Luo Qingtian's hand. But remembering that Luo Qingtian had just been through a big battle, she could only let go of Luo Qingtian temporarily. "Qingtian, you rest first. I make you something delicious." Luo Qingtian smiled and nodded, then sat down on the bed behind him. Arriving in this strange yet familiar environment, Luo Qingtian found that he wasn't particularly repulsed by it. Just then, the sounds of arguing and shouting came from outside the window. Luo Qingtian opened the mini-map and looked outside. Outside the small base, a group of psychics and survivors were rioting. "Aren't you soldiers? Aren't you protecting us? Why aren't you letting us in? Yes, it's getting late now. If we're not allowed in, wouldn't that be like sending us to our deaths? If we're not allowed to live, we charge in. Oh, by the way, I see that the female demon who destroyed the first base seems to have gone in too. If it weren't for her, how could we have lost our shelter?" The survivors were nearly losing their minds. The nights of the apocalypse were dangerous, especially after the second acid rain. Night was the hunting season for the mutant plants and zombies. Although the zombies in the surrounding area had been cleared, there was no guarantee that more would move in from somewhere. They hadn't forgotten that many zombies were still in the center of Haikao. Also, in the distance from the small base, there were a number of plants. They looked harmless during the day, but at night, these plants would unleash their demonic claws. Chapter 378. Luo Qingtian stood at the window, lost in thought, staring at the chaotic base. Just then, a tall figure passed by. But as it passed, the figure retreated. Di Jiang and Luo Qingtian locked eyes. At this moment, Di Jiang looked a little irritated and exhausted. But when he saw Luo Qingtian, the irritation and fatigue on his face instantly vanished. He smiled in Luo Qingtian's direction and said again, "Welcome back." Luo Qingtian nodded slightly, "Thank you." Actually Luo Qing, did I cause you any trouble?" But before he could finish his words, Shen Yuran's voice rang out from behind, "Qingtian, time for dinner." Luo Qingtian's words remained on her lips. She nodded again to Di Jiang and turned to leave. Di Jiang looked in the direction Luo Qingtian had left, clenching his fist slightly. Then, he quickly walked towards the rioting psychics ahead. 8 dishes were served on the table. Some were brought from Luo Qingtian's space. There were also some vegetables picked by Shen Yunran from the backyard. Qingtian. Sit down. Seeing Luo Qingtian emerge, Shen Yunran approached and pulled him to the table. Has it been a while since you eaten my cooking? At the table, He Xiao and Luo Xiaowu sat across from Luo Qingtian, while Shen Yunran and Luo Qingtian sat to one side. Shen Yunran picked up a piece of sweet and sour pork ribs and placed it in Luo Qingtian's bowl. Try it, Luo Qingtian smiled as he ate the food in his bowl. Then, they began to chat about what had happened since Luo Qingtian's departure. The few of them were enjoying a peaceful moment in their room, but outside, Di Jiang was already swamped with activity. While Luo Qingtian was eating, he could still hear the noise coming from outside. Luo Qingtian sighed and said, "Have I caused Di Jiang any trouble?" He Xiao then said, "Not really. Even without you, the first base wouldn't have lasted much longer under Hu Xing's rule." Luo Qingtian thought about it, and suddenly a question occurred to him. When I came back this time, I found that the first base had a lot of psychics, clearly several times more than in other bases. Where did Hu Xing get so many psychics from? He Xiao picked up a piece of braised pork for Luo Qingtian and said, "Those are all psychics catalyzed by the psychic potion. However, these psychics are different from Yunran and me. Although we were the first to be activated with the potion, we activated our powers by stimulating our internal potential, which had a very low success rate. But later, Hu Xing forced Elder Tian to create a catalytic psychic potion. So, almost all subsequent psychics were directly catalyzed." Hearing this answer, Luo Qingtian thought of the secret of stealing psychics that he, Di Jiang, and Elder Tian all knew. Could it be that Hu Xing also knew this? That's why he forced Elder Tian to create this potion. So it makes sense why so many psychics showed up. After they had eaten and drunk their fill, Shen Yunran wanted to ask Luo Qingtian for something. But seeing the weariness in Luo Qingtian's eyes, she could only let him go and rest. Luo Qingtian returned to his room and stood by the window again. The scene outside was still chaotic. Some psychics had rushed into the base and began running around, looking for a place to stay, until one of them discovered their large house. "Brothers, this house is big, let's go in." As he finished speaking, a group of psychics rushed over from behind. One psychic said, as a blue light flashed in his hand, and he raised his hand to knock on the door. A faint, bloodthirsty smile curled up Luo Qingtian's lips. Snap! The window was suddenly flung open by Luo Qingtian. Then Luo Qingtian's sinister voice echoed above the man's head. "There really are endless rats everywhere. This is the first time I've seen anyone dare to covet my place." As soon as he finished speaking, 2 vines suddenly sprouted from under the man's feet, binding him tightly. A sharp thorn suddenly emerged from one end of the vine, piercing the man's body and impaling him. Luo Qingtian had enchanted the thorn with a poison skill. A gust of wind blew past. The man's body dissolved before everyone's eyes. This scene frightened the psychics behind them. They all moved away from the house and looked toward the open window. A gust of wind blew, ruffling the curtains in front of the window. Luo Qingtian's icy face appeared before everyone. "It's the witch! Run!" At this moment, someone shouted, and the group of psychics quickly ran out of the base. Luo Qingtian looked in the direction they were leaving and suddenly jumped out of the window. Watching the fleeing psychics, she felt extremely agitated. Perhaps it was because she had killed so many people, but seeing these psychics approaching her made her feel extremely irritated. "Qingtian, are you okay?" A familiar voice came from behind her. Luo Qingtian turned her head and saw Chen Hao staring at her nervously. In truth, Chen Hao desperately wanted to apologize to Luo Qingtian. When Luo Qingtian destroyed the first base, he saw some other future scenarios from Luo Qingtian. The scene was so beautiful that he wasn't sure if it was just his imagination or his own supernatural power. When he saw Luo Qingtian, he couldn't help but step forward and call out to her. Luo Qingtian looked at Chen Hao, and a Tang Dynasty sword instantly appeared in her hand. This sword was forged from a smelting process of bone wings and gold refining stone. She walked over to Chen Hao and handed him the sword. "Here you go." Chen Hao stared at the sword Luo Qingtian handed him, bewildered. "Qingtian, why are you giving me this?" Qingtian looked at Chen Hao and said, "This should have been yours." Chen Hao was now even more confused. When did he get a sword like this? "No, this must have been something Qingtian got for you." Qin Hao fell in love with this sword at first sight. Thank you, Qi. Qin Hao gazed at the tang sword in his hand with great affection. He looked up, wanting to say thank you, but when he did, he discovered Luo Qingtian had already left. He turned his head to look at the closed window of the room, a broad smile on his face, and then, carrying the tang sword, he set out on his mission. With the tang sword in hand, Qin Hao roamed freely. Jiangzi Yuan, how did you know Qingtian gave me a tang sword? Boss, you're amazing. You spotted this tang sword Qingtian gave me right away. Ha ha ha. Qin Hao stood in a team, originally settling the outsiders, and being wary of the mutant plants attacking from all sides. But after hearing Qin Hao's peacock-like words, everyone's expression turned grim. Qin Hao was still gloating. He was completely indifferent to the lives of others. Suddenly, a vine sprouted from nowhere. Qin Hao instinctively drew his tang sword and cut it off. Oh my god, this tang sword Qingtian gave me is so sharp and powerful. Everyone, shut up. Chapter 379. After returning to her room, Luo Qingtian entered the space directly. She felt strangely stricken and inexplicably restless. After entering the space, she lowered her head and headed straight for the villa. Outside the villa, Mao was hard at work. Seeing Luo Qingtian return, Mao stopped and stared at her intently. Luo Qingtian was lost in her own thoughts and completely oblivious to Mao's gaze. Unconsciously, she reached the villa's entrance and bumped into the smelting table. Looking at the smelting table, Luo Qingtian suddenly realized that she no longer had a single tang sword. She quickly gathered the bone wings and the golden refining stone. Remembering that her dagger could pierce the zombie king, she also found the small green ball she had obtained from the insect child. Next, she gathered some zombie materials and placed them all on the smelting table. Clicking the tang sword icon, Luo Qingtian headed directly to her bedroom. Just as she reached the stairs, she heard a sudden sound of air breaking behind her. Luo Qingtian didn't dodge, believing the attack behind her had no ill intentions. Then, Mao's vines entangled her waist. Ah! Mao, what are you doing? Luo Qingtian screamed, and was pulled away by Mao. Looking at Mao in front of her, Luo Qingtian was completely baffled. Mao, why are you pulling me? This was the first time she had seen Mao use vines to approach her. But before she could ask, Mao threw her away. Ah! Mao, what are you doing? Luo Qingtian stood up, bewildered, and stood opposite Mao. Just as she was about to ask more questions, she saw the vines in Mao's hands transform into several small green whips. Snap! The whip hit the ground at Luo Qingtian's feet, and she jumped reflexively. Mao, what's wrong with you? Have you read some awful book? I'm not a masochist. After saying this, Luo Qingtian could clearly sense Mao's anger, and the whip in its hand lashed out directly at Luo Qingtian's butt. Ah! Luo Qingtian covered her butt and stared at Mao in disbelief. You hit my butt. For some reason, Luo Qingtian felt a sense of majesty and solemnity from Mao, as if an elder were disciplining a younger one. Snap! Another smack of the whip, and Luo Qingtian, covering her butt, began to run. Mao, what do you mean? You're a master eater, and I'm the master. As soon as Luo Qingtian finished her words, she saw Mao weaving two wheels under its body. Then, with the help of these two wheels, she saw Mao chasing after her in a triangular shape. Oh my god, this fur ball has definitely become a spirit. Didn't they say spirits were forbidden after the founding of the People's Republic of China? Luo Qingtian's eyes widened, and she turned and ran. She wanted Little Green to transform into wings and carry her away, but Little Green had already vanished somewhere. She wanted to call Dabai, but Dabai was napping in the manor house. The fur ball behind her was chasing faster and faster. Unconsciously, Luo Qingtian had run into a group of mutants. Recalling her hunter nature, Luo Qingtian darted into the woods. Once inside, she could clearly feel her strength growing, but her restlessness was even more pronounced than before, and she even felt the urge to fight like crazy. Just as Luo Qingtian's inner restlessness was about to go mad, bang! Another whip hit her, but Luo Qingtian turned stiffly, only to see that Mao had caught up with her. Luo Qingtian's mouth twitched. How could she have forgotten that when she first caught Mao was also in a forest? Mao should be more comfortable in this forest than she was. The small spark of resistance that had risen in Luo Qingtian's heart was instantly extinguished. She turned and continued running. Mao, I'm telling you, don't think I won't beat you just because you cook, clean, and take care of the manor for me. If you hit me again, I really fight back. Luo Qingtian had barely finished her words when, smack! Another whip hit her, but Luo Qingtian fell silent now, clutching her butt and running for her life. Mao, waving the whip, continued to follow closely behind. They ran to the riverbank. The river in their space had widened even more than before, and from a distance, the river's end was almost invisible. Luo Qingtian was debating whether to swim to the other side of the river, when she leaned forward and fell into it with a splash. The water wasn't deep here, so Luo Qingtian could easily stand up after falling in. Mao, what are you doing? Luo Qingtian frowned and looked at Mao irritably. After saying that, she walked towards the river. Mao stood by the river, refusing to let Luo Qingtian get out of the water. As soon as Luo Qingtian approached the river, Mao whipped her and drove her back in. Luo Qingtian stared at Mao, her mind full of questions. For some reason, she couldn't muster the will to resist Mao. It was like a primary school kid facing a towering dean. Without a choice, Luo Qingtian could only squat in the water, her entire body submerged, only her head visible, looking at Mao with a wronged look. If those outside saw Luo Qingtian's appearance at this moment, they would be absolutely astonished. Was this still their indomitable, transcendent female demon? What Luo Qingtian didn't know was that the rage icon on her arm, which had been used to indicate her anger, began to decrease the moment she entered the water. It dropped from 80% to 70%, then to 10%, and finally to 0. At the same time, the life skill bar began to flicker, and one skill slowly illuminated. Even her manor house was quietly changing. Luo Qingtian didn't know how long she had been in the water until she felt a little sleepy, and Mao stretched out its vines to pull her out. Luo Qingtian yawned and looked at Mao. Mao, I'm sleepy. Mao's vines woven into a hand gently touched Luo Qingtian's head. Dabai had also arrived at Luo Qingtian's side at some point, and by then, Luo Qingtian was too sleepy to open her eyes. Mao placed Luo Qingtian on Dabai's back, then followed Dabai and brought Luo Qingtian back. In the room, Mao wiped Luo Qingtian clean and carefully placed her on the bed. Then, within Mucho's ethereal body, a red object resembling a jewel button suddenly emerged. The shadow was very blurry, only vaguely recognizable as a human figure. The black figure walked up to Luo Qingtian, bent down, and gently kissed her forehead. Luo Qingtian wrinkled her nose, perhaps sensing something. The shadow quickly returned to the jewel button on Mucho's body. Chapter 380. When Luo Qingtian opened his eyes, he felt a sense of relief. The irritability he felt yesterday had completely vanished. He felt refreshed, as if he showered long ago. Thinking of how awful Mao had gotten him yesterday, Luo Qingtian leaped out of bed. I'm your master after all, and how dare you do this to me? Luo Qingtian dressed and rushed out of the room, ready to settle the score with Mao. But when Luo Qingtian went downstairs, he found a table full of dishes on the living room dining table, including his favorite sweet and sour spare ribs and crispy pork. Luo Qingtian swallowed, his initial thought of settling the score with Mao instantly dispelled. Well, let's eat first. Eat and drink our fill first. Afterwards, Luo Qingtian completely forgot about Mao spanking him yesterday. Thinking of how he remade the Tang sword yesterday, Luo Qingtian left the villa in a good mood. As soon as she left the villa, Luo Qingtian was stunned. The entire estate looked several times larger than before, and there was a lot of open space around her villa. On the smelting table in front of the villa, a black and green Tang sword lay quietly. Luo Qingtian approached and picked up the sword, examining it. It had a black and green pattern. Luo Qingtian wielded the sword twice. The feel of the sword was very similar to the dagger, but Luo Qingtian had no intention of looking at it right now. She put the sword away and turned to walk around the estate. In the distance, Mao was squatting in a flower bed, fiddling with something. Luo Qingtian didn't rush to see what was happening, but instead stared at the open space on either side of the villa. Such a large manor, with so much empty space, isn't it a bit too spacious? Luo Qingtian turned to look at Mao, who was squatting in the flowers. Mao, you hit me yesterday, but I let you go. I'm appointing you as my space assistant. Look at how big the manor is. Why don't you build a house on either side? Mao looked up at Luo Qingtian with a look of astonishment, then lowered his head and continued to work. Luo Qingtian opened his mouth. Was he being looked down upon? No, he was the master. Was Mao losing his sense of place? Luo Qingtian thought for a moment, and was about to go over to Mao to settle the score when a voice suddenly rang in his mind. Creation skill restored. Create a house. Select the type of house. Hearing this voice, Luo Qingtian was stunned. Creation skill. Luo Qingtian was a little surprised and immediately reached out to his forearm. An icon immediately appeared in Luo Qingtian's mind. Luo Qingtian clicked on the life skill bar, and the creativity skill lit up. The creative skill icon resembled a large hand. Luo Qingtian opened it. Then she saw a series of smaller icons appear below it. These smaller icons were all gray, except for a small, illuminated house icon at the very front. In other words, the creative skill was a master icon, branching off into various smaller creative series. Could this icon automatically split? She remembered that she had used this icon when she first acquired it. And in her previous life, had the owner of the evil island also done this? Luo Qingtian pursed her lips in dissatisfaction. These restrictions seemed a bit too many. She clicked on the small house column, and a map of the entire estate appeared in her mind. It was like a three-dimensional structure, complete with a bunch of reference lines. Luo Qingtian stared at the structure in confusion, then some sample drawings of houses suitable for flanking the villa appeared in her mind. Luo Qingtian tried clicking, and a small two-story villa appeared in her mind. She tried to place the small villa along the reference lines on either side of her large villa. Boom, two loud landings, and Luo Qingtian saw two medium-sized villas appear on either side of her villa. Luo Qingtian was shocked. This was the creative skill. Building houses? Luo Qingtian walked into the villa. It was pre-decorated, with all the necessary plumbing, electricity, and gas, but there was little furniture, making it seem a bit empty. Luo Qingtian opened the creative skill again, wanting to see if there was any suitable furniture to take out. Unfortunately, only one house icon lit up normally. Luo Qingtian frowned. It seemed that she could only create houses temporarily, so she created several more two-story villas on both sides of her villa. When the manor could no longer accommodate any more houses, Luo Qingtian ran out and tried to build a few more nearby. But after leaving the manor, when Luo Qingtian activated her creative skill again, she found that the icon for her creative skill had gone dark. Luo Qingtian was speechless. It had been working just now, so how could it have gone dark after she entered? Luo Qingtian thought for a moment and returned to the manor. There, she noticed that her creative skill icon had lit up again. Luo Qingtian immediately had a bad thought. Could it be that this creative skill could only be used within the manor? With this idea in mind, Luo Qingtian tried it several times. Sure enough, after leaving the manor, the creative skill icon would go away. Only after returning to the manor would the creative skill light up normally. Luo Qingtian looked up at the sky in silence. What a rubbish skill. Just now, she had been thinking that if the creative skill worked, she could just build a house outside the base when she went to another one. Now, thinking about it, her idea had been shattered. Luo Qingtian sighed, feeling depressed, and then it occurred to her, what if she could move the house in the space outside? With this thought, Luo Qingtian instantly left the space. Outside the space, Shen Yuran and Yishao had been sitting in the living room, constantly glancing at Luo Qingtian's room. Several times, they wanted to knock on the door, but remembering that Luo Qingtian had just returned yesterday and must be in need of rest, they suppressed the urge. Luo Xiaowu knew Luo Qingtian wasn't in the room at all. He also knew that Luo Qingtian would disappear from time to time. So he sat in the living room, quietly waiting for Luo Qingtian's return. Outside the base was still bustling. After the night's fighting, many had survived, but the base was too small to accommodate more people. So many people were still standing outside, arguing with the soldiers from the squad. This had caused the entire base to become chaotic, with many people hiding in their existing houses, refusing to leave, fearing their homes would be robbed. Luo Xiaowu had been lazily sitting on the sofa, waiting, when he suddenly sat up straight and looked towards Luo Qingtian's room, only to see Luo Qingtian slam the door open. Yuran Yishao, I'm going out for a moment. Luo Qingtian finished, hurriedly leaving. Luo Xiaowu saw Luo Qingtian leave, stood up, and ran after him. Qingtian, aren't you going to eat? Shen Yuran looked at Luo Qingtian and called out anxiously, but Luo Qingtian had already disappeared. Chapter 381. Luo Qingtian ran out the door. The entire base was now packed. Luo Qingtian had only taken a few steps when he was blocked by the throng. Luo Qingtian frowned at the people before him and commanded Little Green to transform into wings and carry him away. The next moment, a massive green wing appeared behind Luo Qingtian. Luo Qingtian flew out of the base in front of everyone. Luo Xiaowu watched Luo Qingtian fly away, leaped up, landed on the rooftops on both sides, and then chased after Luo Qingtian. Their actions quickly attracted considerable attention. Di Jiang had been watching Luo Qingtian since she appeared. When he saw Luo Qingtian fly away, a look of surprise and astonishment flashed in his eyes. But Luo Qingtian didn't look at him. She flew in midair, quickly disappearing from Di Jiang's sight. And Luo Xiaowu, whether intentionally or not, deliberately passed by him while chasing Luo Qingtian. He met Di Jiang's eyes, and gave him a provocative smile. Di Jiang narrowed his eyes at Luo Xiaowu, watching him chase Luo Qingtian. Luo Qingtian flew away from Di Jiang's base, and found an open space nearby. She landed, looked around, and after confirming that the open space was clear of danger, she channeled her mental energy into the space, attempting to retrieve the house. As she was retrieving the house, Luo Qingtian was surprised to discover that her creative ability suddenly activated. As if possessed, Luo Qingtian attempted to move, and then retrieve the entire manor. Boom! A thunderous crash deafened the earth. The Dijiang people were busy at the base. Then, upon hearing this sound, Dijiang abandoned their busy schedule. They dropped their belongings, and quickly ran in the direction of the sound. After hearing this sound, Shen Yuran and Yishao suddenly thought of Luo Qingtian, who had hurried out. Concerned for Luo Qingtian, they followed suit. Luo Qingtian stood in the manor, with a frown. She hadn't expected to take the entire manor out. She tried to take it back, but found she couldn't. Because the manor was so large, it had inexplicably become connected to the Dijiang base. From a distance, it looked as if the Dijiang village was part of the manor's perimeter. What was even more frustrating was that all the houses in the manor had been taken out, leaving only her villa, which remained firmly in the space. Luo Qingtian frowned at the location of her villa, and checked her creative skill again. Among the sample houses, Luo Qingtian quickly spotted one that looked exactly like his own. Luo Qingtian clicked the create house icon again, and a massive castle-like villa appeared above the previously empty lot. Luo Qingtian placed the villa in the center, following the guidelines. This time, his manor was completely complete. Luo Xiaowu, standing behind him, was stunned when Luo Qingtian took out the manor. He stared at Luo Qingtian with a gleaming gaze until he finished building the final house. Luo Xiaowu walked up to Luo Qingtian and said, "Qingtian, you're amazing." Luo Qingtian smiled but didn't reply. She really liked Luo Xiaowu's quiet, non-committal nature. This way, even if they did interact, they wouldn't be too repulsive. At this moment, Shen Yuran and Yishao also arrived, along with the Dijiang group. They stared at the manor in shock, some barely believing their eyes. "Qingtian, did you build this?" Shen Yuran ran up to Luo Qingtian and asked, shocked. Luo Qingtian nodded, pointing to the villa in the middle and saying, "Well, no furniture. The upstairs is mine." After Luo Qingtian finished speaking, Shen Yuran and Yishao burst into laughter. They all understood Luo Qingtian's meaning. At this moment, Dijiang also approached, staring intently at Qingtian. He wanted to ask why this manor was built next to his base. Was it because of him? If Luo Qingtian knew Dijiang's thoughts, she would definitely twitch her lips and say it was a surprise. If she had known the manor would be connected to his base, she would never have used her creation skill here. But Dijiang clearly didn't think so. As Luo Qingtian led Yishao and Shen Yuran into the manor, Luo Xiaowu followed behind. Dijiang stared at Luo Qingtian's back, his mouth opening, unsure whether to speak or not. Luo Xiaowu glanced at Dijiang with a smug look and was about to follow him in when he heard Luo Qingtian. "Commander Di, let's come along. Commander Di will still be responsible for the safety of this manor base. Why don't we all go and take a look together?" Truly, Luo Qingtian didn't want to take them in, but he realized he would eventually leave. And if he left behind such a large manor, Yishao and Shen Yuran would definitely not be able to survive. If he wanted to keep the manor, he had to let Dijiang and the others move in. If I'm not mistaken, Dijiang's psychic abilities have now reached around level 9. Aside from Huizheng taking advantage of this opportunity to capture Yunran and Yishao, I believe Dijiang will still be able to help me look after this manor. And there's also Old Tian. Old Tian's research can't be leaked anymore. If Old Tian leaves for another base, there's a chance another Huizheng will appear. On second thought, merging the manor and the base isn't entirely a bad idea. Dijiang's face immediately lit up when he heard Luo Qing. Even Chen Hao, Xiaohu, and the others became excited. Xiaohu ran straight to Luo Qing. "Sister Luo, did you build this house?" Luo Qingtian nodded. "Yes, with my newly activated construction abilities, I unknowingly built a manor." Luo Qing then opened the manor's gate. Outside the manor, a group of psychics and survivors, who hadn't been able to move into the base, stood in the distance, looking over enviously. After watching these people enter the manor, some began discussing, "Such a wonderful place. Could we possibly live here someday? Maybe. Look, there are so many empty houses here. We can definitely live here." These people stood outside the manor gate, pointing hopefully at the houses in the distance. When Luo Qingtian was in the space, he wanted to take a look at each sample house, so he built a lot of them. Large houses, small bungalows, a full 100. Although the manor is large now, it seems a bit crowded now. But Di Jiang and the others couldn't see these problems. The manor looked like a paradise. Everyone followed Luo Qingtian to the villa. Luo Qingtian pointed to his own villa and the 2 villas on either side of it and said, "Master Di, besides these 3 villas, you can arrange the rest as you please. Also, I hope Master Di will strictly screen those who wish to live in the manor. I have a bad temper. Also, I don't live here for free. Anyone who wants to move in must at least hand in crystal cores every month. As for how to submit it, I would like to ask Commander D to take care of it." Chapter 382. When she mentioned her bad temper, everyone present shuddered. Sister Luo did have a bad temper. When she got angry, she could massacre an entire base. Thinking of this, Di Jiang's expression grew more serious. "Okay. I definitely screen everything." Luo Qingtian nodded and continued, "By the way, you soldiers can move in for free. But you must ensure the safety of this base." After saying this, Di Jiang's expression softened slightly. "Okay. I arrange for a small group of soldiers to move in." Di Jiang stopped following Luo Qingtian and arranged for his men to begin the screening. This manner would significantly reduce the burden on the base, and he had just inspected it. The soil in this manner is suitable for growing vegetables. After the apocalypse, the soil mutated, making it impossible for crops to grow. To find a place to grow crops, one must have an earth-attributed psychic alter the soil's texture, and then find a plant-attributed psychic to catalyze the growth of plants. At worst, he could go out and search for supplies. The base had originally been built on the outskirts of High City, because there were still some supplies to be found there. However, with Hui Jing's downfall, he had found a lot of Hui Jing's hidden treasures when he went to the first base, and there was also a lot of food in the first base's granary. This further reduced the burden on the base. With this manner, there was a supply of food. Di Jiang suddenly felt a sense of hope. Perhaps the first base could be rebuilt. Thinking of this, Di Jiang called out to Luo Qingtian, "Qingtian, can you expand this manor in the future?" Luo Qingtian paused and looked at Di Jiang, thinking seriously. "That depends on my ability upgrade. My ability upgrade requires a crystal core." Luo Qingtian said this without a trace of guilt. She did need a crystal core upgrade, but she wasn't sure what the next skill upgrade would be after the space absorbed the core. Di Jiang listened to Luo Qingtian's words, and a look of astonishment crossed his face. He looked at Luo Qingtian even more seriously. "Okay, I got it. I send you the crystal core tomorrow." Di Jiang turned and went to look at the other houses. After figuring out how many people the manor's houses could accommodate, Di Jiang strode away. After Luo Qingtian and his men entered the villa, Xin Yunran and Yi Xiao were surprised to find that its structure bore some resemblance to a 33-story duplex. They chuckled and went to their respective rooms. Even more delighted, the place had complete water, electricity, and even natural gas. All this seemed illogical, but when one considered its connection to Luo Qingtian, it made perfect sense. The villa was sparsely furnished, all of which Luo Qingtian had found within his space. Luo Xiaowu had originally wanted to move in with Luo Qingtian on the second floor, but Luo Qingtian flatly refused, forcing Luo Xiaowu to stay in the room near the stairs. After Xin Yuran and Yi Xiao secured their rooms, they hurried out of the manor. They returned to their old home and moved all their belongings in. After a day of hard work, they finally settled down that evening. Di Jiang began screening people overnight. He first selected Elder Tian and allocated him a separate laboratory and residence. He then selected several psychics known to Luo Qingtian. Finally, he had his troops conduct a house-to-house investigation of the survivor's character. After selecting over 400 people, he personally explained the manor's accommodation regulations to them. He also repeatedly mentioned Luo Qingtian's 3 villas. After obtaining their personal assurances that nothing would go wrong, he led them to the manor early the next morning. The sight of the manor floor excited the survivors. They first followed the military team to their rooms. After confirming their rooms, they excitedly left their rooms and began to wander the manor. When Luo Qingtian came downstairs that morning, Di Jiang was already waiting in the living room. He was staring blankly at Luo Xiaowu. The two sat on the sofa in the living room, neither of them looking favorably at the other. Di Jiang saw Luo Qitian coming downstairs, and stood up with a smile. Qitian, you're awake. Luo Qitian nodded, and walked over to sit across from Di Jiang. Captain Di, have you prepared the crystal cores? Di Jiang glanced at Ma Ji, who immediately pulled out several sacks from his storage space. The sacks were filled with crystal cores. There were many different types of crystal cores, all collected by Di Jiang and his men after Luo Qitian left. Excluding the attribute crystal cores the military squad needed, Di Jiang saved them all. He knew Luo Qitian loved crystal cores, so he hoped to one day find an opportunity to give them all to her. Here they are. I'm assuming 5 third-level crystal cores per person, plus the land, water, and electricity needed. So, for the 420 people moving in, I prepared 2,000 third-level crystal cores and 300 fourth-level crystal cores. I also prepared 400 fifth-level crystal cores and 100 sixth-level crystal cores. I wonder if I can exchange these for some food with you. Okay. 2,000 kilograms of food. Luo Qitian put away the crystal cores and dragged Ma Ji outside the villa to trade. Only Di Jiang and Luo Xiaowu remained in the living room. Luo Xiaowu looked at Di Jiang unhappily. Di Jiang said softly, Luo Xiaowu. Luo Xiaowu frowned and said, What do you want me to do? Di Jiang smiled and said, I heard Qitian gave you that name because you have no memories. I guess she treats you like a younger brother, and that's why she's taking such good care of you. You're really lucky. The implication is that you're just a younger brother. Luo Xiaowu pursed his lips and looked at Di Jiang. I'm not her brother. Di Jiang pursed his lips. I know, that's why you're so lucky. Luo Xiaowu narrowed his eyes at Di Jiang, his eyes beginning to turn slightly red, his gaze growing increasingly menacing. Di Jiang could clearly sense this danger. Lightning flashed in Di Jiang's hand, appearing and disappearing for a moment. Do you dare to fight? The loser gets kicked out. Luo Xiaowu's voice was chilling. Di Jiang's expression was impassive, and he smiled faintly at Luo Xiaowu. Qitian definitely wouldn't like us fighting. Luo Qitian returned from the transaction, and saw the 2 men at loggerheads. What are you 2 doing? Luo Qitian looked at them grimly. If these 2 dared to fight in his villa, Luo Qitian would definitely throw them out. Facing Luo Qitian's dangerous gaze, the 2 men instantly stopped fighting. Luo Qitian walked between the 2 men, frowning and saying, I hate trouble. If you 2 want to cause me trouble, then we never see each other again. At worst, she could just give up the manor, and throw Shen Yuanran and Yi Xiao into the space, and take them away. Luo Qitian really didn't want to do this unless it was absolutely necessary. Humans are social animals. She didn't want Yi Xiao and Shen Yuanran to lose touch with this world. Chapter 383. Di Jiang and Luo Xiaowu knew Luo Qitian was truly angry. They exchanged a glance and quickly walked away from each other. Qitian, don't be angry. I won't do anything you don't like. Have you finalized your deal with Ma Ji? I go arrange for a small group of soldiers to move in now. Di Jiang was about to leave, but when he reached the door, he stopped and pulled out several access cards from his pocket. I had Mr. Tian make access cards for that gate. It'd be convenient for those who are screened to enter. Di Jiang returned to Luo Qitian's side and handed the access cards to him. Then he turned and left again, this time without looking back. Watching Di Jiang leave, Luo Xiaowu stared at Luo Qitian cautiously. Qitian, I'm sorry. I won't cause you any trouble again. Luo Qitian glanced at Luo Xiaowu, tossed the access cards on the table in front of him, and turned back to his room. This kind of complicated and tedious work really wasn't for him. Luo Qitian felt that she was suited to walking alone. With Yi Xiao and Shen Yuanran at her side, she couldn't bear to see any more people. Back in her room, Luo Qitian entered the space. Having just acquired so many crystal cores, she wanted to see if they could upgrade her manor, and see if there had been any new changes to the house in the space. In the space, the manor had indeed vanished, leaving only a bare villa where it once stood. There was a smelting table at the entrance to the villa. Dabai, as usual, was taking a nap near his villa. Machio, as usual, wore a small green straw hat and a small hoe entwined in vines, working in the fields not far away. Luo Qitian looked at the fur ball and thought about how she had been beaten up by it yesterday, then fallen into the river, and how her irritability had vanished the next day. Could this fur ball really know something? Fur ball? Luo Qitian tried calling out fur ball. At Luo Qitian's voice, the fur ball stopped and looked over. The look in its eyes was one of confusion and clarity, completely different from the silence, contempt, and gentleness it had shown her before. Luo Qitian opened her mouth, but the word she wanted to ask froze in her throat. She was now certain that even if she asked, the fur ball wouldn't know. Luo Qingtian was a little confused. Was that really her fur ball yesterday? Now that she thought about it, the fur ball itself was a forest. So many trees had merged into a single seed, and then the fur ball was born. Could the fur ball be a fragment of the sphere? Thinking that way, it made sense. Luo Qingtian pondered as she walked towards her villa. As she neared the door, she heard a clang under her feet. Looking down, she saw a flower pot she had kicked over. Inside the flower pot was the miniature fur ball. It lay on the ground, eyes closed, and Luo Qingtian felt a sudden surge of guilt. She quickly placed the fur ball back in the flower pot, not forgetting to put some soil under it and on top of it. Then she scurried into the villa. After Luo Qingtian left, the fur ball, which had been closing its eyes, suddenly opened them. Just in time to see Luo Qingtian running into the villa, a look of helplessness and amusement crossed its face. The fur ball came over, grabbed the fur ball out again, and then carefully filled the flower pot with soil. He dug a hole in the soil and placed the little fur ball inside, then watered it with a small kettle. After making sure it was safe, he carried the flower pot away from the villa, fearing Luo Qingtian might accidentally kick the little fur ball away again. Luo Qingtian returned to his room, still feeling a little guilty, but at the moment, he didn't think much about it. He examined the crystal cores Dejiang had sent him one by one, finding nothing special, and then dropped them onto the grass outside. As they landed on the grass, the cores slowly seeped into the ground. Then, they were slowly absorbed by the void. Luo Qingtian laid down on the bed and began to daydream. Suddenly, he felt a little unaccustomed to such a quiet life. He thought about how the zombie kings he had encountered were now divided into different levels, meaning that they would only become stronger in the future. Luo Qingtian felt a strange unease. No, Luo Qingtian sat up in bed instantly. Although he was getting stronger, the zombie kings were also getting stronger. If I stay this quiet any longer, I might be eaten by the zombie king one day. Luo Qingtian immediately began calculating the time for his departure. Now that Dejiang had already arranged for a small team of soldiers to move in, the manor's safety was basically guaranteed. Besides, Shen Yuran and Yishao also had special abilities. They also had the ability to protect themselves. As he thought this, he heard a commotion outside the dimension. Qingtian, are you there? Shen Yuran's voice followed. Luo Qingtian left the dimension, opened the door, and looked at Shen Yuran in confusion. What's going on? Shen Yuran pursed his lips and said, there's a lot of people making trouble outside the manor gate. But the small team of soldiers has already gone to stop them. I'm just a little worried. Luo Qingtian thought for a moment and said, let's go and take a look. Luo Qingtian led Shen Yuran out of the villa. Luo Xiaowu had been feeling guilty ever since Luo Qingtian left. He even felt a little regretful. How could he have upset Qingtian? If he had known Qingtian would be upset, he wouldn't have bothered Dejiang. But he really didn't like the way Dejiang looked at Luo Qingtian. It was too intense. Now that he saw Luo Qingtian leave, Luo Xiaowu finally decided to follow him. The entrance to the manor was in chaos. Many psychics had gathered there, clamoring to get in. Why were they forced to live in such a shabby little base? While these people could live in the manor villa, those who had come out said it had all the necessary plumbing, electricity, and gas, and everything except furniture. And the manor fields were even suitable for growing crops. Why couldn't they enter such a beautiful place? The psychics grew increasingly angry as they pondered this, finally gathering together, planning to storm the manor and seize it entirely. In this cannibalistic apocalypse, the strong reigned supreme. They were all powerful psychics. Those scumbags shouldn't be allowed to survive. With this in mind, the psychics forgot that the manor belonged to Luo Qingtian and that Dejiang was protecting it. After gathering, they began attacking and smashing things at the entrance. By then, the military squad had already engaged the troops outside, but Luo Qingtian could see that they were holding back. It was this holding back that gave the psychics an opening. Luo Qingtian smiled. The Amos ice bow in his hand instantly materialized. Dejiang spotted Luo Qingtian at that moment. Seeing the Amos ice bow in Luo Qingtian's hand, he immediately shouted, all psychics, retreat. As soon as he finished speaking, 3 arrows, each carrying a thick pillar of ice, hurtled towards the psychics. Chapter 384. The members of the military squad retreated quickly upon hearing their leader's orders. The moment they separated from their opponents, the opposing psychics were pierced by icicles. Some were frozen in place. Others were turned to powder before they could even cry out for help. This scene caused all the psychics to pause, especially when they saw Luo Qingtian appear. They instantly came to their senses. Yes, How could they have forgotten that this manor belonged to the evil female Luo Qingtian? She was a ruthless killer. Wouldn't it be courting death for them to come and rob the manor? Now, everyone had lost all hope of the manor before them. They were already contemplating escape. Even Di Jiang was shocked by Luo Qingtian's ruthlessness. These people are the future pillars of the first base. Is killing them like this really a good idea? Luo Qingtian then walked over to Di Jiang and whispered, Commander Di, indecision is definitely not the hallmark of a good leader. I know you're concerned about the current population decline, and you want them all alive for the sake of the base's development. But some people's survival only leads to more deaths. So these people truly don't deserve to live. Di Jiang looked at Luo Qingtian with a complicated expression. Is she blaming herself? Luo Qingtian didn't look at Di Jiang, but at the broken gate. Now that the access control is broken, how can anyone enter normally? Luo Qingtian thought for a moment, then looked at Di Jiang again. Commander Di, please gather everyone who came yesterday. Let's abolish the access card system. Di Jiang looked at Luo Qingtian puzzled. If it's abolished, how can we identify the residents of the manor? If we had facial recognition now, he wouldn't use access cards anymore. But we simply don't have that many resources and materials right now. Luo Qingtian waved his hand. I have another plan. Go ahead and call for help. Di Jiang glanced at Chen Hao and the others, and Chen Hao immediately led his team toward the manor. Soon, all those selected yesterday arrived at the manor gate. Luo Qingtian waved at the manor gate, and everyone saw rows of mutant trees appear before them. Among these mutant trees, the mutants were clustered and towering, like the kings of mutant trees. Luo Qingtian walked up to the mutant tree and shouted, Mountain Ghost, introduce these people to everyone. From now on, only these people will be allowed into this manor. Anyone else who attempts to enter will be beaten away, and anyone who forces their way in will be eaten. Any zombies, mutant insects, or animals that intrude will be killed immediately. Any creature that poses a threat to the manor will not survive. The mountain ghost's crown trembled, and it curved slightly towards Luo Qingtian, indicating agreement. After entering the space, they were nourished by the earth and spiritual energy of the space, becoming much stronger than before. They were absolutely capable of dealing with ordinary psychics. Luo Qingtian also called over Shen Yuran, He Xiao, and Di Jiang. Pointing at them, she said, anyone else who wants to move in here can only come with these three. If I'm not here, they have their say. Shan Gui nodded again at Luo Qingtian. Alright, start identifying them now. Once you identified them all, you can find a place to protect this place. Di Jiang stared in shock at the mutated trees before him. He knew these trees all too well. They were incredibly difficult to deal with. But he hadn't expected Luo Qingtian to bring so many mutant trees to guard the manor. He looked at Luo Qingtian with mixed feelings, but fortunately, Luo Qingtian still gave him permission. Di Jiang arranged for the mutant trees to begin recognizing humans, and soon they all knew them, each one weaving its roots into short legs. Then they gathered around the manor and dug themselves in. The mutant mountain ghost went straight to the very center of the manor. There, it dug a hole and buried itself. From then on, it would be the most beautiful creature in the manor. No, the most beautiful tree. Anyone who tried to enter would see it. Seeing the matter resolved, Luo Qingtian turned and prepared to leave. Luo Qingtian felt once again that she wasn't suited to living in one place for a long time, let alone setting up a base or settling accounts. These things really didn't suit her. This reaffirmed her decision to leave. Thinking of this, Luo Qingtian pulled He Xiao and Shen Yuran back, intending to tell them about her departure. Luo Xiaowu had been following Luo Qingtian from beginning to end. Just now, when Luo Qingtian had asked the mutant trees to recognize people, he hadn't given him permission. Luo Xiaowu felt a little disappointed. It seemed Qingtian was still angry with him. If Luo Qingtian had known Luo Xiaowu's thoughts, he would have definitely shaken his head and said no. She had simply forgotten. Because she hadn't even thought Luo Xiaowu would come with her. And even if she had known, she probably would have forgotten. After all, Luo Xiaowu never cared about such things. And the mutant trees seemed to recognize him. They weren't against him either. So mutant trees or not, they wouldn't harm him. As Di Jiang watched Luo Qingtian leave, he happened to see Luo Xiaowu. Their eyes met, and Di Jiang cast a smug look at Luo Xiaowu. After all, he had seen that Luo Xiaowu lacked authority. He didn't show it on his face, but he was still quite pleased. Luo Xiaowu immediately saw what Di Jiang was thinking. He gave Di Jiang a deep look, then turned and chased after Luo Qingtian. Luo Qingtian returned to the room with He Xiao and Shen Yuran. Luo Qingtian gave Shen Yuran a dagger and some crystal cores tailored to their attributes. Looking at these crystal cores, the two men roughly guessed what Luo Qingtian had said. "Qingtian, are you leaving again?" Luo Qingtian nodded. "Yes, now that I can guarantee your safety, I plan to continue searching for my parents." "So where is your first destination?" Luo Qingtian thought for a moment. "I'm planning to visit the 4th base." "Back in the 1st base, you didn't have much power, and were the ones being protected. Now that we have our own manor, this place is yours. I hope you can quickly grow stronger. Protect our home. When I find my parents, I bring them back here to live together." Shen Yuren and Yi Xiao both nodded. "Okay, Qingtian, I will definitely become stronger." Yi Xiao also nodded. "Qingtian, don't worry. I will protect this place." Yi Xiao has now mastered his supernatural powers thoroughly. The higher his supernatural power level, the more computers in his brain. Through constant calculation and practice, he can evolve the most suitable prospects and paths. He plans to expand the base in Dijiang after Qingtian leaves, fully integrating it with the manor to become the new 1st base. No, it's going to become a new base, Sunny Day Base. Chapter 385. After the others finished their conversation, Luo Qingtian returned to her room. She had prepared a large amount of food and other easily storable items. Although they had a new house, it lacked a refrigerator or other appliances. So some things couldn't be kept. Fortunately, the weather would get colder. Fresh food wouldn't spoil too quickly. Luo Qingtian was busy when Luo Xiaowu came over. When Luo Qingtian opened the door, she saw Luo Xiaowu's face, looking aggrieved. Especially when his moist eyes glared at Luo Qingtian, Luo Qingtian felt as if she had done something wrong. "Xiaowu, what's wrong?" Luo Qingtian felt a little uncomfortable being stared at, but she finally asked. Luo Xiaowu saw that Luo Qingtian had spoken first, and his moist eyes instantly flushed. "Qingtian, are you planning to leave on your own?" She hadn't been with Luo Qingtian for long, but Luo Xiaowu knew that Luo Qingtian wasn't the type to settle down in one place. She still had a lot of things to do. Especially since she still had to look for her parents. That thought. Luo Qing touched her nose and looked away guiltily. She did intend to leave on her own. Perhaps because she was used to walking alone, she preferred to walk with Little Green, Big White, and Mauchio. Besides, she had so many secrets, and she didn't want anyone to discover that her space was different from others. No matter who that person was, she wanted to keep her secret. When Luo Xiaowu heard Luo Qingqian's answer, tears welled up in her eyes, wet like a large, abandoned puppy. Does Qingtian no longer want Xiaowu? Luo Qingtian was a little upset after saying this. What do you mean she doesn't want him anymore? Why does she say that as if she's a scumbag? She pursed her lips and looked at Luo Xiaowu. Xiaowu, I'm just used to being alone. Luo Xiaowu stared at Luo Qingtian. But I'm used to being with Qingtian too. You and I are both looking for our parents. We can do this together. Luo Qingtian sighed. Xiaowu, I want to leave alone. Actually, I think you can stay here for a while. Let Dijiang help you find out about your parents. Dijiang has connections to every base. Maybe you can find out from him. At the mention of Dijiang, Luo Xiaowu tensed up like a lion with its fur standing on end. No, I don't want Dijiang's help. Qingtian, don't ask Dijiang for help either. If you want to find your parents, I can accompany you. No matter how far or how long the journey takes, I'll be with you. Luo Qingtian felt a headache when he heard Luo Xiaowu say this. She was certain that Luo Xiaowu's clinging to her was related to the fledgling system. Xiaowu, you're so dependent on me because you have the fledgling system planted by Baihe in your body. It makes you think I'm. Xiaowu, we can be partners, we can be family, but I hope you can find your true family. Don't you want to know your real name? Actually, Luo Qingtian was right. She wasn't his real mother. Luo Qingtian really didn't want to have a son this old following her around. This feels perverted, doesn't it? Listening to Luo Qing, Luo Xiaowu felt even more aggrieved. What a bullshit fledgling system. He had loved Luo Qingtian from the moment he saw her, not because of the system, but because of his true heart. When Baihe implanted the chick chip in him, he had used his supernatural powers to destroy it. What remained inside him was essentially an empty shell. Later, when he sought out Luo Qingtian, his supernatural powers had fully recovered, and now even the empty shell within him had been eliminated. But seeing Luo Qingtian's expression, it seemed as if she simply didn't believe him. Luo Xiaowu suddenly felt powerless. I like following Qingtian not because of the system within me. Qingtian, what can I do to make you trust me? Luo Qingtian thought for a moment, grabbed Luo Xiaowu's sleeve, and walked out. Well, I take you to see Mr. Tion's team. Let Mr. Tion help you see if that thing is still there. It just so happened that Mr. Tion was also at the manor. With him there, the chip could definitely be removed. This way, Luo Xiaowu could finally recognize his true heart. When Luo Xiaowu heard Luo Qingtian, he didn't resist, and let Luo Qingtian lead him away. As he walked, he kept glancing at Luo Qingtian, who was holding his hand. His eyebrows curved, his eyes shimmering with dazzling light. His entire aura grew warmer. The two of them quickly reached the bottom floor. Luo Qingtian glanced around. She still had no idea where the Academy of Sciences was located. She looked up at the mountain ghost standing in the center of the room. Mountain ghost, where is the Academy of Sciences? The mountain ghost instantly wove vines into an arrowhead, pointing to a 3-story villa in the distance. Luo Qingtian patted his head. This small villa was the second largest in the entire villa. It seemed quite fitting to have the Academy of Sciences there. Luo Qingtian waved to Shan Gui and, pulling Luo Xiaowu along, walked towards the Academy of Sciences. Old Tian had just packed up his belongings today, even setting up his lab and instruments. He stared at his room, feeling an indescribable sense of relief and joy. Without Hu Zheng's threat, he could begin researching the zombie virus tomorrow. The zombie virus had already evolved into countless versions. If he didn't study it quickly, he didn't know if this apocalypse would ever end. Is Old Tian here? Just as Old Tian was pondering, Luo Qingtian's voice reached him from outside the door. Old Tian quickly ran downstairs, and saw Luo Qingtian and Luo Xiaowu. Qingtian's here. Come in and sit down. Luo Qingtian let go of Luo Xiaowu's sleeve and followed Old Tian into the room. Little Qingtian, what brings you to me today? Old Tian smiled gently when he saw Luo Qingtian. He didn't find Qingtian scary at all. People outside said Luo Qingtian was cold-blooded and murderous. He didn't think so. They said Luo Qingtian was cold, but he had seen how Luo Qingtian looked when facing He Xiao and Shen Yunren. He had also seen how Luo Qingtian looked when fighting the undead. She was so full of life. How could such a child be cold? She was just too timid, or perhaps she rarely opened her heart to others. Once she recognized someone, she would treat them very well. He had always known that his move-in wasn't due to Dijiang's influence or his own status. It was because Luo Qingtian wanted to give Shen Yunren and He Xiao a stable place to live. How could such a child be a cold-blooded, murderous witch? Luo Qingtian pointed to Luo Xiaowu behind him. Mr. Tian, this is it. Luo Qingtian recounted the events of the third base, and solemnly explained the existence of the fledgling system. Elder Tian was amazed at the existence of this chip. His eyes lit up as he looked at Luo Xiaowu. Okay, kid, you can stay with me for the time being. I check you out and disable that fledgling system. Chapter 386. Luo Xiaowu frowned at Luo Qingtian. Qingtian, are you going to leave me here? Luo Qingtian pursed his lips and looked at Luo Xiaowu. Xiaowu, I hope you stay here for a while Elder Tian removes the chip from your body. Once the chip is removed, you might not be so attached to me anymore. Luo Xiaowu shook his head and placed his hand over his heart. No, Qingtian is Qingtian. Chip or not, Qingtian is in my heart. Hearing this, Luo Qingtian shuddered. Does this guy even know what he's talking about, especially with Elder Tian here? Hey Xiaowu, be good. No matter what you think, everything will have to wait until the chip is removed. Luo Qingtian was about to leave. Luo Xiaowu nervously grabbed Luo Qingtian's hand. Qingtian, are you leaving? Yes. Luo Qingtian nodded. Luo Xiaowu pursed his lips, thought for a moment, and said, Qingtian, once my chip is gone, I can go find you, right? If I follow you then, you won't chase me away again, right? Luo Qingtian thought for a moment and nodded. Yes, you are acting according to your heart then. If you still want to follow me, I go with you to find my family. Hearing Luo Qingtian's promise, Luo Xiaowu's eyes lit up, their glint veiled with a moist, soft veil, like a spring flower blooming in winter, capable of melting a heart. Okay, once my chip is removed, I go find Qingtian. Qingtian, please don't chase me away again then. Hearing Luo Xiaowu's words, Luo Qingtian finally breathed a sigh of relief. Luo Qingtian and Old Tian exchanged a few more instructions before leaving. In particular, Luo Qingtian warned Old Tian not to let Luo Xiaowu enter the vessel again, because from their subsequent interactions, it became clear that Luo Xiaowu hated both the lab and the vessel. Luo Xiaowu watched Luo Qingtian leave reluctantly. Only after Luo Qingtian had completely vanished from sight did Luo Xiaowu return to the lab. However, as he stood before Elder Tian, The gentleness around him suddenly turned cold and sharp. The look he gave Elder Tian shifted from a gentle spring breeze to a bone-chilling icy blast. Old Tian nearly jumped from the cold. Seeing Luo Xiaowu like this, Elder Tian stood up and hid behind the table. You, what do you want? Luo Xiaowu stared at Elder Tian and said, examine me now, the sooner the better. He wanted to get Elder Tian's certificate before Luo Qitian left, so he could leave with Qitian. Hearing Luo Xiaowu's words, Elder Tian breathed a sigh of relief. This equipment has just been moved in. How can it be done so quickly? Besides, you don't even know where the chip is implanted, and I don't have any data on your blood. This test won't be as quick as you think. Old Tian stood up and went to get some water. Since arriving at the base, he hasn't fainted from lack of water. Who would have thought such a small manor would have not only complete water and electricity, but even natural gas. And the water is as clean as it was before the apocalypse. Oh, by the way, Luo Qitian left me a bag of tea before leaving. I haven't had tea in ages. Thinking of this, Elder Tian happily picked up his kettle and prepared to fetch some water. But before he could leave, Luo Xiaowu grabbed his collar and dragged him back. You're not leaving. I want you to check it out for me tomorrow. Old Tian frowned at Luo Xiaowu. Luo Xiaowu, you should know Qingqian's temper. If I falsify the information, it would be irresponsible to Qingqian, my position as a researcher, and even more so to you. Even if they killed me, I wouldn't do such a thing. Luo Xiaowu glared at Old Tian gloomily, but Old Tian refused to yield. Luo Xiaowu could only hold his breath and stand still. Old Tian shook his head at Luo Xiaowu's expression. He picked up the kettle and went to boil water. Luo Qitian left the lab and approached Shan Gui again. Shan Gui, do you know where the military office is? Shan Gui once again wove arrows, pointing Luo Qitian in the direction. Luo Qitian followed the arrows again, and soon found Di Jiang's office near their villa. Di Jiang was busy in his office. When he saw Luo Qitian enter, he immediately stood up from his desk and came out to greet him. Qitian, you're here. Is there something you need from me? Luo Qitian twitched his lips and nodded. I do need your help. Di Jiang's lips curled slightly, trying to suppress his inner joy. Come in and sit down first. I make you some tea? Di Jiang said, quickly turning back to his desk, taking tea leaves from the drawer and making tea for Luo Qitian, then handing him the cup of water. Luo Qitian took a sip from the cup. Look, I like to ask, is there any base in our Yin country called a future base right now? Di Jiang immediately walked to his desk, pulled a tablet from the drawer, and began searching for the future base on it. Finally, he shook his head. So far, Yin country has counted over 200 bases, but only a little over 100 have been reported to the Yin government. There's no such thing as a future base here. Although he had anticipated this outcome, Luo Qitian still felt a little disappointed. The future base? Does this base really exist? But Mom and Dad said they left food for the apocalypse. I done so much, but the future base hasn't been explained to me. Luo Qitian sighed and continued, if not, Commander D, please print me another map. Di Jiang nodded and quickly printed out a map for Luo Qitian. These are the locations of the bases, and those marked in red are bases that haven't been reported. Luo Qitian put the map away and looked at Di Jiang again. One more thing, it's about Xiaowu. Luo Qitian recounted to Di Jiang how he and Luo Xiaowu met. I said Xiaowu to Old Tian to get his chip removed. After the chip is removed, Xiaowu will definitely go look for his family, but it's really dangerous to travel outside right now. I like to ask if there's any way you can help Xiaowu find his family. After hearing Luo Xiaowu's story, Di Jiang breathed a sigh of relief. According to Luo Qitian, did Luo Xiaowu actually consider Qitian his mother? But he remembered Luo Xiaowu's eyes. They clearly showed an intense possessiveness for Luo Qitian. As a man, he shared this possessiveness. If his status hadn't prevented him, he would have joined Luo Qitian in his search for his family. He looked at Luo Qitian. Okay. I help. Qitian, after all this talk, are you leaving again? Luo Qitian raised an eyebrow and looked at Di Jiang. Yes, leaving tomorrow. Di Jiang was startled, his heart aching. He opened his mouth, unsure what to say. Luo Qitian had already stood up. Thank you, Commander D. I leave this manor in your care from now on. Chapter 387. Okay, here's the revised article. Watching Luo Qitian stand up, Di Jiang's heart tightened. Are you going back? Luo Qitian looked at Di Jiang calmly. Yes, I go back and get ready. I leave tomorrow morning. Di Jiang looked at Luo Qitian, feeling a lump in his throat, a sour and bitter sensation. He forced a smile at Luo Qitian. Well, I hope you can find your uncle and aunt soon. Thank you. I be leaving then. Luo Qitian smiled at Dijiang, like a gorgeous spring flower, then turned and left without a trace of regret. Dijiang stared blankly at Luo Qitian's departing back. Just now, he had really wanted to ask if there was any possibility of their relationship taking a step forward. But Luo Qingqian's gaze was so pure, without a trace of impurity. So, he knew clearly that even if he spoke, it would only cause Luo Qingqian trouble. He suppressed his irritation, and suddenly felt somewhat thankful that he had restrained his impulse. If she had really said that, Luo Qingqian might have blasted her out. Luo Qingqian had no idea Di Jiang had been thinking about all these things. Everything was settled, and now she just wanted to get back home quickly and prepare for her departure tomorrow. But when she got back, Shen Yunran and He Zhao's rooms were both locked. Luo Qingqian thought about how she had to leave early the next day, so she went straight upstairs. That night, neither He Zhao nor Shen Yunran slept. After Luo Qingqian went upstairs, Shen Yunran went to the kitchen and began preparing food for Luo Qingqian's journey. He Zhao, on the other hand, began to work on some small machines to make it easier for Luo Qingqian to leave. The next morning, when Luo Qingqian came downstairs, Shen Yunran had already prepared a table full of food. Looking at Shen Yunran's red eyes, Luo Qingqian knew that Shen Yunran must have been up all night, working away. Shen Yunran looked up at Luo Qingqian as he came downstairs and forced a smile. Qingqian, you're up. Breakfast's ready. Luo Qingqian smiled and nodded. Okay. Luo Qingqian walked to the dining table. A short while later, He Zhao also emerged from the room. He walked silently to the table and sat down. After placing the last dish on the table, Shen Yunran followed suit, and the two of them ate in silence. No one spoke. Luo Qingqian sighed. If you two knew I was leaving, anyone who didn't would think I was going to die. After saying this, Shen Yunran immediately spat. What nonsense! Luo Qingqian placed a small bun in Shen Yunran's bowl and said, No, but how can I leave with you two like this? He Zhao forced a smile. Qingqian, you definitely bring your uncle and aunt back this time. Yunran and I will be waiting for you. Luo Qingqian smiled and nodded. Yes. When I find them, I bring them back here. From now on, my parents will be your parents, too. Shen Yunran finally smiled too. Well, don't get annoyed by me pestering you about your parents all the time. As the three of them talked, they relaxed. After eating and drinking, Shen Yunran took out all the things he had prepared. He had made a lot of dried meat and snacks, and Luo Qingqian stored them all in his space. He Zhao took out a new mobile phone and a driving record navigation and gave them to Luo Qingqian. The next time someone calls you, it will definitely be me and Yunran. And this navigation device is more accurate than before, and the satellite positioning error is no more than 10 meters. He Zhao chattered away, presenting Luo Qingqian with a number of small gadgets he had crafted overnight. Shen Yunran and He Zhao gave Luo Qingqian a long lecture before reluctantly watching him leave. The two of them escorted Luo Qingqian to the main gate. As he watched him prepare to leave, Shen Yunran suddenly thought, Qingqian, can you come back for the new year? Luo Qingqian was stunned, then realized that it was already late autumn, the weather was getting colder, and in a few months it would be Yen country's new year. The two of them really wanted to celebrate the new year with Luo Qingqian. Luo Qingqian paused, thought for a moment, and said, Okay. I try to get back when the time comes. You should go back soon too. I put all the winter supplies in the storage room when I left. Remember to take them with you. Protect yourselves. Protect our home. The two of them pursed their lips and nodded. Luo Qingqian waved to them and released Xiaolu. Xiaolu transformed into a giant ball of seaweed, and Luo Qingqian leaped onto it. The two watched as Luo Qingqian slowly flew away. In front of Dijiang's office window, above the Academy of Sciences, Dijiang and Luo Xiaolu stared blankly at Luo Qingqian, who grew smaller and smaller in the sky until he vanished from sight. The two then returned to their seats. High in the sky, Luo Qingqian stood atop Xiaolu's head, gazing into the distance. After the two of them, and the ball had been far away from the base for a long time, Luo Qingqian finally let Xiaolu put him down. Luo Qingqian activated her third skill and surveyed her surroundings. Making sure no one was around to follow her, she retrieved her RV from her space. She also pulled Machio out of the field, pulled out the new navigation system He Zhao had made for her, pointed to Qing City, and said, Machio, go here. Follow this map. Luo Qingtian had originally planned to head directly to the 4th base. But before that, she had to go to Qing City. The last battle with the Zombie King was still fresh in her mind, and it made Luo Qingtian realize that while she was strong now, there were even stronger enemies out there. To move forward smoothly and protect those she cared about, she had to constantly push herself to become stronger. This time, she planned to go to Qing City to gain experience. If she could eliminate all the zombie kings in Qing City, she might even level up a couple of levels. Luo Qingtian boarded the RV and went straight to her bedroom. Xiao Lu ran to the bedside table in the RV bedroom and found a lot of snacks. She helped Luo Qingtian unpack the snacks, then took out her tablet and opened a previously downloaded biography about palace fighting. Then, they lay on the bed, eating chips and reading One Ball, One Ball. Maybe it was because the weather was getting colder, but they hadn't encountered many zombies along the way. If they did, it was only a small wave. Before Luo Qingtian could even make a move, the little green creatures rushed out and devoured them one by one. So Luo Qingtian had been lying flat for most of the journey. The car continued driving until nightfall. After consulting a map, Luo Qingtian, fearing the dangers of driving at night, found an open space. Luo Qingtian and his car were transported into the space. After sleeping in the space for the night, Luo Qingtian prepared to leave the space early the next morning. Luo Qingtian had a habit of observing the outside world through the space before leaving. Chapter 388. I really feel energy here. Am I mistaken? There shouldn't be any energy source in this place. No, that energy seems to have vanished out of thin air. Impossible, you must be mistaken. We drained almost all of Earth's energy sources. As soon as Luo Qingtian opened the space, she heard this strange discussion. At this moment, Luo Qingtian felt strange and shocked. Shockingly, their voices were like mosquitoes. Strangely, she could actually understand their buzzing words. At this moment, Luo Qingtian was eager to see the scene outside the space, so she activated her third skill to connect to the outside world. Then, she was shocked to see 3 mantises talking. Fuck, only those 2 words crossed Luo Qingtian's mind. What was she seeing? 3 flying mantises talking? What energy source? They vanished in this place. Could they be talking about her? At this moment, a strong thought welled up in Luo Qingtian's heart. These 3 mantises must die. With this thought, Luo Qingtian could no longer suppress her murderous intent. Also, Luo Qingtian had his eye on the claws of the 3 mantises outside. Wouldn't they be excellent materials for refining weapons? With this thought in mind, Luo Qingtian quietly left the space. But the moment Luo Qingtian left, the 3 quarreling mantises suddenly stopped arguing. They all turned their heads in Luo Qingtian's direction, where she was hiding behind a rock. When she noticed the 3 mantises looking at her, Luo Qingtian knew she had been discovered. Now, the 3 mantises twisted their triangular heads, staring directly in her direction. The compound eyes on their heads were now particularly prominent. Seeing the compound eyes of the 3 mantises, Luo Qingtian cursed himself for being a fool. A mantis's eyes are made up of a cluster of small compound eyes, allowing for a 360-degree, unobstructed view of its surroundings. Even if he appeared behind them, they would still detect him. It's a 2-legged monkey. Eat it first. The 3 mantises continued their buzzing, but Luo Qingtian understood their meaning. 2-legged monkey? Talking about me? You're calling me a 2-legged monkey, you bunch of monkeys, you stinking mantises. Luo Qingtian's tang sword instantly materialized, and the next moment, Luo Qingtian charged at the 3 mantises. The 3 mantis men simultaneously swung their sickles at Luo Qingtian. The 3 sickles collided with Luo Qingtian's tang sword, making a clanging sound. The 3 mantises and the 3 insects quickly engaged in combat. The 3 insects were incredibly fast, and as Luo Qingtian launched his attacks, they were able to quickly detect his movements. Luckily, Luo Qingtian's third ability could also detect the movements of the 3 mantises. After a long fight, Luo Qingtian was still able to suppress the 3 mantises. Then, as the 3 mantises looked at him, they began to become serious. Their wings began to flutter, and the 3 mantises flew into the air. Little Green then leaped directly onto Luo Qingtian's shoulder. Luo Qingtian himself took off, chasing after the 3 mantises. Soon, Luo Qingtian and the 3 mantises engaged in a mid-air battle, his moves fierce and ruthless. The speed of his attacks grew faster and faster. Seeing their attacks had little effect on Luo Qingtian, the 3 mantises distanced themselves from him. They began to fly rapidly around him. Then, they suddenly stopped and swung 2 intersecting wind blades at him, the one in the middle. Luo Qingtian managed to dodge them effortlessly each time, but if they continued like this, he'd be in danger. She seized the opportunity, and suddenly switched from her tang sword to a bone spear. She zoomed in to the minimap, then, with the perfect timing, she spun around and thrust the bone spear forward. This strike pierced directly into the head of a mantis man. Hiss! The mantises screamed, but the sound was extremely strange. At this moment, the other two mantises took advantage of the situation and swung their scythes at Luo Qingtian. Luo Qingtian's minimap kept tracking her surroundings, and saw that the two mantises' scythes were approaching from behind her. Freeze! The moment the two mantises approached him, Luo Qingtian quickly unleashed his ultimate ice ability, Extreme Freeze. The next moment, the two mantises that had been approaching him were instantly frozen. Even the mantis he had impaled with the bone spear in front of him was frozen into an ice sculpture. At that moment, the three ice sculptures simultaneously slammed toward the ground. After hitting the ground, the three ice sculptures shattered, leaving only 6 pairs of green sickles on the ground. Luo Qingtian stepped forward and picked up the sickles. What a pity! They froze to death before I could even ask anything. Luo Qingtian threw the sickles into the space, then pulled the RV and the fur ball out. He climbed into the RV and continued on his way toward Qing City. This time, Luo Qingtian didn't rush back to his bedroom. Instead, he took out a sickle and placed it on the table in front of him, examining it carefully. Luo Qingtian stared at it for a long time. The sickle looked different, except larger and more novel. It was just a large mantis sickle. But how could such a large mantis appear, capable of communication and speech, even capable of thinking? My goodness, have insects evolved to this level now? Luo Qingtian instantly thought of those little bug children. Those little bug children were Zerg. But what about the three mantis men this time? Could it be that the Zerg bug children had evolved into adult forms? At this thought, Luo Qingtian felt a chill run down his spine. And what about the energy source they were talking about? The more Luo Qingtian thought about it, the more irritated he became. If Zerg really did appear in this world, given the Zerg's reproductive capacity, neither zombies nor survivors would be a match for this race. Luo Qingtian pinched his brow in frustration. In this shabby world, could she really provide them with a stable life after finding her parents? Or perhaps, those Zergs were already multiplying rapidly. Gu Yu thought to herself, took out her phone, and told He Xiao about her encounter with the Zerg, asking him to pass the news on to Di Jiang and Tian Lao. Tell them to be extra careful. Then, they continued driving towards Qing City. No matter what kind of enemies would appear in the future, dealing with the zombies in Qing City was paramount. She had to get stronger quickly. The car drove for another day and night, a restless journey, but fortunately, Luo Qingtian and Xiaolu worked together to deal with each situation. The next morning, Luo Qingtian stood once again on the outskirts of Qing City. Looking at the densely packed overpass before him, Gu Yu released Dabai. Dabai transformed into wings. Dabai quickly transformed into wings and attached itself to Gu Yu's back, while Xiaolu jumped onto her shoulder. Gu Yu's flying fire bow instantly appeared in her hand. Let's go! Chapter 389. Arriving above the ramp again, Luo Qingtian once again saw the group of monkey-like zombies. This time, their number was significantly reduced, but they all had bat-like flesh wings between their arms and bodies. When Luo Qingtian appeared, strange sounds of breaking air could be heard from all directions, and then the zombies could be seen extending their flesh wings. They glided rapidly through the air, charging towards Luo Qingtian. Luo Qingtian quickly activated the flying fire mysterious art to its full potential. As the monkey-like zombies approached, Luo Qingtian's eyes filled with murderous intent. Freeze! In an instant, icy flowers appeared around Luo Qingtian. The icy flowers quickly spread out, freezing all the monkey-like zombies charging towards him in midair, turning them into ice sculptures. The zombie ice sculptures were frozen in midair by the vast icy flowers, resembling spinning ice sculptures. At that moment, Luo Qingtian unleashed a series of flaming arrows. As the arrow pierced through the ice sculptures, it also enveloped them in flames. The flames exploded, and the densely packed ice sculptures in the air vanished without a trace the instant the arrow exploded. Since activating the creation skill, Luo Qingtian found that he had become more adept at using his supernatural powers. The other monkey man zombies, upon witnessing Luo Qingtian's ruthlessness, all flew off in all directions. How could Luo Qingtian let these monkey man zombies go? Watching the fleeing zombies, Luo Qingtian released the taut bowstring. Boom, boom, boom. Explosions echoed one after another. In the distant sky, flowers of fire rapidly bloomed and vanished. By the time Luo Qingtian sheathed his flying fire mystic bow, the surrounding human monkey zombies had been completely wiped out. Luo Qingtian kept his third skill activated, ensuring the area was completely clear of the so-called human monkey zombies. Luo Qingtian then flew towards the center of Qingcheng, Mu Lianfeng's territory, where he had last visited. Luo Qingtian planned to fly over and take a look. Arriving at Mu Lianfeng's neighborhood again, it was in a state of disrepair. Mu Lianfeng's original house had been overrun by a horde of level 6 zombies. The furniture had been severely damaged, but only the photo of a family of 4 still hung firmly on the wall. Luo Qingtian raised an eyebrow at the photo. She remembered not seeing it the last time she was here. Could it be that Mu Lianfeng had returned? At this thought, Luo Qingtian's flying fire mystic bow reappeared in her hand. Standing outside the window, she drew her bow and unleashed an arrow. Bang, boom, boom. 3 arrows blasted out, blasting the damaged house to pieces once again. After the explosion, every zombie in the entire neighborhood rushed toward Luo Qingtian. Luo Qingtian frowned at the zombies. He had cleared out the zombies the last time he left, but upon returning to this neighborhood, the number of zombies around him had increased dramatically. At this point, the zombies had all rushed beneath Luo Qingtian. Unable to fly, they began to surge back and forth below him. Zombies without superpowers began to pile up on top of each other, increasing their height. Zombies with superpowers even unleashed their powers in Luo Qingtian's direction. Soon, large fireballs and metal spikes appeared around Luo Qingtian. Luo Qingtian quickly switched from the flying fire mystic bow to a bone spear, imbued with cold energy, as the fireballs and metal spikes shot towards him. Luo Qingtian spun the bone spear with one hand, deflecting all the metal needles and fireballs. Then Luo Qingtian's body tilted downward toward the ground, the bone spear in her hand transforming into a bone knife. As she was about to hit the ground, Luo Qingtian swung her knife at the nearest zombies. The blade slashed with swiftness and ferocity. The zombies closest to Luo Qingtian were beheaded by Luo Qingtian. Several zombies that were stacked up in a pile jumped from their perch as Luo Qingtian flew down, smashing themselves into pieces. Even so, these zombies moved their tattered bodies, wriggling and crawling towards Luo Qingtian. Luo Qingtian stood opposite these zombies. The bone knife in her hand was now imbued with the poison skill. She pushed her speed to the limit. Then she swiftly moved through the zombie swarm. Luo Qingtian's attack speed continued to increase, severing the heads of zombies wherever she struck. Luo Qingtian didn't stop. Unbeknownst to her, the zombies outside the complex were drawn in and rushed towards her. Little Green was watching its surroundings intently. If it saw Luo Qingtian in danger of being scratched, it would quickly extend its tentacles to defend itself. Luo Qingtian was immersed in the battle. The influx of zombies didn't frighten her, but instead filled her with a faint excitement. This excitement made Luo Qingtian eager to fight. She moved freely through the zombie swarm. The zombies that followed her increased from level 5 and 6 to level 8 and 9. Luo Qingtian's hands kept moving. She frantically harvested the zombies' heads until the number of zombies around her dwindled. After all the zombies were eliminated, Xiaolu transformed into a giant ball of seaweed and quickly cleared out the surrounding zombies. Then Luo Qingtian soared high again, searching for a new zombie hotspot. After flying over the villa complex opposite, Luo Qingtian took a special look at the residence of the Earth-type psychics. The original red brick walls had been battered and shattered, and the door of their villa was open, occasionally letting a zombie pass by. Luo Qingtian quickly spotted a familiar figure among the zombies. Lu Qiao, the Earth-type psychic who had brought them vegetables infected with the zombie virus, now had a pale face, his eyes a greenish-yellow. In front of the villa, he was gnawing on a zombie's head. There were still black lines on his face. He looked particularly ferocious now. He's already an 8th level zombie so soon? Is he on his way to becoming a zombie king? Luo Qingtian raised an eyebrow, and the flying fire mysterious bow reappeared in her hand. She narrowed her eyes, took aim, and released the arrow. 3 arrows swiftly hurtled towards Lu Qiao. As the 3 arrows flew, Luo Qingtian whispered, "Merge." The next moment, the 3 arrows merged into one, swiftly hurtling towards Lu Qiao's head. Lu Qiao was still gnawing at the zombie, but suddenly he looked forward. A massive flaming arrow had already reached him, and before he could react, it pierced his head with a resounding explosion. Boom! A vast blaze engulfed Lu Qiao, swallowing the surrounding zombies as well. Lu Qingtian's movements continued unabated, and soon all the zombies in the area, as well as the new arrivals, were completely wiped out. At this moment, the howling of the zombie king could be heard in the distance. Luo Qingtian frowned, looking towards the source of the sound, his body suddenly accelerating towards it. Chapter 390. As Luo Qingtian flew, low-level zombies on the ground and from the shops on both sides rushed out in unison, charging towards the sound. At this moment, the zombie king in front was still roaring desperately. After flying for a while, Luo Qingtian realized that there was no road ahead. More precisely, there was a crisscross of roads. Soon, Luo Qingtian realized that the source of the zombie king's voice was actually above his head. After hearing the sound, some low-level zombies all stopped in their tracks and looked up anxiously at the sky. Luo Qingtian slowly ascended. High in the sky, new streets appeared, and new groups of zombies appeared. And at the forefront of this group of zombies, a man in a gray tracksuit raised his head and roared. If it weren't for the zombies surrounding him and the mini-map, Luo Qingtian could have mistaken the man in front of him for a normal human. Because he looked so normal, not as pale as the other zombie kings. Luo Qingtian could even read a distinct emotion in this zombie king's eyes. Luo Qingtian stood in midair, looking at the male zombie king, confirming once more. The minimap showed the man as a large red dot. Clearly, the opposing zombie king had also noticed Luo Qingtian's presence. The next moment, a baseball bat appeared in the zombie king's hand. The zombie king looked at Luo Qingtian provocatively, raising the bat with one hand and pointing it at him. "You, get down." The zombie king looked at Luo Qingtian with a domineering expression. Luo Qingtian raised an eyebrow at the zombie king. For some reason, she sensed a very childish aura from him. Luo Qingtian hooked his finger at the zombie king. "You come on." Just these words seemed to anger the zombie king, who howled at him furiously. The surrounding zombies also became furious and began howling at Luo Qingtian. Several zombies took flight, heading straight for Luo Qingtian. Luo Qingtian's tang sword instantly appeared in his hand. As the zombies flew towards him, Luo Qingtian quickly dodged them, quickly dispatching them with a single blow. The swarm of zombies on the ground now began a new round of stacking, attempting to increase their speed to catch up with Luo Qingtian. Luo Qingtian distanced himself from the zombies, switching his tang sword to a flying fire mysterious bow. He drew his bow and shot an arrow, aiming in the direction of the zombie horde. Boom, boom, boom! Explosions echoed, instantly killing most of the zombies huddled on the opposite side. Luo Qingtian's movements continued unabated, instantly switching from the flying fire mysterious bow to the Ruoshui divine bow. Rain, freeze. After the Ruoshui divine bow was raised, the Amos ice bow followed. The collision of water and ice equals freezing. The zombies that had been roaming and roaring at him were quickly frozen. Gu Yuyu switched to the flying fire mysterious bow again. After a burst of explosions, all the zombies were destroyed. Luo Qingtian stopped attacking and zoomed to her full size. The zombie king disappeared from the map. Suddenly, a large red dot appeared. It was hurtling towards Luo Qingtian at an extremely fast speed. Luo Qingtian squinted and looked up in the direction of the dot, but ahead, all he could see was a cloud of smoke rushing towards him. In a matter of moments, the smoke reached Luo Qingtian. Suddenly, a fist emerged from the smoke, barreling straight into his face. Luo Qingtian crossed his arms, blocking the blow, but a sharp pain shot through his forearm. Luo Qingtian's brow furrowed slightly. The smoke remained before him, and another fist followed. Luo Qingtian dodged sideways. The fist within the smoke attacked Luo Qingtian with increasing speed. As Luo Qingtian dodged, he noticed that the fist was so fast it practically left an afterimage. And now, it looked like a whole fist, not two. Fists came from all directions within the smoke, making it nearly impossible for Luo Qingtian to dodge. From time to time, a few feet would reach out and kick him. Luo Qingtian fought for a long time, then was struck several times. With each punch, Luo Qingtian could even feel the crack of bones breaking. Luo Qingtian gritted her teeth as she unleashed her healing powers, and persevered in her battle against the cloud of smoke. It wasn't that she couldn't defeat them, but rather, as she battled this fist-fighting group, Luo Qingtian clearly discovered her own weaknesses. She had learned all her martial arts from Chen Hao. In her previous life, when Chen Hao taught her martial arts, the most formal one was the military boxing. The rest was accumulated through combat experience. It wasn't formal training, so it was somewhat rough. Therefore, when facing a powerful foe, she was easily put on the defensive. Now, battling the zombie king before her, Luo Qingtian discovered that the fist-fighting zombie's attack pattern was very similar to that of a wooden dummy. Fighting with the zombie before her, she could clearly observe the punch patterns. In just a moment, Luo Qingtian felt as if the clouds had cleared and the sun was shining. She couldn't bear to kill the zombie king directly, So she endured the excruciating pain and fought him. The Zombie King's attacks were getting faster and faster. Originally, he had only punched, occasionally throwing kicks. But now, as if he wanted to end the fight quickly, he combined punches and kicks. Fists rained down on Luo Qingtian. Bang! The Zombie King's punch suddenly landed hard on Luo Qingtian's lower abdomen. Luo Qingtian blocked again with her arms, preventing serious damage to her lower abdomen. This block gave the Zombie King an opportunity. He suddenly raised his foot and kicked Luo Qingtian in the heart. Luo Qingtian instinctively twisted her body, minimizing the damage. Crack! The joint of her forearm was violently broken by the kick. The piercing pain pierced Luo Qingtian's forehead, and beads of sweat instantly broke out. Luo Qingtian's eyes blazed at the cloud of smoke across from her, which was rapidly approaching. Luo Qingtian reached out and released her healing power at the joint of her forearm. Then her body quickly retreated. Despite the pain, Luo Qingtian felt a surge of energy and excitement. She could clearly feel her skills rapidly improving. The zombie across from her suddenly attacked, realizing she was engaging it, and its strength and speed were rapidly increasing. The Zombie King grew anxious, fearing that if he couldn't kill Luo Qingtian again, Luo Qingtian's growth rate would surely kill him outright. By this time, Luo Qingtian's injuries had healed, and the Zombie King was closing in on her once more. A fist aimed again at Luo Qingtian's face. This time, Luo Qingtian didn't cross her arms to block the blow, but instead raised one hand to block the Zombie King's attack. The corners of Luo Qingtian's lips curled slightly, and she looked at the cloud of smoke with a half-smile. Chapter 391. In the smoke, the Zombie King had clearly noticed something. The enemy on the opposite side had grown so rapidly. It retreated, attempting to distance itself from Luo Qingtian. But as it retreated, Luo Qingtian's fist had already plunged into the surrounding smoke. The punch missed. As Luo Qingtian's fist plunged into the smoke, a strong sense of danger nearly made her mind explode. She instantly withdrew her hand. The Tang sword in her hand instantly appeared. She then swung it. Xiao Lu, Hurricane. The moment Luo Qingtian swung the Tang sword, the Zombie King dodged Luo Qingtian's blow. Followed by Xiao Lu's Hurricane, it arrived. The Hurricane surrounded the Zombie King, constantly tearing at the zombie's body and the surrounding smoke. The Zombie King went from dodging to resisting, and finally hiding from the Hurricane. Luo Qingtian could see that the zombie was very wary of the Hurricane getting close to him. At this moment, the smoke surrounding the Zombie King began to distort due to the Hurricane's forceful force, even threatening to break away from its body. Luo Qingtian seized the opportunity to swing his Tang sword again. 3 hands instantly appeared from the bodies surrounding the Zombie King, blocking Luo Qingtian's strike. At that moment, the Hurricane finally blew away the smoke surrounding the Zombie King, revealing its true form hidden within the veil. From a distance, the Zombie King looked like 4 figures standing back to back. If one looked closely, their bodies were glued together, their limbs even interchanging. Even the Zombie King's 4 heads could converge and simultaneously bite Luo Qingtian. This scene instantly reminded Luo Qingtian of Neza from a mythological drama. This was even more terrifying than Neza's transformation. If Luo Qingtian hadn't pulled his fist back in time after it had hit the smoke, Luo Qingtian was sure his hand would have been bitten off by the Zombie King's 4 heads. Luo Qingtian's shocked and terrified gaze seemed to sting the Zombie King across from him. It was as if Luo Qingtian had abruptly ripped away his fig leaf, revealing his most unbearable side. He rushed towards Luo Qingtian in anger. 8 hands attacked Luo Qingtian simultaneously. Luo Qingtian quickly retreated, slashing left and right with his bone knife. Surrounding his body, small green tentacles also followed suit, fending off the Zombie King's 8 hands. Ding dong! The fist slammed hard into Luo Qingtian's bone knife, even though it had been enchanted with the poisonous attribute by Luo Qingtian. At this moment, the Zombie King was like a maddened lion, baring its fangs and stretching its neck to bite Luo Qingtian's neck. This state of affairs was truly unexpected for Luo Qingtian. Little Green's tentacles directly wrapped around the Zombie King's head as it extended. This caused the Zombie King's speed and attack to stagnate for 3 seconds. During these 3 seconds, Luo Qingtian's Tang sword suddenly transformed into a dagger. With incredible speed, Luo Qingtian pierced the Zombie King's neck with the dagger. One of the Zombie King's heads was severed by Luo Qingtian. In that instant, Luo Qingtian dodged from the side of the Zombie King. Then he swiftly rushed to the side of the Zombie King, where his neck had been lost. The dagger in his hand quickly switched to a Tang sword. Luo Qingtian raised the Tang sword and directly split the headless body from top to bottom. Roar, roar, Roar! The Zombie King screamed, its remaining arms rapidly reaching out towards Luo Qingtian. After slashing at the Zombie King, Luo Qingtian quickly retreated, making the Zombie King's frantic attacks fall flat. "Ah, kill you! Kill you!" the Zombie King roared, his body twisting erratically. It was clear the loss had taken a heavy toll on him. But Luo Qingtian showed no fear, accelerating once more and charging towards the Zombie King. The Zombie King attacked Luo Qingtian again, and gray smoke slowly rose from around him. The gray smoke threatened to envelop the Zombie King once more. Luo Qingtian didn't use Hurricane again, but instead ran away, putting distance between him and the Zombie King once again. The Zombie King was momentarily stunned upon seeing Luo Qingtian flee. Just as he was debating whether to pursue him, Luo Qingtian, who was already running away, suddenly stopped. The flying fire mysterious art in his hand instantly appeared. 12 arrows flew towards the Zombie King. Seeing the massive arrows flying, the Zombie King finally understood why the humans were staying away from him. He bared his fangs and roared at Luo Qingtian, his dominant body swiftly darting to the side, avoiding Luo Qingtian's 12 arrows. But Luo Qingtian's attacks were too intense, his flaming arrows spurting out relentlessly. This made the Zombie King's dodging extremely awkward. Fuse, 12 more arrows flew at him, and Luo Qingtian fused them into 4. The pillars of fire behind the arrows were even more powerful than before. The Zombie King gritted his teeth and dodged again. The combined arrows were incredibly powerful. Even after dodging, the Zombie King was still affected. He watched his other 2 bodies explode and shatter. He fled in a panic, dragging the 2 other shattered bodies with him. Luo Qingtian tilted his head and looked at the Zombie King across from him with amusement. Only 1 body left. Luo Qingtian was already imagining the scene of Xiaolu devouring the Zombie King's body. As Luo Qingtian thought of this, he prepared to draw the flying fire mysterious bow again. Suddenly, a stone flew towards Luo Qingtian's head. The flying fire mysterious bow in his hand disappeared in an instant. Luo Qingtian raised his hand and caught the stone. Luo Qingtian squinted and looked down. A young man was now watching him nervously. Then the young man picked up another stone from the ground and threw it at Luo Qingtian. Luo Qingtian narrowed his eyes, gazing dangerously at the young man. Just then, several more young men ran up to him. The low-level zombies, who had been watching Luo Qingtian fight the Zombie King, began to close in on the teenagers when they appeared. Roar, roar, roar! The opposing Zombie King, noticing the low-level zombies attempting to harm the teenagers, barked orders at them. The zombies that had been about to chase the teenagers froze in their tracks, staring motionlessly in their direction. The teenager who had first thrown the stone shouted, "Zhou Nan, run!" The teenager threw another stone at Luo Qingtian. Luo Qingtian's figure quickly vanished, and the next moment, she reappeared behind the teenagers. Luo Qingtian then grabbed the stone-throwing teenager, grabbed his neck, and whispered, "Are you traitors to humanity? You're actually trying to help the Zombie King escape. You're so brave. If you want to help the Zombie King, why don't you become zombies along with him?" Luo Qingtian's grip gradually intensified. At this time, the Zombie King on the opposite side rushed to Luo Qingtian with his broken body. Chapter 392. The Zombie King stood across from Luo Qingtian and knelt before her. "Kill me! Don't hurt them. Take them away from Qing City. I be at your mercy." This unexpected turn of events surprised Luo Qingtian. The boy, held in Luo Qingtian's grasp, gritted his teeth and said, "Do you think we don't want to? How do you think we survived in Qing City? If possible, we like to become zombies like Zhou Nan." The Zombie King shook his head at the boy. "One zombie is enough. I promised Auntie I'd protect you." At this moment, another boy knelt before Luo Qingtian. "Sister, please let us go. Xiao Nan was forced to become a zombie for us." The boy who spoke wore a hat. Although thin, his face was relatively good-looking, with a hint of gentleness. The boy took off his hat and wiped the stains from his face, revealing a pretty face and yellow hair. This wasn't a boy, it was clearly a girl. "We didn't mean to do this. We were at a family reunion when the apocalypse began. Mom and Dad hid us in a secret room to avoid the attack." Zhou Nan turned into a zombie. The teenager sobbed as he spoke. It turned out these teenagers were cousins. On the day of the family reunion, zombies appeared. Everyone in the family was trapped in a villa. Thankfully, they had prepared plenty of food for the reunion, which helped them survive for a long time. But the fresh water supply dried up, and the food supply was running low, forcing them to divide the work and go out to find food. In the end, none of the adults made it back alive. Ironically, They weren't eaten by zombies, but killed by their own people. To rob the supplies, the people threw them into the zombie pile, turning them into food. No, one uncle, about to become a zombie, gritted his teeth and made it home. He set the food down and resolutely rushed out. From then on, the teenagers became each other's only support. The food the uncle brought back was quickly devoured by the teenagers, who, like their parents, divided the work and went out to find food. The girl was left at home. In the same villa complex, several strong men from across the street had long been observing the teenagers' home. One day, while the teenagers were out looking for food, several strong men entered the villa, pinned the girl to the ground, and took turns bullying her. When the teenagers returned, the girl was barely recognizable, lying motionless on the ground like a broken porcelain doll. The teenagers fought frantically with the strong men to rescue their sister. But how could they possibly be a match for them? In the end, the teenagers were all tied up. Jo Nan, the oldest, was pushed out of the door under the teenagers' gaze. The zombies outside the door chased and bit the boy, who gritted his teeth in despair. He spotted his uncle, now a zombie, among the throng. He endured the excruciating pain and rushed towards his uncle. It was unclear whether his uncle was conscious. When Jo Nan rushed towards him, he shielded Jo Nan with his body. But his uncle was ultimately torn to pieces by the zombies tearing at him. Watching his uncle shatter before him, Jo Nan fell into complete despair. He hated his own weakness and incompetence. He also hated the fact that the other side had more people. And at that moment, his resentment reached its peak. The moment he became a zombie, he awakened his special powers. He awakened his special powers of speed and strength. Although he possessed human consciousness, he couldn't suppress his craving for blood and flesh. Especially, he couldn't bear to see his uncle torn to pieces before him. He knelt on the ground, cradling his uncle's body, and began to chew it. After devouring all the fragments on the ground, he turned to his fellow zombies. Perhaps out of reluctance, the fellows he had devoured gradually grew out of his body, transforming into new zombies, though their bodies couldn't be separated from his own. After throwing Jo Nan out, the burly man in the villa tried to attack the girl again. The boy's desperate screams caught Jo Nan's attention, and it was this scream that awakened his memories before he became a zombie. He stared at the villa's gate with bloodshot eyes, then, using his awakened special powers, rushed in. He devoured all the burly men. Originally, Jo Nan wanted to kill the men and leave, but he couldn't bear to leave his brothers and sisters behind. So, he pushed himself to become stronger every day, eventually becoming the zombie king. Whenever he found food, he would bring it back to his brothers and sisters, or when they wanted to find food, he would gather all the zombies in the area to himself, creating a safe zone for his brothers and sisters to find food. Later, Jo Nan's evolution accelerated, gradually shedding his zombie form and becoming human. They lived in the center of Qing City, ready to protect any troublemakers or other survivors who threatened to harm their brothers and sisters. In the end, Jo Nan cleaned up everything. The story ends here. Zhou Qiangwei, a young girl in the crowd, looked at Luo Qing with tears in her eyes. "Sister, we no longer have parents. Please spare my brother's life. We did nothing wrong. We just wanted to survive." The other teenagers' eyes also welled up when they heard the girl's words. Luo Qingtian looked at Zhou Qiangwei expressionlessly. "You certainly did nothing wrong to survive. This story has always made you appear to be the victim. But can you guarantee that there's no blood on your hands? For example, for food, you also kill the weak, depriving others of their food and the possibility of survival." After these words, the teenagers clearly felt guilty. They looked away, not seeming to respond. At this point, Luo Qingtian was even more certain that their hands were stained with blood. As the saying goes, the victim eventually becomes the dragon. They weren't as innocent as they claimed. Luo Qingtian's lips curled slightly in a sneer. "So, the reason there are no other survivors on this street is because of you?" As Luo Qingtian finished, the boy in the front of the group's eyes instantly turned red. "Yes. This apocalypse is a world where the strong prey on the weak. Even if we weren't here, there would be others. We just want to survive. Isn't that why my sister came here to hunt zombies?" "Xiaoji," the girl shouted excitedly, and the kneeling zombie's eyes suddenly turned red. He glared at Luo Qingtian with bared teeth, wishing he could tear him into pieces. At this moment, Luo Qingtian's heart was growing increasingly furious. As the zombie made a series of provocative gestures, Luo Qingtian suddenly thrust his dagger forward. The dagger pierced the zombie's neck, and the green tentacles closed in. Then the boys watched as their brother, the zombie king Jo Nan, was swallowed whole by a large green ball. Chapter 393. Seeing my brother being eaten. All the teenagers were stunned, followed by their own roars. Brother! Zhou Nan! The teenagers began to cry as they continued to shout. Zhou Qiangwei glared at Luo Qingtian fiercely. Why are you doing this, you devil, you demon? Yes, you demon, you say we're depriving others of their right to live, and aren't you? We kill, we rob, simply because we want to live. Killing my brother is equivalent to depriving us of our right to live. You're so powerful, you can easily survive in this apocalypse, but for ordinary people like us, if we don't rob and kill, we simply can't survive. The law of the jungle is the fundamental principle of survival in the apocalypse. Several people shouted and laughed, looking a little crazy. Luo Qingtian narrowed his eyes, as he looked at the people who were screaming hysterically at him, his gaze growing increasingly gloomy. Do you think that in the apocalypse, maliciously harming others, even depriving them of their chance to survive, is your creed for survival? But the moment you reached out your hands to other survivors, you forfeited your right to return to human society. Also, with all this maniacal laughter, do you feel your bodies weakening every day? When several people heard Luo Qingtian's words, their eyes began to wander. Luo Qingtian's smile became even more sarcastic. Kuru! Before you lose your human thoughts, you also want to become zombies like Zhou Nan, right? Haha, you're screaming at me so hysterically just to cover up the fact that you eaten human flesh. You're afraid I attack you, but you're naive. As Zhou Nan finished speaking, the zombies that had been pinned by him regained their mobility. Without Zhou Nan's control, the surrounding zombies instinctively rushed towards Zhou Qiangwei and the others. Frightened, several people turned and ran, but zombies were charging from all directions. The teenagers were quickly surrounded by zombies. Zhou Qiangwei looked at the zombies surrounding them, and glanced nervously in Luo Qingtian's direction. Sister, save us! Luo Qing remained silent, simply watching them being surrounded, bitten, and then devoured by the zombies. The teenagers wailed and screamed in pain among the zombies. Zhou Qiangwei's body convulsed in pain, and she glared at Luo Qingtian fiercely. Bitch, I curse you. You will suffer the same fate as me in the future. Then you will know that you will become like us, bitch, ha ha ha. Just as she finished speaking, a zombie bit her neck. Was it the same situation? Hadn't she suffered the same fate as them in her previous life? Back then, she had even considered abandoning her human nature and her boundaries in order to survive. But she was luckier, meeting Chen Hao, who protected her and taught her how to protect herself. He constantly reminded her that no matter how difficult or painful life became, she must remember that she was a human being and could not abandon her human rights. So, until her death, except for self-preservation, she never actively killed anyone, and even when she was starving, she never ate human flesh. Furthermore, in the base, anyone who touched human flesh would be killed by the base troops. It could be said that Chen Hao's careful guidance and care for her in her previous life had a significant impact on her character after her rebirth. Soon, the teenagers were reduced to a pile of bones. Luo Qingtian narrowed his eyes, and the flying fire bow instantly appeared in his hand. He narrowed his eyes at the zombies below him, drawing his bow and releasing arrows. Flaming arrows blazed out in unison. Where the arrows went, they carried away large numbers of zombies. Because the zombies in this area had been summoned by Zhou Nan, Luo Qingtian was able to kill them with ease. After blasting away a large number of zombies, Luo Qingtian possessed himself and flew over the zombie horde. Freeze! With these words, wherever Luo Qingtian passed, the zombies quickly turned into ice sculptures. Luo Qingtian flew swiftly over the streets of this level. Where Luo Qingtian flew, one zombie ice sculpture after another stood still. Luo Qingtian looked up at the sky. There, a city appeared above. Luo Qingtian commanded Dubai to fly into the sky. After Luo Qingtian left, the ice sculptures gradually cracked, finally turning into ice powder. A gust of wind blew past. The ice powder quickly melted and scattered, and soon, Luo Qingtian reached the upper level. He looked up at his surroundings and the sky. Thankfully, it looked like a street and a city block. Just as Luo Qingtian reached the upper level and was about to land, a green vine suddenly shot out, heading straight for Luo Qingtian's ankle. Luo Qingtian frowned, and with a quick leap, he dodged the vine midair. Then another vine stretched out and wrapped itself around Luo Qingtian's ankle. Luo Qingtian's bone knife instantly appeared in his hand. With a sharp blow, he severed the vine. More green vines shot towards Luo Qingtian, and the tang sword in his hand was instantly enchanted with fire. So Luo Qingtian would cut through any vines that came his way. Play with vines with me. I'm the master of vines. Luo Qing suddenly found a handful of seeds in her hand. The next moment, they transformed into vines and flew towards the opposite vine. Grabbing the opposite vine, Xiaolu suddenly leaped to the ground. Xiaolu quickly grew larger, then extended more tentacles, quickly searching for the other end of the vine Luo Qingtian had grasped. Soon, Xiaolu returned with a pot of green ivy. But the green ivy looked wilted, nothing like the mutant plant he imagined. Luo Qingtian twitched his lips as he looked at the green ivy Xiaolu was holding. Xiaolu, are you sure these are the vines that attacked us? Xiaolu pulled up the vine from the ground and compared it with the one still wrapped around Luo Qingtian's feet. It was indeed the same. But this green ivy looked too ordinary. Luo Qingtian looked the green ivy up and down, even using his growth ability to examine it. There was still residual green energy in the green radish, meaning it hadn't mutated on its own, but rather something was controlling it to mutate and attack. Luo Qingtian realized this and looked ahead fiercely. Oddly enough, there were plenty of zombies on every level, but only here was the entire street completely silent. Luo Qingtian zoomed in on her minimap. Only then did she realize the entire street was completely silent. There wasn't even a single red dot. In this kind of situation, as usual, the quieter it was, the more dangerous it was. Thinking of this, Luo Qingtian instantly became alert and flew into the air. She tried to search the streets of this level for mutants, occasionally spotting small blue dots in a few houses. And there were quite a few of them. This made Luo Qingtian even more curious about what was happening on this level. The entire Qing city was built by hollowing out the mountain. The streets of this topmost level, the urban area, surrounded the peak. When Luo Qingtian was flying in the sky, he could even see the top of the mountain above. Chapter 394. Just as Luo Qingtian was lost in thought, suddenly, two vines shot out from a shop window, soaring into the sky, flying towards Luo Qingtian's body. Luo Qingtian swung his bone knife swiftly, severing the two vines. Luo Qingtian also took the opportunity to dash downwards. Then he found the shop. When Luo Qingtian arrived, he saw two pots of plants on the windowsill. Luo Qingtian picked up the two pots and examined them, discovering that they were also ordinary plants. They weren't mutants, and they looked much more energetic than the green ivy pot from earlier. Luo Qingtian frowned as he looked at the two pots of plants before him. They hadn't mutated and were living well. There were no zombies around, but there were humans living normally. In fact, there were quite a few. This was eerie in every way. And underneath this shop, there must be a basement. In that basement, at least a family of 3 was hiding. Luo Qingtian had no intention of disturbing the family of 3. She placed the two potted plants back by the window and turned to leave. Moments after Luo Qingtian turned to leave, a multitude of green vines suddenly sprouted from beneath her feet, rushing towards her in unison. All along the street, many green vines sprouted from the houses on both sides, also rushing towards Luo Qingtian. Luo Qingtian quickly jumped up. He swung his bone knife swiftly, severing all the vines that approached him. But even after those vines were severed, more vines sprouted, grabbing at Luo Qingtian once again. Then Luo Qingtian slammed his fist into the ground. Reverse growth. As soon as he finished speaking, black, withered grass rapidly spread outward, centered around Luo Qingtian. Any vines that sprouted were instantly entangled by the black grass, which then absorbed the vine's life force. The vines withered rapidly. And so, no matter how many vines stretched out, they withered instantly. Luo Qingtian also noticed that when the vines from the ground attacked him, the vines from the shops on either side would follow suit. But now, the vines on the ground had been restrained by Luo Qingtian. And the vines on both sides seemed to have vanished in an instant. No, Luo Qingtian seemed to have noticed. It seemed like every window on this street had a potted plant. 1 or 2 was a coincidence, but if it was every single one, it wasn't a coincidence. Luo Qingtian thought to himself. He pounded the ground again. This time, Luo Qingtian wrapped his fist in flames. The flames burned with an eerie green hue, like a ghost fire in the night. Luo Qingtian blasted the flames into the ground, then surged outward like lava. Soon, all the vines vanished in an instant. Luo Qingtian stood up and looked around, finding a small blue dot on the minimap. Luo Qingtian vanished instantly, reappearing in front of the basement entrance of a shop. Someone inside, come out, Luo Qingtian whispered to the door, but no one responded. Luo Qingtian patted Xiaolu. Xiaolu immediately shrank and flattened its tentacles. Then, she slipped through the crack in the entrance and quickly found the bolt. Click! The bolt was unlocked by Xiaolu. Luo Qingtian opened the door and walked in. In the basement, a family of 3 stared nervously outside. A young man, holding a shovel, stared intently at Luo Qingtian as he walked down. Just as Luo Qitian was about to confront the three, the young man raised the shovel in front of him. Don't move. If you come any closer, I'd be rude. Luo Qitian raised an eyebrow at the young man and indeed stopped. I mean no harm, I just want to ask some questions. After saying this, a suspicious look crossed the young man's face, clearly disbelieving him. Luo Qitian looked the family of three up and down. The two elderly men looked thin, but they seemed in good spirits, especially the alert young man. They couldn't be called strong. But at least they looked much better than the people he had encountered outside the base's city, which meant this family had enough to eat. Thinking of this, Luo Qitian narrowed his eyes. The young man watched Luo Qitian narrow his eyes. His entire body tensed. Although the woman before him looked delicate and frail, the aura she exuded told him clearly that this woman was dangerous. The young man stared at Luo Qitian intently, shifting his body slightly twice to block the bags behind him. The young man's movements were subtle, but Luo Qitian noticed them nonetheless. She looked at him with a half smile and said, I'm not here to steal your food. I just want to ask a few questions, and then I'd be out. If she really wanted to do something to this family of three, she wouldn't have opened the door when she entered, but kicked it open. The family of three stared at Luo Qitian, seemingly debunking the truth of his words. Luo Qitian patted Xiaolu on his shoulder. Xiaolu instantly understood what Luo Qitian meant. She jumped off his shoulder, and a chair suddenly solidified. Luo Qitian lazily sat down on it. Okay, don't be so nervous. I just want to ask why the ordinary plants on your windows would attack people. And there's not even a single zombie in your area. At Luo Qitian's words, their eyes flickered. Luo Qitian's lips curled slightly. I want to hear the truth. I have a bad temper. If you don't tell the truth, I burn the 2 bags of rice in this room. If you tell the truth, I give you 2 more. Luo Qitian said, waving his hand at the ground, and 2 bags of rice were released from the space. The young man standing in the front was about to speak when his mother behind him gently tugged at the corner of his clothes. The young man whispered, Mom, it's okay. She's a superpower. She could have easily destroyed the door when she entered, but she didn't. That means she didn't intend to harm us. Luo Qitian's eyebrows lifted slightly at the young man's words. She hadn't expected the young man before her to be so insightful. She gave him an admiring look. Then she heard him say, all the plants here were sent by the mountain god. Hearing this, Luo Qitian's first reaction was that the person on the other side was either trying to trick her or was just a bit of a middle school kid. But then Luo Qitian thought of the mountain ghost. Could it be that there are mutated plants like the mountain ghost in this mountain? Just as she was thinking this, she heard the young man continue to explain, the plants on our windows suddenly appeared in front of our bed one day. At first, there were zombies here, but not many. Later, after these plants transformed themselves, they attacked the zombies. They even dragged them all away. From that day on, we all found flower pots and planted all those plants. Chapter 395. Luo Qitian raised an eyebrow at the man who spoke, clearly not quite believing what he said. It's that simple? Then what are you going to eat? Don't even mention that this food is from these plants. The young man looked at Luo Qitian cautiously. After sensing the increasingly dangerous aura surrounding him, he immediately said, these plants haven't shown any signs of growth since they were planted. At most, they just sit by the window every day to bask in the sun, and everything is fine. But the plants here only attack outsiders. Those who aren't originally from the upper district will be attacked by these plants if they come here. But those who have always lived here, as long as they stay in the basement, they won't be attacked. As for what we eat, actually, the top floor of Qing City is the granary that governs the entire city. We can get all this food from the granary, except for the lack of vegetables and meat. Besides, there aren't many people left, and we wouldn't be able to eat all the food granary plants. No one else can get up here, and the zombies aren't here. These conditions combined make it seem a bit strange. And that so-called mountain god, could it really be the same as a mountain ghost? Luo Qitian's heart was stirred. If she could capture another mountain ghost, she would gain a lot of experience points. By bringing it to the manor, she could rest assured of its safety. Luo Qitian felt happy at the thought. She pulled out another sausage from her space, and handed it to the young man. These are your rewards. I investigate now. If they're true, it's fine. But if they're false, I come back and settle the score with you. Luo Qitian turned and tried to leave, but the frightened young man quickly stopped her, saying, Beautiful, are you planning on going to find the mountain god? Luo Qitian looked at the young man. What's wrong? Is there a problem? The young man shook his head. I'm just saying, the mountain god is essential for our survival. Without him, we might be eaten by zombies. Now the zombies have all been swarmed elsewhere. If you kill the mountain god, we won't be able to survive here. After he finished speaking, the elderly couple behind him grew anxious. Little girl, you can't be so selfish. It's because of the mountain god that those zombies don't dare come here. If the mountain god disappears, we'd be eaten by the zombies. Luo Qingtian looked at the old woman with a half smile. Are you sure this thing is the mountain god that protects you? There's no point in trying to get the skin of a tiger. Let's not talk about what will happen to this place in the future, but they're cultivating the plants sent by the so-called mountain god as if they were offering them to a god. This is nothing more than trying to get the skin of a tiger. The apocalypse has begun, plants are mutating, and humans and animals are their food. Although for unknown reasons, the so-called mountain god hadn't yet attacked these humans. However, based on Luo Qingtian's speculation about the mutated plants, the mountain god probably wasn't short of food. These surviving survivors were likely its food reserves. By preventing anyone from ascending, it was simply to prevent them from taking its supplies. Luo Qingtian had already soared high into the sky by the time he thought of this. Since it controlled plants, the place with the most plants was still called the mountain god. That was the top of the mountain. Luo Qingtian, holding the flying fire mystic art in hand, flew swiftly towards the highest peak in Qing City. Before Luo Qingtian could reach the top of the mountain, a multitude of vines suddenly erupted from below, entwining their limbs. Luo Qingtian commanded Dubai to increase his altitude. He quickly switched his flying fire mysterious bow to a bone knife. The knife, blazing with golden red flames, cut through all the vines that had entangled him. Followed by this, green vines appeared in all directions, even the entire area below Luo Qingtian. These vines formed a green wall, enveloping Luo Qingtian. The flames on Luo Qingtian's knife instantly intensified, and she swung it rapidly, slashing at the surroundings. The flames ignited the vines, transforming them into a wall of fire. The wall of fire slowly closed in around Luo Qingtian, eventually trapping him within it. Freeze! Luo Qingtian's voice suddenly echoed within the square wall of fire, and then the crimson flames began to freeze. The next moment, Luo Qingtian suddenly rushed out, and the square box behind her turned to ice powder the moment she emerged. Even the vines that extended outward quickly froze as they moved downward. Then they quickly turned to ice powder again, dissipating bit by bit. Luo Qingtian looked at the vines with a gloomy expression as she slowly descended along them. The bone knife in her hand instantly transformed into an Amos ice bow. Since this was a mountain, there was no need for fire. Luo Qingtian had only one thought at this moment, to freeze the mountaintop. Whatever the mountain god was, under her extreme freezing attack, she didn't believe she couldn't force it out. Luo Qingtian thought of this, and looked toward the mountaintop. He targeted a large area with the Amos ice bow in his hand. He immediately unleashed his ultimate ice skill. Blizzard. As soon as he finished speaking, a violent blizzard began to form above the mountaintop. Soon, a thick layer of white snow accumulated on the mountaintop. Luo Qingtian quickly flew toward the mountaintop. Here was a forest. Luo Qingtian flew swiftly through the forest. Everywhere he looked was white. Luo Qingtian stood in this white world, staring around. Although the surrounding trees were covered in white snow, it was clear that they were normal trees, even as they were before the apocalypse, unaffected by the apocalypse. Luo Qingtian bent down to examine the ground. To his surprise, the soil was unaffected. A strange feeling of strangeness filled his heart. This place was so clean. So clean that it was almost unnatural. Just as she was thinking, a swarm of vines suddenly burst forth from the opposite direction. This time, they were thicker than an adult's wrist, and these green vines rushed straight towards Luo Qingtian. Luo Qingtian quickly jumped up, dodging the vines. But the vines grew in number, closely following Luo Qingtian. In the forest, Luo Qingtian was a king. Her figure grew faster and faster, practically leaving an afterimage in the forest. She nimbly dodged attack after attack, her tang sword occasionally slicing through the pursuing vines. At the same moment, from underground, a massive, winding form rushed towards Luo Qingtian. After dodging several attacks, Luo Qingtian unleashed another extreme cold attack on the vines. Freeze! Then, the vines were once again frozen into a powdery icy mess. Luo Qingtian pursed her lips. Half the mountaintop is frozen, and I didn't expect these vines to still emerge. Luo Qingtian continued walking towards the top of the mountain. Only the surrounding trees were moving slowly. Chapter 396. Before Luo Qingtian reached the top of the mountain, new shoots suddenly sprouted from the ordinary trees around him. These shoots gradually extended outward from the trunks, eventually becoming vines that rushed towards Luo Qingtian again. Luo Qingtian watched as these shoots transformed into vines and attacked him. Luo Qingtian cursed inwardly, switching his bone knife again and tangling with the vines. Are all the mutant plants hidden now? How can they naturally grow so many vines? How can they do that without any energy support? Luo Qingtian grumbled as he fought and dodged. Suddenly, a light flashed in his mind. Energy support? The land hasn't mutated? Wait, Luo Qingtian suddenly realized something. Perhaps there really is some energy support here. Luo Qingtian dodged while pondering some of his conjectures. If it were just as he thought. Luo Qingtian's eyes shone brightly as he looked towards the top of the mountain. Suddenly, a giant, snake-like creature burst out from the ground. Oh my god! What the hell? Seeing the massive creature suddenly burst forth, Luo Qingtian's first thought was a snake. But after seeing the snake's appearance clearly, Luo Qingtian instantly dismissed her suspicions. This wasn't a snake at all. This was clearly a giant earthworm. Oh my god, could someone explain to her why such a large earthworm appeared here? The earthworm was scurrying towards her. Luo Qingtian felt goosebumps all over her body upon seeing the earthworm. The earthworm's target was Luo Qingtian's head. A large round hole suddenly appeared on the earthworm's head, closing in on Luo Qingtian's skull. Luo Qingtian leaped up and punched the earthworm. Sticky, slippery, soft. The touch made Luo Qingtian tremble all over. So disgusting. Luo Qingtian was fearless, not even snakes. He was just afraid of these software-organized insects. Because they were disgusting. The punch had come too suddenly. Luo Qingtian felt his fist sink into slippery, cold flesh, then bounced back. Luo Qingtian quickly fetched water from the space and washed his hands. At this moment, the giant earthworm crawled towards Luo Qingtian again. Luo Qingtian bared his teeth, staring at the direction the earthworm was coming from, and said viciously, "Activate my passive skill." As he finished speaking, Luo Qingtian's eyes glowed red, and his aura seemed to be on the verge of exploding. As the earthworm crawled towards him, Luo Qingtian rushed towards it. When the earthworm once again revealed the large round opening on its head, Luo Qingtian raised her knife and slashed. She chopped the giant earthworm right in half. It then split into several sections. But after she finished, Luo Qingtian regretted it. How could she have forgotten that the earthworms wouldn't die after being cut into sections? On the contrary, they would become new earthworms. And it would go from 1 to 2, then to 3. The thought of this made Luo Qingtian frantic. And just as Luo Qingtian had imagined, the severed earthworms on the ground were twisting and wriggling bit by bit. Soon they would become new earthworms. Luo Qingtian's anger soared, almost to the point of exploding. Her hands were enveloped in a white icy aura. She gritted her teeth and shouted at the earthworm slithering towards her, "Don't come any closer." As soon as he finished speaking, Luo Qingtian's fist struck the ground, and it quickly froze. The ice spread outward, transforming everything it touched into pure white ice sculptures. Even the earthworms were completely frozen inside and out by the ice. Luo Qingtian's anger had been completely depleted by that blow. Luo Qingtian looked around. It seemed that his previous punch had gone too far. He had originally wanted to preserve the surrounding greenery, so he hadn't used his fire ability. Now, half the trees on the mountaintop had been completely frozen by his punch. Luo Qingtian squinted his eyes and stared ahead. The mountaintop was clearly visible from this direction. Curious and annoyed, Luo Qingtian ran towards it. He ran faster and faster, and the closer he got to the top, the more anxious he felt. This feeling of attraction made him even more certain. Yes, there was definitely a huge piece of earth on the top of this mountain. 10 minutes later, Luo Qingtian finally reached the top of the mountain. Following her instincts, she found the location of the earth fragment. It was a fragment several dozen meters high. For some unknown reason, half of its body was buried in the soil at the top of the mountain, appearing gray. From a distance, it looked as if this large fragment was a rock on the mountain. Luo Qingtian looked at the surrounding trees. The location of the earth fragment had affected the plants here, giving them a rudimentary level of intelligence. That was why the trees were blocking her way. The reason the plants in the town were automatically attacking people must have been influenced by the earth fragment. Luo Qingtian carefully examined the massive fragment. It's so big it must have affected half the city. No wonder the zombies haven't come here. It's all because of you. And the plants on those people's balconies, influenced by the fragment, have gained the same intelligence as the trees on the mountain. What a pity! My unconscious action just now killed so many of those trees. With regret, Luo Qingtian placed his hand on the fragment. The next moment, The fragment instantly vanished from its spot. As the fragment vanished, the green trees on the entire mountaintop began to turn to icy powder and drift away in the wind. The vegetation on half the mountaintop was rapidly disappearing. The soil on the ground was also gradually turning black. Luo Qingtian frowned at these changes. At this moment, Luo Qingtian felt a little guilty. But just as this feeling emerged, Luo Qingtian heard the roar of the zombie king in the distance. Luo Qingtian flew into the air to see a group of zombies rushing from the left half of the city towards the granary. Luo Qingtian frowned. She had been planning to rest, but now, because she had taken the fragments, the zombies had all rushed to the other side. If the survivors here were eaten by the zombies, she would be killing innocent people in disguise. Luo Qingtian held his forehead and quickly flew towards this direction. The once quiet street, previously deserted, was now filled with zombies. Some zombies even walked directly into the shops of the survivors. Luo Qingtian saw this and rushed into the shop. Before the zombie could reach the basement, she swiftly launched her dagger. She then shot through the zombie's head. Xiaolu then leaped over and devoured the zombie in one gulp. Luo Qingtian left the shop with Xiaolu. Xiaolu, grow bigger. Let's harvest quickly. After the battle here was over, she could take Xiaolu to the fourth base. Chapter 397. On the wide street, a massive seaweed ball extended thousands of tentacles to grab the surrounding zombies. Above the seaweed ball, a girl in black, holding a red bow and arrow, stared expressionlessly at the incoming zombies. A gust of wind blew, blowing the girl's ponytail loose. Then she unleashed 12 flaming arrows, carrying off a large number of zombies. Xiaolu, I go to the left. The right is yours. Don't let any of them go. Luo Qingtian soared into the air, heading straight for the street on the right. At this moment, the surrounding zombies surged in like a tide, swarming in response to the explosion. Luo Qingtian instantly switched from the Flying Fire Mysterious Bow to the Ruoshui Divine Bow and the Amos Ice Bow. The two bows merged. A heavy rain fell from the sky, landing on the zombies. Frost-filled arrows then pierced the zombies, rapidly freezing their bodies. Luo Qingtian quickly switched his weapon to the Flying Fire Mystic Bow. He drew his bow and unleashed an arrow. He fired at the frozen zombies. After piercing the zombie in front, the flaming arrows took away a large number of zombies behind them. The flaming arrows swiftly cleared the zombies from half the street. After the explosion subsided, the zombies on that half of the street were completely wiped out. Luo Qingtian sighed as he watched the disappearing zombies. This method is fast, but it can't hit the crystal core. Luo Qingtian flew toward Xiaolu. By then, the zombies around Xiaolu had been mostly cleared, with only a few high-level zombies still resisting. As Luo Qingtian flew over, he switched from the Flying Fire Mystic Bow to the Amos Ice Bow. Each arrow pierced through the other. The battle continued until nightfall. Luo Qingtian had completely cleared the zombies on this floor. After confirming there were no more zombies around, Luo Qingtian retracted his weapon. Back on the surface, Xiaolu shrank back down, and the two of them, Xiaolu and Dabai, found a random shop and walked in. Using his perception ability to confirm that no one was around, Luo Qingtian, Dabai, and Xiaolu entered the space. As soon as he entered, Luo Qingtian lay limply on the ground. I'm so tired. Luo Qingtian saw Mao staring down at him. Looking at Mao, Luo Qingtian jumped up reflexively. You, what are you doing? Luo Qingtian even glanced around, trying to find his direction so Mao wouldn't whip him again. Mao simply glanced at Luo Qingtian, fetched a towel from somewhere, and threw it over his head. Luo Qingtian took the towel down and wiped his face with it. Then he saw dried, blackened blood and some unidentified liquid on it. Luo Qingtian shuddered reflexively. How disgusting. I'm going to shower. Then Luo Qingtian ran back to the villa. Passing Mao, Luo Qingtian said with a smile, Mao, I want to eat scrambled eggs with tomatoes, sweet and sour pork ribs, and twice cooked pork today. The sweet and sour pork ribs must be sweet. Luo Qingtian rushed into the villa. Mao looked in the direction Luo Qingtian had left, his eyes dark and unclear. He didn't rush into the villa to cook. Instead, he walked to the edge of the huge piece of earth and stood for a while. Then, a flash of green light appeared on Machio's vines, and Mao channeled the green light into the earth fragment. The next moment, the fragment of earth began to sink towards the ground at a visible speed. Luo Qing finished her shower, and quickly ran downstairs. In the dining room downstairs, Mao had already prepared all the food. Luo Qingtian quickly found a seat, and Mao Qiao placed the bowl and chopsticks in front of him. Luo Qitian happily began to eat. Well, Mao Qiao, your cooking skills are getting better and better. If there weren't the apocalypse, your cooking skills would definitely be as good as those of the great chefs. Mao Qiao ignored Luo Qitian, handed him the bowl and chopsticks, and turned to walk out of the villa. Luo Qitian curled his lips and looked at Mao Qiao, but said nothing, continuing to eat with his head down. At that moment, the voice he had been waiting for suddenly echoed in his mind. Congratulations on successfully recovering the Earth fragments, killing 1 S-level zombie king and 6 A-level zombie kings. A total of 73,600 zombies, from levels 1 to 9 have been eliminated. Congratulations on your hunter skill upgrades. Triple arrows reached level 37, trap reached level 8, psychic perception reached 11, growth reached level 9, healing reached level 9, poison reached level 5, land domain reached level 11, clone reached level 3, and clone duration is 1 second. Smelting times have been refreshed, and creation skill triple X. Luo Qing was incredibly excited to hear about her skill upgrades. She killed so many zombies in Qing City without any reaction, so this upgrade must be related to that Earth fragment. And what about the creation skill? What does the triple X at the end mean? Luo Qitian pondered, putting down her chopsticks and placing her hand on the icon on her forearm. She didn't rush to check the combat skills, but instead focused on the life skills section. At that moment, several small icons below the creation skill lit up. One of the icons had the word build on it. Luo Qitian didn't understand what this build meant. Driven by curiosity, Luo Qitian tapped the button. After waiting for a moment, Luo Qitian noticed no response at all. This was the first time Luo Qitian had seen a skill he activated have no effect. Luo Qitian thought for a moment, and pressed the button with the word build on it again. He pressed it 5 times in a row, but still nothing happened. When he tried to press it again, the build button turned gray. Oh my god, what's going on? Luo Qitian frowned at the button. Could there be some useless skills within the creation skill? Luo Qitian glanced at the button with the house icon again. A new word appeared on the icon. He opened it, and saw a number of new house types. Luo Qitian was curious about what these houses would look like once they were completed. He quickly finished his meal, and ran out of the villa, planning to try building a few more houses on the lawn. What Luo Qitian didn't know was that after she pressed those 5 build buttons, the manor was undergoing a drastic transformation. That night, the previously quiet manor suddenly began to shake, startling the slumbering residents. They then saw the manor's walls rapidly expanding in all directions. After the expansion was complete, the ground stopped shaking. Just when everyone thought the shaking was over, it began to shake again. The manor expanded outward again, 5 times in a row, before finally quieting down. But that wasn't the only shock. At this moment, Luo Qitian was unaware of what was happening at the manor. She had already built dozens more houses. She had finished building each of the new houses one by one, and only then was she satisfied. But seeing all these houses piled up together, Luo Qitian frowned. Chapter 398. The crowding was too awkward, so Luo Qitian tried to move the small villas and bungalows. While trying to move the houses, Luo Qitian discovered that she could now actually see the scene inside the manor. The manor seemed much larger now, completely different from when she left. She felt like she was standing in front of a 3-dimensional model, and there were reference lines around the houses she was moving. Luo Qitian was stunned. Could it be possible to build on the manor even without being inside? Speaking of construction, Luo Qitian immediately thought of the build button. Luo Qitian instantly understood what was going on. She moved her newly built houses one by one into the manor. Soon, the houses vanished from the space. Back at the manor, seeing that the manor was no longer expanding, she was thinking of returning to rest when she saw several houses appear and fall out of thin air. The whole manor was filled with the sound of houses falling to the ground. The sound lasted until near dawn, when it finally ceased. The survivors in the manor cheered excitedly upon seeing the extra houses and the expanded manor. He Xiao excitedly grabbed Shen Yuran's hand. Yuran, these were all done by Qitian, right? Ha ha ha. I didn't expect Qitian could expand the manor even without me. Shen Yuran nodded excitedly. Okay, after dawn, we go find Commander D. Now that we have so many more houses, we can accommodate a few more people. Not far away, Di Jiang gazed in astonishment at the fallen houses and the expanded manor. Chen Hao stood beside Di Jiang and said with a smile, Boss, Qitian has expanded the manor so much. Is she really planning to build a base? Di Jiang glanced at Chen Hao and said, I don't know. She's so afraid of trouble. Why would she expand the manor so much all at once? Is she really planning to build a base? Jiang couldn't help but look in the direction of where Shen Yuan ran, and Yi Xiao lived. She probably wants to create a place for them to live in peace. Luo Xiaowu looked gloomily into the distance. Behind him were rows of instruments, and he himself was covered in wires from the instruments. It's so frustrating. After all these days, this old man still hasn't found anything. Looking at the expanded manor, Luo Xiaowu smiled with a hint of resignation. Qitian, wait for me. I'll be back soon. Luo Qitian felt completely exhausted after arranging so many houses. She had no idea what else was going on in the manor. She dragged her exhausted body back to the villa and fell asleep in a random room. Luo Qitian woke up the next afternoon. When he emerged from the space, he saw quite a few survivors walking around the streets. Luo Qitian looked at the people appearing on the street, feeling a bit strange. Suddenly, he heard someone shout, "I didn't expect I could awaken a skill. Haha, I awakened fire powers. I won't be afraid of zombies anymore." Listening to everyone's discussion, Luo Qitian instantly understood what was going on. He must have taken the earth fragments. This gave the survivors here the opportunity to awaken their powers. Now that he had mostly cleared out the zombies in Qing City, he could leave the rest to them. People always grow stronger through battle. After walking around the street, a man's voice came from behind him. "Beautiful lady, thank you." Luo Qitian turned his head and saw the young man from yesterday in the basement staring at him with a smile. "Thank you for what?" Luo Qitian looked the young man up and down. He could actually smell the aura of a wood-type ability. "Not bad, you awakened your wood-type ability. Practice hard." The young man looked at Luo Qitian in surprise. He hadn't expected Luo Qitian to notice his ability. He smiled shyly. "Big boss, you're amazing. You even noticed that. But I still want to thank you. Yesterday, a zombie broke into our house. You rushed out and killed it. I didn't awaken my powers yesterday. If those zombies had gotten in, who knows what would have happened to us." Luo Qitian smiled. "It's okay, no need to thank me." Luo Qitian was about to leave when the young man looked at him and whispered, "Boss, are you leaving now?" Luo Qitian nodded. "Yes. We almost cleared out the zombies in Qing City. You have to rely on yourselves from now on." Luo Qitian turned and took off. Halfway through, Luo Qitian returned. "Handsome man, can I ask where all the furniture stores in Qing City are?" As he was flying away, Luo Qitian suddenly remembered that he had no furniture in his house. Since he was already in Qing City, he might as well go find some nice furniture in one of the furniture stores. The young man quickly pointed out several furniture stores to Luo Qitian. However, there were zombies near those locations. "If we wanted to get down, we have to drive. And if it was you, boss?" But before the young man could finish his words, Luo Qitian jumped down from that floor. The young man looked enviously at the direction Luo Qitian left. "Ah, one day I'd be as powerful as you." After finding the furniture store, Luo Qitian stored the few usable pieces of furniture inside into her space. She also searched the shops along the street, collecting a number of hangers and desks. Then she headed out of Qing City. After passing through Qing City, Luo Qitian arrived at the outskirts of Qing City. She turned on the navigation He Xiao had given her, and found the direction to the fourth base. Just as she was about to take out her RV and head there, she heard a horn nearby. "Little girl, where are you going?" Luo Qitian looked in the direction of the sound, and saw a bus parked in the distance. It looked like there were quite a few people on board. Luo Qitian glanced at the bus without saying a word, intending to walk away. Once she was far away from the bus, she would take out her car and head for the fourth base. Seeing Luo Qitian ignore him, the bus driver said to a man in military uniform behind him, "Sir, that little girl looks so arrogant, she's totally ignoring us." Jiang Hantuo looked at Luo Qitian, who passed by their bus without blinking. He had a device in his hand, and the readings on it skyrocketed as Luo Qitian passed by. He stared at the number in shock, then looked at Luo Qitian. How could someone's power level be so high? The device in Jiang Hantuo's hand was a power meter, which could detect the power levels of those around him. This was used to identify powerful psychics to join their fourth base. Watching the girl walk away, then glancing at the power meter, Jiang Hantuo finally got off the bus. Chapter 399. Luo Qitian was walking forward. She soon noticed Jiang Hantuo following behind her. Her eyes narrowed. She deliberately slowed her pace, wanting to see what Jiang Hantuo intended to do to her. Jiang Hantuo watched Luo Qitian slow down and quickly approach. As he neared her, He couldn't help but shout, "My friend, please stay." After saying this, Jiang Hantua had already reached Luo Qingtian's side and reached out to grab Luo Qingtian's arm. But before he could touch Luo Qingtian's figure suddenly faltered. Then, Luo Qingtian's figure moved away from where he was standing. The next moment, he appeared opposite Jiang Hantua. "What do you want to do?" Luo Qingtian's tone was unkind, and his gaze towards Jiang Hantua was full of wariness and hostility. Seeing Luo Qingtian's defensive look, Jiang Hantua immediately took 2 steps back, then held out his hands in a gesture of surrender. "My friend, don't misunderstand me. I mean no harm. We're from the 4th Base Garrison. My name is Jiang Hantua. We just finished our mission in Qing City. I saw you were alone when we came out, so I came to ask if you'd like to join us on the journey to the 4th Base." Luo Qingtian narrowed her eyes at the man. "You said you were from the 4th Base?" Jiang Hantua smiled and nodded. "I'm the captain of the 4th Base Guard. Here's my officer ID." Jiang Hantua said, handing his own ID to Luo Qingtian. After examining Jiang Hantua's ID, Luo Qingtian looked him up and down. Whether walking or standing, Jiang Hantua gave her a similar impression to Di Jiang. Perhaps this is the unique aura of a soldier. Facing a soldier, Luo Qingtian relaxed her guard and nodded slightly. "I'm indeed going to the 4th Base." Jiang Hantua smiled gently upon hearing Luo Qingtian's words. "That's good. We still have room on our bus. It's not safe for you to walk alone. Why don't you join us?" Luo Qingtian then looked up at the bus in the distance. It was already almost full. Judging from their attire, it wasn't all military personnel. There were probably a few ordinary psychics. There were also a few women inside. Okay, Luo Qingtian didn't hesitate any longer. Following them might lead them directly to the 4th Base. Hearing Luo Qingtian's reassurance, Jiang Hantua breathed a sigh of relief. "Let's go then," Jiang Hantua said, leading Luo Qingtian. Soon, Luo Qingtian followed him aboard. The bus could accommodate over 30 people, and there were only 2 seats left at the very back. Luo Qingtian boarded and moved directly to the very back, where he sat. Luo Qingtian's arrival attracted considerable attention, especially when they saw Luo Qingtian's innocent little face. Everyone became curious about Luo Qingtian. In the apocalypse, there are only 2 types of people who can maintain such an innocent appearance. One type is those with powerful backgrounds, surrounded by experts. These people are generally the 2nd generation of the powerful leaders of the apocalypse. The other type is those who are the leaders themselves, usually accompanied by a few subordinates. Or they walk alone. Now, this delicate little girl emerged from Qing City alone. And she was innocent and fresh-looking. No one was sure if Luo Qingtian was the legendary powerful leader. At this moment, the man beside Luo Qingtian smiled and said to Luo Qing, "Hello, little girl, my name is Chikawei. This is my sister Chi Na." Luo Qingtian turned his head to look at the man who was speaking, then at the woman sitting next to him. He nodded to both of them. "Hello. My name is Luo Qingtian." At the mention of Luo Qingtian's name, Chikawei and Chi Na both smiled at him in a friendly manner. "Are you also heading to the 4th Base?" "We came from Onren Base." "What about you?" Luo Qingtian didn't really want to chat, but the people around him were a bit noisy, so he suppressed his temper and said, "I came from the 3rd Base." Speaking of the 3rd Base, Jiang Hantua, who was sitting in the front row, turned his head. Chikawei continued to ask, "Are you from the 3rd Base?" Luo Qingtian frowned and glanced at Chikawei. "No." After that, Luo Qingtian closed his eyes and pretended to take a nap. Seeing that Luo Qingtian had no intention of chatting, the brother and sister could only pout and temporarily give up the idea of asking further questions. After waiting for an unknown amount of time, 2 more people arrived in the car. One of them even walked up to Jiang Hantua and whispered, "Captain, it's like all the zombies in Qing City disappeared overnight. We've been searching for ages in Qing City and can't find any." Jiang Hantua frowned. "How is that possible? They say there are at least 100,000 zombies in Qing City. Did you find the wrong place?" At this point, Jiang Hantua felt completely foolish. Qing City is so small. If there were zombies, they would have been seen long ago. We didn't encounter any of the zombies on the ramp when we came out just now. Could they really have been eaten by the zombie king? Jiang Hantua felt the hairs on his body stand on end at the thought. Zombies are evolving at an ever-increasing rate these days, and the level gap between zombie kings is widening. If a zombie king truly devoured all the zombies in Qing City, Jiang Hantua couldn't imagine what kind of zombie king would appear. The man who spoke continued, "We went to the 3rd floor. We went to look for those teenagers, but the conjoined zombie king, and even the zombies on that floor had all vanished. Hearing this, Jiang Huntua instantly decided to leave. I understand. Hurry and find a seat. We're leaving now. The man nodded, turned and looked behind him. He soon spotted an empty seat to the right, and in front of Luo Qitian. He walked quickly over, and sat down in front of Luo Qitian. The bus started and carried everyone towards the fourth base. Luo Qitian wasn't familiar with the road behind, so to avoid talking to anyone, he kept his eyes closed the entire way. The bus had been driving from morning until afternoon. The bus stopped at an emergency parking space on the highway. Jiang Huntua stood up and shouted to everyone, "There are no plants, animals, or zombies here. Take this time to go out and solve your own problems. Meet here in 10 minutes. Everyone stood up and headed out of the car. Luo Qitian also opened his eyes and headed out. Because of the apocalypse, there were no cars or people on the entire highway. There wasn't even any greenery on either side. This is indeed a great place to stop and rest. Luo Qitian had just reached the front door. As he passed Jiang Huntua, he suddenly looked up. The numbers on his power meter started moving again. When Luo Qitian appeared earlier, the power meter read 99+. This number was quite abnormal. Chapter 400. In the fourth base, those with a force point of 100 are considered supreme beings. 100 is equivalent to a level 10 psychic. There is only one such being in the fourth base. When Jiang Huntua saw Luo Qitian's reading 99+, he briefly thought his instrument was malfunctioning. So he had just reset the meter, planning to get a newer version of the detector from the lab after returning with Luo Qitian. What he didn't expect was that after the reset, the meter would react so dramatically when Luo Qitian passed by again. After Luo Qitian got out of the car, Jiang Huntua took out the detector and took a look. The reading read 999+. Seeing this, Jiang Huntua burst into laughter. 999? How could a three-digit number appear? It seems there's something wrong with this instrument, Jiang Huntua muttered to himself, feeling amused. Thinking of Luo Qitian's age and appearance, he realized how quickly she reached out and reacted when he approached her. Maybe the little girl's awakened ability was speed. That's why she was able to escape the zombies. That's probably the explanation. He fiddled with the detector again, and the value returned to 0. Luo Qitian had been regretting getting in the car ever since. At this speed, she might as well have flown there. That wouldn't have taken long, but now she couldn't fly. Luo Qitian sighed, and pulled a water bottle from her backpack. The water bottle was filled with warm milk. Luo Qitian opened the cup and sipped it. After Chikawei and Shinana finished their personal matters, and were walking back, they happened to see Luo Qitian standing by the car, drinking milk. Shinana walked over to Luo Qitian, you're also a psychic, right? Luo Qitian turned to look at Shinana and nodded slightly. Yes. Luo Qitian acted indifferent, showing no intention of chatting with Shinana, but Shinana didn't care. There were 4 women in the car, and 2 of them were constantly clinging to the men, which made her a little annoyed. She was so happy to finally have such a refreshing and beautiful girl, and she really wanted to be close to Luo Qitian. I have water powers and perception. What powers does Qitian have? Luo Qitian turned to look at Shinana. She understood water-related abilities, but could perception abilities allow her to sense her surroundings like her own? What is perception? Can you sense the surroundings in advance? Seeing Luo Qitian's curiosity about her abilities, Shinana blushed, her eyes sparkling as she looked at him. No, my perception ability is a bit useless. It just helps me avoid danger a little bit. It's just that it's not very obvious yet. Actually, this ability also has the ability to sense powerful psychics, and both good and evil intentions. From the moment she met Luo Qitian, she had a strong feeling that if they could befriend him, their lives in the fourth base might be quite good. Luo Qitian nodded in understanding. This ability sounded quite good indeed, allowing them to avoid danger. It was pretty much the same as his own ability to sense the surroundings. And these 2 people's abilities looked to be at most level 6. To survive in this perilous apocalypse, this so-called danger avoidance was their life-saving measure. Shinana looked at Luo Qitian with curiosity. What kind of superpower is Qitian? I don't know yet. Is Qitian very strong? I can't tell what level of superpower you have. A flash of white light flashed in Luo Qitian's hand, unleashing a mid-level healing ability. I have healing abilities. I don't have any strong combat power. Seeing the white light in Luo Qitian's hand, Shinana felt a little confused. Healing abilities? This was completely different from the healing abilities she had seen from healing psychics before. If it was just a healing ability, then what about the powerful feeling she sensed from Luo Qingtian? Luo Qingtian looked at Qinana and chuckled. What? Seeing my abilities makes you regret talking to me? Luo Qingtian felt that Qinana was approaching him with some ulterior motive. Luo Qingtian hated this feeling, so he simply said he was a healing psychic. Qinana quickly shook her head when she heard Luo Qingtian's words. No, healing psychics are so hard to find these days. Meeting you is like finding a treasure. Don't worry, you're a sweetheart. My brother, and I will protect you on the road ahead. Qinana stepped forward and grabbed Luo Qingtian's sleeve. Let's go! It's almost time. Let's get in. Luo Qingtian didn't pull his hand away this time, letting Qinana pull him into the car. Jiang Hantua had been fiddling with the detector in his hand. At this moment, passengers began to board the car one after another. He aimed the detector, which resembled a pocket watch, at the car door. Then the numbers on the detector began to jump. 40, 55, 77, 43, 79. After jumping through 5 numbers in a row, the number on the detector suddenly skyrocketed. Finally, it paused for a moment at 999 plus, 9999 plus, then dropped to 34. At that moment, Luo Qingtian happened to pass by the door. It was a pity that Jiang Hantua's eyes were fixed on the instrument, completely oblivious to who was passing in front of him. Seeing the jump in the value, Jiang Hantua laughed again. I definitely settle accounts with that guy in the lab when I get back. He even said he gave me the latest and most reliable detector. Now, the numbers are unstable after just a few uses. At that moment, a soldier in a green uniform approached Jiang Hantua and handed him 2 vegetarian buns and a bottle of water. Captain, this is our lunch. Once you've eaten, we can set off. Jiang Hantua took the water and bun, took a large bite, and swallowed it quickly. He looked back at the carriage, and saw that the psychics were already seated. Then he turned to look at his soldiers. Has everyone else finished eating? The soldier immediately straightened up and replied, Sir, we're done. Then get in the car, and go. Jiang Hantua devoured 2 buns in a few bites, and drank half a bottle of water. The soldier who received the order quickly got out of the car, and shouted to the soldiers waiting below, Assemble, get on board. With that, the soldiers boarded in an orderly formation and took their seats as they had been. Luo Qingtian admired the tall and straight soldiers, a faint smile on her face, then she looked out the window again. The car started moving again. Luo Qingtian took in the scenery for a moment, then closed her eyes again, pretending to take a nap. The car sped along the highway, the scenery on both sides constantly shifting behind her. After an unknown amount of time, Luo Qingtian suddenly opened his eyes, and looked ahead cautiously. The car had been driving for a few more minutes, when Qinana suddenly shouted, Stop! There's danger! Chapter 401. Qinana's cry prompted Jiang Hantua to immediately stop the bus. Jiang Hantua turned and looked at Qinana. What happened? Qinana nervously said, I don't know, but I have a sense of perception. If we just drive through, we'd definitely be in danger. At Qinana's words, Jiang Hantua narrowed his eyes. It wasn't that he didn't believe her, but she hadn't given him any reason to say there was danger, and she couldn't explain what the danger was. Then why they wouldn't let him pass was too far-fetched. But Jiang Hantua didn't dare to act rashly. He glanced at the soldier closest to him and said, Go and check. Is there anything wrong? Be careful. Yes. The soldier, gun in hand, got out of the car and cautiously walked forward. He reached the dangerous spot Qinana had pointed out, looked around, and then stood there, shaking his head at Jiang Hantua. The soldier then walked towards the military bus. Before he could take a few steps, the ground suddenly cracked, and green tentacles rose from the ground, grabbing the soldier directly. Xiaojio was grabbed by a tentacle and lifted high into the air. Soon after, over a dozen tentacles appeared from the ground, reaching toward the military bus. Jiang Hantua immediately stood up. Get off. Save them. With that, Jiang Hantua shot out like a bullet, leaving the bus. 2 gusts of wind appeared beneath his feet. He stepped on them, and flew directly toward the captured soldier. Wow! Luo Qingtian followed Qinana out of the bus. Seeing Jiang Hantua soar, he couldn't help but exclaim in admiration. Captain Jiang can actually fly. How amazing! Qinana nodded. Yes, Captain Jiang is a level 9 wind-type user. He's leading the team this time to ensure our safety. At this moment, Jiang Hantua had already flown near the soldier named Xiaojio. He unleashed several wind blades at the massive tentacle, completely severing it. Xiaojio's body then fell to the ground. Jiang Hantuo unleashed a ball of wind in Shizhou's direction. Before landing, the ball of wind caught Shizhou, and he slowly descended. However, Shizhou fell unconscious upon landing. The other soldiers also rushed over and began attacking the tentacle. But the tentacles only grew more and more. The members of the military team rescued Shizhou and quickly rushed to Luo Qingqian's side. "You are a healing type user, right? Please help save our comrades." The soldier carrying Shizhou now carried him to Luo Qingqian. Luo Qingqian didn't hesitate, stepping forward and beginning to examine Shizhou's body. Soon, Luo Qingqian saw a dense mass of small holes on Shizhou's arms. Luo Qingqian frowned. "What's wrong?" The soldier looked at Luo Qingqian nervously. Luo Qingqian shook his head. "Go back and tell your captain that these tentacle vines are poisonous. Try not to get touched by them during a fight. Otherwise, you become paralyzed and faint." Luo Qingqian then placed his hand on Shizhou. Strands of white silk thread from his fingers entered Shizhou's body, absorbing all the toxins within. Then he unleashed a rudimentary healing power on Shizhou. A moment later, Shizhou opened his eyes. He first glanced around, then at Luo Qingqian. "Thank you for saving me." Xiaojiu stood up and looked at his companions fighting behind him. He dropped his backpack and, without a word, rushed towards the tentacle vines. The military team engaged the tentacle vines. But the tentacles grew in number. The military team's struggle grew. Thankfully, Jiang Hantuo was powerful, unleashing 2 powerful wind blade attacks on the thickest and most powerful tentacle. He chopped that tentacle into pieces, causing the others to quickly recede. At this point, Jiang Hantuo and the military team quickly returned to the car. After making sure everyone was seated, Jiang Hantuo whispered, "Drive." The car sped forward, but Shinana's face paled even more. Jiang Hantuo's words caught his attention. He immediately ordered several military teams to open the windows, ready to fight. The bus had barely started moving when it was suddenly catapulted into the air. Inside the bus, people were thrown to the ground, and the soldiers who had been preparing to fight inside were thrown out of the windows like dumplings. Shinana and Chikuei also tilted to the other side of the bus. Luo Qingqian frowned and quickly released 2 traps on her feet, securing herself. As Shinana flew out the window, Luo Qingqian grabbed her and pushed her back into her seat. As Shinana sat down, she hugged the front seat with both hands. "Thank you, Qingqian. Are we under attack?" Luo Qingqian said calmly. "Underneath our car is the entire mutated tentacle vine. Now it's holding us hostage." Shinana stared at Luo Qingqian in shock. She truly couldn't understand why Luo Qingqian could say such a thing so casually. "Qingqian, aren't you afraid?" As Shinana finished her words, the entire bus was flipped upside down by the tentacle vines. Everyone fell to the roof, except Luo Qingqian, who remained firmly seated. But while upside down, Luo Qingqian retracted the trap and leaped steadily onto the roof. Jiang Hantuo was now completely enraged. He once again stomped 2 gusts of wind and rushed out the window. Outside, a massive tentacle had grabbed the bus and dangled it in midair. Jiang Hantuo waved his hand, whizzing several blades at the tentacle wrapped around the bus. The tentacle was severed again. The bus plummeted to the ground. Jiang Hantuo seized the opportunity to fly over, catching the bus and then lowering it securely. Meanwhile, more tentacles stretched out from the surrounding area, grabbing people. Jiang Hantuo opened the door and shouted to the people inside, "Come out and fight." The people inside were already dazed and disoriented. Upon hearing Jiang Hantuo's words, they ignored their dizziness and nausea and rushed out again. The tentacles were even more numerous, longer, and thicker than before. When they struck the ground, they instantly created a massive crater. This time, everyone who had emerged from the bus joined in the fight. Luo Qingqian was debating whether to switch weapons and come out to help when he heard Shinana say, "Qingqian, you're a healing psychic with no combat abilities. Stay close to me and I protect you." As soon as she finished speaking, Shinana condensed a wall of water around herself. Water blades occasionally emerged from the wall, flying towards the tentacles ahead. Luo Qingqian observed Shinana's actions with amusement. It was the first time someone said they wanted to protect themselves, and my original intention of helping was temporarily put on hold. Chapter 402. She stood behind Shinana and said, "Okay. Thank you." At this moment, Chikuei also ran to Shinana's side, shielding Luo Qingqian behind him. The brother and sister looked around cautiously, fearing that a tentacle would reach out and attack them. But the tentacles were growing in number. Jiang Hantuo, standing in front of them, clearly still hadn't found the tentacle's true form. Luo Qingqian's third skill revealed that the tentacle's true form was directly beneath them. The only way to completely eliminate it was to break up the ground. Only by completely destroying the true form could the tentacles be eliminated. But seeing Jiang Hantua's fierce fighting, it was impossible to believe her own words. Thinking of this, Luo Qingtian glanced around. Making sure no one was watching, she raised her foot and stomped lightly across from them. White light quickly extended from her ankle into the ground, quickly finding the tentacle's true form. The tentacle's true form was yet another mutated spring ivy. However, the main body's branches had become incredibly hard. In their place, numerous branches and rhizomes sprouted. If the tentacle was severed, others would instantly sprout. Luo Qingtian's light now entwined itself around the main body of the spring ivy. The light tightened, and Luo Qingtian also attached his poison skill to his lifeline. The spring ivy had originally intended to consume a few more humans to replenish its energy, but suddenly, several silk threads pierced its roots, desperately absorbing its strength and vitality. Then, a flood of venom penetrated its body, corroding and dissolving it from the inside out. As the vitality of the spring ivy's main body vanished, Jiang Hantua and the others who were fighting saw the tentacles before them suddenly pause, then rapidly shrink. Then, they quickly fell to the ground. Finally, before anyone could react, all the tentacles had vanished, leaving only a few large holes on the ground. Jiang Hantua glanced around, waited a moment to confirm the tentacles were gone, then landed on the ground and began directing the troops. He assigned a small group of soldiers to scout ahead, then returned to the bus and directed everyone aboard. When Luo Qingtian passed by Jiang Hantua again this time, his eyes were complicated. At first, he thought he found a treasure, a piece of grass after all the fuss, albeit a rare healing ability. But against the overwhelmingly powerful mutant, this healing ability was simply a burden. The car resumed its normal course. The team ahead ran for a long time, ultimately encountering no danger. Jiang Hantua then allowed the reconnaissance team to board. The car began to accelerate across the highway. Jiang Hantua sat in the passenger seat of the bus, his eyes gloomily fixed on the front. He felt something was amiss about the inexplicable disappearance of the tentacle vine. Could someone have discovered the tentacle's true form? Jiang Hantua carefully recalled the battle scene. At that moment, the tentacle vine suddenly retracted and vanished. That must have been when the true form was attacked, but who was doing it? He wondered about everyone's positions at that moment. Only Luo Qingtian was standing at the back, dodging. That couldn't have been her. So who was attacking the true form? Thinking of the terrifying numbers on the detection instrument, Jiang Hantua sighed, wishing he could find someone who could quietly kill an 8th-level mutant plant. But how could such a person even exist? Thinking about it now, it could only be that their team was lucky. Besides this explanation, he really couldn't find an excuse. The car drove for several more hours. The sky gradually darkened. Luo Qingtian noticed that the further south he went, the more plants there were. Luo Qingtian even saw some plants he could barely recognize. However, these plants had mutated and would attack any living thing they saw. This caused their car to twist and turn frequently, swaying from side to side. Many times along the way, Luo Qingtian regretted getting in the car. He might as well have just flown away on Little Green's back. Better off with the pursuit of these plants. The car finally stabilized. At this moment, Jiang Hantua turned and said, "We're ahead of the city." When the zombie outbreak occurred, the residents there either evacuated or became zombies. You all know there are many zombies and mutants around the 4th base. Especially at night, that's when those mutant plants hunt. For safety's sake, entering the city for now is our only option. We stop at a safe residential building later. Everyone, after you get off the bus, be careful of zombies, and especially be careful of mutant plants when you sleep at night. Got it? Everyone immediately responded, got it. Luo Qingtian looked at Jiang Hantua in surprise. Qi Nana looked at Luo Qing. Do you think our Captain Jiang is very responsible? Luo Qingtian nodded. Yes, a little too responsible. The car stopped in front of an apartment building. The area around the residential building was now deserted, as the temperature and humidity were ideal for plant and animal growth. The ground had already been overrun by various plants. Occasionally, a few zombies would pass by. This was the place. After we got out, everyone could deal with the zombies in their respective rooms. Compared to the other buildings, this one was the least overrun by plants. The other upper floors were either surrounded by creepers or had been rooted by other plants. The entire building looked shaky and dangerous. This was the only one that seemed relatively intact. Jiang Hantua was the first to get off the bus. As soon as he got off, several zombies noticed their presence, and then a small wave of zombies quickly ran towards the bus. The soldiers quickly unleashed their superpowers, and after a few rounds, they completely eliminated the zombies. The soldiers drew their bayonets and deftly removed the crystal cores from the zombies' heads. The others quickly went upstairs to find their own resting places. Luo Qingtian stood at the back of the group, slowly walking toward the stairs. Qi Nana approached. "Qingtian, can I protect you tonight?" Qi Kuwei approached and whispered, "With your limited abilities, you still need my protection." Qi Nana scratched the back of her head and chuckled. "How about the three of us go together tonight?" This was a bit abrupt, and Qi Kuwei looked at Luo Qingtian sheepishly. Luo Qingtian shook his head. "The house is too small, it's not suitable. I just find a smaller room to live in." Luo Qingtian walked straight into the hallway. Because it was an apartment building, there were more than a dozen rooms on each floor. For safety reasons, many people stayed on the same floor. However, when they opened the door, they did find zombies in some rooms, but they were low level and were quickly cleared out. As soon as Luo Qingtian entered the hallway, he headed straight for the top floor. Seeing Luo Qingtian heading upstairs, Jiang Hantua whispered, "Miss Luo, we be leaving at 7 a.m. tomorrow. It's best not to live too far from everyone." Luo Qingtian waved her hand, but didn't respond, running quickly upstairs. The higher she went, the faster her speed grew. A few minutes later, she stood in front of the door of the innermost apartment at the top of the building. Luo Qingtian opened the door and walked in. But the moment Luo Qingtian pushed open the door, a whistling sound echoed through the air, striking Luo Qingtian in the face. Luo Qingtian reached out and caught the incoming fist, gazing at the pale face before him with a half-smile. Chapter 403. The Zombie King stared at the woman before him in shock. A hint of ferocity crossed his once pale, bloodless face. "Huh, huh, huh." The Zombie King opened his mouth to utter a sound, but Luo Qingtian gave him no chance. She punched the Zombie King in the neck, and a dagger instantly appeared in her hand. The dagger spun in Luo Qingtian's hand, and the Zombie King's neck was sliced clean off. Luo Qingtian had been aware of the Zombie King since arriving at the apartment building. The Zombie King was hiding upstairs, waiting for them to rest before summoning the zombie horde to attack them. Luo Qingtian's only hope was to reach the fourth base as quickly as possible. So, upon becoming aware of the Zombie King's presence, Luo Qingtian left and headed straight for this location. After dispatching the Zombie King, Luo Qingtian began to examine the room where he resided. The room was reasonably clean, free of the unpleasant smell of blood. Photos of the Zombie King from before the apocalypse hung on the walls. Beside the Zombie King stood a pretty figure. This must have been the Zombie King's former residence. Luo Qingtian had Xiaolu clean up the Zombie King's corpse, then took Xiaolu into the space to rest. That night, Luo Qingtian slept comfortably, but Jiang Hantua and the others didn't. The pitch-black night was exceptionally quiet. A mutant creeper silently crept into the room of a psychic. It climbed up the psychic's body, binding him tightly. Then, a bright red flower bloomed on a vine. The flower grew larger and larger, until a large, fanged mouth emerged from its center. In one bite, it ripped off most of the man's body. The man died while still asleep. Soon after, a second person also lost his life in the same way. In the middle of the night, Qi Nana, worried about Luo Qingtian's safety, dragged her brother from room to room, searching for him. But they couldn't find him after searching several rooms. Just as they were about to give up and find a random room to rest, they heard screams from downstairs. They hurried downstairs and saw that every room had been infested with mutated creepers. Even the room they had just been in had creepers in. Jiang Hantua was currently commanding a small group of soldiers in battle. Many zombies also rushed over nearby. The battle raged from late at night into daylight, and only then were the creepers and zombies completely eliminated. No one rested that night. When Luo Qingtian came downstairs, he saw a group of exhausted people standing downstairs, waiting to regroup. Seeing Luo Qingtian emerge, Qi Nana exclaimed in surprise, "Qingtian, are you okay?" Luo Qingtian blinked, looking at Qi Nana in confusion. "Should I be okay?" Qi Nana immediately shook her head. "No, that's not what I meant. I'm glad to see you're safe." Luo Qingtian observed the exhausted expressions of the others, and followed Qi Nana into the car without further question. As they passed Jiang Hantua whispered, "Miss Luo, weren't you affected by the mutant plants last night?" Luo Qingtian instantly understood what had happened, and her lips pursed slightly. "No, probably because I was resting on the top floor last night." Luo Qing finished and took her seat back from yesterday. Jiang Hantua looked in Luo Qingtian's direction, his eyes narrowing slightly. Thinking back to yesterday and today, every time they encountered mutant plants, Luo Qingtian seemed the most relaxed of their group. Could it really be because she wasn't fighting? Luo Qingtian's skills were impressive. Now that I think about it, my equipment only malfunctioned when it came into contact with Luo Qingtian, and even during combat, Luo Qingtian seemed incredibly relaxed. This whole series of events didn't seem like something an ordinary psychic could pull off. Everyone arrived, and the car started moving again, though this time there were noticeably fewer people on board than yesterday. Nana whispered, yesterday, while you were resting, we on the first and second floors were attacked by mutant plants at night. Qingtian, you're lucky. Quite a few people died last night. Luo Qingtian nodded in agreement. Yeah, I think I'm pretty lucky too. Nana's mouth twitched at the sound of this. How should she respond? Just as she was pondering what to say, Luo Qingtian lazily leaned back, closed her eyes, and began to doze. In the afternoon, Nana suddenly pointed ahead and shouted, Qingtian, the fourth base is just ahead. We finally arrived? Luo Qingtian opened his eyes at this moment, and saw the large city gate ahead. Is this the fourth base? It was completely different from what she had imagined. The gate with the words fourth base written on it in the distance gave the impression of visiting a temple. Especially with the fallen yellow leaves strewn on the ground in front of the gate. This apt scene gave Luo Qingtian the illusion of being at Hanzhan Temple outside Gusa City. Nana was already getting a bit impatient. She glanced around and said, it's cold, but there aren't many trees near the gate. Why are there so many fallen leaves? Just as she finished speaking, Jiang Huntua said, everyone, fasten your seatbelts. We're going to speed up soon. After this, a female psychic exclaimed in surprise, Commander, we already reached the fourth base. Why do we need to speed up? The car had already reached the fourth base's gate, which opened automatically. The car suddenly accelerated and rushed towards the gate. Oh my god, what's going on? Luo Qingtian reached out and grabbed the front cushion. The car sped away. When they reached the fallen leaves, they instantly transformed into withered yellow butterflies. These butterflies had human faces on their heads, and now these withered yellow butterflies flew towards their bus. Close the windows, let's get in. As soon as they finished speaking, they saw the bus plunge into the swarm of butterflies, then burst out again, heading straight for the base gate. The scene was so thrilling and exciting that the withered butterflies behind him fell to the ground as the bus rushed into the fourth base. They once again turned into the same dead leaves as before. Jiang Huntua then said, those outside the door are vampire butterflies, the latest species to emerge after mutation. We collectively call them the Zerg. The appearance of vampire butterflies means you arrived at the base's annual insect killing competition. The more insects you kill, the greater the reward. I hope you all win. As Jiang Huntua spoke, he subtly glanced in Luo Qingtian's direction. Luo Qingtian looked unimpressed, as if he didn't care much about the reward he mentioned. To confirm his thoughts, Jiang Huntua continued, last year's insect killing champion took home over 100 kilograms of flour and rice. Chapter 404. At this point, many psychics looked at Jiang Huntua excitedly. Commander, are we going to get rewards if we kill insects? Jiang Huntua nodded and said yes. As long as you bring the Zerg you kill to the mission hall to exchange, you get rewards based on the number of corpses you kill. The car was still speeding through the base. From the window, one could see the sky outside filled with colorful insects. Those insects, with wings, continuously attacked the ground, some even shooting poisonous needles at the windows. The poisonous needles made a crackling sound as they hit the glass. Oh my god, how come this insect looks bigger than me? Nana couldn't help but sigh as she looked at the bee-like insects outside the window. The car stopped. Jiang Huntua stood up and said to everyone, those participating in the competition may get out and fight now. Those not participating can remain in the car. As Jiang Huntua said this, he glanced at Luo Qingtian, who was sitting in the back, with an ambiguous look. Luo Qingtian also noticed Jiang Huntua's look. She had no particular concerns about rice or flour. So, she didn't plan to get out of the car. The soldiers on board then began to get out to join the battle. The other psychics followed suit, leaving only Luo Qingtian, Nana, and Chikawei. Luo Qingtian looked at them curiously. Are you getting out? The two men gave a dry laugh. No. It's a bit dangerous. Just kidding, if these two noobs got out, they'd definitely be giving snacks to the bugs. Luo Qingtian nodded, and continued to look out the window. Jiang Huntua's lips twitched as he looked at the three people sitting in the back, instantly realizing he must have been overthinking things. How could someone so frightened by insects be a strong person? Jiang Huntua chuckled to himself at his own overthinking, and said to the three, It's safe in the car. Wait until the insect swarm subsides, then you can get out. I'm leaving first." With that, Jiang Hantuo opened the car door and rushed out, joining the fray. Luo Qingtian stared at the insects with boredom until she realized their tentacles, horns, and even limbs could be used to refine weapons. Luo Qingtian's eyes lit up. She stared at the insects with gleaming eyes, then stood up and walked out. "Qingtian, are you going out?" "Yeah. Let's go out and have some fun." Luo Qingtian left without even looking back. Qi Nana tried to follow, but Chikawei grabbed her and said, "Stay put." Qi Nana pursed her lips and looked at Luo Qingtian. Thinking of her own ability level, she could only stay put. As Luo Qingtian stepped out of the car, a humanoid mosquito sprinted toward her. The mosquito had a poisonous needle on its butt, and as it approached Luo Qingtian, it fired at her. A tang sword quickly appeared in Luo Qingtian's hand. She swung the sword with one hand, deflecting the poisonous needle. More poisonous needles followed, but Gu Yu casually waved her tang sword, easily blocking them all. Then a green vine shot out, piercing the humanoid mosquito. The mosquito landed heavily on the ground. Luo Qingtian waved the mosquito away and walked straight ahead. Behind him, Jiang Hantuo stared at Luo Qingtian in shock. Had he seen it wrong? Just now, Luo Qingtian had blocked the poison needles with a single-handed swing of his sword. It didn't even affect his movements. Even the strongest warrior in the base couldn't pull off this move. After his surprise, Jiang Hantuo wanted to continue watching Luo Qingtian fight. But in the blink of an eye, Luo Qingtian had vanished. Luo Qingtian was standing atop a tall building, surrounded by thousands of flying zerg of various species. These zergs were now attacking Luo Qingtian. Little Green leaped onto Luo Qingtian's shoulder, blocking all the attacks. Luo Qingtian released a bai, then grasped the Amos Ice Bow and the Ruoshui Divine Bow. Combining the two bows, they simultaneously drew their arrows and launched an arrow. Heavy rain, frozen. As soon as he finished speaking, rain began to fall, followed by a cold wind, freezing all the zerg. Already high in the sky, the zergs fell to the ground. Gu Yu possessed the creature and chased after them, moving all the zergs into the space. Machio, help me get rid of these bugs. Chop off everything that can be smelted." In the space, Machio, who was cleaning, stopped and looked at the zergs that kept coming in. A flash of panic flashed in Machio's eyes. So fast. A woman's voice emanated from Machio's body, followed by a man's voice, emanating from the small Machio. "Don't worry, she can handle these. She's more suited to fusing earth chips than you or me." Machio stopped talking and extended vines to begin processing the zerg bodies. The small Machio also moved over and began to examine the zerg corpses. Luo Qingtian was very excited at this moment. In just a few moments, she had slain over 1,000 zerg. And among this zerg, many were even more formidable than the little zerg child. After clearing the area, Luo Qingtian soared into the air and began searching for areas with a high concentration of zerg. Thanks to Luo Qingtian's unique style, the zerg in the sky quickly noticed Luo Qingtian's presence. Abandoning their search for prey, they rushed towards Luo Qingtian. While flying in midair, Luo Qingtian saw the zerg approaching. She instantly switched from her bow and arrow to a bone spear. The spear carried a frost-like aura. As the zerg charged, she spun her spear rapidly. Using the spear's speed, she launched all her ice blades into the air. The zerg lost many of their companions in just one blow. Thus, the zerg clearly realized that the one before them was too powerful to be trifled with. So, the zerg charging towards Luo Qingtian all break midair and turned to fly elsewhere. Luo Qingtian's excitement grew as he fought. Just as he was thinking about returning to the space to research weapon materials, he suddenly saw his materials flying away, and Sister Luo was very upset. Then Luo Qingtian instantly switched from the bone spear in his hand to the flying fire mystic bow. Luo Qingtian stood behind the zerg with a gloomy expression, the flying fire mystic bow in his hand gleaming with flames. Luo Qingtian drew his bow and unleashed 15 flaming arrows at the zerg. Instantly, the entire sky was illuminated by the flames. The moment he charged into the zerg, the sky exploded with brilliant colors. Boom, 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 more than 10 explosions followed. The entire sky was dyed black and red. Most of the zerg were instantly incinerated by Luo Qingtian. The explosions were so loud that the psychics who had been fighting looked over. Luo Qingtian finally realized he overstepped his bounds and ordered Dubai to land instantly. Then he pretended to be a normal psychic. He swung his tang sword repeatedly to fend off the zerg. Jiang Hantuo rushed over when he heard the explosion and finally spotted Luo Qingtian fighting several Zerg not far away. Chapter 405. In Jiang Hantua's eyes, Luo Qingtian's swordsmanship was exceptional. Every mutant insect that flew towards her couldn't get close enough to Luo Qingtian. Even her poisonous needles were effectively blocked. Watching these fierce attacks, Jiang Hantua's perception of Luo Qingtian improved considerably. He thought to himself, this Luo Qingtian is truly a talent. After the insect-killing competition, he could talk to her about having her join the 4th base's psychic team. Thinking this way, he looked at Luo Qingtian with a hint of admiration. Luo Qingtian was currently dealing with several mutant humanoid mosquitoes with her sword. Suddenly, she shuddered at the sudden gaze. Until Jiang Hantua left, Luo Qingtian quickly dealt with a few insects in front of her, storing them in her space, and quickly moving to another location. She couldn't stay with these people anymore. It would draw too much attention. Luo Qingtian maximized her perception ability, and soon she noticed. Although the base's gates were closed, a steady stream of Zerg continued to fly in from the same direction, along the base's walls. And as these Zerg entered the base, those that couldn't fly were brought in by the winged ones. This showed that these Zerg were quite intelligent. In fact, they were quite clever. They could clearly identify the base's weakest points, and even exploit these weaknesses to attack. It was as if there was someone or some other force behind these Zerg, directing their advance. With this thought in mind, Luo Qingtian quickly rushed towards the area where the flying insects were most numerous. Dabai transformed into wings once again. Luo Qingtian ran for a while before taking to the sky. The further Luo Qingtian flew, the more Zergs filled the sky. Looking into the distance, the Zergs almost completely occupied the sky. They covered the sky, nearly blocking out the sunlight. Below these Zergs, a man stood with his hands behind his back. The man wore a black windbreaker, his expression stern. The windbreaker fluttered in the wind. He looked up at the Zergs in the sky. A golden light flashed from his hand. All the Zergs that approached him were incinerated by the golden light released from his hand. Surrounding the man were 6 psychics, guarding him, preventing the crawling Zergs on the ground from rushing up and harming him. From high in the sky, Luo Qingtian observed this strange combination. She briefly used her psychic powers to investigate, and then a flicker of surprise crossed her eyes. This man in the windbreaker was actually a level 10 psychic. The other 6 were all 8th and 9th level psychics. At this moment, all the Zerg, both in the sky and underground, converged to attack this group. Luo Qingtian instantly understood. It turned out that the 4th base had long since discovered something was amiss with these Zerg and had dispatched experts to intercept them. This meant that the large-headed Zerg and the boss would be handled by these experts, while the smaller Zerg would be handled by the base's personnel. Luo Qingtian looked at the Zerg corpses that had fallen to the ground. The level of the Zerg here was clearly much higher than those in the city. If so many high-level Zerg were taken back, they would be a treasure trove of experience and smelting materials. At this moment, Luo Qingtian's eyes sparkled as he looked at these Zerg. Thinking that the 4th base was also collecting Zerg corpses, it seemed they too had discovered their value. Luo Qingtian immediately found a black mask from her space and put them on, then a black hat. She even hid her hair inside the hat. The Ruoshui Divine Bow and Amos Ice Bow instantly appeared in Luo Qingtian's hands. She didn't rush to draw her bow and arrow. Instead, she grabbed Little Green and pointed it at the Zerg swarm, shouting, "Little Green, go over there and unleash a hurricane." With that, Luo Qingtian tossed Little Green directly into the Zerg swarm. The moment Little Green was thrown, it transformed into a giant ball of green seaweed. Little Green spat 3 times at the dense swarm of Zerg flying ahead. Then a swirling hurricane quickly formed, growing larger and larger, sucking in any approaching Zerg or those nearby. Some Zerg noticed something was amiss, and turned to flee, but the hurricane grew stronger, so strong that before they could even flap their wings, they were sucked in. Soon, a hurricane filled with Zerg appeared in midair. Even the several psychics standing below felt the immense suction. The psychic masters all looked up at the sky. "What is that?" a man cried out in surprise. The dark mass of Zerg vanished in an instant, a massive tornado sucking away all the surrounding Zerg. And beside this tornado, a figure soared in midair. Not only was the figure dressed in black, but a pair of large white wings swirled behind him. This was a strange sight no matter how you looked at it. Don't be distracted. Since there are those in the sky dealing with the Zerg, these things on the ground are our responsibility. The leading man in the windbreaker muttered a low scolding. Then he focused his attention on dealing with the Zerg on the ground. But as he unleashed his supernatural power, he couldn't help but glance up at the sky. In the sky, all the Zerg were sucked into the hurricane. The black figure beside the hurricane was now firing a blue and white bow at the dragon whirlwind. As the blue and white arrow shot out, the hurricane transformed into a giant icicle, suspended in midair. This scene made the man in the windbreaker's eyes flash with surprise. This was the first time he had seen such a tactic. He couldn't help but stare at the figure in the sky. At this moment, Luo Qingtian happened to be looking at him. Their eyes met, and Luo Qingtian raised his Amos ice bow and aimed at the man. The man in the windbreaker's pupils shrank as he saw the white arrow hurtling towards him. The man in the windbreaker squinted and didn't react. The white arrow exploded above their heads. A cloud of white mist rose. The white mist dissipated, and the giant icicles and the black figure holding the bow and arrow in the sky vanished. This scene happened so quickly that they didn't even have time to think. "Oh my god, Brother Long, what's going on?" A man with water powers, after defeating several reptiles, looked up at the sky in shock. The sky was now clear. Not a single flying insect. Where was that person from before? Gone? Xiao Zilong squinted at the sky and whispered, "Kill the Zerg first, we find that person later." With that, the men continued fighting back to back. After dispatching so many Zerg, Luo Qingtian quickly left the scene. She found a deserted spot and entered the space. Inside, Little Furball and Little Furball were busy tending to a mountain of Zerg corpses. Seeing Luo Qingtian enter, Furball glanced over worriedly. Luo Qingtian didn't pay attention to Furball's condition, and went straight to his room to change clothes upon entering the space. After changing, she ran downstairs to check on Mauchio and Xioxiomokia. She saw Mauchio dissecting the Zerg branches and sorting the materials separately. When Luo Qingtian approached, Mauchio was still busy. "Mauchio, you're amazing." Chapter 406. Mauchio looked up at Luo Qingtian's voice. Luo Qingtian had changed out of her black windbreaker, black mask, and hat. She was now wearing a sports outfit, her ponytail sticking up high. She looked youthful and beautiful, a stark contrast to her earlier style. A strange look flashed in Mauchio's eyes, as if she didn't understand why Luo Qingtian was wearing such a revealing outfit. But Luo Qingtian's attention was now entirely focused on the Zerg corpses. After examining the corpses after Mauchio had treated them, Luo Qingtian immediately left the space. After Luo Qingtian left, Mauchio's worry became even more pronounced. Will this child's killing of so many Zerg attract attention? Little Mauchio consoled her, saying, "Don't worry, this child is growing fast. We should trust her." After Luo Qingtian left the space, a bone knife instantly appeared in her hand. She twisted and turned, returning to the spot she had left. The Zerg population was now significantly smaller than before. When Luo Qingtian returned with the bone knife, he saw Qinana and Chikawei also exit the bus to fight the Zerg. Seeing Luo Qingtian return, Qina immediately called out, "Qingtian, you're back." Luo Qingtian nodded. "Why did you get off?" Luo Qingtian glanced in the direction of the bus, which was now packed, seemingly devoid of space. Qinana unleashed a wall of water, shielding both Luo Qingtian and herself behind it. Captain Jiang said, "Let the injured members return to the bus for now. Those of us who haven't fought yet will get off to kill the Zerg." Qinana had barely finished speaking when a green Zerg, over a meter long, leaped over the wall of water. It pounced directly at the two of them. Qinana was shocked. Just as she was about to scream, Luo Qingtian's bone knife pierced the Zerg's head. Luo Qingtian kicked the Zerg off the knife with disdain. "Be careful. These Zergs have poisonous teeth. A bite can cause ulcers." Luo Qingtian then stood back to back with Qinana, carefully dealing with the oncoming Zerg. Both of them seemed a bit clumsy in their fight, but thankfully neither was injured. Jiang Huntuo, who was in the car, looked over when Luo Qingtian appeared. Seeing Luo Qingtian and Qinana fighting back to back, his brows were tinged with a complex emotion. He had originally thought Luo Qingtian would wreak havoc and do something he couldn't imagine. But now it seemed he had overestimated that. Jiang Huntuo felt a little foolish. He had paid so much attention to this girl just because of a single assumption he had made. Jiang Huntuo got out of the car and headed straight for Luo Qingtian and Qinana. A pale green halo condensed in his hand, sending all the Zerg around Luo Qingtian and Qinana flying. At this moment, the number of flying Zerg in the base dwindled, but the number of crawling insects on the ground increased. These Zergs were equipped with sharp blades on their front paws. Anyone struck by these blades would suffer extensive corrosion from the wound. As Luo Qingtian and Qinana fought back to back, Jiang Huntuo stood in front of them, shielding them from the attacks of the crawlers. The abilities of the psychics fighting here were almost at their limit. Jiang Huntuo observed it all. He gazed into the distance, hoping the person he was waiting for would arrive soon. Captain Jiang, be careful. At this moment, a green reptile was slowly approaching Jiang Hantua. Soon, the insect suddenly leaped up and charged straight at Jiang Hantua's face. Luo Qitian, seeing this, reached out to intercept it. Just as his arm was about to be covered with frost armor, a golden arrow flew over, piercing the green insect. As the green insect was pierced, its body was gradually ignited by the golden light. Finally, the green insect was reduced to dust before Jiang Hantua's eyes. Jiang Hantua breathed a sigh of relief when he saw the insect disappear. As he watched the golden light approach, Jiang Hantua looked off into the distance excitedly. In the distance, Xiao Zilong, expressionless, walked towards Luo Qingtian. Jiang Hantua walked up to Xiao Zilong and whispered, "Brother." Luo Qing, standing to the side, opened her mouth wide. The call of Big Brother shocked her to the core. She hadn't expected the man in the windbreaker to be Jiang Hantua's brother. That doesn't make sense. One Xiao, the other's Jiang. Could they be cousins? Just thinking this, she heard Xiao Zilong say, "You were so careless. It's a good thing I got here in time, otherwise your arm would have been broken." Jiang Hantua smiled a little sheepishly. "Have you guys finished everything?" "It was much faster this year than last." Xiao Zilong nodded slightly. A man behind him smiled and said, "We had experts helping us this time, so it was faster." Jiang Hantua looked slightly surprised. "Expert? I'm a little curious how someone could be called an expert in front of you." Xiao Zilong frowned, looked around, and said, "Let's deal with the remaining Zerg first. We deal with the others after we're done." As soon as he finished speaking, a golden light flashed in Xiao Zilong's hand. The next moment, it instantly flew out, transforming into thousands of golden arrows that soared into the sky. Then, like golden raindrops, they fell towards the surrounding Zerg. The golden arrows pierced the Zerg's bodies. They trembled twice, then flipped over, lifeless. Everyone watched in amazement. Such a formidable Zerg had been completely defeated with just one move by this man. At this moment, everyone looked at Xiao Zilong with admiration. Even Jiang Hantua's gaze was shimmering with stars. "Big Brother is amazing," Xiao Zilong smiled. "Alright, quickly arrange for someone to collect the Zerg corpses. We haven't collected as many this year as in previous years. Try to collect all of them." "Ah, why are there fewer than half?" Jiang Hantua was still a little stunned. "Come back and talk to me later." After Xiao Zilong finished speaking, he patted Jiang Hantua's shoulder and turned to leave with the others behind him. As they passed Luo Qingtian, Xiao Zilong stopped and stared at him for a moment. Luo Qingtian felt a little guilty about being stared at, and feigned fear, hiding behind Qi Nana. Qi Nana assumed Luo Qingtian was frightened, and shifted her body slightly, completely shielding him from view. Xiao Zilong's lips curled slightly, and he looked up, quickly leaving with his men. After seeing Xiao Zilong leave, Luo Qingtian finally emerged from behind Qi Nana. "I was so scared. I thought I offended him." Qi Nana soothed him. "It's okay, don't be afraid of him. Stay away from him." As the two were talking, a woman suddenly appeared in front of them. She stared at Luo Qingtian with a half smile. "What? Our captain stared at you for a while, and you think you're so great? Did you catch his attention?" Chapter 407. Luo Qingtian stared at the woman before him in shock. Luo Qingtian believed she had been to many bases, and knew many women. But this was the first time someone had come to cause trouble, with such a strange excuse. She opened her mouth, a look of astonishment and surprise on her face, momentarily unsure whether she should kill this person. But then she remembered her image as a weak and innocent girl, and hid behind Qi Nana again. You, I don't know what you're talking about." Luo Qingtian's voice began to trail off, as if she had been wronged. Seeing Luo Qingtian being wronged, Qi Nana's protectiveness instantly surged. "What do you mean? Our Qingtian didn't even talk to that captain of yours. If you're so afraid your captain would fall for someone else, why don't you just blindfold him?" Qi Nana had barely finished her words, when the woman suddenly grabbed her neck. "You dare to yell at me in front of me? I'm really giving you face." Luo Qingtian's eyes suddenly turned dangerous when she saw Qi Nana being strangled. The dagger appeared in his hand at that very moment, just as Luo Qingtian was about to slice the woman's neck. Jiang Hantua, standing behind the woman, struck her arm with a wind blade. "Xiao Bailey, that's enough." Jiang Hantua roared angrily, and Xiao Bailey instantly withdrew her hand. 3 more deep wounds, deep enough to see the bone, remained on her arm. Qi Nana was released, bent over, and began to cough. Luo Qingtian quickly sheathed the dagger, and a flash of white light appeared in his hand. The white light enveloped Chinana's neck. Chinana's pain instantly healed. Are you feeling better? Luo Qingqian's words lost their earlier tenderness, instead carrying a piercing coldness. Chinana shuddered at the sound of the voice. She looked up at Luo Qingqian, who blinked, his face filled with worry. I'm fine. Qingqian, don't worry. Across from her, Xiao Bailey glared at Jiang Hantua angrily. Jiang Hantua, how dare you hit me? Who do you think you are? Jiang Hantua scowled at Xiao Bailey. I brought them back. Their safety is my responsibility from now on. Xiao Bailey, are you planning to go against our military? Xiao Bailey held her right hand with her left hand, the wound still bleeding. She glared at Jiang Hantua sullenly, her eyes filled with malice. Suddenly she turned to look at Luo Qing. Are you a healing psychic? Heal me now. Luo Qingqian pulled Chinana back a step. I used up all my powers. You better find someone else. Xiao Bailey sneered at Luo Qingqian. Very well, haha, you dare to mess with me. Just wait and see. Xiao Bailey then leaned on her arm and turned to leave. Luo Qingqian narrowed his eyes at the direction Xiao Bailey had left, stamping his foot lightly on the ground. Wisps of light, as thin as cow hair, quickly extended from the ground, crawling towards Xiao Bailey. Ah! Xiao Bailey's screams echoed from a distance. Then Xiao Bailey fell to the ground. Save me, ah! Save me! Xiao Bailey's screams continued as she fell to the ground, but Jiang Hantua frowned and ignored them. After all, she had always used this method to attract her eldest brother's attention. The other psychics and survivors around her, seeing Xiao Bailey's behavior, did not approach her. Some even stayed away, fearing she might be targeted. Finally, Xiao Bailey collapsed to the ground, unconscious. Jiang Hantua looked apologetically at Chinana and Luo Qingqian. I'm sorry, Xiao Bailey is quite sensitive. She pick a fight with anyone who catches Big Brother's attention. You all been through a great battle today. Take the Zerg corpses and submit them to the mission hall later to receive food and supplies. Chinana nodded. Captain Jiang, you're welcome. We'd be there in a minute. By the way, will we rent our own accommodations at the base, or will the base arrange them for us? Jiang Hantua smiled and said, after you submit the Zerg corpses, they distribute them to you according to the quantity. If you have a lot of food, you can submit some to rent a better place. Jiang Hantua then looked at Luo Qingqian. Miss Luo, you're a healer. Healers are very popular at the 4th base. You can submit your ability level at the 4th base mission hall later. Test your own combat power. With your special abilities and strength, you also receive a phone watch from the 4th base. Any future missions from the 4th base that require a healing psychic will allow them to contact you through the watch. Miss G has a water-based special ability, right? You can also take your strength test. If your strength is over 50, you'll be assigned to the 2nd floor quarters. Luo Qingqian smiled gratefully and said, Thank you, Captain Jiang. I'll be there with Nana and the others shortly. Jiang Hantua nodded and turned to leave, but suddenly remembered something and continued, I'm sorry you were frightened by what happened today. Luo Qingqian smiled. Captain Jiang, you're so polite. We're lucky you're here today, otherwise we really wouldn't know what to do. After exchanging a few more words with Jiang Hantua, the men picked up a few Zerg corpses they had killed and headed straight for the mission hall. Jiang Hantua sighed as he watched the men leave, then turned to look at Xiao Bailey, who lay motionless on the ground in the distance. Captain, Miss Xiao looks like she's fainted, a soldier beside Jiang Hantua whispered. Disgust flashed in Jiang Hantua's eyes, and he started toward Xiao Bailey. Until he reached her, Jiang Hantua's pupils constricted. Xiao Bailey's feet seemed to have been sucked dry, shrunken like a mummy. She looked like a broken rag doll, her face pale and bloodless. Jiang Hantua was shocked, remembering Xiao Bailey's screams just now. It turned out she wasn't faking. But what force could have caused Xiao Bailey to become like this? Jiang Hantua didn't hesitate and immediately called for someone to escort Xiao Bailey to Shao Zilong. After sending Xiao Bailey away, Jiang Hantua's eyes instantly turned sinister and dangerous. He couldn't believe Xiao Bailey had become like this for no apparent reason. Someone must have attacked her through some means. Xiao Bailey was an 8th level psychic, her own abilities already nearing the 9th level. To have been able to attack her silently right in front of him, then this person must have been at least 9th level. And he was talking to Luo Qingqian and Chinana at the time. He hadn't noticed the people around him at all. The hidden expert must be among them. Thinking of the mutant plant he encountered on his way back, which had been killed and its original form had perished. And then Xiao Bailey was attacked again. Jiang Hantua felt as if he had grasped something. Reflexively, he touched the monitoring device at his waist. I thought about that abnormal reading on the instrument. Could it really be her? Chapter 408. Luo Qingtian, Qinana, and Chikawei brought several Zerg corpses to the mission hall. When they arrived, the mission hall was already packed with people, all psychics participating in today's insect-killing competition. Some brought sacks, others brought Zerg corpses strung together in a string. The entire mission hall was bustling with activity. The three waited until evening before their turn arrived. They submitted the Zerg corpses, asked for less food, and then requested 3 ordinary small rooms on the far edge of the second city as their residence. As they were about to leave, the clerk recording the Zerg corpses said, "What are your psychic attributes? Report over there. If you like, you can also take a strength test. If you reach 50, you can choose a better residence." Qinana smiled at Luo Qingtian and said, "Qingtian, let's go over there and give it a try." Luo Qingtian chuckled dryly and didn't respond. Qinana assumed Luo Qingtian had responded and dragged him toward the tester. Luo Qingtian frowned at the tester. Before arriving at the 4th base, he had heard that there was a force meter. Recalling the time Jiang Huntua saw him outside Qing City, he was holding something that looked like a pocket watch. Luo Qingtian almost guessed that his force was quite high. Otherwise, Jiang Huntua wouldn't have had that expression when he faced her. Throughout the journey, Jiang Huntua had noticed that he was unsure of her force. But her own abilities were different from those of others, and she herself didn't know the exact level of her force and abilities. If the numbers were too extreme, it would likely cause a lot of trouble. She hadn't come to the 4th base. She was mainly there to find someone. But she didn't want to draw too much attention, so she established a personal identity. At this point, Qinana had already pulled her in front of the tester. Qinana said to the recorder, "I have water and psychic abilities." Qinana then unleashed her water abilities at the tester, then punched it with her encased fist. Soon, the tester displayed a value of 49. The tester lamented, "What a shame. If it were over 50, you could live in the psychic community." Chikawei also took the test. The value showed 55. The tester smiled. "You can exchange houses based on the stats." Chikawei shook his head. "I don't want to exchange. I want to live with my sister." The inspector looked at Luo Qingtian. "I have a healing ability, so I don't have much power, so I won't test it." Luo Qingtian was about to leave when the inspector quickly said, "Beautiful girl, the 4th base is in dire need of healing abilities. If you have a high-level ability, you can live directly in the first city even if you don't have any strength." Luo Qingtian smiled and said, "My healing ability is only level 6. Just right, 49. The inspector looked at Luo Qingtian with some embarrassment. "That's against the rules." Luo Qingtian took out a pack of cigarettes and stuffed it into the inspector's hand. "Thank you. I really don't want to be separated from my friends." The inspector's eyes lit up when he saw the pack of cigarettes. These days, a pack of cigarettes can be exchanged for 100 kilograms of rice. And people with cigarettes wouldn't trade them for rice. It's safe to say that cigarettes and alcohol are practically unavailable in the 4th base. He tucked the pack of cigarettes into his sleeve and said to the 3 people with a smile, "Since none of you meet the requirements, continue living in your assigned area. Once you get your ID cards, you can leave." The 3 nodded and left. Before leaving, the inspector gave Luo Qingtian a smart watch, telling him to keep it on at all times. After waiting for Luo Qingtian and the other 2 to leave, Jiang Huntua entered the mission hall and walked straight to the inspector. He took his records and took a look. Looking at Luo Qingtian's row, Luo Qingtian, ability, healing, force value, 49, no abnormalities. Jiang Huntua stared at the number next to Luo Qingtian's name for a long time. 49? Only 49? Not even 50? How could that be possible? He looked at the recorder uncertainly. Did they all release their powers just now? The recorder nodded guiltily. "Yes, sir. These values are correct. I saw it myself." Jiang Huntua stared at the recorder for a long moment before saying, "All right, I understand. Thank you for your hard work." Jiang Huntua returned the file to the recorder and left with a frown. "Isn't it him? But I only brought those few people out today, and the only suspects are the non-military psychics." Jiang Huntua quickened his pace at this thought. He wanted to check the data of the other psychics. He had to find that special being. In the first city. In the government-owned villa complex. Screams emanated from the centrally located king-level villa. "Ah, Brother Long, it hurt so badly. That bitch must have done it." Xiao Bailey screamed in agony as she stared at her shrunken legs. Beside him, a healing psychic, sweat dripping, released his healing powers. Xiao Bailey's legs were rapidly recovering. But soon, As if their vitality had been drained away, they withered again. The process was like someone slicing away at her legs with a knife. Ah! Xiao Beili screamed in pain again. Xiao Zilong frowned at Xiao Beili, a flicker of impatience in his eyes. Who did you offend? Xiao Zilong said, as he stepped forward to examine Xiao Beili's legs. Her legs looked as if they had been dried out by the wind, revealing yellowed bones. They looked hideous and terrifying. Xiao Beili cried, I just scolded a woman. That's it. Brother Long, believe me, I didn't cause any trouble. Xiao Zilong narrowed his eyes at Xiao Beili. If you hadn't caused any trouble, would Han Tuo have attacked you? Xiao Zilong simply didn't believe Xiao Beili's words. Xiao Beili always bullied women who were prettier than herself. Especially if anyone she's spoken to him about, she teach them a lesson. He brought this up more than once, and Xiao Beili had always promised him in person that she wouldn't cause any trouble, only to torture them behind his back. He wanted to drive Xiao Beili away several times, but Xiao Beili was the one his close friend had entrusted to him before his death. So in the end, he simply turned a blind eye. Now Xiao Beili had hit a wall. This, in turn, made the entire team feel very relieved. Xiao Beili didn't know what Xiao Zilong was thinking. When the superpower beside her released his superpower towards her again, she couldn't help but wave her hand and slapped him. You useless piece of shit, can you cure it or not? If not, get out of here. Chapter 409. The healing psychic was momentarily caught off guard, and was slapped away by Xiao Beili. His body landed heavily on the ground. Poof! The psychic vomited blood and fell to the ground, unresponsive. Xiao Zilong, upon seeing this, slammed the table in front of him. The table shattered into pieces. Xiao Beili, you gone too far. Xiao Beili finally realized what she had done. She looked at Xiao Zilong with grievance. Brother Long, I really didn't mean to. I'm just in so much pain. Xiao Zilong frowned at Xiao Beili, and turned to glance at Ma Ouzhou behind him. Ma Ouzhou immediately went forward to check on the healing psychic. He then stood up and said to Xiao Zilong, Brother Long, he's not dead, just unconscious. Xiao Zilong breathed a sigh of relief. When will the medical psychic over there get here? Just as he finished speaking, the villa's door opened, and another psychic from Team Aodian walked in with a man in a white lab coat. Brother Long, I'm here with the medical psychic. Xiao Zilong glanced at him and said, Let's treat that unconscious friend first. The medical psychic in the white lab coat entered the villa, and saw the healing psychic lying on the ground. The psychic's face was grim, and he glanced at Xiao Zilong. A flash of white light flashed in his hand. The white light enveloped the unconscious psychic, and finally the man's deep voice rang out. 3 ribs are broken, and 1 is in the lungs. Luckily I arrived in time. Otherwise, this brother wouldn't have survived tonight. After the medical psychic finished speaking, the unconscious psychic opened his eyes. He looked at Xiao Beili, who was still lying on the sofa, with hatred in his eyes. Xiao Zilong said apologetically, Sorry, brother. I have someone get you 2 bags of rations later. I'm sorry to bother you with what happened today. The healing psychic stood up and shook his head. It's okay, Deputy Base Commander. If there's nothing else, I'd be leaving now. He would never come back to this place again. Even though Xiao Zilong was Deputy Base Commander and the captain of Team Aodian, he didn't want to be associated with these people. Xiao Zilong nodded. Okay. Thank you for your help. After waiting for the psychic to leave, Xiao Zilong looked at the medical psychic and said, Director Qiu. I'm sorry to have made a fool of myself. Xiao Beili lost control a little bit. Qiu Chongqing said nothing and walked straight up to Xiao Beili. Xiao Beili knew she had done something wrong and looked at Xiao Zilong and Qiu Chongqing with a guilty look. Qiu Chongqing pulled a hammer, a saw, and tweezers from his medical kit. He first tapped Xiao Beili's calf with the hammer. Xiao Beili, already enduring pain, screamed in agony after being struck. Ah! Qiu Chongqing frowned, completely disregarding Xiao Beili's pain. He took out his scalpel and cut directly into her leg. Ah! Xiao Beili screamed again. Qiu Chongqing carefully examined the dead flesh he had cut from Xiao Beili. Who did Miss Xiao offend? Someone had instantly drained all the life from her leg. Xiao Beili's face was now covered in snot and tears, and she was shaking with pain. I don't know who I offended. I always been by Brother Long's side. How could I have offended someone so easily? As Xiao Beili said this, everyone in the villa fell silent. She's such a pushover. Hasn't she offended enough people in the entire 4th base? Qiu Chongqing stopped talking. He looked up at Xiao Zilong and said, Deputy Base Commander, Miss Xiao's injury is quite serious. She needs amputation, and then I use my limb regeneration ability to grow a new one. But you know, The fee for limb regeneration is 1,000 kilograms of refined grain. My wife loves rice. Just give me 900 kilograms of refined rice. 900 kilograms of refined rice? Why don't you just go and grab it? When Xiao Bailey heard the fee, she forgot the pain in her leg and started screaming. Xiao Chongqing had always disliked Xiao Bailey. Upon hearing her words, he stood up, put all his tools into the medicine box, and turned to leave. Xiao Bailey panicked when she saw Xiao Chongqing leaving. Xiao Chongqing was the only bone-and-flesh medical psychic in the 4th base. If she offended Xiao Chongqing to death, her leg would be completely crippled. Director Xiao, that's not what I meant. Brother Long, help me. Xiao Bailey looked at Xiao Zilong excitedly. Xiao Zilong was truly fed up with Xiao Bailey's temper and frowned at her. He said to Xiao Chongqing, who was about to leave, Director Xiao, I give you 1,200 kilograms of refined rice. Please treat Bailey. We need Xiao Bailey's help when the Zerg army attacks later. Xiao Chongqing was actually just trying to scare Xiao Bailey, but now that Xiao Zilong had given him a way out, he turned to Xiao Zilong and said, well, this isn't the place for amputation. Take her with you. Xiao Chongqing said, and walked straight out of the villa. Xiao Zilong frowned at Xiao Bailey and stepped forward to pick her up. Then, following Xiao Chongqing, he headed straight for the base hospital. Luo Qingtian was currently packing up in his room. They had been assigned a house between the 2nd city and the 3rd city. Each room was only about 20 square meters. Just enough for one person to rest. Those living in the 3rd city of each base were essentially survivors without abilities or backgrounds. Some psychics with less powerful abilities also lived there. From the area where Luo Qingtian and his group were assigned, they could see the situation in the 3rd city from the outside. Just as Luo Qingtian had almost finished packing, there was a knock at the door. Qingtian, are you ready? Luo Qingtian opened the door and looked at Qi Nana. Everything's done. Is there anything? Qi Nana smiled awkwardly and said, Qingtian, we're planning to go on a mission tomorrow. You're a healing psychic. Would you like to come with us? Have you found a team yet? Luo Qingtian asked in surprise. Qi Nana shook her head. Not yet, but my brother and I have always had good luck. Would you like to go with us tomorrow and wait? Luo Qingtian thought for a moment. Since we just arrived at the 4th base, finding someone wouldn't be easy. He nodded. Okay. Call me when you go out. I go with you. Hearing Luo Qingtian's agreement, Qi Nana's face flushed with excitement. She pulled 2 lollipops from her pocket and placed them in Luo Qingtian's hands. Then we be teammates from now on. These are for you. I call you tomorrow morning, Qi Nana said, turning and running. Luo Qingtian looked at the lollipops in his hand, his lips curling slightly. This was the first time someone had given me candy. It felt pretty good. Just as Luo Qingtian closed the door and prepared to leave, he suddenly felt the life-absorbing thread he had placed in Xiao Bailey's calf disappear. Chapter 410. Luo Qingtian narrowed his eyes. It seemed that Xiao Bailey had truly been cruel to him, willing to amputate his legs. A flicker of murderous intent flashed in Luo Qingtian's eyes. He had already taken action today. Once Xiao Bailey recovered from her injuries, she might realize that this matter involved him. For now, he didn't want to expose himself too much at the 4th base and cause trouble. And Luo Qingtian had a feeling that Xiao Bailey would likely cause him a lot of trouble in the future. Thinking of this, Luo Qingtian retrieved a black mask, a black windbreaker, and a black hat from his space. Cloaking in black, he left their small cell under cover of night. In the 4th base hospital, Xiao Bailey screamed in agony. I wonder if the anesthetic wasn't effective enough for psychics. Xiao Bailey felt both of her legs being chopped off by Xiao Chongqing. Xiao Chongqing hated Xiao Bailey's disregard for life, so he deliberately reduced the amount of anesthetic used. Xiao Bailey endured the pain, then watched her legs grow back. Watching her legs healed, Xiao Bailey cried breathlessly. When Luo Qingtian arrived, he saw Xiao Bailey's legs had grown. Luo Qingtian narrowed his eyes and gently tapped the wall. A dark light quickly sank into the ground, then quickly extended beneath Xiao Bailey. Aside from the operating table, the room was completely dim, and the 2 thin rays of light, as thin as cow hairs, reaching out to Xiao Bailey were completely invisible. Xiao Bailey sat on the operating table, staring blankly at her legs. She hadn't yet recovered from the joy of her legs being healed. Suddenly, a sharp pain shot through her calf, and she watched in horror as it shrank again. Ah! No, no! Xiao Bailey's voice caught Xiao Chongqing's attention, and he stared in shock at her shrunken legs. He immediately pulled out a chainsaw. Without a word, He began sawing off Xiao Bailey's legs. Ah! Brother Long, help me! Xiao Bailey screamed in pain. Xiao Zilong rushed into the operating room from outside. What happened? Xiao Zilong asked, frowning. It's nothing. The root of the problem must have been left untreated. Xiao Chongqing, his face grim, unleashed his regenerative powers. Xiao Bailey's legs grew back. Terrified by the sight of her legs, she hugged them tightly, curling herself into a ball. And then, 2 black lines pierced the soles of her feet again. Ah! Xiao Bailey screamed again. Then Xiao Zilong and Xiao Chongqing watched as Xiao Bailey's legs shriveled once more. What was going on? Xiao Zilong's face was livid as he stared at Xiao Chongqing, who also looked grim. He had always been confident in his medical skills. But now, he had already failed twice with Xiao Bailey. Impossible. Ignoring Xiao Bailey's pain, Xiao Chongqing grabbed her shrunken legs and began to examine them. Suddenly, he saw something burrowing into the soles of her feet. Captain Xiao, quick, cut off Xiao Bailey's legs. Xiao Zilong, unsuspecting him, instantly manifested a golden sword in his hand. With a single swing of his sword, Xiao Bailey's legs were severed. Xiao Chongqing unleashed his supernatural power once more. Xiao Bailey was completely overwhelmed by the pain, her eyes fixed on her legs as they grew back. This time, Xiao Chongqing and Xiao Zilong both stared at Xiao Bailey's legs. Luo Qitian was standing outside the window. Although dressed in black, his pair of white wings stood out. That's why someone spotted Luo Qitian flying in midair. Who's there? Hearing that shout, Luo Qitian instantly retreated. And when Xiao Zilong noticed someone at the window, he leaped out. Outside the operating room, Jiang Huntua had been waiting for news. Upon hearing the noise inside, he rushed in. Seeing his eldest brother rush out the window, he immediately condensed wind-type supernatural powers in his hands and feet, and the next moment, he rushed out the window too. Luo Qitian hadn't expected to be so exposed. Turning to run, Jiang Huntua flew out and blocked Luo Qingqian's path. Who are you? Why are you hurting me? Jiang Huntua was surprised at first, when he saw the pair of wings behind Luo Qitian, then his expression turned extremely cold. He stared at Luo Qitian with full defensiveness. Below him, 2 massive golden blades appeared on Xiao Zilong's arms. Seeing Luo Qitian standing in midair confronting Jiang Huntua, Xiao Zilong swung his massive blades and stabbed directly at Luo Qitian. Luo Qitian suddenly leaped up, avoiding the thrust. Jiang Huntua, on the opposite side, also rushed over. He punched Luo Qitian in the face. Luo Qitian blocked the blow with his hand and kicked Jiang Huntua in the chest. With just one blow, Jiang Huntua was sent flying by Luo Qitian. The 2 small whirlwinds beneath Jiang Huntua's feet vanished the moment he was kicked away. Then his body fell heavily to the ground. Xiao Zilong thrust the 2 golden blades into the ground, then leaped high into the air. One blade ripped from the ground and swung fiercely at Luo Qitian. The other blade remained stuck in the ground, supporting him as he hung in midair. Luo Qitian suddenly leaned forward and charged at Xiao Zilong. As she approached Xiao Zilong, she grasped his blade with 2 fingers. Crack! With a crisp sound, Xiao Zilong's blade was instantly broken by Luo Qingqian's 2 fingers. Xiao Zilong stared at his broken blade in shock. A smile flashed in Luo Qingqian's eyes. This smile stung Xiao Zilong's eyes, and suddenly, his expression twisted as he stared at Luo Qingqian. Hundreds of tiny golden needles appeared around him. It flew towards Luo Qingqian with a whizzing sound. A flash of surprise flashed in Luo Qingqian's eyes. This man could unleash his powers without hands. Luo Qingqian marveled inwardly, worthy of being the leader of the 4th base. However, when these tiny needles flew towards him, they were blocked by Xiao Lu. Following this, Luo Qingqian also kicked Xiao Zilong in the chest. Xiao Zilong also fell to the ground, but his eyes remained fixed on Luo Qingqian's direction as he landed. At this moment, many psychics rushed out from the surrounding area to support him. Luo Qingqian stretched out his hand, making a bow and arrow motion. A mist instantly appeared in Luo Qingqian's hand. Swoosh! 3 arrows shot out instantly. Xiao Zilong and Jiang Huntua's eyes widened instantly. They watched as these 3 icy arrows flew towards them. However, the 3 arrows did not hit them, but instead exploded above their heads, raising a cloud of icy mist. Their vision was momentarily obstructed. Jiang Huntua endured the excruciating pain and stood up, using his wind power to blow away the icy mist. The icy mist vanished, and the dark figure in the sky disappeared. Chapter 411. Jiang Huntua pursed his lips, gazing at the empty sky, his heart pounding. After all his time at the fourth base, this was the first time he seen someone surpass Xiao Zilong. But the man who had just come to assassinate Xiao Beili had only used a few moves against him and Xiao Zilong, leaving them unable to fight back. This man was too powerful. This realization shattered his limited understanding of psychic levels. In other words, a level 10 psychic wasn't even the pinnacle of psychics. Xiao Zilong was also deeply shaken. He had never considered himself the most powerful psychic in the entire Yin nation. Any one of the four gods squad at base 0 was a force beyond his reach. Even so, he was confident he could hold his own against these extremely powerful psychics. But that man, facing his most powerful attack, had only used a single move to send him flying. Who exactly is he? Why is he at the fourth base? And why is he targeting Xiao Beili? Xiao Zilong had wiped Xiao Beili's ass countless times, but this was the first time he felt a deep-seated disgust and annoyance towards her. Brother, are you okay? Jiang Hantu approached Xiao Zilong and asked worriedly. Xiao Zilong shook his head. What about you? Are you okay? Xiao Zilong suppressed his annoyance and disgust and looked at Jiang Hantu gently. Jiang Hantu shook his head. I'm fine. That guy must have held back on us just now. I just don't know what his purpose is here. Is he just here to assassinate Xiao Beili? Xiao Zilong frowned and said, I saw him during the day when we were killing the Zerg. The reason I was able to clear the Zerg so quickly this time was because he single-handedly cleared out the entire Zerg flying overhead. Hearing Xiao Zilong's words, Jiang Hantu instinctively thought of Luo Qingtian. During the afternoon Zerg slaughter, Luo Qingtian was absent for a while, seemingly hiding somewhere. But he reappeared soon after. That meant that powerful psychic couldn't be Luo Qingtian. At this thought, Jiang Hantu felt a sudden sense of relief. He looked at his eldest brother seriously and said, Brother, that person is truly powerful. He suddenly appeared at the fourth base, and went out of his way to assassinate Xiao Beili. Do you think Xiao Beili did something we don't know about that might have offended someone? Xiao Zilong shook his head. I don't know. You know Xiao Beili's personality. She says one thing to my face, another behind my back. If she truly offends someone she shouldn't this time, I won't intervene again. I still owe Qiao Yitong enough favors. As the two spoke, the members of Team Alphen came running over. Ma Uzhou approached the two men and said, Brother, I just checked, and there's no sign of the man in black in First City. I suspect he's no longer at the base. Xiao Zilong nodded. Have all psychics withdrawn, and conduct a secret investigation. If you do find the man in black, don't act rashly, just notify me. Remember, if you do find him, don't act in secret. You're no match for him. After Xiao Zilong finished speaking, he looked at Jiang Hantu again. You must have recruited quite a few psychics this time. Go back and check on those newcomers. Perhaps this person is connected to those newcomers. This person is powerful, stronger than you or me. If he's truly one of these newcomers, we must win him over. He can't be an enemy, only a friend. Jiang Hantu nodded slightly at Xiao Zilong's words. Somehow, his mind returned to Luo Qingtian. Thinking of Luo Qingtian's frightened, her wet, doe-like eyes, Jiang Hantu felt an indescribable strangeness and complexity. What? Did he think of someone? Xiao Zilong sensed something was wrong with Jiang Hantu, and Jiang Hantu quickly shook his head. No, big brother. The person I'm thinking of can't be the one we're looking for. I just think she's too weak. Xiao Zilong looked at Jiang Hantu with a half-smile, his eyes, as if he were watching his own idiot finally come to his senses. That's good. Be careful. If you do find someone who's acting strangely, don't be reckless. Come to me first, and we do our best to find them. Big brother, are you looking for him to join the fourth base? Jiang Hantu asked uncertainly. Xiao Zilong smiled and nodded. Yes. Xiao Zilong thought, if he could truly recruit such a powerful psychic to the fourth base, its strength would definitely rival that of the four gods squad at base 0. I heard the central government is recruiting new members for the psychic team. Once selected, after completing a confidential government mission, they could stay in the government center and hold a key position. At the very least, they could be assigned to serve as base commanders at major bases. Right now, he desperately needed such a powerful teammate to support him. That way, he could enter the heart of Yin country. Thinking of this, Xiao Zilong became even more determined to find Luo Qingtian. After leaving the first city, Luo Qingtian quickly flew towards her cabin. Taking advantage of the darkness, and while no one was watching, she jumped through her window. Her movements were fluid and effortless. After Luo Qingtian returned to her room, she quickly closed the window and entered the space. Unbeknownst to Luo Qingtian, Chikaway had emerged from the room as she closed the window. He gazed at Luo Qingqian's room with a complex expression, then quietly returned to his room. After Luo Qingqian returned to the space, he went to find Mao. Mao was still busy processing Zerg corpses on the grass. When Luo Qingqian arrived, he saw a mountain of smelting materials neatly arranged by Mao. Even the sorting was done perfectly. Standing in front of the materials, Luo Qingqian gave Mao a thumbs up. Mao, you're my perfect wife. When the apocalypse is over, I'm going to start a waste sorting company, and I hire you as my special assistant. Upon hearing this, Mao dropped the mantis Zerg corpse he was handling onto the ground, and the vine in his hand transformed into a small green whip. Mao lashed the ground with the whip. With a snap, a crisp sound rang out. Luo Qingqian reflexively jumped far away. Mao, your temper is getting worse and worse. You have to know that I am the boss. I am the boss. Mao twisted his head and looked at Luo Qingqian. That glance made Luo Qingqian feel strangely guilty, almost as if he had made a mistake as a child and his grandmother was staring at him with a feather duster. Mao, I'm hungry. You cook me some food. Luo Qingqian turned and ran. Mao watched Luo Qingqian run away, but didn't chase him. He returned to the pile of Zerg corpses and continued to deal with them. When Luo Qingqian returned to the villa, the little Mao had just placed the food on the table. Chapter 412. Luo Qingqian stared at the prepared meal in shock, then glanced at the little fur ball. Little fur ball, you can cook too? The little fur ball gave Luo Qingqian a gentle smile, which amazed Luo Qingqian even more. She gave the little fur ball a thumbs up. Wow, not only is Mao amazing now, but the child he gave birth to is amazing too. The little fur ball looked at Luo Qingqian speechlessly, and placed the sweet and sour spare ribs heavily on the table. Then she moved to the flower pot at the entrance of the villa and sat down. Luo Qingqian curled her lips. One Sundara, one thing is certain, but how could the child he gave birth to be Sundara too? Luo Qingqian sat down at the table, picked up her bowl, and began to eat. After finishing her meal, Luo Qingqian put the dishes in the dishwasher and went upstairs. After Luo Qingqian left, the little fur ball emerged from the flower pot. It moved to Mucho's side and helped him deal with the corpses scattered on the floor. The next day, Nana knocked on Luo Qingqian's door early. Luo Qingqian yawned and walked out. So early? Nana said with a smile. I have instant noodles, Qingqian. Let's go have some. Luo Qingqian thought for a moment and nodded. He then went back to his room and grabbed a few steamed buns with cabbage and pork before following Nana to dinner. Nana had never expected to treat Luo Qingqian to a meal and actually get steamed buns with meat. The siblings enjoyed their breakfast very much. After eating and drinking, the siblings locked the door and walked with Luo Qingqian towards First City. They led Luo Qingqian to a bus sign and waited. Luo Qingqian stared at the sign in astonishment. There's a bus here. Luo Qingqian was no wonder she was surprised. After visiting so many bases, this was the first time she'd seen one with a bus. Luo Qingqian immediately thought of her own manor. When it expanded, should she arrange for one? Just as she was thinking this, she saw a green bus approaching. Nana said with a smile, those with special abilities from the second city can enter the first city. The bus here runs twice a day, one in the morning and one at noon. The return bus runs once at noon and once in the evening. Nana grabbed Luo Qingqian's hand and boarded the bus. There were quite a few people heading from the second base to the first city, and by the time the three of them boarded, only 3 seats remained at the back of the bus. The ticket cost 10 points per person. Chikaway took out his points card and readily swiped it for Luo Qingqian and Nana. After boarding, the bus began its journey towards the first city. The bus made several stops along the way, and many more people boarded. Soon, the entire bus was packed with people, both sitting and standing. Some people even got into a fistfight over seats. Until the bus driver suddenly stopped, stood up, and threw the 2 quarreling parties out with one hand. Then the atmosphere quieted down. Luo Qingqian's head was buzzing. She hadn't known how long it had been since she felt such a crowded bus. This time, she felt like she'd been transported back to the pre-apocalyptic era. Of course, aside from the crowded bus atmosphere, Luo Qingqian couldn't help but find a mask from her space and put it on, feeling a little more comfortable. Half an hour later, the bus stopped outside the first city's gates. The psychics, who had been crammed into the bus, fled the bus like a flood. Luo Qingqian and the other 2 were the last to leave the bus. Breathing the fresh air again, Luo Qingqian felt a surge of energy. Arriving at the mission hall again, Luo Qingtian was frightened by the sheer number of people inside and retreated. Especially at the sight of the throng of people, Luo Qingtian felt an inexplicable sense of unease. Feeling his inner restlessness, he reached out and stroked his forearm. The anger level on his arm surpassed 50%, and Luo Qingtian felt a surge of irritation again. Guess he have to find a chance to enter the space and take a cold shower. Come on, Qingtian, let's go in and take a look. Qi Nana, completely oblivious to Luo Qingtian's condition, dragged him inside. Luo Qingtian shook his head. You go ahead. I don't want to go in. I'm afraid of crowds. He was afraid he accidentally blow up the hall. Qi Nana assumed Luo Qingtian had social anxiety and dragged him to a less crowded place. Qingtian, you're too timid. Just wait here. My brother and I will go find the team and call you when the time comes. Qi Nana glanced around, making sure no one was paying attention to Luo Qingtian before pulling Qikuei away. Qikuei turned to look at Luo Qingtian as he left, full of doubt and suspicion. But in the end, he chose to trust his sister. His sister, with her perceptive instincts, never missed a friend. After Qi Nana and Qikuei left, Luo Qingtian stood in a corner and began to try to deactivate his passive skill. But because of his anger level, the passive skill icon remained lit. This made Luo Qingtian even more annoyed. This isn't a forest. Why do I have so much anger? Luo Qingtian cursed under her breath when someone behind her placed a hand on her shoulder. Luo Qingtian narrowed her eyes, and the aura around her instantly became dangerous. A dagger materialized in her hand, and Luo Qingtian spun around, ready to thrust. Then Jiang Hantua's voice rang out, Luo Qingtian, why are you here? Luo Qingtian's outstretched hand froze, and the next moment, the dagger in her hand transformed into a lollipop. The aura around her instantly subsided. Her expression shifted, and she turned to look at Jiang Hantua. Captain Jiang, why are you here too? Luo Qingtian even removed her mask, revealing a pure, innocent face. Jiang Hantua coughed twice at Luo Qingtian's appearance. Oh, I'm here to see a friend today. Are you here for a mission? In reality, Jiang Hantua felt strangely familiar with the masked Luo Qingtian, so he couldn't help but approach. After confirming it was Luo Qingtian, he couldn't help but greet him. Luo Qingtian smiled and said, well, Nana's gone to take the mission. Once she's done, we go out together. As he spoke, Qi Nana, Qikuei, and 3 other psychics approached. Qingtian, the mission's accepted. Qi Nana skipped over to Luo Qingtian's side. Luo Qingtian smiled at Qi Nana and waved back. Qi Nana then spotted Jiang Hantua. Captain Jiang, you're here too? Is your military team also taking on a mission? Jiang Hantua chuckled dryly. No, I'm here to find someone. Qi Nana nodded. Yes, we're planning to search for black-armored scorpions in the northern half of the forest. I heard they're only found in the outer reaches. It shouldn't be difficult. Jiang Hantua smiled and nodded. Yes, it's indeed not difficult. The black-armored scorpion's shell is very hard. If you can catch more intact black-armored scorpions, you can apply to the mission hall to exchange them for a pair of black-armored scorpion armor. Chapter 413. Qi Nana looked at Jiang Hantua excitedly. Captain Jiang, are you saying that we should bring back the extra black-armored scorpions and exchange them for equipment at base? Jiang Hantua smiled and nodded. You can think so. Wearing black-armored scorpion gear will increase your chances of survival even if you encounter zombies or Zerg during a mission. It's a sure win for you. Everyone was eager to try it out. Luo Qingtian was speechless. A black-armored scorpion that big, only to be traded for a tiny armor? Haha, what a win. Jiang Hantua talked for a long time, but when he realized Luo Qingtian didn't seem particularly interested, he gave up on staying any longer. He exchanged a few words with the others and hurried away. After Jiang Hantua left, the psychic behind Qi Nana asked in surprise, Were you also brought back by Captain Jiang? Qi Nana blinked and replied, Yes, we were brought back yesterday. Were you also brought back by Captain Jiang? The psychic smiled and nodded, Yes. Several of us are. Captain Jiang often goes out to look for scattered psychics. At this point, another psychic said with a smile, After all, our 4th base was established relatively recently, and the population is pitifully small. It's said that during the expansion, half of the mutant forest was bulldozed to create the 4th base we have today. This question successfully caught Luo Qingtian's attention. What does bulldozed half of the mutant forest mean? Luo Qingtian stared at the man, who was speaking with a curious look on his face. The man's ears turned red at Luo Qingtian's sparkling eyes. He held his fist to his lips and coughed softly. This used to be part of South City. Later, mutant plants proliferated, and many mutant insects appeared, and eventually the entire South City became a mutant forest. The government dispatched numerous experts to search for the most suitable location for the fourth base. They chose this spot, and flattened half of the mutant forest to create this fourth base. However, this very reason made the fourth base particularly vulnerable to Zerg invasions. After hearing this explanation, Luo Qingtian finally understood why his passive skill had inexplicably activated, and why his rage level was so high. The reason was that this was a forest. Although it had been flattened, the surface soil was still part of the forest. Luo Qingtian licked his dry lips. It seemed he had to be more careful if he wanted to talk to someone calmly. Nana looked at Luo Qingtian's slightly pale face and stepped forward, grabbing Luo Qingtian. Qingtian, don't be afraid. I'm here. I protect you. Luo Qingtian was startled when Nana suddenly grabbed his hand. He was about to pull it back, but when he heard Nana's words of protection again, he stopped. She looked up at Nana and smiled. Okay, thank you, Nana. Chikaway, who was standing behind her, checked the time and said, let's introduce our new teammates. Let me introduce myself first. My name is Chikaway, and I have a level 7 speed ability. I'm good at escaping and exploring. I also have a rudimentary mind control ability. This ability is negligible. Nana then followed suit, saying, my name is Nana, and I have water and psychic perception abilities. My water ability is level 6. My psychic perception level is uncertain, but I can sense danger. This is Luo Qingtian, also a level 6 psychic with a healing ability. Nana also introduced Luo Qingtian. Because she had just remembered that Luo Qingtian was particularly afraid of crowds and had a social anxiety disorder. Several other psychics followed suit and introduced themselves. One was Miao Sunan, an 8th level Earth-type psychic. Zheng Yoli, an 8th level Plant-type and Control-type psychic. When it was Ding Qian's turn, he proudly introduced his own abilities. I'm a Fire-type psychic. As a 9th level psychic, my Fire-type abilities are different from others, with both advantages and disadvantages. Anyway, you see in battle, Zheng Yoli then looked at Ding Qian and said, Ding Qian, are you the sharpshooter Ding Qian? I heard you almost made it to the Alpha squad. Ding Qian nodded modestly, yes. But I fell a little short. Brother Long didn't see you. Ding Qian spoke of this with a touch of pride. In the fourth base, being a member of the Alpha squad, or even a candidate for it, was a matter of immense pride. When Zheng Yoli mentioned Ding Qian's near miss, the others looked at him with admiration. Nana curled her lips, as if she had thought of something. Team Alpha? The one with Xiao Bailey, right? That Xiao Bailey is a psychopath. If I joined a team like that, she'd bully me to death. Speaking of Xiao Bailey, Ding Qian's expression changed, as if a bad memory had come to mind. Everyone in Team Alpha was good, except Xiao Bailey. Her possessiveness of Captain Long had reached a perverse level. It's best to stay away from her in the future. Ding Qian then looked at Nana, then at Luo Qingtian. Both women were beautiful, especially Luo Qingtian, whose skin was so fair it looked like it could be squeezed dry. A pair of sparkling almond-shaped eyes, just one glance at him, had sent a tingling sensation through his body. You two are both so beautiful, and Xiao Bailey loves to torture girls who are prettier than her. If you run into her in the future, try to avoid her and never let her see your faces. In this apocalypse, being pretty isn't a blessing. Nana nodded. I understand. Thanks for the reminder. Xiao Bailey, and I have already met her beforehand. Yesterday, while we were killing insects, that captain just glanced at Qingtian and she wanted to kill us. Luckily, Captain Jiang came by and saved us. Guess we should stay away from them from now on. Hearing this, Ding Qian's face paled even further. Knowing Xiao Bailey, he knew that anyone she targeted would be in her clutches. And since these two were still alive, there was no telling who would see them again. Thinking of this, Ding Qian looked at Luo Qingtian and Nana with regret and pity. Chikaway then pulled out a mission card and said, it's getting late, let's get started. Ding Qian nodded. Come on, I take you on a shortcut from the first city to the forest. Ding Qian spoke with a hint of arrogance and pride. After all, only someone with connections like him could get this kind of treatment. The group left the mission hall and headed straight for the highway to wait for the bus. Luo Qingtian's heart trembled when he saw the bus again. Thinking of the crowded bus, Luo Qingtian was terrified he accidentally blow it up. Thankfully, Ding Qian had no intention of taking the bus. After many twists and turns, he led Luo Qingtian and the others to a courtyard. Chapter 414. A middle-aged man lived in the courtyard. Upon seeing Ding Qian, he extended his hand and gently touched Ding Qian's. Ding Qian, what are you doing here? Ding Qian smiled at Ying. I come to see you for something. Ying looked at the people following Ding Qian and instantly understood his purpose. Where are you going this time? The mutant forest, the dimension you know. The usual place. After Ding Qian finished speaking, he smiled at Luo Qitian and the others behind him. This is Ying, a member of Team AO Feng, a 9th level space-based psychic. Space-based psychics are the most difficult to level up. This is because space-based psychics don't necessarily lead to a second form. And Ying's second form is teleportation. He can teleport us directly to the outermost edge of the mutant forest. Ying smiled sheepishly. No need to explain so much. Hurry up. The captain and the others will be here soon. Ding Qian's face changed when he heard this. Fine, I pay you for the teleportation when I get back. Ying scoffed. What's the point of arguing about fees between you and me? I get you out first. Hold on to me. As soon as he finished speaking, Ying took a step forward. Luo Qitian and the others quickly stepped forward and grabbed the corner of Ying's clothes. The next moment, they appeared at the entrance of a forest. Okay, I can only take you here. We just killed a Zerg yesterday, and many Zerg are still operating outside this area. Be careful. After Ying finished speaking, his body teleported again and disappeared before everyone's eyes. Watching Ying disappear, Luo Qitian was completely stunned by the teleportation ability. Luo Qitian realized how little he knew about superpowers. If he could evolve the teleportation ability himself, returning home would be a piece of cake. Ding Qian watched everyone stare blankly at the direction Ying had disappeared. Knowing they were shocked, he smiled and said, Space-type abilities can be extended after advancement. Those who possess teleportation are rare. Perhaps only 1 or 2 out of 1,000 possess it. Luo Qitian turned to look at Ding Qian and asked, do all space-type abilities extend after advancement? Although she was a space-type, her space was completely different from her supernatural space. Ding Qian shook his head. Not necessarily. Some evolve to teleport, some simply expand their space, and some evolve offensive abilities. It's hard to say. After Ding Qian finished speaking, he looked towards the forest entrance. Okay, don't be so shocked. If we had the opportunity to continue working together in the future, I'd take you to see Ying again. Ding Qian spoke, and was the first to head towards the forest entrance. The others, noticing Ding Qian's actions, followed him. Perhaps because Ding Qian had the highest level of supernatural powers, the entire team now considered him their leader. The mutated forest was filled with green, thorny vines. Seeing Luo Qitian and the others approach, these vines stretched out in all directions. The vines moved silently, like long green snakes. But the team members didn't notice their approach. Ah! Chikaway suddenly screamed, and then his ankle was entangled by the vines, dragging him rapidly deeper into the forest. Brother! Nana shouted nervously, about to step forward. Water blades condensed in her hand, and flew towards the vines in front of Chikaway. At this moment, Chikaway pulled out a dagger from the side of his thigh and slashed fiercely at the vines beneath his feet. The vines severed, and Chikaway rolled on the ground, quickly returning to his group. As Chikaway fled, the surrounding vines, like nimble green snakes, slithered toward the group. Suddenly, Ding Qian's flamethrower appeared. Be careful. These vines are alive. With that, Ding Qian began blasting the flamethrower at the surrounding area. The flames quickly ignited the surrounding fallen leaves, grass, and vines. The vines retreated rapidly, as if burned. Soon, silence fell. Nana's face trembled as she looked around in panic, one hand tightly grasping Luo Qitian's. She feared they would be separated from Luo Qitian. Luo Qitian looked at Nana with amusement, until the mutated vines around her had completely faded. Nana's expression finally cleared. These vines are really dangerous. Nana swallowed. Luo Qitian smiled, patted Nana's hand, and said, let me go first. I go heal your brother. Nana then remembered she was still holding Luo Qitian's hand. She quickly let go. Seeing Luo Qitian's hand red from her pinch, she apologized, I'm sorry, Qitian. I was too nervous. Nana looked at Luo Qitian's wrist worriedly, then suddenly thought of her brother, and hurried to his side. Brother, how are you? Chikaway wanted to speak, but he felt completely numb, unable even to move his tongue. Luo Qitian squatted down, untied the vines from Chikaway's feet, and pulled up his trouser legs. He then saw a trace of a vine wrapped around Chikaway's ankle. But beneath the tangled traces, there were small holes. Now, black blood was oozing out from those holes. Luo Qitian picked up the vine and examined it. Seeing the tiny thorns, he said, these vines have thorns, and those thorns have a toxin that paralyzes the nerves. Everyone, be careful, Luo Qingtian said, as a white light flashed from his hand, enveloping Chikui's ankle. Quickly, Chikui's injuries healed, and even the toxins in his body were completely absorbed. Chikui looked at his healed ankle, stood up, and raised it. Haha, Qingtian, you're amazing. I'm fine. Luo Qingtian smiled and nodded. That's good. Let's keep going. Luo Qingtian looked behind him at Ding Qian, who nodded as well. Keep going. This thing is called the Ghost Thorn Vine. There are many of these Ghost Thorn Vine around. After passing the Ghost Thorn Vine, you find a Zerg's habitat. The group cautiously looked around and continued on. After the group had walked for a while, the surrounding Ghost Thorn Vines began to fly over again, this time even more numerous than before, even sprouting from beneath their feet. But this time, everyone was prepared. As the vines burst forth from the ground, Miao Sunan immediately reinforced the ground around them. The vines were restrained as soon as they emerged. The remaining vines were repelled by the protection of everyone's supernatural powers. Luo Qingtian was surrounded in the center, carefully protected. It was during this opportunity that Luo Qingtian finally got a clear look at Ding Qian's supernatural power. Although Ding Qian was a fire type, his abilities were quite limited. He could transform into the desired weapon based on his needs, first a flamethrower, then a shotgun, and finally a submachine gun. This power of his was somewhat similar to his own 3-arrow volley. Chapter 415. However, Luo Qingtian's 3 arrows can change form according to his needs. For example, freezing or rain. However, Ding Qian's ability can only be applied to firearms. So far, Luo Qingtian has only seen 3 forms. The group continued to release their abilities while moving forward, sending back any approaching Ghost Thorn Vines. After walking for about an hour, they finally passed the Ghost Thorn Vines range. After defeating the Ghost Thorn Vines, they found an open area and made sure there were no dangerous plants around before sitting down to rest. The previous battle with the Ghost Thorn Vines had left everyone with numerous injuries, both large and small. Now able to rest, they quickly exposed their wounds and asked Luo Qingtian to help them heal them. Half an hour later, everyone stood up and prepared to continue their journey. However, just as they stood up, a rustling sound was heard all around them. Chikui shouted, "Everyone, be careful. Something's approaching." Shinana's body began to tremble at this. A lot of things are approaching. As soon as she finished speaking, she saw a swarm of black and green bugs suddenly appear around them. Each bug had 8 legs spread out. Their bodies were limp and looked incredibly disgusting. What is this? Luo Qingtian rubbed his skin against the goosebumps that had broken out. Luo Qingtian wasn't afraid of tigers or lions, but only of bugs and cockroaches. Especially software bugs like these. Luo Qingtian always wanted to flee. So when he saw these bugs crawling towards them, Luo Qingtian couldn't help but flinch. Shinana had been standing by Luo Qingtian's side. Feeling Luo Qingtian flinch, she stepped in front of him, blocking him. "Qingtian, don't be afraid. I handle these bugs." Shinana's voice trembled as she spoke. Luo Qingtian was indeed a little disgusted at first, but seeing Shinana so formidable and standing in front of him, he suddenly found it amusing. By then, the black-green bugs had already surrounded them. Miao Nansu said, "These bugs are mutants of the sedge moth. They can spin silk, bite, and climb. They're not very fast, but their mucus is extremely poisonous. Everyone, be careful." Ding Qian suddenly had a shotgun in his hands. He held the shotgun in both hands and looked around cautiously. Something's wrong. Mutated sedge moths rarely gather in such large numbers. There's only one possible reason for them to suddenly gather in such large numbers. Ding Qian's expression changed instantly. Even the others' expressions turned grim. "Can you please stop talking halfway?" Shinana looked at Ding Qian with a panicked expression. Ding Qian coughed lightly. Shrimp moths don't live in groups. When they do, they only do so when they're about to pupate, and at this time, they need a lot of food. Waiting to pupate. After saying this, a shrimp moth suddenly spat a mouthful of green mucus toward them. The men quickly dodged, and the mucus fell to the ground, transforming into a dry substance resembling tree bark. However, after this dry bark-like substance landed on the ground, it began to continuously pull the surrounding leaves and weeds into it. Eventually, the bark was reduced to a small black ball, and the ground around it was left with only bare earth. The sight of this scene sent a chill through the air. This slime was incredibly overbearing, capable of plundering everything around it without warning. If they were truly contaminated by it, they might even be torn apart by it. But now was not the time to be surprised. With the first moth spewing slime, the others followed suit. Slime continued to pour out of the mutant moth's mouth. Chi-Nana quickly formed a water wall around them, blocking the moth's attack. The others used the water wall as cover as they unleashed their superpowers on the surrounding mutant moths. Thankfully, the moths' bodies were relatively flexible, and many perished under the superpower attack. But this also attracted more moths. There were even other Zerg behind these moths. The Zerg were growing in number. They simply glanced around. The area they were in was completely blocked. What's going on? This is too abnormal. Ding Xian had transformed his shotgun into a machine gun. Although the machine gun's bullets never stopped, the speed at which they killed the Zerg was no match for the speed at which they gathered. Zheng Yoli was now controlling the surrounding plants to repel the insects. Many grass rings even appeared on the ground, entangled with the insects. However, under the attack of the slug moth slime, these grass rings were uprooted and eventually reduced to black balls. Watching the insect horde approaching, everyone was filled with despair. Who could have imagined that they would be devoured by these insects after just a short visit to the outskirts of the mutant forest? At this point, the several people's superpowers were almost exhausted. To their despair, a swarm of flying Zergs appeared in the forest. These Zergs buzzed as they flew towards them. Seeing the horde of insects approaching from afar, Chi-Nana burst into tears of fear. What should we do? Are we really going to die here today? No, I won't let anything happen to you. Chikaway looked at his sister seriously. He possessed a speed-based ability, so when fighting, he could only fight with his bare hands, wielding a long sword. Now, seeing the increasing number of insects around him, Chikaway had already considered taking his sister and leaving early. If he was fast enough, he could return several times and take more people away. Thinking of this, he stepped forward to grab Chi-Nana's hand, but this time, Chi-Nana dodged Chikaway's hand. Brother, Chi-Tian is the weakest among us. Take Chi-Tian away first, and then come back and take us all away. Chikaway was about to refuse, but Chi-Nana was determined to let Chikaway take her with her. Chikaway pursed his lips and glanced at Chi-Nana. Then hold on a little while. I find you soon, Chikaway said, grabbing Luo Qingqian's wrist and dashing back. Luo Qingqian, carried far away by Chikaway, attracted numerous Zerg attacks from behind. Chikaway didn't bother to evade them, simply allowing the Zerg to follow and attack Luo Qingqian. This made Luo Qingqian his human shield. But after the two of them had run a distance, Chikaway found himself unable to move. Looking down, he saw that his feet had been entangled by green vines as thick as his wrists. Chikaway was startled and glanced around, making sure there was nothing to trap him. Suddenly, a realization struck him. He turned his head and looked behind him in horror. It's you? At this moment, Luo Qingqian was looking at him with a half smile. Didn't you already know I'm not just a healer? Chapter 416. Actually, Luo Qingqian wasn't sure at first, until they met that morning. Chikaway looked at her with scrutiny and fear. Back then, Luo Qingqian suspected Chikaway knew something. But Chikaway hadn't seen her when she went to battle in black. So, there was only one possibility for Chikaway to look at her like that. That he had discovered her after she gone out and returned the previous night. What confirmed Luo Qingqian's belief was that he had rushed forward with her, completely unconcerned about her life or death. This meant that this person either wanted to kill her or was certain she wouldn't get hurt. Chikaway's gaze at Luo Qingqian was filled with fear. The aura emanating from Luo Qingqian was terrifying. Even more terrifying than the Xiao Zilong and Jiang Hantua he met. What are you trying to do by lurking around us, brother and sister? Luo Qingqian chuckled softly. Lurking? That's a bit wrong. You were the ones who stuck with us from the beginning. I never even considered dealing with you in the beginning. At this moment, the Zerg behind them had already caught up. Those flying in the sky aimed at the two of them, unleashing poisonous metal needles. However, as these needles neared Luo Qingqian, Xiaolu repelled them all. Luo Qingqian stomped his foot on the ground. Then, many dark gray threads shot out from the ground, piercing the flying insects. The next moment, they fell heavily to the ground. Chikaway watched the scene in shock. The Zerg they had been unable to kill were just a blow to this woman? Chikaway suddenly thought of the mutated tentacle vine that had mysteriously died on their way back. Now that he thought about it, it was clearly Luo Qingqian who killed the mutated tentacle vine. Although Chikaway was internally terrified, he feigned composure and said, since you've been hiding your strength, it's likely you simply want a quiet life in the fourth base. With Nana and me here, we can perfectly protect you. So can you please save Nana? Luo Qingqian had originally intended to rescue Chi-Na. He was holding himself up here, with Chikaway simply, to reach some kind of agreement. Okay. I go save Nana. You have to come up with the excuse later. Chikaway hadn't expected Luo Qingtian to be so easygoing, and he nodded frantically at him. Luo Qingtian released a bai, which transformed into wings. It flew directly towards Chinana. Chikaway stared at Luo Qingtian's flight in shock. Although he had seen it once before, seeing it in person was still a profound shock. He immediately unleashed his supernatural powers and scurried towards his sister. As Luo Qingtian soared through the air, she retrieved her mask and hat from her space and pulled on her black windbreaker. After making sure she wouldn't be recognized, she returned to the sky above Chinana and the others. At this point, Chinana and the others were hiding within Miao Sunen's small, square earthen wall. Although the wall had been reinforced, it still couldn't withstand the Zerg's onslaught. Chinana watched the sharp insect legs of the Zerg pierce the wall from time to time, tears welling in fear. I don't know when my brother will return, Ding Qian, looking around with a pale face, said, hold on to the wall we're guarding. We definitely wait for rescue. Although he knew the possibility was extremely small, Ding Qian gritted his teeth and persevered. He didn't want to die. He still had ideals. He still wanted to reach base 0. He still wanted to become a powerful being. So he absolutely couldn't die here. In the cramped space, several people nervously defended their own section of the wall. Whenever a Zerg rushed in, they quickly unleashed their supernatural powers to drive them out. Miao Sunen, standing at the center, would reinforce the wall again to prevent further damage. When Luo Qingtian arrived, he saw a swarm of giant insects surrounding the square block of earth. Luo Qingtian stood in midair. The Ruoshui divine bow instantly appeared in his hand. Luo Qingtian drew his bow and released his arrows. He aimed in the direction of Chinana and the others. 16 arrows shot out in unison, exploding above the block of earth. Rain suddenly fell in the forest. The raindrops fell on the Zerg. In a moment, their bodies began to explode. At this moment, Chikaway also arrived. Seeing the ground littered with dead insects, he swallowed in horror. Luo Qingtian stood high in the sky, pointing at the surviving Zerg. Chikaway instantly understood that Luo Qingtian was asking him to attract them. He untied his belt, and, holding it, sprinted quickly near the Zerg. He lashed the Zerg with his belt at each spot. Soon, the Zerg abandoned their attack on Chinana and her group and rushed in unison towards Chikaway. Chikaway looked back and saw a swarm of Zerg chasing him relentlessly. Some Zergs released poisonous needles at him, some spun silk threads. Some even extended their sharp front legs, accelerating to pursue him. A single glance broke Chikaway's defenses. He ran for his life, screaming, "Ah, help! This is terrifying!" As soon as he cried out, Chikaway saw Luo Qingtian appear in front of him, holding a white and blue bow. She aimed at him. Swoosh, swoosh, swoosh. 3 arrows shot out at high speed. Chikaway tried to dodge, but his body was so stiff that he even forgot to do so. It's over. That was Chikaway's last thought as he watched the arrows fly towards him. As the 3 arrows flew towards him, Luo Qingtian's voice rang out in his ears, "Merge." The next moment, the 3 arrows instantly merged into one. Chikaway stared wide-eyed as the arrows hurtled towards him. Suddenly, something powerful pushed him hard. The next moment, Chikaway fell heavily to the ground, and the arrows shot behind him from above. The Zerg behind him watched the arrows fly towards him. They didn't even have a chance to dodge. The arrows transformed them into a long line of ice sculptures. After the Zerg were transformed into ice sculptures, Luo Qingtian quickly ran towards them. She switched her Amos ice bow and Ruoshui divine bow into bone knives. Luo Qingtian's figure moved like a ghost, weaving between the ice sculptures. The knife in her hand swiftly sliced through the bodies of the Zerg. Everywhere she went, the Zerg's heads were severed or its body was cut in half. To preserve the Zerg corpses, Luo Qingtian had deliberately reduced the damage of her water and ice arrows. This only temporarily controlled the Zerg's movements. The true death came when Luo Qingtian swiftly passed through them with the bone knife. The long line of Zerg was destroyed by Luo Qingtian. Luo Qingtian quickly returned and collected all the Zerg corpses into the space. In the space, Maoqiu and Little Maoqiu had just finished dealing with the Zerg corpses that Luo Qingtian had brought down yesterday. Then, they saw a large number of Zerg corpses falling from the sky. Maoqiu was currently dismantling a large insect trap. At the sight of these Zerg corpses suddenly appearing, the trap in his hand dropped to the ground with a snap. Chapter 417. Maoqiu stared speechlessly at the pile of Zerg corpses before him. This kid did it on purpose. A gentle female voice emanated from Maoqiu. The voice carried a hint of annoyance and resignation. He? Who told you to hit her? This kid's holding a grudge. An elegant male voice echoed from the little Machio. Then, Machio walked over to the group of Zerg corpses and began to sort through them. He picked out the valuable ones, the ones most suitable for smelting. Machio sighed, and hundreds of vines instantly sprouted from his body. Then, these vines began to process the Zerg corpses. There's no way they can finish processing them. Once our bodies are shaped, I definitely have a good talk with this girl, Machio whispered as he processed them. Hee. The little Machio beside him couldn't help but laugh. Then, on the green grass of the space, a pile of Zerg corpses appeared. Beside these corpses, 2 fur balls, one large and one small, lowered their heads, resignedly dismantling them. Luo Qingtian was unaware of the events unfolding within the space at this moment. Even after collecting so many Zerg corpses, Luo Qingtian still felt unsatisfied. Drawing the Amos icebow in hand, he aimed at a small wave of fleeing Zerg in the distance. Swish, swish, swish. 3 arrows flew out, piercing the fleeing Zerg. The fleeing Zerg were frozen in the blink of an eye. Luo Qingtian flew over again, collecting all the fallen Zerg into the space. At this moment, the fur ball and the little fur ball were resignedly disposing of the Zerg corpses. Then, they saw more Zerg corpses falling from the top of the pile. The 2 balls exchanged a helpless glance, sending forth vines once more, and lowered their heads to deal with the situation. The group, who had been hiding within the small, square earthen wall, noticed that the Zerg chasing them outside had stopped destroying their wall. Even the sounds from outside were silent. Had the Zerg given up, seeing they couldn't break through the wall? A few glanced at each other, each believing this was quite possible. Miao Sunan squatted down and placed his hand on the ground, feeling the outside. After confirming that the ground was indeed devoid of insects, he breathed a sigh of relief and completely retracted his wall. Feeling the fresh air outside, everyone was startled, then delighted. The Zerg are truly gone, Chi Nana shouted excitedly, suddenly thinking of her brother. She turned her head and glanced around, only to see Chikaway running towards them, his pants held up. Brother! Chi Nana ran toward Chikaway, her eyes red. Chikaway rushed to his sister's side, looking her up and down. Thank goodness, Nana, you're okay. Chi Nana nodded excitedly, then looked around. Where's Qingtian? Did brother send Qingtian back? Qingtian's so timid. Brother, bring Qingtian back quickly. Chikaway couldn't help but twitch his lips when he heard his sister say that. Cowardly? A coward like the one who could kill 1,000 Zerg armies with a single blow. At that moment, not far from the dense forest, Luo Qingtian emerged, having changed his clothes. Nana, I'm fine. Qina was startled to see Luo Qingtian emerge from the forest. Qingtian, why are you here? Didn't my brother send you out? Chikaway scratched the back of his head awkwardly. Ah, I didn't make it in time. I was just chased back by the Zerg. Luckily, a powerful expert happened by and blasted all the Zerg away. So I returned with Qingtian. After he said this, everyone present looked at Chikaway in shock. Are the experts you're talking about members of Team Alpha? Are they also in the mutant forest? Chikaway shook his head. I didn't see clearly. I just saw a dark shadow flying through the air. Then, the Zerg following me disappeared. Ding Qian looked at Chikaway suspiciously. Is there such an expert? One who can wipe out so many Zerg in an instant? You're not mistaken, are you? The only expert in the 4th base, who can wipe out a large number of Zerg with a single wave of his hand, is Captain Alfing's Golden Rain. Chikaway's eyes wandered. For a moment, he didn't try to explain. Luo Qingtian walked over to Qinana, grabbed her hand, and began to heal her. Who cares if it's someone who helped us? As long as we're fine, isn't that good? Luo Qingtian's hand flashed with white light, and Qinana's wounds healed rapidly, even her depleted supernatural powers returning. Qinana felt the surge of supernatural power within her body, and looked at Luo Qingtian in surprise. Qingtian, not only can you heal wounds, you can also. Qinana's eyes sparkled for a moment, and she didn't say the rest of the words. Luo Qingtian had no intention of hiding this supernatural power from everyone, otherwise, he would be restricted in his movements later. Luo Qingtian then walked over to Miao Sunan and helped him recover. Soon, Miao Sunan's injuries and supernatural powers also recovered. When Ding Qian felt his depleted supernatural power rapidly returning, his gaze towards Luo Qingtian changed. As far as he knew, no matter how high their level, a healing psychic couldn't evolve the ability to restore the psychic's abilities. But the girl before him possessed such an incredible ability. Ding Qian, who had originally considered Luo Qingtian a burden, instantly changed his mind. If he could form a long-term team with such an incredible ability, It would definitely benefit his rapid psychic growth. At that moment, Ding Qian felt truly lucky. He watched Luo Qingtian heal everyone's injuries. Then he said, "Now that everyone's safe, let's continue searching for the black-armored scorpion. After all, we've been delayed for quite some time." Luo Qingtian had no objection. But Ding Qian was looking at her as he spoke, and that sent a chill through her. To avoid impulsively killing this old man, Luo Qingtian hid behind Qi Nana. Qi Nana reached out and took Luo Qingtian's hand, pulling him toward her, saying, "I have no objection. After Qingtian's treatment just now, I feel a surge of strength." Miao Sunan and Zheng Yoli agreed. The group continued forward. This time, they walked more carefully. However, they encountered no more Zerg along the way, not even a single caterpillar. Zheng Yoli, who possessed plant-based abilities, recounted the situation ahead based on his own information as they walked. After the group walked a distance, Zheng Yoli stopped and said, "I think this mutant forest is a bit strange. We were chased by so many Zerg just now, and now they all disappeared. I have a feeling something's wrong." Chikaway chuckled and said, "Is it possible that all the Zerg chasing us are dead?" Chapter 418. Zheng Yoli looked at Chikaway speechlessly. "Brother Chi, stop kidding. I don't believe anyone could kill so many Zerg with one strike. I think you must have seen it wrong, or you're not telling the truth." Chikaway pursed his lips, at a loss for words. How come no one believes the truth these days? Zheng Yoli looked at Chikaway's constipated expression, and felt he was right. He continued, "There are only a few possibilities for the lack of Zerg around. Either the members of Team Alfling arrived, and killed the Zerg chasing us. Because you were always running, you mistook the entire team for one person. Another possibility is that there are more powerful mutant insects ahead, and the ones chasing us were summoned away. The final possibility is that some Zerg are advancing, and the lower level ones are being used as food. In the Zerg world, many Zerg advance by devouring their own kind. All three possibilities Zheng Yoli mentioned are terrifying. If it's the first scenario, it won't affect their mission. But if it's the latter two scenarios, they might be in real danger." Ding Qian stopped and asked, "Can your plant-based abilities see what's ahead?" Zheng Yoli shook his head. "I can only see 100 meters, but if I extend it outward from here, I see not a single caterpillar. It's as if all the insects in this forest have vanished." This made Zheng Yoli even more uneasy. Qi Nana touched her chest, and looked at Luo Qing. "Why am I not worried about this operation at all? I don't think anything will happen to us." Zheng Yoli glanced at Qi Nana with a sullen look, then patiently said, "Qi Na, we can't just rely on our intuition when we're out on this mission. One wrong step, and we might end up here." Qi Na chuckled dryly and fell silent. She relied on her intuition many times on missions. As long as it didn't feel dangerous, she'd definitely make it back alive. But only her brother trusted her in this kind of situation. Everyone looked at Ding Qian, waiting for his decision. Ding Qian thought for a moment and said, "We're here to find the black-armored scorpion. We haven't reached the black-armored scorpion's habitat yet, so why don't we go there first? If there aren't any black-armored scorpions, we head back." After Ding Qian finished speaking, Miao Sunan was the first to agree. "I agree. I listened to Brother Ding." Qi Na and Chikaway also nodded in agreement. This time, Chikaway was certain that as long as they held onto Luo Qingtian's thighs, they would definitely make it back safely. Seeing everyone agree, Zheng Yoli could only comply. The group continued forward. After cautiously advancing for over half an hour, they finally reached a less green area. There was little grass here, but many trees. Due to the mutation, these trees had undergone 2 growth cycles. Every tree was at least 30 meters tall, and the tallest was at least 100 meters. "This is it." Ding Qian looked at the vast expanse of towering mutant trees before him and began searching. "Look up the trunks. Black-armored scorpions love to nest in these trees. Our mission is to kill 3. If we find enough, I hope everyone kills 6. That way, we can all change clothes and wear our armor." As they spoke, they began to search. "Here, here!" Qi Nana's voice echoed from a distance, and everyone rushed towards her. Luo Qingtian had been standing still since the group began searching for insects, but upon hearing Qi Nana's voice, he followed. Then, they saw a black beetle, over half a meter long, crouching high on a tree trunk. The black-armored scorpion had a large, sharp black antennae on its head. Luo Qingtian stared at the black-armored scorpion. It looked completely different from what he had imagined. It wasn't a scorpion at all, but a large rhinoceros beetle, its body covered in hard armor, and its front black horns had become much sharper. It was indeed a black-armored scorpion. "Everyone, be careful!" Zheng Yoli, Use your vines to pull this black-armored scorpion down. Ding Qian stared at the black-armored scorpion nervously, even his voice becoming cautious. Zheng Yoli stepped forward and began unleashing his supernatural powers on a few small blades of grass on the ground. Soon, the grass transformed into vines and began to climb the towering tree. Everyone held their breath, nervously watching the black-armored scorpion perched on the tree. Zheng Yoli's movements were swift. As the vines approached the scorpion, they suddenly accelerated, wrapping themselves tightly around the tree trunk. Zheng Yoli quickly reached out and grabbed the other end of the vine, then forcefully pulled the scorpion down. Ding Qian and the others, observing this, also stepped forward to pull the scorpion down. The scorpion, caught off guard, fell heavily to the ground. The moment the black-armored scorpion landed, Miao Sunan unsheathed his dagger and plunged it into the gap between its wings. The strike was fierce, swift, and accurate. The black-armored scorpion died before it could even struggle. The group looked at each other in delight, then saw a military briefcase appear in Ding Qian's hands. The meter-long black-armored scorpion was stuffed into it. Luo Qingtian's mouth twitched. It was the first time she had seen such a bizarre spatial function. Ding Qian withdrew his briefcase and said, "My suitcase isn't big enough. It can only fit this one. I'm afraid we have to drag the other two." The group agreed and split up again to search for the black-armored scorpion. Soon, Qi Nana's voice rang out again, "Another one. Over here." Qi Nana's voice was subdued, but everyone heard it, and they quickly ran towards her. Then everyone saw a nearly 2-meter-long black-armored scorpion crouching on the trunk of a giant tree. Wow, this black-armored scorpion's size could definitely make a lot of armor. Zheng Yoli was about to unleash his supernatural power on the grass, when suddenly a blast of water from the water gun struck the black-armored scorpion, sending it crashing to the ground. Shocked, everyone looked in the direction of the water gun. Then everyone saw Xiao Zilong, Xiao Beili, Ma Ouzhou, Donfan Langia, Li Xiaoxiao, Hua Xiaoge, Xia Bei, the entire Alfing team, appear. When Xiao Beili jumped down, she immediately spotted Luo Qingtian and Qi Nana. She stared at them, a sneer on her face. Luo Qingtian's eyes narrowed when he saw Xiao Beili. So this guy is back to normal, even able to come out on missions? Then I find another opportunity to mess with him after I get back. Chapter 419. After landing, Xiao Zilong immediately spotted Luo Qingtian standing behind Ding Qian. He raised an eyebrow, sizing Luo Qingtian up and down. Luo Qingtian lowered his head and dodged behind Qi Na. Ding Qian then stepped forward. "Brother Long, why are you here?" Ding Qian's eyes sparkled as he looked at Xiao Zilong. Xiao Zilong smiled. "The Zerg swarm receded a bit too quickly yesterday. We received word that sound waves affecting the Zerg were detected in the mutated forest. They sent us here to investigate. Those Zerg are more than you can handle. You better leave quickly." Ding Qian nodded in understanding. "No wonder we were besieged by so many Zerg upon our arrival." Hearing this, Xiao Zilong frowned slightly. "You were besieged by Zerg?" Xiao Zilong surveyed the group as he spoke. Ding Qian nodded. "Yes. We hid in the earthen wall and escaped the Zerg's pursuit." Ding Qian didn't believe the Zerg could be killed in one blow. So, he didn't tell Xiao Zilong and the others what Chikawei had said, because he felt Xiao Zilong wouldn't believe them even if he did. After hearing Ding Qian's answer, Xiao Zilong wasn't entirely convinced. The mutants were called Zerg because they discovered many of them had evolved intelligence comparable to humans. How could a race with human-like intelligence give up just because Ding Qian and the others hid in the earthen wall, unless the Zerg attacking them were of the most primitive stage, or even newly mutated? This type of Zerg had a low IQ and wouldn't do much damage. Thinking of the power levels of Ding Qian and the others, Xiao Zilong suddenly felt that it wasn't impossible. "Well, you're lucky you didn't get hurt this time. Why don't you leave quickly? If anything happens, we might not be able to take care of you." At this point, Xiao Zilong stopped paying attention to Ding Qian and the others. Having spoken so much today, he was already doing Ding Qian and the others a great favor. Ding Qian knew he couldn't stay any longer. He turned around and gave everyone a look, ready to lead them away. As they left, they all walked over to the black-armored scorpion corpse on the ground, preparing to carry it away. Although they had only killed 2 black-armored scorpions this time, this second one was twice the size of a normal one. This should be considered mission accomplished. However, as the 4 men lifted the black-armored scorpion and prepared to take it away, Xiao Beili stepped forward. "Put this black-armored scorpion down." Qi Nana was instantly enraged. "Why?" "We found it, because I shot this black-armored scorpion." Qi Nana was furious. "We didn't ask you to shoot it. Who told you to be so proactive?" We can shoot this black-armored scorpion ourselves. Xiao Bailey looked at Chi Nana coldly. What? You don't understand me. Do you want to die? Chi Nana pursed her lips. Even if you're members of Team Alfing, you can't take things by force, right? Xiao Zilong frowned and glanced at Chi Nana displeased. Xiao Bailey sneered at Chi Nana. So what? In this apocalypse, the strong reign supreme. To survive, you must obey the laws of the strong. I shot this black-armored scorpion. I said I want it, and you must give it to me. Xiao Bailey said this as she quickly stepped forward and placed her hand on the black-armored scorpion's corpse. The next moment, Xiao Bailey collected the black-armored scorpion. Luo Qingtian stood aside, watching Xiao Bailey's actions with a slight eyebrow raise. This Xiao Bailey actually has spatial abilities. Next time I mess with him, maybe I can get some equipment or something. Luo Qingtian's mind wandered as he thought this. He completely ignored Xiao Bailey's gaze. And you, do you have any objections? By then, Xiao Bailey had already walked in front of Luo Qingtian, glaring at him with disdain. Luo Qingtian finally came to his senses and looked at her with a questioning expression. What's wrong? Xiao Bailey, seeing Luo Qingtian's nonchalant expression, felt instantly ignored and reached out to slap him in the face. Chi Nana, seeing this, didn't care if she could defeat Xiao Bailey or not, and quickly rushed over, blocking Luo Qingtian's way. Snap! The crisp sound of a slap echoed in the air. Snap! Another slap rang out, and Xiao Bailey stared at Luo Qingtian in shock. Just now, when Chi Nana had stood in front of Luo Qingtian had reached out and grabbed her shoulders, pulling her behind him. He slapped Xiao Bailey twice in the face. How dare you hit me? Do you want to die? Snap! Xiao Bailey had barely finished her words when Luo Qingtian slapped her again. Xiao Bailey's face burned after 3 slaps in a row, and she felt dizzy. She glared at Luo Qingtian fiercely, and stumbled back 2 steps. I want you dead. As soon as he finished speaking, water arrows condensed around Xiao Bailey, shooting in unison towards Luo Qingtian. Seeing this, Xiao Zilong frowned and said, Xiao Bailey, that's enough. We're here on a mission this time. Xiao Bailey had completely lost her mind. Water arrows swarmed around her, and she directed them all towards Luo Qingtian. Brother Long, leave me be. I must kill this bitch today. This bitch dared to hit me. I want her dead. I want her dead. Xiao Bailey had rarely suffered any hardship since arriving at the 4th base. She used to have her brother to protect her, and now that her brother is gone, Xiao Zilong has always been there to protect her. You could say she was truly the kind of girl who was pampered. It was precisely because of this constant pampering that her personality became increasingly twisted, especially when she couldn't requite Xiao Zilong's love. She became even more extreme. She was obsessed with wanting to kill every beautiful girl in the 4th base. But no matter how much trouble she caused, Xiao Zilong would always come to clean up her mess. Only this time, when she was attacked by the men in black, did Xiao Zilong's gaze change. After leaving the hospital, she became extraordinarily sensitive. Especially when she saw Luo Qingtian and Chi Nana, she felt that if she hadn't run into them, she would never have been targeted by the man in black. At this moment, Xiao Bailey had only one thought, to kill Luo Qingtian and Chi Nana. Chi Nana looked at the numerous water arrows coming at her. Without a second thought, she formed a water wall around Luo Qingtian. Miao Sunan, who was behind her, also rushed over and formed a wall of earth around Luo Qingtian, blocking the incoming water arrows. Ding Qian was also anxious at this point. He looked anxiously at Xiao Zilong and said, Brother Long, Qingtian and Chi Na are just childish. I hope Brother Long and Sister Qiao will calm down and let them go. Xiao Bailey narrowed her eyes at Ding Qian. You useless piece of shit, you dare to come and plead with me? Don't you remember the lesson I taught you? Chapter 420. Xiao Bailey spoke as another water arrow condensed in her hand. Ding Qian anxiously looked at the water arrow, then at Xiao Zilong, who remained silent. Seeing Xiao Zilong's silence, Ding Qian's heart sank. Just as the water arrow condensed, Xiao Bailey's feet suddenly sank. Ah! Brother Long. Xiao Bailey screamed, and was pulled in by a green tentacle. Xiao Zilong looked and hurried forward. But Xiao Bailey had already been pulled into the ground, and there was nothing to see. Brother Long, Sister Qiao is in there, what should we do? Li Xiaoxiao asked anxiously from behind. Xiao Zilong frowned and said, Summon plants. See if you can rescue Xiao Bailey? Xiao Zilong's face was ashen. He was still a little upset. He shouldn't have let Xiao Bailey cause trouble. Chi Nana tugged at Luo Qingtian and glanced at Chikawei. Ding Qian also glanced over. Everyone nodded, and then they quickly left. As they left, Luo Qitian stamped his foot on the ground. Xiao Lu, who was playing with Xiao Bailey underground, heard the sound and instantly let go of her. He then emerged from the ground and wrapped himself around Luo Qitian. They left with Luo Qitian and the others. But not long after they left, the ground began to tremble. Black, beetle-like insects swarmed from the sky, the ground, and all around, toward Team Ao Feng. Team Ao Feng quickly gathered together, ready for battle. But Xiao Bailey was still buried alive underground. To keep her alive, Luo Qitian had Xiao Lu give her some breathing space. Although Xiao Bailey was being dragged along by Xiao Lu like a dead dog, she still had the energy to call for help. Li Xiaoxiao had originally summoned the surrounding plants to dive underground in search of Xiao Bailey. But due to the influx of gray beetles, Li Xiaoxiao retracted her summoned plants and began to battle the beetles. Xiao Zilong's hand shone with golden light, and after releasing numerous golden needles, he said to Li Xiaoxiao, "Xiaoxiao, save the people first. Let Ma Ouzhou cover you." Li Xiaoxiao frowned slightly upon hearing this. Although displeased, she followed Xiao Zilong's instructions and summoned plants again, transforming them into vines to burrow underground in search of Xiao Bailey. Soon, she found Xiao Bailey. Not caring if she could harm her, she directed the vines to drag her across the ground for a while. When she reached her, she directed the plants to pull her out. Out. Brother Long, I heal Sister Qiao first. Xiao Bailey's face and body were covered in marks from being dragged, and her clothes were ripped and tattered from the harsh tugs. Her arms, legs, calves, and thighs were covered in scratches, and even her face was covered in hideous scars. Li Xiaoxiao felt a surge of relief at the sight of Xiao Bailey like this, but she couldn't show it. A green light flashed in her hand, enveloping Xiao Bailey. Soon, her wounds healed at a visible speed. Xiao Bailey had also woken up at this point. Her injuries had indeed healed, but the severe lack of oxygen underground had left her mind foggy. Now awake, she felt a pounding headache. "Sister Qiao, you're awake!" Li Xiaoxiao excitedly shouted upon seeing Xiao Bailey awake. Xiao Bailey glanced at Li Xiaoxiao, but said nothing, simply sitting on the ground with her head in her hands, dazed. Seeing Xiao Bailey ignoring her, Li Xiaoxiao, not wanting to risk her efforts, stood up and began directing the plants to fight the beetles charging from all around. Xiao Zilong glanced at Xiao Bailey, still crouching on the ground in a daze, frowning and saying, "Come over and fight now. What are you sitting on the ground for?" Xiao Bailey finally came to her senses upon hearing Xiao Zilong's voice. "Okay." Xiao Bailey stood up in a daze, and the surrounding water arrows formed again, flying towards the surrounding beetles. Luo Qitian ran a distance before finally stopping. "What should we do? With only the corpse of a black-armored scorpion, how can we complete the mission?" Qinana frowned and looked at Ding Qian, waiting for his response. Ding Qian thought for a moment and said, "How about we go to the entrance of the mutant forest and wait for a while? Wait until Team Offenn comes out, then we can go in." Zheng Yoli said, "You saw what Xiao Bailey looked like just now. She looked like she was trying to wipe out all the black-armored scorpions. Once they're gone, I'm afraid we won't even see a single insect leg." The others looked at each other and agreed. Ding Qian thought for a moment and said, "No, I know there are black-armored scorpions elsewhere. Trust me, let's go out and wait." As soon as he finished speaking, the ground shook again, and everyone saw a swarm of large, ladybug-like flying insects flying out from behind them. Each of these insects was as big as a wash basin, and from this angle, you could even see two curved, sharp teeth protruding from their heads. "Oh my god, this bug is so disgusting," Qinana screamed, "Hurry!" Ding Qian saw the bug flying towards them, and directed everyone to run quickly out of the forest. Even as they fled, Qinana didn't forget to hold onto Luo Qingtian's hand, fearing they'd get separated. Luo Qingtian glanced at the hand holding his, then at Qinana, whose face was pale with panic. He murmured, "Doppelganger." Then, the person Qinana was holding transformed into Luo Qingtian's clone. Luo Qingtian himself hid in a hidden spot, while everyone else fled. At that moment, Qinana felt her hand holding Luo Qingtian pause. She glanced back, and saw that Luo Qingtian was still being held. She breathed a sigh of relief. Then she tightened her grip on Luo Qingtian's hand, and continued running. "Don't be afraid, Qingtian." Even as they ran, Qinana didn't forget to tighten her grip, fearing Luo Qingtian would get lost. Luo Qingtian watched his clone run off, then turned to look at the pursuing ladybug army. Little Green, Hurricane, Little Green, who had been clinging to Luo Qingtian, suddenly leaped onto his shoulder and spat twice at the pursuing ladybug army. A massive column of Hurricane instantly formed, sucking in the entire army of pursuing ladybugs. The Amos ice bow appeared in Luo Qingqian's hand, and he drew his bow and unleashed his arrow in one smooth motion. In that instant, the entire army of ladybugs was frozen into ice sculptures. Luo Qingqian seized the opportunity to soar into the air and toss all the Zerg corpses into space. Luo Qingqian soared high into the sky, looking in the direction of Qiao Beili and Xiao Zilong. At this moment, the entire Alfing team was engaged in combat with the Black Beetle army, and it looked like the battle was going poorly. A playful, yet malicious, smile played on Luo Qingqian's lips.